Hidden Leaf Village. Ninja Academy. In one of the classrooms, a Chunin instructor was standing next to a podium, holding a clipboard. Next, Kakashi Fuyu. At the sound of the Chunin's voice, a silver-haired boy walked calmly to the platform. His fingers moved swiftly as he formed a simple hand seal in front of him. Poof! With a burst of white smoke, a clone appeared to Fuyu's left, nearly identical to him in both appearance and demeanor. This scene elicited gasps from many of the girls in the classroom. It wasn't just because Fuyu had successfully created the clone technique on his first try. It was also due to his good looks, which placed him among the most handsome boys in the class. 95 points, not bad. The Chunin instructor nodded slightly at Fuyu and jotted down the score. A perfect success with almost no flaws. This grade ranked among the top 10 in the class. However, the instructor's eyes didn't show much admiration. The reason was simple. Fuyu had a younger brother named Kakashi Hatake, who graduated early at the age of 5 and became a Chunin by 6. Kakashi's extraordinary talent had already made him famous throughout the village, seen by many as the inheritor of the White Fang of Konoha legacy. By comparison, Kakashi Fuyu seemed ordinary, though he consistently ranked near the top of the class and excelled in all areas. His achievements paled in contrast to his prodigious younger brother. Now 8 years old, Fuyu was still progressing steadily through the academy without showing any dazzling talent like Kakashi. Still, the instructor remained neutral, but whispers soon filled the room. Fuyu, that was amazing. 95 points? That must be first place. Many of the girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Having been transported to this world and inheriting the bloodline of the White Fang, Fuyu bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi. However, unlike his younger brother, he didn't wear a mask or exude an aloof demeanor, making him a focal point for the girls in the class. Fuyu returned to his seat and smiled at Yuhi Kurenai, who glanced over at him. It's nothing special. The clone technique isn't that difficult if you focus. He had arrived in this world 2 years ago, becoming Kakashi's older brother. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to prevent the death of their father, Tsukumo Hatake, the legendary White Fang. This tragedy had deeply affected Kakashi, who applied for early graduation within a month and passed. As a proud transmigrator carrying the bloodline of the White Fang, Fuyu naturally refused to fall behind Kakashi. However, he considered early graduation foolish and looked down on such behavior. Why rush it? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the academy, train steadily, and improve gradually? Why graduate early? Moreover, it was now the 42nd year of Konoha's founding. If you remember correctly, the Third Great Ninja War would break out next year. Lately, the entire ninja world had been in turmoil. If it were a time of peace, graduating early as a genin wouldn't be a big deal since most missions would be mundane. But during these turbulent times, even genin were frequently assigned dangerous combat missions. Kakashi graduating at 5 and becoming a Chunin by 6 might seem impressive, but in Fuyu's eyes, it was sheer recklessness. Not only did being a Chunin mean undertaking more perilous missions, but displaying such remarkable talent would inevitably draw the attention of enemy villages. Now was a time of unrest. Cloud, mist, sand, and rock villages were all making moves against Konoha. A prodigy like Kakashi would undoubtedly attract their notice and not in a good way. If only I had Jonin-level strength, then early graduation wouldn't matter. Fuyu muttered to himself. Regrettably, he didn't yet possess Jonin-level power. While he believed he could easily defeat Kakashi, his current level was around elite Chunin thanks in part to a unique ability he possessed. After all, at 8 years old, his body was still developing. For ninjas, physical maturity typically stabilized at 16. Speaking of which, one notable aspect about him was his special ability. Shortly after arriving in this world, he discovered something unusual in his Mindum Massive, phantom clock that appeared whenever he closed his eyes. The clock resembled Kumi Tokusaki's Zafkiel from Data Live, though so far, he had only unlocked one ability, time acceleration. Similar to the Fate series time manipulation, this ability allowed him to accelerate time exclusively for himself. In this accelerated state, all his movements, taijutsu, or hand seals would become significantly faster. This was one of the reasons he could easily overpower Kakashi. Currently, he could use up to double time acceleration, meaning his speed in this state was twice as fast as normal. Fuyu, I brought 2 bento boxes today. Would you like to eat together later? Just as Fuyu was lost in thought, a girl sitting in front of him turned around, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked. Her words immediately sparked outrage among the other girls nearby. Even Kurenai, sitting beside Fuyu, glared at her, and the atmosphere grew tense with hostility. Seeing this, Fuyu sighed inwardly. He finally understood why Kakashi wore a musket might have been to avoid situations like this. Then again, it also had something to do with how weak the other boys in the class were. While the class roster was impressive, featuring future puppet master Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, Kurenai Yui, and Asuma Saratobial of them were either underperforming or unremarkable at this stage. Obito was currently dead last, while Asuma lacked both charisma and standout performance. Itachi Uchiha wouldn't enroll for several more years, and Shursui Uchiha, though enrolled, was 2 grades below him. There was no real competition. If Kakashi hadn't graduated early, perhaps some of the attention would have shifted away from Fuyu. Sigh. Being too popular was truly a burden. Fuyu sighed internally. He used to envy scenes like this, but now that he experienced them firsthand, he could only lament silently. Still, it was worth noting how precocious the girls in the Naruto world were. Watching these 8- and 9-year-olds fight over him gave him a clear understanding of their maturity or lack thereof. The boys weren't much different. Nearby, jealous glares burned into Fuyu, and fists clenched tightly. That bastard. He's so annoying. I want to punch him. But you can't beat him, can you? Shut up. Among those grinding their teeth and clenching their fists was Obito Uchiha, partly because Rin Noara was also among the group of girls crowding around Fuyu. Fuyu paid little attention to the others in the class, except for Might Guy and Obito Uchiha. However, he was only concerned with Obito after his descent into darkness. Pre-blackened Obito posed no real threat, was just a dead-last nuisance. As the disorder within the classroom escalated, tensions flared among the girls, and the boys seemed poised for confrontation. The middle-ranking teacher could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Silence!" Next, Uchiha Obito. The teacher's authority was still palpable. Following his reprimand, the room swiftly quieted. Casting a resentful glance at Feng Ye, Uchiha Obito approached the podium. His gaze briefly lingered on Noara Rin before he inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and mentally steeled himself, determined to surpass Feng Ye in this test. With a resounding thud, he formed the hand seals, and white smoke erupted. A clone appeared beside Uchiha Obito, albeit slightly askew, despite being a clone. It was evident at first glance that it was subpar. 50 points, the teacher remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan, renowned as a haven for genius, boasted members who consistently excelled in school, yet Uchiha Obito was an exception. I'll try again. Naturally unwilling to accept a score of 50, Uchiha Obito immediately attempted the jutsu once more. However, his shattered composure led to a failure in his second attempt. The third attempt yielded little better, culminating in a meager score of 55, still below the passing mark. Feng Ye observed the scene unfold, a singular thought crossing his mind. The transformation into darkness was utterly absurd. Witnessing Noara Rin's demise had catalyzed Uchiha Obito's descent into darkness. He not only awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in the formidable ability known as Kamui, but also underwent a complete reversal in combat experience, character, and resolve. It wasn't long before he stormed Konoha, unleashing the Nine Tails and indirectly leading to the demise of one of the overpowered characters, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was simply outrageous. Had he not been familiar with the original storyline, he would find it inconceivable that the once-inept Obito could evolve into one of the future major antagonists of the ninja world. Shaking his head, Feng Ye diverted his gaze. He held no particular thoughts regarding Obito. After all, Uchiha Madara was the true hidden key. Even without Uchiha Obito, Madara would inevitably produce another Uchiha. Be it Obito or others, what mattered most was possessing sufficient strength. After all, a year from now marked the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, during which graduation assessments were rendered obsolete. At the age of 9, one was forcibly graduated, meaning he could only remain in school for another year. He pondered whether he could attain Jonin-level strength within that year. In the Third Great Ninja War, Genin and Nin were often mere cannon fodder. Fortunately, he was in Konoha. Had he been in another village, even Jonin might find themselves expendable, given the existence of Minato Namikaze, a character capable of obliterating 50 Jonin in an instant. Should he unlock additional time-based abilities, he could traverse the ninja world with the power of time alone. Alas, thus far, he could only utilize a single point of time acceleration. He still needed to rely on ninjutsu and taijutsu. While Feng Ye was deep in contemplation, a crisp chime resonated in his mind, reminiscent of a clock striking a certain hour. Feng Ye murmured, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes as he promptly closed them. Upon shutting his eyes, a colossal, silvery clock, ethereal in appearance, materialized in the dark realm before him. He could distinctly observe the golden hour and minute hands. The hour hand remained stationary, pointing steadfastly at 1 o'clock. At the center of the illusory clock's face lay a mechanical dial that seemed to record dates. However, it documented not dates, but rather the multiplier for time acceleration. While he had not unlocked any new abilities, Feng Ye pondered, with a click, as he focused his mind. The mechanical dial emitted a sound as it rotated, jumping from 0 to 1, then to 2, and finally resting at 3. Indeed, he could now enter a state of threefold acceleration. Observing the dial's reading, Feng Ye exhaled softly. When he first traversed into this world, he could only manipulate time acceleration between 1 and 1.5 times. Approximately a year later, he had heard that same chime, and the limit of his time acceleration had increased to 2 times. Now, it had ascended to 3 times. It appeared that this enhancement had also occurred around the same time last year. Perhaps every year, his upper limit for time acceleration would increase by 1? This thought crossed Feng Ye's mind. Although he could not confirm it, it seemed to follow a pattern. Whether this was indeed the case would become clear by the following year. He felt a tinge of regret for not obtaining any other abilities. He wondered when the capability corresponding to the 2 o'clock mark would unlock. Nevertheless, the current time acceleration alone was still immensely powerful. In a state of time acceleration, the world around him appeared to slow down severalfold, enhancing both his speed and reaction time without conflict. If an ordinary nin could elevate the flow of time to 5 times, they could easily contend with a jonin. Conversely, if a jonin could amplify the flow 5-fold, even the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages might struggle to prevail. This held true for Feng Ye as well. Provided he maintained nin level strength, he could stand against jonin, and with jonin level power, few in the ninja world could rival him. This premise was merely based on 5-fold acceleration. Should the illusory clock elevate to 10-fold or even beyond, the sheer speed would render it an incredibly formidable ability. How powerful would the 8 gates be at 10-fold acceleration? Feng Ye envisioned a scene. A colossal air cannon, 10-fold the size of a typical blast, piercing through the clouds and obliterating the moon created by Sage of 6 paths in space, reducing it to countless fragments. At this thought, Feng Ye inhaled sharply, regaining his composure after several seconds. Though 10-fold acceleration and the 8 gates seemed distant, the 8 gates indeed warranted consideration, as it was one of the abilities most compatible with time acceleration. As for other abilities, the ninjutsu he released would not experience accelerated flight trajectories due to time acceleration. The scope of time acceleration was confined to his own body. However, the speed of hand seals and release also operated at an accelerated rate, yielding significant effects. It is crucial to understand that the timing of ninjutsu release is paramount, much like the Flying Thunder God technique, which instills dread in the ninja world due to its lack of hand seal and release delay. Speaking of which, he could now achieve 3-fold acceleration. Previously, in a 2-fold state, he could easily overpower Kakashi, who had already reached nin rank. In his current 3-fold state, he should comfortably defeat ordinary elite nin, though he might still fall short against jonin. Was he nearing the rank of special jonin? After assessing his current strength, Feng Ye felt he still needed to bridge the gap to special jonin. However, achieving that level by this time next year should pose no issue. In the world of ninjas, reaching special jonin was necessary to be considered a stronger ninja, as nin and genin were often mere pawns in warfare. Beyond special jonin, there were further classifications of jonin and elite jonin, with the title of Kage being absent in this world. Thus, in terms of ninja ranks, elite jonin represented the pinnacle. In Feng Ye's view, ninjas like Konoha's White Fang and Danzo, whose prowess far surpassed that of ordinary elite jonin, could be referred to as Kage level for the sake of distinction. Feng Ye's actions were persistently observed by Obito. When he noticed Feng Ye close his eyes, no longer gazing at him, and his eyelids fluttered as if in deliberate provocation, Obito could not help but clench his fists in frustration. How infuriating. What is there to be so arrogant about? This guy, left behind by his own younger brother. Obito ground his teeth in anger. However, Kakashi was also an insufferably arrogant brat. Although he graduated early after less than 6 months, it seemed that both brothers were equally irksome. Rumor had it that Kakashi had recently completed an A-rank mission alongside a jonin. Though it stirred some resentment, there was no denying that he was quite formidable. Having already advanced to Chunin last year, it wouldn't be long before he became a jonin himself. Someone overheard Obito's mutterings and, seizing the opportunity, spoke up intentionally. Feng Ye consistently placed within the top 10 of his class, occasionally even securing first place. It was challenging to find a suitable reason to mock Feng Ye based on grades and performance, but comparing him to Kakashi would certainly serve to undermine him. After all, when juxtaposed with Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, Feng Ye and Appo's brilliance was immediately overshadowed, making it rather difficult to draw comparisons. Those nearby quickly grasped his intent, casting a glance at Feng Ye before casually remarking, "As much as I hate to admit it, that guy is indeed a genius." Compared to him, it seems some individuals are rather unqualified to be an older brother. Before Feng Ye could respond, a girl seated in front of him, Yamamoto Hana, stood up, glaring at the speaker, Inuzuka Kiba. "Hey, what did you just say?" Kiba, unperturbed by the girl's fierce gaze, defiantly replied, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Yamamoto Hana was furious but struggled to find the words to retort. Feng Ye opened his eyes, looking at Yamamoto Hana, and with a nonchalant smile remarked, "Kakashi is indeed a genius. It's quite difficult for ordinary people to compete with him." Yamamoto Hana nodded, saying, Yes, Feng Ye. You don't need to pay him any mind. A ninja like your brother is rare. There is no need to compare him to Kakashi." Yuhi Kurenai also nodded in agreement. As long as one did not compare Feng Ye to A and Amp, Appo's, Monster and Amp, Appo's, like Kakashi, he was considered a remarkable talent in this class. With no blemishes on his record, Feng Ye and Appo's words were interrupted before he could finish. He shrugged innocently, refraining from further arguments, and simply smiled at Yui Kurenai. Seeing that Feng Ye was not inclined to engage in a dispute and that the girls had reached a consensus, Kiba, despite his reluctance, could only grumble a few words before averting his gaze. Yui Kurenai looked at Feng Ye, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly, and spoke softly. "Having a brother like Kakashi must be quite a pressure." "No," Feng Ye replied, glancing at Yui Kurenai with a smile. "Why should there be any pressure? The stronger my brother becomes, the better it is for me. It's not like we're from the Hyuga clan." Yui Kurenai blinked, asking, "What's wrong with the Hyuga clan?" "Oh, you don't know?" Feng Ye briefly explained the matters concerning the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, leaving Yui Kurenai quite astonished. She glanced towards a figure in the corner of the classroom, silently thinking, "I didn't expect the prestigious Hyuga family to be like this." The person seated in the corner was Hyuga Hayashi, the nephew of the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, and a member of the branch family. As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, he harbored a sense of pride, looking down upon Feng Ye, who was often surrounded by girls and quite popular. His grades consistently ranked first or second in class, and the only person he considered a rival was Kakashi. In truth, he could have graduated early as well, but the elders of his family advised him against it, suggesting he should follow a steady training regimen, and thus he complied. Vaguely hearing Feng Ye mention the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi turned to glance in Feng Ye and Appo's direction, slightly frowning, though he couldn't discern what Feng Ye had said. Although he could not hear clearly, he could roughly guess that Feng Ye had brought up the Hyuga clan, causing his eyes to flicker momentarily. It seemed a bit too arrogant. While he was somewhat discontent with the attention Feng Ye received from the girls, he did not care much about that. Mentioning the Hyuga clan was an entirely different matter. Should he go and warn him after class? Hyuga Hayashi pondered. After all, Feng Ye was no Kakashi, in his view. Kakashi was the only one of similar age who could surpass him. Just as Hyuga Hayashi contemplated this, the last student completed the clone technique test. The Chunin instructor noted the final scores and announced, "Today's testing is concluded. Those who did not pass, Uchiha Obito, Aburame Tenten, and the rest of you, make sure to practice diligently after class. There is another mock test tomorrow, so be prepared. The formal promotion assessment is in 4 days. Those who fail will have to stay in school during the winter break for remedial lessons until they can pass." As the Chunin instructor and Appo's words echoed, many students in the class exhaled in relief. Those who had not passed, including Uchiha Obito, wore dark expressions. No one wanted to endure the embarrassment of winter break remedial classes. "That will be all for today. You may return home early," the Chunin instructor said, placing the score sheet into a folder. After organizing his materials, he addressed the students. Upon hearing the instructor's words, numerous students stood up, bowing to him. Once the instructor nodded and exited the classroom, they dispersed in a flurry, using the excuse of "I have something to attend to, so I will be leaving first." Feng Ye swiftly escaped from Yui Kurenai and Yamamoto Hana, returning home. Observing the early maturing girls, aged 8 and 9, vying for attention was quite amusing. Yet Feng Ye had more pressing matters at hand, namely, adapting to a triple speed state as swiftly as possible. The triple speed corresponded to a double speed, enhancing his velocity even further. After a simple dinner, Feng Ye retreated to the backyard, entering the triple speed state and beginning to train his punches against the specially designed wooden posts installed there. To facilitate his body's rapid growth, Feng Ye activated the speed enhancement not only during training, but also while sleeping. This accelerated cellular division and metabolism meant that while others experienced a day, it equated to nearly 2 for him. Thus, although he was 8 years old, due to nearly 2 years of accelerated training in his dreams, his actual physical age had reached 9. If he maintained the speed enhancement continuously, his growth could accelerate even further. However, remaining in that state was exceedingly dull. Attending lessons felt akin to playing at 0.5 times speed, with every inflection of the teacher's voice elongated, triggering his compulsions. Moreover, sustaining the speed enhancement required him to slow his speech and movements to appear normal, which was rather cumbersome, so he opted for a normal state while at school. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Ye's fist pounded relentlessly against the wooden post, producing a dull thud. The resilient wooden post bore clear indentations from his strikes. He was quite diligent in his physical training. This ability to accelerate time offered him 2 significant advantages. One was the capacity to attain a speed that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals during combat, and the other was the enhancement of his training speed, essentially extending his training time. While he trained in the accelerated time state, 3 hours of his practice translated to merely 1 hour in the external world, regardless of whether in a state of combat or cultivation. The acceleration of time seemingly enhances only speed. However, in truth, it encompasses strength as well. According to Newton's second law, force equals mass multiplied by acceleration. And this law applies equally in the world of Naruto. Feng Ye vaguely recalls a character from another realm once proclaiming, "Speed is power." Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? If, under the condition of time acceleration, speed could indeed reach that of light, the force of even a single strike could potentially bring about cataclysmic destruction. Shadow Clone Technique. After a brief adaptation to the tripled speed, Feng Ye ceased his movements, swiftly forming hand seals to execute the Shadow Clone Technique. Bang, bang. Amidst the billowing smoke, 2 identical Feng Yes appeared, one on the left and one on the right. The Shadow Clone Technique, renowned as the most formidable training aid, was not something Feng Ye could afford to overlook. He had acquired its training method from Kakashi long ago. Utilizing this technique within the confines of the academy would undoubtedly astonish his peers, for the Shadow Clone Technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, a full 3 tiers above the E-rank basic clone technique. Even some nin might struggle to wield it proficiently. Mastery of this technique alone would enable him to surpass the vast majority of students, allowing for an early graduation from the Ninja Academy. Whoosh, whoosh. Following the appearance of the 2 shadow clones, they darted towards either side of the courtyard. One clone seized a short blade resting on the left side of the yard. A kunai named White Fang, inherited from his father, Tsukumo Hitaki. Feng Ye had diligently practiced the legendary Hitaki swordsmanship, as it represents a fusion of physical techniques infused with chakra, perfectly suited to his accelerated state. Should he master this swordsmanship to the level of Konoha's White Fang, conquering the ninja world would be well within his grasp. And in a state of enhanced speed, he might even contend with those who surpassed the ranks of Hokage. The other shadow clone settled in a distant corner of the courtyard, gathering chakra in the palm of its hand, coalescing it into a spherical form. Yes, it was the Rasengan. The essence of the Rasengan lies in the transformation of chakra, and being a close combat technique, it harmonizes well with the ability to accelerate time. Most importantly, training in the Rasengan significantly enhances chakra control. Currently, Feng Ye had already surpassed the basics of tree climbing and water walking. To further refine his chakra control, practicing the Rasengan was undoubtedly an excellent approach, though his chakra reserves could not compare to Naruto and Appo's staggering amounts, resulting in a slower progress. After several months, he had only managed to complete half of it. In this accelerated state, he estimated that within a month, his body would develop to approximately the age of 10, which should barely meet the standards for training in the 8 gates. Feng Ye pondered his future direction while training. The 8 gates was crucial for him. Due to its significant side effects, beginning training at too young an age was inadvisable, thus he refrained from attempting to learn from Might Guy. Nevertheless, acquiring the training methods for the 8 gates remained essential, for despite the severe repercussions, its efficacy was indisputable. Feng Ye was acutely aware of his training's core objective, to enhance his abilities as comprehensively as possible, thereby allowing him to harness thrice or even quintuple strength in a state of time acceleration. After all, for him, the illusory clock and amp, Oppo's, effect was akin to A and amp, Oppo's, perpetual time manipulation and amp, Oppo's, with negligible side effects, a more advanced version of such abilities from the Holy Grail world. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow clone wielding the white fanged ninja continued to swing the chakra-infused blade on the eastern side of the courtyard. Although shadow clones could not benefit from the accelerated time, this did not hinder Feng Ye from utilizing them for training. He merely required the experience and proficiency of practicing Hataki swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the other shadow clone concentrated chakra into swirling strands, forming a hazy, luminous orb. After some time, both shadow clones exhausted their chakra, dissipating into white smoke. Feng Ye ceased his movements, feeling the experience and memories from the clones flood into his mind, which he quickly absorbed and integrated. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ye formed seals once more. Bang, bang. 2 more shadow clones emerged. Upon using the shadow clone technique for the second time, a bead of sweat formed on Feng Ye's brow. He could distinctly sense his chakra reserves dwindling. The quantity of chakra remained a pressing issue. Feng Ye sighed inwardly. The ability to deploy dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones for training, as Naruto could, was indeed extraordinary, an absurdity in its own right. After all, that was the capacity of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the power of the Nine Tails. Such vast chakra reserves were nearly impossible to replicate. After a brief interval of further training, the 2 clones once again transformed into wisps of white smoke. Feng Ye refrained from producing more clones, as his physical training had already consumed considerable energy. Utilizing the shadow clones twice, with 2 produced each time, was nearing his limit. 1377, 1378. Continuously executing side kicks against a designated wooden post, Feng Ye mentally counted until he felt his body begin to falter, prompting him to finally halt. Without deactivating the time acceleration, Feng Ye maintained this state and walked to a corner of the courtyard, slowly picking up a cup of water, taking a sip, and consuming a couple of biscuits. In the state of time acceleration, recovery was also expedited. If he kept the tripled acceleration active, each day would equivalently amount to 72 hours for Feng Ye, during which he would need to consume 9 meals and sleep 3 times. Whether it would be feasible to train while enduring broken bones or a fever of 49 degrees remained uncertain. But he could indeed manage over 25 hours of training each day. Feng Ye silently lamented. Just as he was about to resume his training, he suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up towards the outer wall of the courtyard. It seems you have developed a habit of not entering through the front door. A familiar figure appeared atop the outer wall, silver hair and masked visage unmistakably revealing Kakashi Hatake. No, I merely happened to return from that direction. Kakashi leapt down from the wall and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Standing side by side, the differences between Kakashi and Feng Ye became apparent. Kakashi's hair was slightly longer. He wore a mask, and his stature was noticeably smaller than Feng Ye's. Kakashi addressed Feng Ye. As you predicted, tensions between the villages have escalated. Recent missions have been focused on mutual sabotage and reconnaissance. I see. Feng Ye responded without surprise. After all, since his arrival in this world, aside from minor alterations during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had not significantly influenced the course of events. Given the prevailing trends, it was inevitable that the Third Great Ninja War would erupt the following year. Are you not planning to graduate? Remaining in the academy won't yield much further knowledge. Kakashi inquired, glancing at Feng Ye. Others might not realize, but he was acutely aware of his older brother's formidable prowess thus far. He had never managed to triumph in a duel against Feng Ye. It was noteworthy that he had already been promoted to Seichnin the previous year and had sought to challenge Feng Ye, yet he remained unable to best him. Feng Ye and Amp, Oppo's speed was almost unnaturally swift. Moreover, Feng Ye was not only powerful but also possessed a keen intellect, despite being merely a year older. His assessments of various situations often mirrored those of an adult. Feng Ye gazed at Kakashi and smiled, saying, "Indeed, there is little more to learn from my teacher. However, remaining at the academy grants ample time for personal cultivation. By the way, have you had the chance to practice the techniques I mentioned recently?" As Kakashi had already advanced to the Ch-Nin rank, he had access to a far greater array of ninjutsu than Feng Ye. Many of Feng Ye's skills had been acquired through Kakashi, and he had urged Kakashi to focus on 2 techniques in particular, the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates. The importance of the 8 Gates was self-evident, a technique that must be mastered at all costs. The Flying Thunder God technique, if mastered, would become a divine skill for self-preservation. Should he fail to master it, it would not matter greatly, as for someone who could manipulate time, the significance of spatial ninjutsu was somewhat diminished. Such techniques were contained within the Forbidden Scroll, not easily accessible. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Although he was now a Nin and had access to many techniques, including the Shadow Clone technique, the forbidden arts like the Flying Thunder God and the Eight Gates were not so readily available. There will be opportunities, Kakashi reassured him. Feng Ye was unconcerned. Once Kakashi became a Nin, access would be much easier. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that Kakashi had attained the Nin rank at the age of 12, and Feng Ye might surpass that age. After all, he would inevitably graduate next year, and the subsequent Ninja World War would leave no room for concealment. Faced with countless dangers, one must give their all. Kakashi shook his head, saying, "It's remarkable that you can endure it all." Following his father's suicide under the weight of the villagers' scorn, Kakashi had been profoundly affected, not wanting to be scrutinized by those same eyes. Thus, he revealed his exceptional talents. Graduating at 5 and becoming a Nin by 6, effectively silencing the odd glances. In stark contrast, Feng Ye adhered to the conventional path within the Ninja Academy, which drew much discussion throughout the village during that time. Kakashi was acutely aware that Feng Ye and Appo's strength surpassed his own. However, Feng Ye remained unfazed, disregarding the gossip entirely, and continued attending classes with calm composure, never once expressing a desire for early graduation. Feng Ye sighed, saying, "You still do not comprehend. The renowned Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who achieved great feats during the Second Ninja War, was truly driven to suicide by mere villagers over a single mission? Nonsense. In my previous life, I might have been uncertain, but having come to this world and witnessed the events unfold, I am fully aware that there were higher-ups in Konoha orchestrating this. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, never intervened in this matter. Otherwise, suppressing an incident of mission failure would have been a mere matter of words, especially since it was to save a comrade that led to the failure." Though Feng Ye could not ascertain the exact circumstances, he could deduce that Danzo had certainly meddled, as Tsukumo posed a threat to Danzo's position. Given his immense strength and accomplishments, barring any unforeseen events, Tsukumo could have succeeded the fourth Hokage. This may have been Danzo's motive for taking action. Since Tsukumo's death was inextricably linked to Danzo, both he and Kakashi existed under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Kakashi's extraordinary talent was acceptable alone. Even if Danzo wished to recruit him into Root, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely oppose it. However, if Feng Ye were to display remarkable talent as well, the situation would change. Understanding Danzo's character, Feng Ye knew he would concoct a myriad of reasons to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to allow one of them to join Root. Naturally, Feng Ye could never join Root. Kakashi was, after all, his brother, and he could not allow him to be indoctrinated by Danzo. "What do you understand?" Kakashi looked at Feng Ye, puzzled. Feng Ye shook his head, unwilling to explain these matters to Kakashi. At his current age, Kakashi was still too young, and his impulsive nature made it better for him not to know the darker side of Konoha. Nevertheless, it was about time. A contemplative expression crossed Feng Ye's face. The tension preceding the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War had already set in. Under such circumstances, revealing his strength would pose little risk. Danzo would not have the leisure to expand Root at this time, as he would undoubtedly be focused on other villages. The Third Ninja World War represented both a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi would likely ascend to Nin during the war, and so would Feng Ye. Once both had achieved the Nin rank and sufficient status, they could escape Danzo's shadow. Even after the war's conclusion, Danzo would have no grounds to maneuver the village's official Nin at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never permit it. As for considering further, it was not impossible to cultivate and surpass the Nin rank during the Third Ninja World War, potentially attaining strength comparable to that of a Kage, especially given his possession of the illusory clock, which granted him the power to manipulate time. Speaking of which, I wonder how your training has been progressing recently. Kakashi glanced at the wooden posts set up in the courtyard, then suddenly turned to Feng Ye, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Although he had yet to win against Feng Ye, he had never abandoned the thought of defeating him, especially after the recent battles that had significantly enhanced his strength. If Feng Ye were to neglect his training, perhaps this time he could best him. After all, since becoming a ninja, he had never been lazy, consistently striving to improve and experiencing countless battles, his strength continuously advancing. Feng Ye raised an eyebrow. He understood Kakashi's intent from the moment he began to speak. I too am eager to see how much you have improved. In the back mountains of Konoha, Kakashi, now a CH Nin, faced off against Feng Ye, whose strength surpassed that of the CH Nin rank. It was clear that they could not spar in the small courtyard, as it would be too confined. Are you ready? Kakashi stood in the open, holding a kunai in each hand, gazing intently at Feng Ye, his body slightly leaning forward as he entered a combat stance. Feng Ye remained still, gripping the chakra short blade, white fang, and calmly regarded Kakashi, saying, "Come." Whoosh. At the very moment Feng Ye's words fell, Kakashi's figure surged forward. The two kunai became mere afterimages, darting towards Feng Ye with relentless speed. Unhurried, Feng Ye wielded his chakra blade, deftly parrying Kakashi's onslaught. Clash. After several exchanges, Feng Ye's gaze flickered, and he swung his chakra blade downwards with force, shattering Kakashi's defense and scoring a direct hit across his chest. Kakashi's form instantly dissolved into smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. In the next moment, a voice emerged from behind Feng Ye, accompanied by a searing heat. As a massive fireball hurtled toward his back, unfazed, Feng Ye stepped firmly onto the ground and leaped away, narrowly evading the full force of the fireball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the following instant, 7 or 8 shurikens spiraled out from the fireball, engulfed in flames, completely sealing off Feng Ye's retreat. The proficient combination of ninjutsu and shuriken was impressive. Feng Ye smiled, and his short blade, white fang, transformed into a blur, exhibiting an eerie speed as it traced intricate lines in the air. The flaming shuriken were effortlessly deflected by Feng Ye in an instant. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously as he countered the shuriken, Kakashi emerged from the ground less than a meter behind Feng Ye, his kunai poised at Feng Ye's back, immobile against him. I win. A bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi and Appo's forehead, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. This was the first time he had triumphed over Feng Ye since their sparring began. However, at that very moment, Feng Ye turned his head, offering a faint smile as he said, "Do you truly believe that?" Boom. As his words fell, Feng Ye intentionally collided with Kakashi's kunai, and in an instant, his form transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. Kakashi stood there, momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his features. A shadow clone. How could this be? Before he could fully process it, a gust of wind rushed from behind him. Kakashi spun around, swinging his arm to defend, but still received a powerful kick to his side. The force was tremendous, causing him to stagger back several steps before he finally managed to regain his balance. Was that just a shadow clone? Kakashi regarded Feng Ye with incredulity. Throughout the encounter, he had not observed Feng Ye performing the shadow clone technique. Moreover, how could such a technique be executed so silently, without any indication? No, Feng Ye shook his head. That was merely a basic clone. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Impossible. Clones lack any offensive capability. How could they possibly deflect my fire-release shuriken? That was the body that blocked it. Feng Ye smiled faintly, replying, "You may not grasp it solely through words. See for yourself." As his words concluded, Feng Ye grasped the hilt of his white fang sword with one hand, while with the other, he executed 2 hand seals at a speed so incredible it appeared as a mere afterimage, almost instantaneous. Clone technique. Body replacement technique. This. Kakashi was momentarily rendered speechless. He, too, possessed knowledge of both techniques. They were fundamental skills taught in the Ninja Academy and should not be surprising. What truly astounded him was the speed at which Feng Ye formed the hand seals. Single-handed seals, and faster than the typical 2-handed seals. Although he had long recognized Feng Ye and Appo's remarkable speed, significantly surpassing his own, this time, the speed of Feng Ye and Appo's finger movements had become almost absurd. Defying what a normal human could achieve, nearly imperceptible. What is with your fingers? That speed is beyond human capability. Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide. Feng Ye was not surprised by Kakashi and Appo's reaction. After all, he had utilized a 3-fold speed. A 2-fold speed might still be considered within the realm of normalcy. But a 3-fold speed was entirely abnormal from an ordinary person's perspective, bordering on the grotesque. Who knows? Feng Ye shrugged, perhaps my motor skills are simply extraordinary. Kakashi regarded Feng Ye with a deadpan expression, as if to say, you must be joking. Even with extraordinary motor skills, such an exaggerated performance was implausible. I recall you were not this fast long ago. It seems you have accelerated significantly since about 2 years back. Kakashi reflected. recalling some bizarre instances he had witnessed with Feng Ye, frowning as he pondered. This situation is evidently abnormal, approaching the realm of bloodline limits. If you can grow even faster. Bloodline limit. This term was familiar to every ninja, as numerous bloodline limits existed within the world, with the most common being chakra nature transformation techniques like lava release and scorch release, along with others such as the Sharingan, Byakugan, and the Shikatsu Myaku. Feng Ye's exhibited speed was not particularly impressive in the presence of elite ninjas. However, the peculiarity of that speed suggested a disconnection from reality, as if he existed in a state of acceleration. The only plausible explanation was a bloodline limit. The Hitaki clan had historically inherited only the Hitaki sword techniques, without any bloodline limits. Yet there were numerous instances of ordinary ninjas awakening bloodline limits. The unique state exhibited by Feng Ye might not yet qualify as a bloodline limit. But should he accelerate further, it would undoubtedly be a special bloodline limit. Indeed, it seems that way, Feng Ye mused, considering the concept of the illusory clock. The bloodline limit was indeed a fitting explanation. The world of Naruto was filled with bizarre abilities, even possessing forbidden techniques like Izanagi. So a bloodline limit that enhanced speed would not be surprising. Kakashi observed Feng Ye deep in thought. If you believe so, then it must be true. However, I have no recollection of any records concerning such a bloodline limit, nor do I have similar impressions. Feng Ye stroked his chin and said, if there are no records, then I must be the first to awaken it. In that case, let us call it Demon's Bloodline. Demon release, huh? Kakashi remarked. That inhuman speed does indeed resemble something spectral, fitting the image well. Inwardly, Feng Ye silently retorted, I was actually thinking of demonic. Regardless, whether spectral or demonic, these were merely FA-aids. If this ability were to be regarded as a bloodline limit, it should be termed time bloodline. Yet, that feels rather unfair. Kakashi looked at Feng Ye with an expression akin to that of a dead fish, stating, no wonder I have never managed to defeat you. Utilizing a bloodline limit could be considered cheating. Feng Ye chuckled. When has it ever been deemed cheating for a ninja to battle using their bloodline limits? However, since you mention it, I shall refrain from using this ability for our next match. Kakashi was indeed a genius, despite sharing the bloodline of the White Fang of Konoha. Feng Ye's talent in ninjutsu did not surpass Kakashi's. However, this did not prevent him from being stronger than Kakashi, as he had dedicated significantly more time to training. The effects of accelerated time manifested not only in battle but also in training. Since his arrival in this world, Feng Ye's training duration had been at least double that of Kakashi. No, perhaps not. Kakashi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Bloodline limits were inherent abilities of ninjas and could not be classified as cheating. Even if he were to defeat Feng Ye without utilizing his bloodline limit, it would not be particularly noteworthy. There had never been a precedent in the ninja world that forbade the use of bloodline limits. Yet even with a bloodline limit, it did not guarantee perpetual superiority over me. A careless moment could lead to my surpassing him. Kakashi regarded Feng Ye without displaying any signs of defeat. As in the ninja world, bloodline limits were not synonymous with invincibility. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had no bloodline limit, yet his reputation resonated throughout the ninja realm. And he was even regarded by Konoha and Appos as ninjas as the strongest among the 5 Kage. Then I shall await your surpassing me. Feng Ye smiled, reaching out to pat Kakashi and Appos' head, only for Kakashi to frown and evade. Just as Kakashi was about to retort against Feng Ye and Appos' juvenile gesture, a vibrant voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Ah, Kakashi, is that you? I've been searching for you for ages. Feng Ye turned to see a boy clad in a green jumpsuit bursting forth from the underbrush. His identity unmistakable. Might Guy. Without a moment and Appos' hesitation, Guy disregarded Feng Ye and leaped toward Kakashi, executing a powerful taijutsu whip kick. Let us determine the victor, Kakashi. Here comes the Leaf Hurricane. Kakashi shot a dispassionate glance at Might Guy, his expression one of exasperation as he raised his arm to defend and retaliated with a horizontal kick. Might Guy met Kakashi and Appos' counterattack, feeling an inexhaustible vitality surge within him. This time, I will definitely win, Kakashi. Prepare yourself. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Might Guy and Kakashi were locked in fierce combat. As in the original narrative, Might Guy had regarded Kakashi as his rival since their school days, continuously striving to challenge him. As Feng Ye observed the intense clash between Might Guy and Kakashi, he shrugged and leaped up to a nearby tree, watching nonchalantly. Having mastered the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, Might Guy's talent in taijutsu was beyond question. However, at present, He had yet to learn the 8 gates of Biryaku. While he could overpower Kakashi in pure physical combat, the moment Kakashi employed ninjutsu or other techniques, the outcome would be immediately apparent. Crackle! Crackle! After being defeated by Feng Ye, Kakashi was in a foul mood. Thus, after exchanging a few blows with Might Guy, he unleashed a lightning-style jutsu, sending Might Guy flying backward with a cry, his hair standing on end, emitting a burnt smell. Damn it! Might Guy lay a short distance away. Aware he had been defeated again, yet he refused to concede. With smoke billowing from his mouth, he declared, "Next time, I will win." Kakashi crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head at Might Guy. "You might as well give up now. The prospect of you defeating me is even less reliable than Feng Ye defeating me." "Thank you for your encouragement," Might Guy responded, climbing up from the ground and giving Kakashi a thumbs up. However, he paused slightly, recalling Kakashi and Appo's words. He blinked and asked, "Kakashi, what did you just say?" "Nothing really." Kakashi shook his head. Might Guy furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Feng Ye, who sat perched on a distant treetop. Kakashi's words seemed to imply he couldn't defeat Feng Ye. Although Feng Ye was Kakashi's elder brother, Might Guy had never contemplated a comparison of strength between them, as there was no basis for such a comparison. After all, Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6, while Feng Ye merely ranked among the top of his class. I must have misheard. Might Guy reasoned that Kakashi meant it would be less reliable for him to defeat Kakashi than for Feng Ye to do so. After a moment of reflection, Might Guy and Appo's furrowed brows relaxed. Whoosh! Feng Ye leapt down from the tree, addressing Kakashi and Might Guy. "Are you planning to continue training, or shall we eat something first?" Given that Might Guy frequently challenged Kakashi and often trained alongside him, Feng Ye and Might Guy had become somewhat acquainted. Despite the peculiar attention the eccentric father-son duo of Might Guy and Might Due attracted, Feng Ye bore no inclination to ridicule them. One unleashed the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Biryaku, scattering the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, instilling psychological trauma in those fortunate enough to survive, like Suigetsu and others. The other, needless to say, had nearly kicked Kagaya out of her coffin lid while brutally defeating 6 paths of Edo. The most embarrassing part was that he had always harbored designs on mastering the 8 gates of Biryaku. That said, the 8 gates of Biryaku technique is neither overly difficult nor overly simple. Its initiation is achievable by nearly any ninja and is one of the most straightforward and brutal forms of taijutsu. Yet, to cultivate it to its utmost requires years of almost hellish training. It is precisely for this reason that only individuals like Might Guy and Might Due can endure the tedium of mastering this arduous technique to perfection. Having just lost to Kakashi, I shall complete 3,000 squats before eating. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Might Guy immediately began performing squats in the training ground, entirely disregarding Kakashi and Appo's incredulous gaze. However, seeing Might Guy so fervently immersed in training, Kakashi shook his head and told Feng Ye, "I and Appo's am not hungry yet. I will continue training." He was not influenced by Might Guy, but rather spurred on by Feng Ye, as Feng Ye and Appo's bloodline limit set a considerable distance between them. Kakashi realized that without relentless training, he would likely fall further behind, a prospect he could not accept. "Fine, I and Appo's. I'll go eat first while you train." Feng Ye was indifferent. His daily schedule could not align with that of an average person due to his time acceleration ability, necessitating at least 5 meals a day. His actual training time likely exceeded the combined total of both Might Guy's and Kakashi's. In the Hokage's office, a recent document detailing Kakashi's tasks and actions lay on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Kakashi had already clashed with new teams for the 3rd time, resulting in strained relations that hindered normal mission execution. Tobarama, leaning on his cane, stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk and said solemnly, "It seems you cannot find a suitable position for that child, Hiruzen. If so, why not entrust him to me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, glanced at Tobarama and replied, "You wish to mold Shaka's child into an emotionless tool?" Tobarama replied with a stoic expression, "Leave his training to me. He will not make the same mistakes as Shaku. He will become a superior ninja, surpassing Shaku." Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, rising from his seat. "Do not tell me you came specifically to discuss this matter, Tobarama." Tobarama scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment and said, "No, I merely happened to hear about Kakashi and Appo's situation. I came to inquire about your stance on the village hidden in the mist. Are you prepared for war, or?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He rose, walked to the window, gazing into the distant sky. After a brief pause, he spoke gravely, "We shall take some deterrent measures. Their recent provocations have gone too far. I entrust this matter to you. Understood. Tobirama nodded, exiting the office and adding, Hiruzen, do not squander that child and Appo's talent. As for the two sons of Hitaki Shaku, Feng Ye was of lesser concern, but Kakashi and Appo's displayed talent piqued his interest. Otherwise, Hiwuden and Appo's have mentioned it. However, if Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed, he lacked the time to address such matters specifically. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from responding. Turning his gaze towards the direction Tobirama had departed, he shook his head, the figure of Hitaki Shaku emerging in his mind, and sighed. Shaku's death profoundly impacted Konoha. The frequent provocations by various ninja villages were partly due to Konoha and Appo's loss of the formidable and Appo's White Fang, and Appo's Kakashi, too, had been affected by Shaku and Appo's demise. No matter which team he was assigned to, conflicts with his seniors arose, and after more than 2 years since graduation, he had yet to be placed in a suitable team. Tobirama and Appo's suggestion was not without merit. Your child is an exceptional ninja, Shaku, but he is somewhat too naive in dealing with matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Hitaki Shaku's 2 children, Feng Ye and Kakashi. If Feng Ye could be deemed excellent, then Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius, seemingly inheriting Shaku's talent, perhaps destined to become the next Konoha's White Fang. How to allocate Kakashi was a pressing issue. To date, he had arranged several teams for Kakashi, yet each time, Kakashi would soon return to him after creating turmoil. Entrusting Kakashi to Tobirama was not a viable option. Although the roots were indeed well suited for Kakashi, to proceed in such a manner would dishonor the deceased Shumo. In life, Shumo had been at odds with Danzo, and he would never have wished to witness his son being molded into an instrument by the roots. After contemplating numerous thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately reached a decision and quietly called out to the empty rooftop, "Summon Minato to me." It was difficult for an ordinary jonin to keep Kakashi in check, and the few potential candidates he had considered were incompatible with Kakashi. Thus, the only remaining option was the esteemed Namikaze Minato. Following Shumo and Appo's demise, the most fitting successor to the 4th Hokage in the village was undoubtedly one of the legendary Sannin. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade had no aspirations to assume the Hokage title. Instead, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato, was an excellent choice. If Minato were to inherit the title of 4th Hokage, he would indeed need to foster some of his own direct disciples, making it quite appropriate for him to mentor the prodigious Kakashi. Understood, the Umbu on the rooftop replied and swiftly vanished from sight. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat, took a drag from his cigarette, and shook his head, muttering, I never anticipated that I would have to trouble Minato in the end. Given the tense situation in the ninja world, many areas required Minato and Appo's presence. He had considered Minato early on, but had hesitated in making a decision, only to return to him after much deliberation. He felt no apprehension in entrusting Kakashi to Minato, for Minato was his preferred candidate to succeed as the 4th Hokage, and mentoring a gifted youth was merely child's play. As he pondered, Hiruzen pulled out a document detailing the information of the current students from the Ninja Academy, arranged by their proximity to Kakashi. At the top was the personal information of Kid-Yuru, but Hiruzen merely glanced at it before setting it aside. It would be inappropriate to place brothers in the same team, especially considering that Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage. If Kid possessed talents akin to Kakashi's, he might disregard this for the sake of nurturing the next generation's elite. However, he had to take into account the sentiments within the village. Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen made his choice. First, he would assign Uchiha Obito to Minato, ensuring that the Uchiha clan would harbor no significant opposition to Minato and Appo's succession. Lastly, he would select a child from a civilian background. Might Guy was disqualified as a male, leaving Noira Rin as an ideal candidate, achieving balance from all perspectives. With his choices made, Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled softly. The esteemed Hokage found himself mulling over the placement of a single ninja and even intervening in the class assignments for next year and Appo's graduating students. Nevertheless, Kakashi's prodigious talent warranted such attention, and with Minato at the helm, he felt assured that the selections would be sound. Problems were unlikely to arise. Having resolved Kakashi's placement, Hiruzen lost interest in the other students and returned the documents concerning Kid and others to their place, casting them aside. He hoped that Danzo's actions would stabilize the situation in the Mist Village. Gazing up at the ceiling, he exhaled a plume of smoke. His true concern lay with the state of the ninja world. where friction between the great ninja villages was incessant, predominantly centered around Konohagakure. The root of this tension was clear. The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation, and Konoha had emerged victorious in the Second Ninja World War, reaping substantial benefits. This was the reason various villages had turned their eyes toward Konoha. Yet, he could not afford to yield in matters of interest. In the realm of ninjas, yielding once would lead to further concessions. Only through a resolute stance against external covetousness could peace be maintained, a truth Hiruzen understood all too well. Thus, if the situation could not be restored to stability, and a third ninja world war were to erupt, Konoha would have to confront it with all its might, letting the conflict speak for itself. With this thought, a glint of cold determination flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Having secured vast resources from the Second War, Konoha and Appo's foundational strength remained solid and formidable. Although they had lost the legendary Konoha White Fang, his disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had matured into formidable ninjas. And rising stars like Minato were also emerging. Should war ensue, Konoha would not cower before the other villages. At the Ninja Academy, the morning classes had yet to commence. And the playground was abuzz with commotion. Numerous boys of varying heights gathered there, and at the center of the crowd, a brawl was in full swing. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A boy formed hand seals and unleashed a small flame, startling his opponents, who erupted into laughter at his feeble display. Is that even ninjutsu? Hit him. Approximately 7 or 8 boys were engaged in a chaotic scuffle, seemingly all from the lower grades, lacking any real ninjutsu skills and resorting to simple fisticuffs. Among them, 2 slightly older boys exhibited a semblance of combat skill, even demonstrating the shadow clone technique and other basic jutsu. The onlookers cheered and jeered, creating a disordered scene, as no Chunin instructors were present to intervene at this early hour. What are you watching? Kiduru appeared at a distance, glancing at the chaos before stepping closer and tapping the shoulder of one figure at the edge of the crowd. Yuhi Kurenai was startled and turned to see Kid. Visibly relieved, "Good morning, Kid." "Morning," Kid replied with a smile. "Let us head to the classroom." He had little interest in watching the children fight. Kurenai cast a glance at the center of the brawl, hesitating slightly. Kid turned to her. Kurenai, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted, "You was over there. It seems he's getting beaten up." "You?" Kid inquired, pointing out one of the boys in the fray, "That's Yuhiyu, my uncle's cousin." "Never heard of him." Kid shrugged, showing no interest in a character he barely recognized. "Boys fighting is perfectly normal. You girls should stay out of it. Besides, the Chunin instructors are surely watching, so there's nothing to worry about." But Kurenai felt conflicted. It seemed wrong to ignore it, yet she lacked justification to intervene. Noticing her dilemma, Kid rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and formed a simple hand seal, lightly pressing his hand to the ground. "Earth style. Earthquake technique." Wait. Kurenai gasped, initially surprised by Kid's actions, but soon felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, stabilizing herself with ease. However, the crowd on the playground swayed chaotically, and the boys in the midst of the brawl were jolted apart by the sudden quake. "Kid, you." Kurenai steadied herself, but before she could finish, Kid placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and smiled softly. "All right, this should prevent any further fighting. Let us go." The numerous students, now thrown into confusion, were momentarily bewildered, believing an earthquake had occurred, disrupting the previous chaos entirely. However, not all students were caught up in the tumult. Amidst the throng, a student furrowed his brow as he cast a glance towards the direction of Kiduru, evidently having discerned that the recent tremor was a jutsu unleashed by him. "What chaos?" The youth shook his head. He appeared to be slightly younger than Kakashi, garbed in attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Although he blended into the crowd, his name resonated with renown, Uchiha Shursui. In stark contrast to Uchiha Obito, Shursui was a prodigy nearly on par with Uchiha Itachi. Even before awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, he had carved a formidable reputation on the battlefield of the mist, and upon opening his eyes, he acquired the legendary Jinjutsu, Kodo Wamatsukami. Not only Shursui and Yuhi Kurenai noted Kiduru's use of the Doton technique, but also Noera Rin, who had been attentively observing from the playground. "Kid, you were quite reckless." Rin approached from a distance, mumbling towards Kid. "However, you are impressive. That Doton technique seems to be a C-rank ninjutsu." Unaware that Rin was present, Kid gestured for her to lower her voice with a smile, saying, "I learned it from Kakashi, just a little trick." Uchiha Shursui observed the unfolding scene, smirking slightly, and had no intention of intervening. He turned to leave, but just a few steps away, he halted. Not far off, a boy clad in the Uchiha clan and Appo's garb, sporting goggles, stood before Keed, raising a fist in challenge. Hey, Keed, let's settle this. The challenger was Uchiha Obito. Today, he had been fortunate enough to arrive at school without incident, only to find Keed and Rin laughing and talking together, which ignited a flare of frustration within him. Noticing the combative atmosphere on the playground, Obito clenched his fists in indignation and approached. Bored, Keed glanced at Obito. He had no interest in the pre-darkness version of Obito, who, despite being a good-hearted youth, did not warrant Keed's disdain. Damn it. Stop right there. However, seeing Keed remain unresponsive only fueled Obito and Appo's impatience, prompting him to leap in front of Keed. Whoosh. Obito charged in with a clumsy attack. Keed sidestepped the oncoming strike, and lightly grasped Obito's shoulder, effortlessly throwing him off balance, causing him to spin awkwardly through the air before crashing down. Witnessing this, Rin covered her forehead in exasperation. Yui Kurenai was momentarily speechless. Was Obito truly of the Uchiha clan? The disparity was rather stark. In her recollection, adults spoke of the Uchiha clan with reverence, their members universally recognized as geniuses, consistently ranking at the top of their classes. Yet, Obito's performance was a stark contrast. Just as Kurenai's words faded, another voice interjected from the side. I cannot simply overlook such remarks. Uchiha Shisui had approached unnoticed, addressing Kurenai with a calm demeanor. While he shared the Uchiha lineage with Obito, he was not particularly concerned about familial ties, yet he could not disregard the implications regarding the Uchiha clan's reputation. You are. Kurenai blinked in surprise. Uchiha Shisui. The name echoed throughout the Ninja Academy, synonymous with excellence across all subjects, having recently triumphed over a lower-ranking ninja. Such prowess undoubtedly positioned him for early graduation, with many considering Shisui the only talent of this generation to rival Kakashi and Appo's brilliance. Noticing the commotion, he turned his head towards Shisui and immediately recognized him, tilting his head and remarking, Red likely did not intend to undermine the Uchiha clan and Appo's esteemed reputation. After all, to question a prestigious lineage based solely on personal opinion seems rather narrow-minded. The Uchiha clan is indeed replete with talent. Upon hearing Keed and Appo's words, Shisui and Appo's expression softened slightly. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in Keed's affairs, seeking to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, he felt compelled to address Kurenai's slightly overstepping remarks. Yet, in the next moment, Shisui and Appo's pupils dilated in shock as a hand silently settled upon his shoulder, rendering his body momentarily rigid. The hand belonged to Keed. How could this be? Shisui's eyes widened in disbelief. Keed offered him an innocuous smile, retracting his hand without a word and strolling towards the classroom, while the figure conversing with Shisui dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A clone. Keed had left a shadow clone behind, while his true self had swiftly moved to Shisui and Appo's side. As a prodigy, Shisui comprehended the situation in an instant, yet even with this understanding, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Shadow clone jutsu and body flicker technique. How could he move so swiftly? Keed's body transforming into a clone while appearing beside him was astonishingly rapid. This implied that had they been in combat, he would have been instantaneously defeated without even grasping the situation. Kurenai and Rin were momentarily stunned as well. They were unable to process how Keed had managed to leave a clone behind, while his true form had instantaneously appeared next to Uchiha Shisui. The two exchanged glances, witnessing the shock reflected in each other and Appo's eyes. Once they regained their composure, they glanced back at the still stunned Shisui before hastily pursuing Keed and Appo's departing figure. Shisui inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart, turning to gaze at Keed's vanishing form, his eyes still betraying a hint of disbelief. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was universally acknowledged. In contrast, Keed had been branded with labels such as mediocre and unremarkable. In this moment, Shisui yearned to retort with a single word, blindness. Though he was unaware of Kakashi's true strength, based solely on Keed's recent display, Shisui was confident that Keed was not significantly inferior to Kakashi, perhaps even stronger. Phew, such power could not have been acquired overnight. That individual had been concealing his abilities, never once showcasing his exceptional talent, remaining unshaken despite the criticism. Shisui murmured to himself. At that moment, his assessment of Keed was terrifying. Compared to the impetuous Kakashi, Keed was not only endowed with formidable strength, but also possessed a temperament that was calm, reserved, and mature. Such a person undoubtedly surpassed Kakashi in prowess. Shui took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the title genius he bore becoming increasingly burdensome. In his youth, Uchiha Shui should not have been inferior to Itachi, though it remained unclear when he awakened his Manjiki and acquired the Kotoamatsukami ability. Back in the classroom, he'd stroked his chin in contemplation. As one of the prodigies in the original narrative, Uchiha Shui had displayed a rather haughty attitude towards Kurenai, prompting Ki to employ a bit of trickery to gauge whether this future body flicker Shui could respond, yet it appeared he still fell short. After Feng Ye entered the classroom, the others, including Sunset Red, hurried in and promptly took a seat beside him, unable to refrain from speaking. Although the specifics of the situation were unclear, it seemed that Feng Ye had startled Uchiha Shui earlier, who had visibly stiffened in both demeanor and gaze. I merely exchanged greetings with Uchiha Shui. There is no need to pay it any mind, Feng Ye said with a smile, given that the tense atmosphere preceding the Third Great Ninja War was palpable. Revealing a modicum of strength was hardly a concern. Sunset Red gazed at Feng Ye with wide eyes. But he was clearly frightened by you, she exclaimed. Feng Ye retrieved his textbook and placed it on the desk, contemplating. Well, perhaps so. After all, I possess a couple of years more experience in ninjutsu than he does. Despite the nonchalant tone of Feng Ye's words, Sunset Red understood that the earlier incident was far from trivial. Uchiha Shui was a renowned genius throughout the school. To intimidate him was certainly something to boast about. Yet, Feng Ye appeared utterly unfazed, engaging in light-hearted conversation as if nothing had transpired, which only deepened Sunset Red's admiration for him. In contrast to other boys who flaunted their achievements at the slightest opportunity, Feng Ye's charm was decidedly captivating. Noticing Sunset Red's gaze, Feng Ye sighed inwardly. Her expression seemed to suggest that she was already contemplating a future with him. Perhaps he should temper his demeanor a bit. However, he felt he had done anything particularly outrageous. Ah, youth was indeed wonderful. Feng Ye yearned to immerse himself in the carefree life of a ninja school student in the world of Naruto, to relish the unburdened, sunlit days of his youth. This had been his intention from the beginning. Yet, he lamented the impossibility of this dream. No matter how intentionally he tried to forget, thoughts of the Third Great Ninja War, the Kyuubi invasion, and Pain's destruction of Konoha would occasionally resurface. This was a perilous world, one where peace could only be cherished through sufficient strength. Leaning back in his chair, Feng Ye gazed out the window and murmured, "How wonderful it would be if this were a slice of life world." Sunset Red tilted her head and inquired, "Did you say something, Feng Ye?" "No, just lost in thought," he replied, shaking his head, then chuckling softly. Even if he were to traverse into a world akin to that of Kaguya from a certain anime, various pressures would still propel him forward, unless one were born at the pinnacle of power, to possess the ability of time manipulation and arrive in this world. Especially before the tumult of the Third Great Ninja War in relatively peaceful Konoha was already a moderate difficulty start. If he had landed in the Bloody Mist Village, where students had to engage in life and death battles, even killing comrades, and without the ability of time manipulation, it would undoubtedly be a hellish ordeal. As he contemplated these matters, Feng Ye awaited today's test while refining the chakra flowing within him. The training method for the 8 gates technique shouldn't be overly complicated, Feng Ye mused. Manipulating the chakra within his body, attempting to explore the specific locations corresponding to the 8 gates as per his memories. He wanted to see if he could independently uncover the training method for this forbidden technique. The true difficulty of this technique lay in the gradual progression through each gate, requiring years of accumulation rather than the initial development. Otherwise, Might Gao would never have discovered it. In simpler terms, the 8 gates technique resembled the repetitive act of writing a character. With perseverance and determination, one could master it through countless repetitions. In contrast, techniques like the Reaper Death Seal or Flying Thunder God were akin to world-class mathematical conjectures. Without innate talent, they were utterly unattainable. While the 8 gates were relatively simple to initiate, even a genin could develop this physical technique. It was not something Feng Ye could fully deduce in a brief moment. He had identified the 8 corresponding locations within his body, but understanding how to exercise and control their opening and closing was the crux of the 8 gates technique. Practice and experimentation were still required, Feng Ye pondered. He considered whether to take a shortcut from Might Guy, reasoning that consulting him would be the most prudent course of action, as even the most straightforward and blunt methods could harbor risks during development. The morning test involved a comprehensive assessment of physical techniques, including tree climbing and weighted running, which posed no challenge to the students of the Ninja Academy. Even Obito managed to pass with ease. After the test concluded, Feng Ye returned home. After a brief organization and a meal, he set out again, searching for Might Guy and Might Dai within Konoha. Unfortunately, it seemed that Might Dai was on a mission, leaving only Might Guy training alone in his usual spot. Unable to find Might Dai, Feng Ye didn't rush but returned to his residence, picked up his chakra blade, White Fang, and made his way to the mountains behind the village. This time should be sufficient. Upon reaching his usual training ground, Feng Ye gripped the chakra blade tightly, inhaled deeply, and began training with his main body instead of using shadow clones. After his recent battle with Kakashi, he felt he was on the verge of grasping the nuances of chakra flow. The legendary Konoha White Fang's technique comprised 2 stages. The essence of the first stage was mastering chakra flow. Chakra flow refers to the ability to channel chakra from within and envelop it around a weapon, enhancing its sharpness and attack power. Once this ability is mastered, the potency of the technique would surge dramatically. The core of the second stage involves an advanced form of chakra flow, the transformation of chakra as form. This allows the flowing chakra to solidify, taking on a sharp shape, further amplifying the technique's power during its execution, regardless of a practitioner's initial strength. Mastering the first stage guarantees a level of strength equivalent to a Chunin, while mastering the second stage ensures one achieves Jonin-level prowess. Ascending beyond that depends on individual talent, though one might consider the need to fully master the technique before being deemed a Jonin as a sign of simplicity. It should be noted that few techniques surpass the prowess of the White Fang's technique. Most that do are classified as forbidden or secret-level techniques, such as the Flying Thunder God, which are beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Feng Ye had never slacked in his training of the White Fang technique, as it inherently required an exceptional level of chakra manipulation, and it harmonized well with most physical techniques. Even in the state of the 8 gates or sage mode, one could still effectively employ the technique. With fervent determination, Feng Ye continued to wield the blade, a shimmering white glow beginning to envelop White Fang. As he swung the blade, it vibrated, leaving behind a series of arcs in the air. This training persisted for several hours until Feng Ye finally paused. After returning to the village for a meal, he resumed his training at the same spot. 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours in a state of triple time acceleration. Feng Ye relentlessly practiced the foundational exercises of the White Fang technique, merging the previously unfamiliar chakra flow into his routine. As time progressed, his movements became smoother. The clumsiness gradually transformed into familiarity, until, at a certain moment, Feng Ye suddenly executed a strike, feeling the chakra coursing along the blade perfectly aligned with the direction of the slash. He halted, a glimmer of realization sparking in his eyes. This is it. He carefully reflected on the state he had just experienced, then swung forward again, achieving yet another flawless strike. After countless attempts, Feng Ye finally exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling his body relax slightly upon confirming that his proficiency had reached the required standard. He had successfully completed the first stage of the Flagwood Sword technique. Curious about its power, Feng Ye composed himself and approached a wooden post. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he stepped forward and swiftly swung the chakra short knife in his hand, a white light slicing through the air. Swoosh! The wooden post, approximately the thickness of a person's embrace, was effortlessly penetrated by Feng Ye's strike, akin to tofu, and half of it silently fell away to the right. Indeed formidable. With the addition of the chakra knife, White Fang, against an opponent who has yet to master chakra flow, he could effectively sever their kunai. Observing the might of his blow, Feng Ye murmured a soft appraisal. The authenticity of White Fang was unquestionable. With the completion of the first stage of the Flagwood Sword technique, he indeed possessed the strength of a Chunin, potentially even gaining the upper hand against ordinary Chunins. Feng Ye had long since attained Chunin-level strength through ninjutsu and taijutsu, and with the mastery of the first stage of the Flagwood Sword technique, he could now be considered an elite Chunin even in his normal state. Next was the double-speed state. After taking a breath, a glint of light flickered in his eyes. The earlier strike that severed a corner of the wooden post was executed in his normal state, undoubtedly in the double-speed state. The Flagwood Sword technique would unleash even greater power. Silently, Feng Ye entered the triple-speed state. If observed from a distance, one would see Feng Ye seemingly entering a bizarre fast-forward state, with every motion, including his breathing frequency, appearing abnormal. In this state, he grasped the chakra knife, White Fang, releasing the flow of chakra before suddenly cleaving towards the wooden post. Swoosh! In the triple-speed state, the strike was so swift that it left afterimages. In the blink of an eye, one could see a white arc, resembling a beam of light, flash by, and directly penetrate the thick wooden post. A flicker of shock crossed Feng Ye's eyes. In the accelerated time state, the range of his strike had remarkably extended beyond the blade's edge, achieving a nearly 1-foot-long cut. This was the capability of the second stage of the flagwood sword technique. Suppressing his astonishment, Feng Ye circled around to the back of the post, clearly observing a line that split the wooden post in two and left a mark on the ground. While the power might not quite match that of a genuine second-stage flagwood sword technique, the reliance on chakra flow and the technique in the time-accelerated state indeed allowed for an extended cutting range. After a deep breath, Feng Ye established a clearer understanding of his power level. Special Jonin. A special Jonin adept in speed, against those who excelled in genjutsu or possessed forbidden techniques. It might be uncertain, but against ordinary chunins or even elite chunins, his overwhelming speed was sufficient to eliminate opponents in a mere instant. Moreover, the strength of speed lies in its minimal fear of facing multiple adversaries. Typically, a special Jonin skilled in genjutsu or who mastered certain forbidden techniques might struggle against 3 or 4 elite chunins working in unison, but for him, even if he could not swiftly eliminate his foes, his speed would allow for seamless entry and exit in combat. The elevation in strength undeniably brought joy. However, this elation did not last long, as Feng Ye gradually calmed himself, fully aware that despite holding the title of and Appos, Jonin, and Appos, a special Jonin occupied a rather awkward position. Due to an unbalanced skill set, he fell short of the true Jonin level, resulting in a significantly lower self-preservation ability in combat compared to genuine Jonin. Still lacking in endurance, Feng Ye pondered. Without the Uzumaki clan and Appos, as physique and lacking the seal of a tailed beast, his current chakra capacity merely reached the elite Chunin level, leaving a considerable gap to the Jonin tier. Not to mention stamina, how much endurance could a 10-year-old body possess? In the accelerated time state, stamina would also deplete rapidly. If he were to learn the 8 gates technique, he would truly become a 5-second man. Feng Ye sighed at this thought. Until he obtains the sage body, his stamina and chakra would likely remain his weak points, and the sage body was beyond his current considerations. However, upon reflection, as long as the power he could unleash in a fleeting moment was sufficiently immense, the lack of endurance might not matter. Akin to the legendary Minato Namikaze, who could effortlessly slay 50 Jonins in an instant. It seems my future combat style will revolve around resolving battles in a flash, Feng Ye silently remarked. Regardless of whether endurance remained a shortcoming, he still needed to train in the 8 gates technique. With the combination of the 8 gates and the time-accelerated state, he would truly possess the capability to resolve battles at light speed. As long as his speed reached its peak, what did a lack of stamina matter? The duration of combat would be exceedingly brief. Currently, in his normal state, he should not be inferior to elite Chunins. In a triple speed state, he could be considered a special Jonin. To advance further, 3 directions lay before him. Feng Ye contemplated. The first enhancement direction was the most conventional approach, to diligently train in taijutsu, refine his chakra, and utilize the time acceleration to foster faster bodily growth. By the time his body matured to around 12 or 13 years of age, he should possess the chakra and taijutsu of a Jonin level. If he were to learn a standard Jonin-level ninjutsu, he would then embody the quintessential Jonin in his normal state. The second direction of improvement involved continuing the practice of the flagwood sword technique. Should he succeed in mastering the second stage, even with deficiencies in chakra and taijutsu, he could still wield the power of White Fang to attain Jonin-level strength. Lastly, the third enhancement direction was the 8 gates technique. It would be best to pursue all 3 directions concurrently, Feng Ye concluded. For an ordinary individual, focusing on one enhancement direction would be the most prudent course of action, as they lack sufficient time to pursue 3 paths simultaneously, which could lead to a dilution of expertise and ultimately result in mediocrity. However, he was different. With the ability to accelerate time, he had ample opportunity for training. In the future, as the capabilities of the illusory clock continued to improve, perhaps he could even achieve quadruple or quintuple speed. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to traverse all 3 paths. Setting a modest goal, he resolved to become a Jonin within 6 months. Feng Ye clenched his fist and inhaled deeply. A Jonin. Here, and Appos, Jonin and Appos, referred to possessing Jonin-level strength in a normal state. With such strength, he could potentially emulate Minato Namikaze, effortlessly dispatching Jonins in the states of triple, quadruple, or even quintuple speed. Only by reaching such a level could he ensure a degree of self-preservation during the impending Third Shinobi World War, avoiding a swift demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Departing from his training grounds, Feng Ye returned to the village. The vigilance had tightened a notch. Compared to the previous days, there were noticeably more patrolling ninjas on the streets today, and their frequency of patrols had increased as well. This was merely the visible aspect. In the shadows, the Konoha Umbu, the inspection force directly under Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was likely keeping a close watch on every corner of the village, searching for potential spies from enemy villages infiltrating their territory. Feng Ye sensed a gaze upon him, scrutinizing him intently. Only after confirming there was no cause for concern did the feeling of being observed gradually dissipate. Such covert surveillance was undeniably unpleasant, however. During the tense prelude to the Ninja World War, it was an unavoidable reality as each village dispatched spies to extract intelligence. Due to the accelerated consumption of resources during training, the supplies in his refrigerator were dwindling rapidly, necessitating replenishment every couple of days. Thus, Feng Ye made his way toward the marketplace to procure more provisions. After walking a short distance, a somewhat familiar voice emanated from the adjacent meat shop. Feng Ye glanced over to see a recognizable figure standing before the shopkeeper, bag in hand, glaring intently. What? Beef prices have surged to 450 Rio. This is outrageous. Mado Dai exclaimed, unable to accept the exorbitant cost. The shopkeeper, hands raised in resignation, replied, the purchase price is already exceedingly high. I'm not trying to profit unfairly. Influenced by the tense atmosphere in the ninja world, prices had inevitably begun to rise. Though Konohagakure remained relatively stable, the channels for acquiring supplies had tightened. And due to fears of ambushes by enemy ninja, many bulk shipments required ninja escorts, further straining resources. Too expensive. Mado Dai scratched his head, feeling a pang of frustration. As a low-ranking ninja, his opportunities for undertaking missions were limited, especially since he struggled to find teammates, making the rising prices a harsh reality for him. Yet, his son, Mado Kai, was in a crucial growth phase, necessitating a meat-based meal almost daily. After a moment of contemplation, Mado Dai purchased a piece of beef, albeit reduced in size, reasoning that it would be manageable for him to eat less. Such difficult circumstances. Feng Ye muttered, observing Mado Dai's predicament. His own situation was more favorable, despite the passing of Shikumo. He had inherited a substantial fortune sufficient to support both himself and Kakashi for several years. Furthermore, Kakashi had long since achieved the rank of Chunin and was self-sufficient, thus temporarily free from financial worries. That said, Mado Dai was capable of unleashing formidable power, capable of defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist when opening the 8 gates. One would assume that with the ability to open 7 gates, he should possess strength on par with a Jonin. However, most of the missions Mado Dai undertook were non-combatant in nature, involving tasks like cleaning up debris or searching for lost cats, leaving little room for his true abilities to shine. Consequently, his prowess remained largely unrecognized within Konohagakure. After a brief period of contemplation, Feng Ye procured several items and returned home. Following a simple meal, he set out once more to find Mado Dai. It wasn't long before he located him. As anticipated, upon returning from his mission and dining with Akai, Mado Dai had begun training, the duo jogging laps around Konohagakure. Feng Ye considered this, then decided to jog in the opposite direction, eventually converging with the father-son duo. You and Appos, Ri also exercising, Kai, Feng Ye greeted Akai, who, upon spotting him, gave a thumbs up while continuing to run. Of course, after dinner, we must complete 50 laps to adjust our condition. This is what youth is all about. Mado Dai mirrored the gesture, agreeing wholeheartedly, revealing his bright, white teeth. This peculiar scene evoked strange expressions from the onlookers along the street. Feng Ye felt somewhat helpless. Could we not be so eccentric? The attention directed toward him was palpable, and he could vaguely hear murmurs suggesting, is someone really mingling with that father-son duo? This made him inwardly groan. Akai, still running, inquired. Huff, huff. By the way, where and Appos, as Kakashi? Aren't you two training together? His fascination with Kakashi clearly surpassed that for Feng Ye. He is probably off training alone, Feng Ye reasoned. Knowing Kakashi had refrained from taking on missions recently, if he was and Appos, at home, he was likely honing his skills elsewhere, as they seldom trained together. Akai flashed another thumbs up at Feng Ye, grinning. Oh, I see. I didn't expect you to engage in such fundamental exercises. Basics are indeed important. Feng Ye chuckled, then thoughtfully remarked, I and Appos, you've been focusing on physical training lately, and I feel as though I'm approaching some sort of limit within me. Have you felt anything similar? Akai looked at him quizzically. Limit? Are you referring to the point of exhaustion? No, Feng Ye replied. casting a casual glance at Mato Dai before continuing. Not that kind of limit, but rather a sense of shackles constraining my physical strength. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Akai's confusion deepened. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Mato Dai interjected, gazing at Feng Ye with a hint of admiration. No wonder you're Kakashi's older brother. To perceive the existence of the 8 gates at your age is remarkable. This isn't something one can achieve merely through effort. 8 gates? Feng Ye feigned ignorance, looking at Mato Dai. Mato Dai, with his straightforward nature, revealed, after a certain level of physical training. One can sense the presence of these shackles within. I refer to them as the 8 gates. Once broken, they unleash extraordinary power. Akai gawked at Mato Dai in surprise. He had never heard of such concepts, nor had their ninja instructors ever taught him about them. Does Dad really practice this technique? Of course, Mato Dai affirmed, giving a thumbs up. This is the culmination of my 20 years of hard training. I plan to teach you once you and Amp, Appos, VE matured a bit more. Feng Ye scrutinized Mato Dai. While sensing the shackles is one thing, forcibly breaking them could lead to injury. Correct? Indeed, Mato Dai nodded, his expression growing serious. To be frank, I wouldn't recommend attempting to unlock the 8 gates at your age. However, your ability to perceive their existence suggests you may be on the threshold of training in the 8 gates technique. Mato Dai had not considered the need to keep secrets. Rather, he had always intended to pass on the knowledge of the 8 gates. Unfortunately, as a low-ranking ninja, he had no one but his son, Mato Kai, to whom he could impart this wisdom. Now, hearing Feng Ye and Amp, Appos' inquiry, Mato Dai eagerly divulged several key points about the 8 gates technique, illuminating Feng Ye and Appos' understanding. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Feng Ye halted, displaying a hint of gratitude and offering a respectful bow to Mato Dai. Seeing Feng Ye's demeanor, Mato Dai chuckled heartily. No need for such formalities. If my experience can assist you, I'm content. After all, you're Kai's classmate. I didn't expect anyone to be interested in my insights as a low-ranking ninja. Ah, my youth. While the first half of his statement was reasonable, the latter half veered off into absurdity, prompting a sigh from Feng Ye. Mato Kai, half puzzled, half incredulous, gazed at Mato Dai. Dad, what is the 8 gates? Can I learn it? Kai. Mato Dai, recovering from his emotional moment, patted Akai's shoulder with vigor. Your training isn't up to par yet. Now let us finish those 50 laps. And then I'll tell you about the 8 gates. While speaking, Might Guy continued to run alongside Akai. The two of them swiftly distancing themselves amidst a myriad of peculiar gazes. Feng Ye, initially intent on following them for a while longer, shook his head in resignation. It was settled. He had finally acquired the training method for the 8 gates, and it was indeed as easily attainable as he had anticipated. Albeit with a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to repay the favor in the future. After contemplating for a moment, Feng Ye returned home and, based on the key points mentioned by Might Guy and his own explorations into physical techniques, compiled the training method for the 8 gates. The crux of mastering the 8 gates lies in breaking the internal shackles of the 8 gates. However, forcibly breaking them would inevitably cause damage to the body's meridians, necessitating preliminary training and exercises for adaptation. This preparatory training involves load-bearing exercises. In the initial stages, one can utilize various tools, such as weights, to keep the body in a state of constant pressure. Upon alleviating that pressure, the body's adaptability to breaking the 8 gates would significantly improve. Thus, the practice of the 8 gates revolves around this repetitive process. Therefore, it is essential to acquire some weights. Feng Ye rummaged through his ninja tools at home and unearthed some weights, though their mass was insufficient for serious training in the 8 gates. Lacking heavier weights was not a significant issue. The ninja village was abundant in tools, thanks to the funds left by Shaw Mo. Purchasing a set of weighted ninja gear was still feasible. Soon, after spending a considerable sum, Feng Ye procured a complete set of weights. Unlike the weighted gear used by Li in the original work, his purchase consisted of separate components, including a vest, wrist weights, and leg weights, a comprehensive ensemble. He was unsure of the materials used, but the weight seemed unscientific. After donning the entire set, he could distinctly feel his body grow heavier. Even struggling to maintain his balance while walking, it took a while to adapt. With the ninja tools acquired and the training method in hand, everything was ready. Feng Ye decided to take a nap first. In a state of accelerated time, about 2.5 hours in the real world passed before he awoke, had a meal, and set off toward his usual training spot. Feng Ye and Appos' training ground lay in the back mountains of Konoha, a site frequented by many for practice. However, it was now night, and the area was eerily deserted. Under the moonlight, Feng Ye commenced his arduous training. The mastery of the 8 gates required relentless practice. Shortcuts did not exist, nor did fanciful notions of perpetual opening or reverse training. Such ideas were merely nonsensical and utterly impractical. For hours passed. At some point, Feng Ye had removed his weights and rested against a rock, his clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat, as if he had emerged from water. Training in the 8 gates proved far more grueling than regular ninjutsu or physical training, although Feng Ye possessed the ability to accelerate time. That acceleration only applied to his perception of the outside world. The entire training process offered no shortcuts whatsoever. This marked his 7th break. Though his body had nearly recovered, Feng Ye remained reluctant to rise. For hours, under 3 times the acceleration, equated to 12 hours of effort. It was time to return, rest, and continue. Feeling mentally fatigued, he abandoned the idea of pushing further, stood up, and tidied his discarded weights, preparing to head back. Just then, he froze, halting his actions and setting the weights aside. Straining to listen. Crack, crack. He faintly heard sounds emanating from the woods. It seemed someone was moving through the trees. Now, in the dead of night. Encountering another person in the woods was likely not a good omen. Feng Ye furrowed his brow, growing increasingly alert. Although he was unaware of the individual and Apos' identity, he had no desire to confront them. The sounds suggested they were approaching, about to pass nearby. Feng Ye assessed their position and circled around the rock, finding a vantage point that would allow him to remain hidden. The footsteps rustled past him, gradually fading into the distance, seemingly unaware of his presence. However, almost instantly after the footsteps vanished, several glints of silver flashed in the night sky, accompanied by the sound of slicing air as 7 or 8 shurikens descended towards Feng Ye's hiding spot, blocking all possible avenues of escape. Damn! Feng Ye cursed under his breath. With his chakra blade already gripped tightly in his right hand, he swiftly deflected the incoming shurikens while launching himself upwards onto the rock. Glancing in the direction from which they came, there, illuminated by the moonlight, he discerned a figure. The forehead protector gleamed, its insignia not of Konoha, yet still familiar to Feng Ye, a ninja from the mist. It turned out to be a young boy. Lin Qinyu, a scout from the Mist Village, gazed at Feng Ye with a piercing intensity. In the next moment, he charged towards Feng Ye, brandishing a short sword with the intent to strike. As an elite sensor ninja, he had expended considerable effort to infiltrate the Land of Fire, hoping to sneak into Konoha, only to sense Feng Ye and Apos' presence. Initially startled, he thought he had stumbled into an ambush. However, upon further scrutiny, he realized only Feng Ye was present and that his chakra levels were relatively weak. In a split second of deliberation, he opted to create a shadow clone to generate noise and distract Feng Ye, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Feng Ye parried the assault, catching Lin Qinyu off guard. Yet, upon realizing that his opponent was merely a boy of around 10 years old, he felt a sense of relief and resolved to act decisively. Time was of the essence. They were perilously close to Konoha, and any significant commotion or prolonged engagement could prove hazardous. He needed to eliminate Feng Ye swiftly and attempt to infiltrate the village. The vicinity of the village was no longer safe. It seemed he could not return to this area for training at night. Observing Lin Qinyu, who showed no inclination for conversation and exuded a murderous intent, Feng Ye and Apos' thoughts raced as he swung his ninja blade, White Fang, to counter the attack. Clang, clang. The clash of Feng Ye and Apos' White Fang against Lin Qinyu and Apos' short sword resonated in the night, sparks flying amidst the metallic symphony. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of strikes, and Lin Qinyu and Apos' initial murderous intent shifted to surprise, realizing that this young boy was not as easily dispatched as he had anticipated. The silver-haired boy, wielding a chakra-infused short sword, could he be the son of the legendary White Fang? A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Qinyu's eyes. It could not be mistaken. The genius reputation of Kakashi Hitaki was well known in Konoha, and undoubtedly, he was on their assassination list in the Mist Village, for no one wished to see another White Fang arise from Konoha. Eliminating this boy would be a significant accomplishment. Even if no intelligence was gathered, he could return to the village. The option of killing a mere child was far less risky than attempting to infiltrate Konoha. And since Feng Ye had already detected his presence, he could not proceed with his plan without eliminating Feng Ye first. As Lin Qinyu and Apos' thoughts lingered on this, a surge of murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Without hesitation, after a brief skirmish, he leaped back, biting down on the short blade held in his mouth. His hands swiftly forming seals. Ninja art. Mist concealment technique. Wind release. Gale technique. Before the white mist could fully envelop the area, Feng Ye seemed to predict the moment, almost synchronously unleashing a wind release technique, which instantly dispersed the mist that had yet to expand. Although it still obscured some visibility, the impact was significantly diminished. Lin Qinyu furrowed his brow but continued to charge towards Feng Ye through the mist. For Feng Ye, this marked his first true combat experience, one that posed a genuine threat to his life. While ordinary individuals might falter under such pressure, Feng Ye remained remarkably composed. The reason was simple. On one hand, he had assessed his opponent's strength, and on the other, in his triple speed state, everything before him had slowed down, including Lin Qinyu's movements. The blade in Feng Ye's hand, the white fang, glimmered with a sheen. White fang void. As he gazed at Lin Qinyu, who advanced through the faint mist, a chilling light flickered in Feng Ye and Appo's eyes as he momentarily unleashed his previously restrained speed to its utmost limit. In Lin Qinyu and Appo's eyes, Feng Ye appeared to move with a nearly supernatural velocity, the chakra short blade seeming to leave after images in its wake as it sliced towards him. Lin Qinyu's expression shifted. How could it be this fast? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet there was no time for further contemplation. Faced with the terrifying speed that Feng Ye displayed in that instant, he could only muster all his strength to swing his short sword in response. Clang. Just in time. Lin Qinyu's short sword barely managed to parry the strike of Feng Ye's white fang before it descended, producing a resonant sound. He had blocked it. This thought flashed through Lin Qinyu and Appo's mind, but it lasted merely an instant before he became completely frozen in place, disbelief flickering across his eyes. A clear line of blood traced from the center of his forehead down to the back of his head. His short sword had deflected the tangible blade. Yet he had not anticipated that Feng Ye's attack extended beyond the blade itself, encompassing an additional foot of void-slicing distance. This was the renowned Konoha blade technique. Countless ninjas had perished under this move during the Second Great Ninja War. Even knowing its effects, it was still exceedingly difficult to counter. In the final moments before consciousness faded, Lin Qinyu recalled the terror countless ninjas had felt when confronted by that chakra short blade, the white fang. He had never imagined that someone so young as Feng Ye had already mastered the secret technique that once shook the ninja world. Silently, Lin Qinyu swayed slightly before his body fell to the ground. Having only sought to train quietly to the level of a jonin, he found himself forced to kill, disrupting his training rhythm, leaving Feng Ye momentarily speechless. Should he destroy the body? It seemed there was no time left. Without inspecting Lin Qinyu's body, Feng Ye leaped away, swiftly retrieving his belongings and hastening into the distance. He surmised that Konoha and Appo's Umbu would likely be rushing to the scene, and he had no desire to encounter the Umbu ninjas. Barely moments after Feng Ye and Appo's departure, several figures appeared at the site of the previous battle, all donning various animal masks clearly. They were Umbu ninjas directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There, one of the sensory ninjas and Appo's eyes flickered as he spotted Lin Qinyu and Appo's lifeless body. He did not approach directly but quickly hurled a shuriken, pinning it to Lin Qinyu and Appo's corpse, confirming that he was indeed dead. The other two Umbu ninjas moved in from the sides. He is dead. One of them crouched down, and upon confirming Lin Qinyu and Appo's demise, he flipped the body over, facing upwards, revealing the Mist Village headband upon his forehead. The three Umbu ninjas exchanged glances, astonishment flashing in their eyes. They had initially thought a Konoha ninja had been attacked and killed, only to discover it was a ninja from an enemy village, likely a scout. Though they were unaware of who had dispatched him, this individual must have been an elite chunin from the Mist Village. The crouching ninja quickly examined the body, a hint of intrigue gleaming in his eyes as he turned to his companions, saying, "From the time you sensed the battle here, it's been less than a minute. Hasn't he?" Indeed, the sensory ninja frowned. To resolve an elite scout from the Mist Village in such a short time should be the work of a jonin from our village. However, I have no recollection of such a presence, and after killing the Mist Ninja, he left without any intention of confronting us. The crouching ninja appeared contemplative, but suddenly, he froze, scrutinizing Lin Qinyu's head wound closely, a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. This wound? What is the matter? Both companions looked over. The examining Umbu hesitated for several seconds before tentatively stating, "I've seen this type of wound before. It should be a mark left by Lord Tsukumo's sword technique." "Impossible. Lord Tsukumo has been gone for 2 years. The other two Umbu ninjas responded almost in unison. The inspecting ninja found it hard to believe, verifying it once more before asserting. This wound is undoubtedly from Lord Tsukumo and Amp Appo's technique, yet it likely was and Amp Appo's is doing. Otherwise, the headband would have been severed as well. Upon hearing this judgment, the Umbu ninjas exchanged glances. The Konoha blade technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hitaki clan, akin to the Nara clan shadow techniques or the Yamanaka clan's mind techniques. Since Tsukumo's death, the number of those who could wield it had dwindled to a mere handful. Let us compile our findings and report to the Hokage. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, the Umbu ninjas quickly returned to the village. The death of an enemy scout did not constitute a major incident amidst the current tense situation, nor was it significant enough to rouse Sarutobi Hiruzen from sleep. It was not until the following morning that he learned of the events from the previous night. An elite scout from the Mist Village had perished under the Konoha blade technique, and the battle had lasted no more than a minute. Upon receiving the Umbu report, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. An elite scout from the Mist Village could only have infiltrated near Konoha if they were at least an elite Chunin. To slay such an elite in under a minute would require at least a Jonin-esque prowess. Yet, Konoha should not currently possess a Jonin capable of utilizing the Konoha blade technique. Could it be him? Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to Kakashi. He felt a jolt in his heart. To slay a Mist Scout in under a minute. Just how much had Kakashi grown? Surely, he was still not yet 8 years old, despite his disbelief. Careful consideration revealed no other candidates fitting the criteria, prompting Hiruzen to inhale deeply. Where is Kakashi? Bring him to me. I have questions for him. Yes. The nearby Umbu responded promptly and vanished swiftly. Moments later, Kakashi appeared outside the Hokage and Appo's office. Upon entering, he addressed Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet and approached Kakashi, gazing at him with a warm smile, his eyes filled with admiration. It seems you have made considerable progress in your training recently. I never expected you to refine SHM's swordsmanship to such a degree at your age. Kakashi was taken aback momentarily. Sarutobi then patted Kakashi on the shoulder and continued, seeing you as akin to witnessing a younger SHM. Do you have anything to report to me? Kakashi looked at Sarutobi with confusion, hesitating before replying, Lord Hokage, what do you mean? Sarutobi appeared slightly surprised but soon chuckled. It was unexpected that the youthful Kakashi had learned to conceal himself. It seemed he had finally matured. Perhaps it would not be long before Kakashi could truly shoulder the responsibilities of a Nin. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have needed Minato to teach him. With a swift motion, Sarutobi tossed a forehead protector towards Kakashi. Kakashi caught it, only to find it was a protector from the hidden Mist Village, stained with remnants of blood and marked with a white line, as if sliced by a sharp blade. Perplexed by the sudden gesture, Kakashi's confusion deepened, plunging him into a state of bewilderment as he looked back at Sarutobi. Still not recollecting? Sarutobi lifted his teacup and took a sip. Concealing oneself is indeed commendable, but now that he was aware, it was time for Kakashi to report the specifics to him. The Hokage. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Kakashi and Amp Appo's mind raced, yet he could not recall any events related to the forehead protector. After a lengthy pause, he finally mustered the courage to ask, Lord Hokage, what exactly is this forehead protector? Sarutobi furrowed his brow, taken aback that Kakashi still wished to hide the truth, and replied coolly, you should provide a detailed account of yesterday's battle. Yesterday? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Lord Hokage, I was at home all night. I did not engage in any battle. In that instant, Kakashi's thoughts turned to the possibility that someone had impersonated him and infiltrated the village to carry out certain deeds. Such a scenario was undoubtedly grave, yet he remained calm. For he had indeed stayed home. Even if something had transpired, he could withstand any inquiry. Staying at home? Sarutobi paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering as he regarded Kakashi with surprise, sensing that Kakashi did not appear to be feigning ignorance. After a moment of shock, Sarutobi gestured, and an Umbu ninja swiftly appeared in the office. He turned to the Umbu and said in a low voice, summon the patrol team and report on last night's surveillance. Yes. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Moments later, several masked Umbu members entered the office to deliver their report. Kakashi occasionally exchanged words with the reporting Umbu, and after some cross-referencing, they confirmed that he had not left home the previous night. Once it was established that the Mist Scout had not been slain by Kakashi, a look of confusion crossed Sarutobi's face. He pondered deeply, as he could not recall SHM ever imparting his sword techniques to anyone else. Kakashi. Did SHM ever take on any disciples to teach his swordsmanship? I am not aware, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. SHM had been the captain of Konoha's Umbu and served as the frontline commander during the Second Shinobi World War. They rarely discussed such matters. Kakashi, still puzzled, inquired. Lord Hokage, what exactly has transpired? After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi briefly recounted the events that had occurred. Upon hearing Sarutobi and Appo's description, Kakashi was initially taken aback, but quickly seemed to grasp something, his eyes widening slightly, his mouth agape. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Sarutobi asked, "What have you realized?" Kakashi hesitated, having surmised that it was likely related to his brother, Feng Ye, and deliberated whether to disclose this information. Observing Kakashi's evident knowledge, Sarutobi frowned and urged, "Please report to me everything you know in detail." Kakashi recalled that Feng Ye had not mentioned this matter to him yesterday, perhaps with no intention of asking for his assistance in concealing it. If that is the case, I might know who is responsible. Who? Sarutobi turned his attention to Kakashi. My older brother, Feng Ye, Kakashi replied quietly, inwardly hoping this was not his concern. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's revelation, incredulously asking, "Who did you say?" Kakashi repeated his answer in silence. Upon hearing this, not only did Sarutobi display astonishment, but even an Umbu captain standing beside him and a Jonin who was there to report also wore expressions of disbelief. Feng Ye? Sarutobi stared at Kakashi in astonishment. Are you certain? Kakashi, that individual is an elite scout from the mist, and the battle was concluded in less than a minute, having already implicated Feng Ye. Kakashi candidly stated, while I am unaware of the exact details of the fight, it is indeed within his capability. My brother has always been stronger than I, coughing involuntarily. Sarutobi sat down, realizing that Kakashi was unlikely to be lying under these circumstances, as doing so would serve no purpose. Summoning Feng Ye would provide a simple means of verification. Yet, he required a moment to process this information. Feng Ye, stronger than Kakashi? It is quite natural for an elder brother to surpass his younger sibling, but in the case of Feng Ye and Kakashi, it was an extraordinary matter. Kakashi was renowned as a rare talent in Konoha, reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang, SHM. If all this were true, it would signify that the 8-year-old Feng Ye had dispatched an elite Jonin from the mist in under a minute, showcasing a talent potentially surpassing that of Kakashi. Taking up his pipe, Sarutobi inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke before finally stating, "Summon Feng Ye." Yes, an Umbu replied, disappearing in a flash. At the Ninja Academy. Today marked the final day before the end-of-term examinations. In Feng Ye's class, the students gathered on the playground, forming lines. In the open space before them, 2 students were engaged in an intense duel. The sounds of clashing kunai rang out, accompanied by the sharp notes of metal striking metal, sparks flying in every direction. Uchiha Obito exerted himself to the utmost, driving his kunai downwards to force his opponent back, then swiftly throwing the kunai to push them back further. He rapidly formed hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. This time, the ninjutsu was successfully unleashed as a massive fireball surged forward, leaving the opposing student in shock. Unable to evade. In a flash, the Jonin instructor noticed the impending danger, his figure flickering as he quickly formed hand signs. Water style. Water wall. Water surged forth, colliding with the fireball with a sizzling sound, effectively extinguishing Obito and Appo's attack. After dousing the flames, the Jonin instructor exhaled, standing upright to announce, Uchiha Obito is the victor. Oh! Uchiha Obito exclaimed with exuberance, his spirit soaring, relieved that he had not embarrassed himself this time. As he glanced back, he noticed Noara Rin and other students applauding him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Returning to the crowd, he nodded slightly at Kidura. In response to Obito and Appo's provocation, Kidura offered no reply, choosing instead to stand calmly, clapping his hands, his deep-set eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. Kidura, are you feeling unwell? Yugao sensed something amiss with Kidura and Appo's demeanor early on, and after the applause subsided, she could not help but quietly inquire. No. Kidura shook his head, saying, I'm just lost in thought. Just as he gazed distantly, the Jonin instructor took out a list and announced the names of the next combatants. Next match, Hatake Kidura versus Hyuga Hinata. The moment the words fell, the attention of nearby students gravitated towards Kidura and Hyuga Hinata. Stepping out from the crowd, Hinata stated nonchalantly, this matchup isn't bad. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Keed. Though he harbored mild dissatisfaction from previous encounters with Keed, he would not stoop to childish provocations. This battle simulation, bringing them together, was indeed the best outcome. Kiryura merely cast a glance at Hinata, feeling utterly disinterested, with no desire to respond. Nonetheless, he emerged from the throng and approached the open space before the Nin instructor. Noticing Keed's silence, Hinata's brow furrowed slightly as he scoffed. Have you become a tad too arrogant, Hataki Kiryura? Surely you don't believe you possess the same skills as your brother? Not at all, Keed shrugged. If Kakashi had time to accelerate, he would be soaring to the heavens. The Nin instructor refrained from commenting on the hostility between Hinata and Keed, understanding that conflicts among students were commonplace in a ninja academy. In fact, instructors sometimes encouraged these rivalries to foster a spirit of competition among the students. Go, Keed. You can do it. Come on, Keed. At that moment, numerous girls in the audience erupted in cheers, among them Yugao and Noera Rin. Although Keed was not the top student in the class, his popularity was undeniably the highest. This was vividly apparent. Such scenes naturally incited resentment among the boys, who vocally urged Hinata to show his strength. Damn it. Hinata, show him what you and Appos remade of. Give him a good beating. The voices from behind only sharpened Hinata's demeanor. After a brief pause, the Nin instructor waved his hand. Begin. Almost as soon as the instructor's voice faded, Hinata charged at Keed, activating his Byakugan, immediately employing the family's traditional gentle fist technique. Keed, expressionless, gripped a kunai, moving it up and down, each swing perfectly intercepting Hinata and Appos' punches, forcing Hinata to halt his attacks. This guy. After a brief exchange, Hinata and Appos' expression grew serious. Although he could not discern how Keed managed it, it seemed he had read his movements. However, he felt no fear. Possessing the Byakugan, he too could anticipate Keed's actions. He was unafraid of Keed employing ninjutsu in close combat. Continuing the skirmish, should Keed reveal even a slight opening, a blow from Hinata's gentle fist would severely wound him. Truly, the descendant of that esteemed lineage, able to withstand the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. The Nin instructor watched in admiration. Although Keed could not compare to Kakashi, he was indeed an exceptionally skilled student, capable of countering the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan. However, if this continued, the situation would inevitably grow increasingly unfavorable for Keed. After all, the observational prowess of the Byakugan far surpassed that of ordinary eyes, and the damage inflicted by the gentle fist could cripple an opponent's combat ability in a single strike. The cheers of encouragement gradually faded. Both Yugao and Uchiha Bito, along with others, were fixated on the fierce clash between Keed and Hinata. So this is the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, Keed mused, observing Hinata's attacks while defending against them. For him, the gentle fist indeed held certain merits. Despite the original narrative depicting the 8 gates as overwhelmingly superior, the gentle fist, when mastered to its pinnacle, could rival the formidable techniques of the 8 gates, such as Kagaya's Shinjizanchu. The fundamental distinction between the two styles lay in their nature. The gentle fist utilized chakra as bullets, demonstrating exquisite manipulation of chakra. Without the Byakugan, it was indeed impossible to discern the intricacies of the gentle fist. He pondered quietly. Mere surface observation could not unravel its secrets. Moreover, chakra manipulation was not his forte. Were he to possess the physique of Naruto Uzumaki or the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, employing the gentle fist would be more suitable for him. Yet, given the current circumstances, the more robust style appeared more fitting. Hinata relentlessly pressed on, his Byakugan capturing every movement, forcing Keed into a corner, seemingly dominating the battle. It appeared that Keed was on the verge of defeat. Naturally, his opponent was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Observing this scene, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Just then, a figure abruptly appeared at the side of the clearing, catching many off guard, their gazes converging upon the newcomer. Clad in a cat-faced mask and a cloak, the identity was unmistakable. He was an Umbu ninja from Konoha. The Umbu gazed at the combat between Keed and Hinata, disregarding the other students in the Nin instructor, and directly addressed Keed in a low voice. Hataki Kiryura, the Hokage summons you. With a swift motion, Keed flicked his kunai, stepping back 2 paces, looking at the Umbu with a sigh, revealing no surprise. Finally, it has come. Once the events of the previous night were investigated, it would be difficult not to trace them back to him, especially since he had employed the Hataki sword techniques. He had considered letting Kakashi take the blame. But upon reflection, it seemed futile. It would be easily unraveled and could potentially endanger Kakashi. The appearance of the Umbu left both the Nin instructor and other students momentarily stunned. The Hokage summons Kiyoru? What could have happened? Many regarded Kiid with expressions of suspicion. Hinata was also taken aback, not expecting such an occurrence just as he was about to defeat Kiid. He frowned slightly, stating, "The battle isn't over." His words trailed off. The Hokage's summons undoubtedly held far greater significance than the combat examination, with no alternative but to interrupt. Hinata felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, defeating Kiid was merely a matter of time, and now it all seemed unresolved. The Nin instructor, recognizing the situation, nodded to Kiid. "You should go meet the Hokage. If they're in Appo's time upon your return, the battle can continue." However, upon hearing this, Feng Ye shook his head and said, "No need. Since last night's events have already been investigated, there is little point in continuing to feign an even footing with Hinata Hayashi." As his voice fell, Feng Ye's figure abruptly vanished from the spot, silently materializing to the right of Hinata Hayashi. The latter's expression changed instantly, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! This blow interrupted Feng Ye's movement, striking him directly in the chest, yet it felt insubstantial. Feng Ye transformed into a plume of white smoke and dissipated. It was merely a clone. Panic rose within Hinata Hayashi as he realized that though his Byakugan could see through the clones, the situation had unfolded too suddenly. His instinctive reaction had led him to throw the punch without considering that Feng Ye could perform the shadow clone technique at such speed. By the time he grasped the reality of the situation, it was too late to retract his attack. Silently, Feng Ye's true form appeared behind Hinata Hayashi. Bang! A swift chop struck Hinata Hayashi's back, rendering him unable to maintain his stance. With a thud, he fell face first to the ground. "Let us go," Feng Ye said, retracting his fist and glancing at the Umbu ninja. The Umbu ninja met Feng Ye and Appo's gaze with a profound look before leaping toward the Hokage building, with Feng Ye following closely behind. This left behind a bewildered Chunin instructor and a group of stupefied students, engulfed in silence. What had just transpired? In the Hokage's office, the Umbu who accompanied Feng Ye did not enter but instead vanished at the doorway. Unfazed, Feng Ye stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed a Jonin organizing documents beside the desk, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind it, and Kakashi stood before them. Aware of Feng Ye's arrival, Kakashi did not lift his head, instead staring intently at his toes, embodying an attitude of indifference. Feng Ye cast a glance at Kakashi and approached the desk, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite possessing the strength of a special Jonin and outpacing many Jonin in speed, he still felt pressure in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the pinnacle of his power as Hokage. In terms of chakra, physical prowess, ninjutsu, and experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the apex of the ninja world. Even the third Raikage, capable of facing thousands, would find himself challenged by Sarutobi Hiruzen's array of forbidden techniques, such as the Shiki FG. "Do not be anxious. I called you here simply to inquire about something," Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. "Last night, was it you who eliminated the missed village scout near the village?" "Yes," Feng Ye replied. Since the matter had already been uncovered, rather than engage in meaningless evasion, he chose to acknowledge it candidly. After all, his strength warranted Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. With sufficient regard from him, Feng Ye would also ensure his own safety, knowing that the only real threat within Konoha was Danzo. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was vigilant, Danzo would dare not act openly. Upon hearing Feng Ye's admission, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor displayed a hint of astonishment, despite having surmised this already. After all, he had just taken down an elite scout from the mist. At such a young age, Feng Ye possessed the capability to slay an elite scout, suggesting his talents might surpass even Kakashi and Appo's. A prodigy surpassing Kakashi. "Please, recount the details of the incident," Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, regaining his composure. Feng Ye succinctly narrated the sequence of events, omitting any mention of his time acceleration ability, while elaborating on his training and the combat. "You managed to outpace the missed scout?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, astonished. Scouts are typically adept in speed or sensory skills, and even those proficient in perception would not lack speed. The fact that Feng Ye could surpass the scout in speed and eliminate him in such a short time was indeed remarkable. It was worth noting that Feng Ye was merely 9 years old. "Yes," Feng Ye confirmed. "While my talent in ninjutsu and chakra is average, my physical prowess seems to be extraordinary, allowing me to excel in the swordsmanship my father taught me." Saratobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted between Feng Ye and Kakashi. It appeared that Feng Ye resembled a youthful Tobirama Senju more than Kakashi did. After a brief moment of astonishment, Saratobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and asked Feng Ye, "If your strength consistently exceeds Kakashi's, why have you remained in the Ninja Academy? Surely, you've outgrown what they can teach you." "I believe that being overly conspicuous is not prudent," Feng Ye replied, glancing at Kakashi. "Boasting about one's capabilities is rather juvenile. A ninja constantly faces danger, and concealment is the safer approach." This response encapsulated Feng Ye's genuine thoughts. Devoid of any falsehood, merely omitting his apprehensions regarding Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo. "I see," Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, a trace of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Though you are only a year older than Kakashi, you exhibit far greater maturity. To be able to transcend the mindset of seeking to prove oneself at such an age speaks volumes about your character, regardless of your abilities." Feng Ye's mental fortitude appears superior to Kakashi's. Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reflect on Tsukumo Hatake, feeling a sense of bittersweet pride. Who would have thought that both of Tsukumo's sons would possess such remarkable talent, each surpassing the last? Surely, Tsukumo would be pleased from wherever he was. "With your abilities, you could graduate from the academy at any time," Saratobi Hiruzen said, returning his focus to Feng Ye. Feng Ye pondered. "I am merely half a year away from normal graduation, and I would need to be reassigned afterward, which complicates matters. Graduating and transferring now would be troublesome." "Indeed." Saratobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. Given Feng Ye's current status, transitioning him into the previous year's class would be challenging, as the placements had already been finalized. With this year's cohort still half a year away from graduating. After learning of Feng Ye's talents and strength, however, Saratobi Hiruzen considered allowing him to graduate early, enabling him to partake in the training of formal ninjas. After a moment of hesitation, Saratobi Hiruzen made his decision. "Since you prefer to graduate with your class, I shall respect your wishes. Proceed with a normal graduation." Upon hearing Saratobi Hiruzen's words, Feng Ye bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Tsukumo truly bore two fine sons, Saratobi Hiruzen mused, smiling warmly at Feng Ye. "In that case, you may return for now." Feng Ye nodded and exited the Hokage's office, vanishing from sight. Kakashi remained behind. Once Feng Ye had left, Saratobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea and turned to Kakashi. "I never imagined your older brother, being just a year your senior, could think so maturely. Kakashi, you should learn from him." Had Kakashi possessed Feng Ye's composure, he wouldn't have faced such dilemmas regarding class assignments. Nor would he have needed to delegate this task to Minato Namikaze. "Sometimes, my brother can be overly serious," Kakashi retorted, unable to resist a jab. He is able to ignore so much mockery directed at him, as if he hasn't heard a word. This delineates the distinction between you and him. Saratobi Hizashi shook his head, increasingly impressed by Kazuki. Though he had yet to graduate, he already embodied the qualities of an exceptional ninja. A ninja is. Listening to Saratobi Hizashi and Appo's instruction and Kakashi and Appo's lips twitched slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of sarcasm. He had never heard anyone commend Kazuki and Appo's composure before. Thus, strength must be the focal point. Kakashi concluded this to be the correct assertion. Regarding Kazuki, Saratobi Hizashi ultimately decreed that information should not be disseminated carelessly, sealing and concealing the news of Kazuki's elimination of a missed elite scout. Kakashi's exhibited genius had already placed him on the assassination list of enemy villages. Should Kazuki's existence also be revealed, it would only heighten their peril. For talents like Kazuki and Kakashi, who were pure and righteous, Saratobi Hizashi naturally adopted a protective stance. It was only upon Kazuki's graduation and his ascension to a full-fledged ninja that the brilliance of Konoha's gifted shinobi would truly shine. In the Land of Fire. At the border, within a modest inn room, Danzo sat cross-legged upon a cushion, a map of the Land of Fire spread before him. Recently, he had clashed with the ninjas of the mist multiple times, delivering ruthless counterattacks to those probing Konoha, slaying them without mercy. Given the current circumstances, war was inevitable. Saratobi's demeanor was far too lenient. In such times, it is most prudent to strike preemptively, he mused softly as he scrutinized the map. To Danzo, Saratobi Hizashi and Appo's actions seemed excessively conservative, merely retaliating against the probing of other villages. Yet, given the present climate, instigating war and dismantling a ninja village first would be the optimal strategy. With Konoha and Appo's current strength, it would not be difficult to concentrate forces and annihilate a single ninja village. However, should all the ninja villages unite in their attacks, they would find themselves embroiled in a protracted conflict, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Danzo believed that Saratobi Hizashi simply feared the stigma of initiating war. Yet this was an essential path to unifying the ninja world, necessitating sacrifices. Just as Danzo meticulously examined the map, contemplating how to deal with the mist, a root ninja appeared silently in the room. Danzo did not turn to face him, continuing to gaze at the map, and casually inquired, "What is the situation on the village front?" Although he resided at the border of the Land of Fire, he had retained a portion of root ninjas within Konoha to monitor the village's status, reporting back to him periodically. The root ninja responded in a dispassionate tone. "The Hokage's attitude remains unchanged, still allowing you to maintain the current situation. Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, bringing intelligence regarding Sunagakure, though the specifics remain unclear." The root ninja recounted the recent intelligence in order of importance. Danzo listened with an impassive demeanor. After nearly half an hour of reporting, the root ninja continued. "Kakashi and Appo's brother, Hatake Kazuki, has slain an elite scout from the mist, suspected to possess talent and strength surpassing Kakashi's." Danzo paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This matter was not of monumental importance. Compared to previous reports, this intelligence bore little significance. However, all other information had aligned with his expectations, whereas this revelation was entirely unforeseen, a notion he had never entertained. "Is this news credible?" he inquired. "Indeed," the root ninja replied solemnly. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. The son of White Fang possesses such high talent as well, and has been concealing it all along. Kazuki and Appo's and Kakashi and Appo's father, Hatake Tsukumo and Appo's death, was indeed directly tied to him, though it was never his intention to orchestrate Tsukumo's demise. Tsukumo's decision to abandon a mission for his comrades was an unfortunate accident. Yet the villagers and Appo's sentiments were certainly manipulated by him, including the comrade Tsukumo saved, who he guided to cast aside his guilt and unjustly blame Tsukumo. This was done to undermine Tsukumo's prestige. At that time, Tsukumo was nearly the designated successor to become the fourth Hokage, and Danzo could not allow Hatake Tsukumo to ascend to that position. Unexpectedly, Tsukumo fell into self-doubt over this incident and ultimately took his own life. That was never his intent. After all, no matter how much they clashed, Tsukumo remained a powerful asset to Konoha. If Danzo were to become the fourth Hokage, Tsukumo could serve as a valuable tool. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo addressed the root ninja. "Continue your report." Although Kazuki's matter provoked certain thoughts, he was presently at the border of the Land of Fire, needing to focus on dealing with the mist, having no inclination to dwell on unrelated issues until he returned to the village. The root ninja nodded and resumed his reporting. In the hills behind Konoha, 2 months had elapsed since the slaying of the Mist Elite Scout. During this period, Kazuki attended school as usual. Yet due to the prior incident where he effortlessly defeated Hyuga Hayashi, all students regarded him with newfound reverence. The female students, including Yuhi Kurenai, were particularly enamored, captivated to an almost overwhelming degree. Given that he could so easily vanquish Hyuga Hayashi, Kazuki's strength was likely on par with that of a Chunin. Even if he did not surpass Kakashi, he surely was not far behind, defying the rumors circulated. This admiration led these precocious young ladies to engage in excessive behaviors, leaving Kazuki somewhat exasperated, often finding their youthful exuberance amusing yet bewildering. Over the past 2 months, his training yielded remarkable results, possessing the ability to accelerate time. Although he had just surpassed 9 years of age, his physical development was approaching 11. Both his physical prowess and chakra steadily improved, elevating him from merely meeting the elite Chunin standard to a level of distinction among them. Furthermore, while he had not yet mastered the second stage of Hatake swordsmanship, he had successfully unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. Though the first 2 gates do not provide explosive enhancement, they still constituted a tangible boost in strength for Kazuki. In a clearing within the forest, Kazuki was diligently engaged in training. The 3rd gate is still just out of reach. After several intense breaths, he halted his training, murmuring as he sensed the 3rd gate's restraints remained unyielding. Not yet at a threshold he could easily breach. For the 8 gates, the 3rd gate represents a qualitative leap. The 1st gate allows one to unleash their full physical power, an improvement that, while commendable, is not sufficient. The 2nd gate pertains to recovery, squeezing bodily energy to swiftly combat fatigue. Only upon reaching the 3rd gate does true explosive potential manifest. If I can unlock the 3rd gate, in that state, Combined with Hatake swordsmanship and the ninja blade White Fang, even without employing time acceleration, I should possess the strength of a special Jonin, Kazuki mused. Having trained in the 8 gates, his power could no longer be measured by mere ranks, for beneath his speed, any enemy unable to react would struggle to withstand even a few exchanges. Only those from the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan or the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan could barely qualify to withstand him. However, merely being able to perceive does not equate to being able to keep up. Aside from his training in the 8 gates and Hatake swordsmanship, Kazuki also made advancements in ninjutsu. After a brief respite, Feng Ye envisioned the trees in the forest as imaginary adversaries. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly vanished, reappearing on the eastern side of a tree. With a swift motion, he drew his chakra blade, White Fang, slicing through the massive trunk with a clean arc, causing it to crash down with a resounding thud. In an instant, Feng Ye flickered again, his figure disappearing and re-emerging behind another tree. He held his right hand aloft, gathering a potent surge of chakra in his palm. The technique he prepared was the Rasengan. After extensive training, he had finally mastered this jutsu, enabling him to condense it at an astonishing speed due to his time acceleration state. With a thunderous explosion, the Rasengan struck the center of the tree trunk, creating a concave gash that shattered the wood into splinters, leaving a vast area devoid of anything recognizable. After severing the tree, Feng Ye swiftly returned to the original tree and Appos' rear. He formed a single-handed seal with his left hand while gripping White Fang with his right. In an instant, arcs of lightning crackled around the blade. This technique, Thunder Slash, was a self-created ninjutsu. By enveloping his chakra in a layer of lightning, he significantly enhanced both the sharpness and speed of his attack. At this moment, it represented Feng Ye's most formidable offensive capability. With a swift stroke, a visible arc of cutting energy surged forth, extending nearly 3 feet before dissipating. The strike cleaved the tree stump in half and carved a deep trench into the ground. After executing this series of attacks, Feng Ye paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. The Rasengan had already consumed a considerable amount of chakra, and the Thunder Slash, combined with the Konoha Blade techniques, had drained even more. Presently, he could only employ the Thunder Slash once, given the immense chakra expenditure required when integrating it with the sword techniques. The Thunder Slash was named by Feng Ye himself, and it could be regarded as an incomplete version of the Chidori. His aim was to develop it further in the direction of the Chidori, an A-rank jutsu, while Thunder Slash was merely a B-rank technique. With the enhancement of time acceleration, the speed of Thunder Slash, combined with the 8 gates and Konoha Blade techniques, made it an attack capable of instantaneously overwhelming even seasoned shonen. Observing the devastation wrought by his attack, Feng Ye murmured softly to himself. Although the range of this technique was relatively limited, its speed rendered it exceedingly challenging to evade when unleashed at close quarters. If he could elevate the Chidori to a higher level, its speed and power would multiply. Besides his ninjutsu and taijutsu, a shift occurred within the illusory clock in Feng Ye's mind. This transformation did not alter the time acceleration multiplier, but instead revealed a new form of the clock. Upon closing his eyes, he perceived that the clock's hue had transformed from ethereal to a subtle golden shade, exuding a sense of tangibility. Furthermore, the clock's hand had shifted from the 1-0 and Appos clock position, now nearing the 2-0 and Appos clock mark. A veil of mist appeared to envelop the 2-0 and Appos clock coordinate. And Feng Ye understood that when the clock pointed to it, the mist would vanish, revealing its essence. He recognized the significance of this change. The 1 o'clock position indicated that he had activated the time acceleration ability, and after nearly 2 years of stagnation, the clock's hand had finally begun to move again after reaching 3 times the speed. If all went as anticipated, when the hand pointed to the 2 o'clock position, the mist would dissipate, bestowing upon him a second temporal ability. He pondered what this new capability might entail: time deceleration, time reversal, or perhaps even time suspension. Feng Ye felt a surge of anticipation. Each temporal ability was immensely powerful, particularly time suspension, in a world where most individuals possessed weak defenses. Such a power would allow him to traverse the shinobi realm with impunity, unless faced with a formidable opponent, like the Third Raikage or the undying Six Paths level beings. Even the legendary Sandaime Hokage could be vanquished with but a single kunai. Watching the hand's movement, he realized that it would take some time before he acquired this new ability. In the interim, he needed to maintain his training in other areas without faltering. His forthcoming focus would remain on developing the Chidori, mastering the 8 gates, and refining the Konoha Blade techniques, as each of these aspects had further potential for enhancement. Upon evaluating his recent progress, Feng Ye solidified his training path, choosing to adhere to his previous trajectory. The 8 gates were a necessity, as was the Konoha blade techniques, which could deliver significant power in battle, especially before surpassing the level of a Kage. As for the Chidori, its importance was equally paramount, as mastering it would not only amplify his offensive capabilities but also enhance his speed. In the original narrative, Sasuke had approached the speed of a weightless Lee after merely a month of training with the Chidori. Thus, lightning-based jutsu had always been Feng Ye's primary focus. In truth, however, what he yearned for more than the Chidori was the fourth Reikage and Appo's lightning chakra techniques. Yet, that technique was a closely guarded secret passed down through generations in the village hidden in the clouds, likely unrecorded even in the Konoha sealing scrolls, rendering it merely a distant aspiration. Ultimately, Feng Ye sought the pinnacle of speed, swift, swifter, swiftest. When speed reached its zenith, no foe would remain unvanquished in an instant. If any did, it merely indicated a need for retreat. It was time to return. Feng Ye rummaged through his pockets and discovered that he had consumed all his provisions. Typically, he would carry 2 meals during his training sessions, which lasted approximately 12 hours. However, due to his time acceleration state, only about 4 hours had elapsed in the outside world. Currently, he trained on the mountains during the day, while the evenings were reserved for basic exercises like weighted push-ups and squats in his courtyard. As he approached his home, a figure abruptly appeared before him, blocking his path. "The Hokage wishes to see you," declared a masked Umbu ninja, who vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. "Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to see me?" Feng Ye momentarily paused, recalling that he had done nothing of particular note warranting a summons from the Hokage. Nevertheless, being called by the Hokage was not something one could ignore. After taking a turn, he made his way to the Hokage's office, soon arriving at the door. Upon entering, Feng Ye immediately sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere, starkly contrasting his previous visit. At one side of the desk sat a man leaning on a cane, exuding a dark and oppressive aura merely by his presence. Danzo. Feng Ye was unaware of Danzo and Appo's recent activities, but for the past 2 months, he had not encountered any disturbances from him. The unexpected presence of Danzo in the Hokage's office caused a slight tightening in his chest, raising concerns that he might be trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen to join Root. In an instant, Feng Ye's mind raced with various thoughts, including how to respond if assigned to Root. As the thoughts raced through Feng Ye's mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. "Feng Ye, you've arrived." "Hokage-sama," Feng Ye replied with a respectful gesture. "Is there something you need from me?" Holding his pipe, Sarutobi did not smoke, but instead focused intently on Feng Ye, inquiring, "How has your training been lately?" At the question, Feng Ye's brow subtly furrowed as he cast a discreet glance at Danzo, who sat not far away. Was he truly being considered for Danzo's Root? Such a development was rather hard to accept. With this thought, Feng Ye presented himself as the confident prodigy he was, stating, "I've made some progress and developed a B-rank lightning release technique." "Oh?" Sarutobi expressed surprise. A B-rank technique could be regarded as the pinnacle among ordinary ninjutsu. Anything above that would fall into the realm of forbidden techniques, while S-rank was considered the ultimate mastery. Even among J-nin, few could claim mastery over B-rank techniques, making Feng Ye's accomplishment at such a young age truly astonishing. "To develop a B-rank technique at your age, you certainly inherited your father's talent well," Danzo remarked from his seat. Though his words were complimentary, his tone was notably calm and unembellished. Both he and Sarutobi had no doubts about the veracity of Feng Ye's claim. Creating a B-rank technique was not something one could easily fabricate. Feng Ye turned to Danzo, saying, "Thank you for your praise, Lord Danzo." Sarutobi continued, "It seems you are even more exceptional than I anticipated." Upon observing Feng Ye, Sarutobi couldn't help but express admiration before adding, "Although it may come as a surprise to you. I have a task to assign." "A task?" Feng Ye felt a flicker of unease. If it was to join Danzo's Root, surely it would not be framed as a task. Before he could ponder further, Sarutobi spoke solemnly. "The task I assign you is to apply for early graduation and participate in the CH-NIN exams in 5 days. The CH-NIN exams? Feng Ye's surprise was evident. Early graduation was one thing, since there was a task for him. It implied he needed to act as a formal ninja. But what sort of task was this that involved the CH-NIN exams so soon after early graduation? "Allow me to clarify the situation. You should be able to understand," Sarutobi said as he rose and walked from behind his desk. "Ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist will arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. Their participation in the CH-NIN exams in 5 days means this event is not merely about selecting capable CH-NIN, but is also a war between Konoha, Cloud, and Mist. The implications of Sarutobi's words caught Feng Ye off guard. The current state of the ninja world was increasingly tense, with the third great ninja war looming on the horizon. In such a climate, it was surprising that the Mist and Cloud would send representatives to Konoha for the CH-NIN exams, likely with intentions of demonstration and negotiation. This realization made Sarutobi's task clearer to Feng Ye. Given that the CH-NIN exams were intended for demonstration and negotiation, it was essential to approach them with utmost seriousness. It would not do to select merely any genin for participation. Having quickly grasped the situation, Feng Ye addressed Sarutobi. "I understand, Hokage-sama." "Good, prepare well," Sarutobi nodded, indicating that Feng Ye could leave. After bowing to Sarutobi, Feng Ye exited the office. Once he had departed, Danzo turned to Sarutobi and remarked, "He is even more impressive than I imagined. After the CH-NIN exams, I will take him under my wing." Sarutobi shook his head. "Let us not discuss this matter further, Danzo." Danzo frowned but remained resolute, standing to face Sarutobi with an intense gaze. "I have no objections to Kakashi being trained by Minato, but we must have a ninja who walks in the shadows, shouldering the darkness. Thus, entrusting Feng Ye to me is the most suitable choice. You must understand this." To consider Feng Ye as a bearer of darkness, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. There was undeniable merit in Danzo's words. Konoha had thrived under the dual leadership of the bright Hokage and the shadowy figure handling the darker aspects. This was also why Sarutobi had often turned a blind eye to many of Danzo's actions. As the Hokage standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Sarutobi understood that where there is light, there are shadows. Darkness cannot simply vanish. If Namake's Minato were to succeed him as Hokage, there would indeed be a need for a ninja to operate within the shadows to assist him. After contemplating, Sarutobi returned to his seat, saying, "I need to think this over." Danzo regained his composure. Sarutobi and Appo's response was entirely within his expectations. As long as Sarutobi did not outright refuse and instead spoke of needing to consider, it indicated that he was already considerably swayed. There was no need to pressure him further. Subtle maneuvering would suffice to achieve his aims. After leaving the Hokage's office, Feng Ye let out a resigned sigh. It seemed he could not graduate normally after all. However, early graduation and participation in the CH-NIN exams was a far preferable scenario than being cast into Danzo's route for training. By comparison, this was something he could accept with a degree of satisfaction, as it ultimately mattered little to him whether he graduated early. Yet, receiving such a task made it difficult to maintain a low profile. Sarutobi's intention was undoubtedly for him to exert his full potential in the CH-NIN exams, ideally eliminating all the ninjas from the Mist and Cloud. That said, during the brief exchange in the Hokage and Appo's office, most inhabitants of this world would likely remain oblivious to the underlying implications. However, Feng Ye, with his keen understanding of Danzo's character, could almost guarantee that Danzo had set his sights on him. Truly, the ultimate instigator in the world of Hokage. Feng Ye couldn't help but exclaim internally. Since the Second Great Ninja War, Danzo and Appo's shadow loomed over the machinations of the ninja world, from orchestrating Yahiko and Appo's demise to hastening the formation of the Akatsuki, to manipulating the events surrounding White Fang Ye's suicide and collaborating with Orochimaru. The list was endless. Now that Feng Ye had revealed his talents and strength, he was inevitably entangled in Danzo and Appo's web. Ultimately, if this man were to meet an untimely end, the ninja world might still plunge into war. But at least the peace could be prolonged for a considerable time. The next day, Feng Ye submitted his application for early graduation to the Ninja Academy. Following the directive of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Academy swiftly approved Feng Ye's request, scheduling the early graduation assessment for that very afternoon. The assessment comprised the standard foundational techniques and a written examination, but it also included a practical test that required him to withstand attacks from a CH-NIN instructor for 3 minutes. For someone like Feng Ye, who had the capability to eliminate elite J-NIN, this posed no challenge. Even without utilizing his accelerated state, he passed effortlessly. Ultimately, Feng Ye graduated from the Ninja Academy with perfect scores across all assessments. On January 14th, 43rd year of Konoha, Hatake Feng Ye graduated with full marks, earning the rank of Genin, with his ninja ID number being 010034. This news swiftly circulated within the Ninja Academy, eliciting a wave of astonishment. Although it paled in comparison to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6. Achieving full marks across the board is no small feat. Feng Ye, having accomplished such a remarkable achievement, could undoubtedly be deemed a prodigy. Within the classroom, numerous students buzzed with excitement upon learning the news. Full marks. Feng Ye is simply extraordinary. Given Feng Ye's caliber, he should have graduated long ago. Perhaps he possesses the potential to reach Kakashi's level, but has simply chosen not to pursue it. The girls, including Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, were visibly enamored, their expressions brimming with admiration. A genius, exceptionally handsome, with a sunny disposition, mature demeanor, and a multitude of virtues. It could be said that very few in the class could overlook Feng Ye and Appo's brilliance, most feeling inadequate and lacking the courage to pursue him. What is there to boast about? Uchiha Obito seethed as he listened to the chatter around him and observed Noera Rin's infatuated demeanor. Unable to contain himself, he interjected. A boy beside him echoed his sentiments. Hey, don't exaggerate. If he could have graduated early, why is he still here wasting time in school? Others chimed in agreement. A girl overheard the conversation and disdainfully remarked, if you and Appo's unconvinced, why not apply for early graduation and challenge Feng Ye yourself? Since that last encounter, when Feng Ye decisively defeated Hyuga Hayashi, his strength had become an undeniable asset that silenced dissent. Yamanaka Ino's words left many, including Uchiha Obito, momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. Just then, Inuzuka Kiba burst into the classroom, shattering the atmosphere with an almost frantic exclamation. I just overheard the teachers in the office discussing that Feng Ye applied for the Chunin exam in 3 days. What? The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Many turned their gazes toward him. He applied for the Chunin exam? You must have misheard, Aburame Shino remarked, furrowing his brow in disbelief. What on earth is the Chunin exam? Feng Ye just passed his early graduation assessment. Has he lost his mind, or is he blindly overconfident in his abilities? Inuzuka Kiba shot back. How could I mishear? You can question my grades, but not my hearing. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, his assertion carried weight. If Kiba's eavesdropping was accurate, it meant Feng Ye truly did apply for the Chunin exam right after passing his early graduation assessment. Is he trying to surpass Kakashi? But applying for the Chunin exam right after graduation is outrageous, especially since I heard from my family that this Chunin exam involves ninjas from other villages, making it no simple test and potentially very dangerous. Many present wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend how Feng Ye could dare apply for the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito could not help but ask Kiba, in this situation, they should reject the application, right? No, Kiba shook his head. For some reason, it hasn't been rejected. I even checked. Feng Ye and Appo's name is on the latest list of participants for the Chunin exam. Upon hearing Kiba and Appo's confirmation, someone gasped. That guy is incredibly bold. Does he even realize what the Chunin exam entails? Even if he graduated with full marks, it doesn't end Appo's mean he can just enter the Chunin exam at will. He's overly confident in his abilities. The news sent shockwaves through the crowd, sparking fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai and the others, who had previously admired Feng Ye for his perfect graduation scores, now wore expressions of concern. Listening to the nearby conversations, Kurenai's expression shifted, and she gasped. How could Feng Ye sign up for this Chunin exam? Typically, the internal Chunin exams in Konoha are relatively safe, merely assessing a ninja's overall competencies. However, the joint Chunin exam with other villages is a different matter entirely. The ninjas from different villages do not hold back, and casualties are inevitable. This particular Chunin exam is especially perilous due to the tense situation in the ninja world, its dangers rivaling those of war. Yamanaka Ino hesitated, pondering. Feng Ye wouldn't overlook these factors. Perhaps he has considered this decision thoroughly? Kurenai and Appo's expression grew grave. No. He might not know that this Chunin exam involves ninjas from other villages. I must find him and convince him to withdraw from this exam with that. She dashed out of the classroom. She knew this information because her father, Yuhi Akihiko, was the chief examiner for this Chunin exam, and he had mentioned it during dinner the previous night. Hey! Seeing Kurenai rush out, Noera Rin called after her, but when Kurenai ignored her, she hesitated briefly before following suit. At Feng Ye's doorstep, after hearing Kurenai's anxious warnings, he couldn't help but smile, saying, You came all this way just to remind me of this. I'm serious. Kurenai exclaimed, her urgency apparent. I heard it from my father, who is the chief examiner for this Chunin exam. The information is reliable. Noera Rin, equally earnest, urged, I know your strength is formidable, Feng Ye. But this Chunin exam is too dangerous. You don't need to take such risks. Better to wait for the one in 6 months. All right, I understand. Come inside, and we can talk. Feng Ye, seeing their worried expressions, shrugged and gestured for them to enter. Kurenai, however, remained at the threshold, her impatience getting the better of her as she stomped her foot. Ugh, Feng Ye, do you even comprehend what I and Appos, am saying? Feng Ye didn't reply. Instead, he glanced around the street, ensuring no one was watching, then suddenly pulled both Kurenai and Rin into the entryway, shutting the door with a decisive thud. Wait. Startled, Kurenai and Rin froze momentarily, their youthful minds racing with myriad thoughts at the sudden turn of events. What does Feng Ye intend? Has he brought them inside for but Rin is here too? Is he trying to involve both of them? This is utterly inappropriate. No, absolutely unacceptable. Yet this could also be an opportunity. Meanwhile, Rin shared similar thoughts, her expression slightly stiffened by the unexpected situation. It's not classified information, so sharing it with you is harmless, but please don't let anyone else know. Participating in the Chunin exam is a task entrusted to me by Lord Hokage. In the peculiar atmosphere that left both girls speechless, Feng Ye casually made his way to the living room, his words momentarily leaving Kurenai in shock. She exchanged a glance with Rin, and their eyes momentarily held a hint of awkwardness before they both turned their heads away, the earlier flicker of hostility dissipating. Feng Ye, observing their demeanor, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. If they were adults, the palpable tension might have been more apparent, but as two girls not yet ninth, the scene could only be described as adorable. However, one couldn't help but wonder what thoughts occupied the minds of these two young girls just moments ago. Feng Ye walked into the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and gestured towards the refrigerator, saying, "There's milk and soda in the fridge. Feel free to grab whatever you like." Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Sunset Red and Rin gradually regained their composure. Red looked at Feng Ye, a glimmer of surprise crossing her face, and asked, "Did you just mention the Hokage and Appos' mission?" Feng Ye nodded, responding, "It and Appos' quite similar to what you know. This Chunin exam is akin to a war, and the outcome could potentially influence the negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Village. Even a slight impact is of utmost importance. So Konoha will respond with full force. I am one of the individuals specifically designated to participate in the exam." Upon hearing this, Rin was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "So, does that mean the early graduation was also the Hokage and Appos' directive?" Feng Ye nodded again, helplessly shrugging. "If it weren't and Appos' for this mission, I would have preferred to stay in school and spend a few more months with you." Sunset Red, still in a state of shock, pondered over something, her gaze fixed on Feng Ye with astonishment. "How could the Hokage designate you for the Chunin exam? Does this mean your strength has gained the Hokage's recognition?" Rin also regarded Feng Ye with disbelief. Such a notion seemed far-fetched and difficult to accept. Had anyone else made this claim, they would likely have thought it a deliberate deception. "Well," Feng Ye chuckled, "if I were to say that Kakashi has never actually been able to defeat me, would you believe it?" To this, Sunset Red and Rin's thoughts aligned almost perfectly. Absolutely, they instinctively affirmed, believing it to be within Feng Ye's capabilities. Even though he had not exhibited particularly astonishing feats recently, they still held a degree of faith, especially after witnessing Feng Ye effortlessly defeat Hyuga Hayashi. Sunset Red remarked, somewhat awestruck, "So, those rumors were all false. You never denied any of them. Why should I compete with my brother Kakashi?" Feng Ye replied with a smile, "Besides, if I graduated early, I wouldn't have become friends with you too, which would be quite regrettable." Both Sunset Red and Rin nodded in agreement, their cheeks unexpectedly tinged with a faint blush. Moreover, considering how Feng Ye remained unfazed amidst such rumors, attending class with cheerfulness and laughter, it was evident that he was incomparable to the impulsive and immature boys in their class. He seemed devoid of any of their faults. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be captivated. Their gazes upon Feng Ye made him increasingly uncomfortable, prompting him to cough lightly and disrupt the unusual atmosphere. If they were 15 or 16, or even 17 or 18, it might be understandable in the ninja world, where the average lifespan is limited, that age is considered adult. However, at their current age, such looks felt somewhat perilous, dangerous enough to rival Otsutsuki Kagaya. I didn't expect to visit your home under these circumstances. I apologize." Sunset Red quickly diverted the topic, averting her gaze. Rin, having regained her composure, gazed at Feng Ye with admiration, saying, "No wonder you were chosen by the Hokage for the Chunin exam. Nevertheless, be cautious. There are likely formidable ninjas from other villages." "I will be careful," Feng Ye replied with a smile, then turned to Sunset Red. It was somewhat abrupt to involve you both like this, but I didn't want to explain the mission at the door. As he spoke, Feng Ye subtly glanced towards the entrance, but continued his conversation with a smile. At the same time, Kakashi, who was about to enter, paused upon hearing the commotion inside, muttering, 1, 2, so you finally stopped pretending to be human. Despite knowing that Feng Ye was quite popular at school, it was his first experience of bringing 2 girls home. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against entering. Kakashi murmured to himself, unable to comprehend Feng Ye's actions. To him, girls were an exceedingly troublesome entity, particularly during previous missions where they often hindered the team. Recently, he had a fierce argument with a teammate after a mission nearly failed due to such distractions. 1 girl was already a handful, 2 would surely double the trouble, which he found both admirable and concerning. What worried him most was, if this trend continued, would he end up with many sisters-in-law? That would surely become quite a headache. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, Feng Ye was unaware of his thoughts. He only knew that after pausing at the door, Kakashi seemed unwilling to interact with Sunset Red and the others and quietly slipped away. Even if Feng Ye were to learn of Kakashi's thoughts, he would dismiss them as overly far-fetched. He was merely 9 years old, after all. After bidding farewell to Sunset Red and Rin, Feng Ye immersed himself in training. With only 3 days remaining until the Chunin exam, it was impossible to elevate his swordsmanship to the 2nd stage in such a short time. Nor could he develop the A-rank ninjutsu Chidori. The only feasible enhancement was to unlock the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the open gate. If he could achieve this, even without the acceleration of time, he would easily dominate the Chunin exam. Time flew by, bathed in the twilight glow. Feng Ye spent the final day before the Chunin exam reflecting. Sighing, he gazed at the setting sun, stretching his body as he concluded his training. That should be enough. Tomorrow is the Chunin exam, marking my first mission as a ninja. What was that line again? Ah, yes, ready perfectly. Feng Ye clenched his fist, a smile gracing his face. After tidying up, he returned home without activating time acceleration, had dinner, and slept soundly until the next morning. Kakashi was not at home. Having seemingly left early, Feng Ye paid it no mind and, after breakfast, made his way to the exam venue. At that moment, the classroom for the Chunin exam was already filled with numerous participants. A rough count indicated around 60 individuals, the vast majority being ninjas from Konoha, with only a handful hailing from other ninja villages. Konoha's ninja, Feng Ye, merely cast a fleeting glance at the figures from the hidden cloud and mist villages, diverting his attention primarily to the latter. Upon focusing on the mist ninja, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, for he recognized one among the trio, a familiar silhouette. If his eyes did not deceive him, it was none other than Kisame Hashigaki, a future member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a member of the Akatsuki, and Itachi's partner. Yet, at this moment, Kisame appeared to be merely around 10 years of age. Sensing Feng Ye's gaze, Kisame turned slightly, their eyes meeting for an instant. His gaze reminiscent of a shark's, evoking an unsettling chill. The youthful Kisame, one wondered how formidable he might be. Feng Ye scrutinized him for a moment before averting his gaze, mumbling to himself as he resumed scanning the other ninjas from the hidden cloud in various villages. He did not recognize the lower-ranked ninja from the hidden cloud, nor did he have any recollection of those from the hidden grass and rain villages, including the other 2 lower-ranked ninjas from the mist, all of whom were mere shadows in his memory. As Feng Ye observed the other ninjas, some curious eyes fell upon him. "Who is that?" murmured several leaf ninjas. "Silver hair. Could it be Kakashi Hitaki?" At the mention of Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a CH Nin by 6, Feng Ye's resemblance to him, both in hairstyle and stature, drew considerable attention. "No, that is not Kakashi," someone interjected, shaking his head. "His name is Feng Ye, Kakashi and Appo's elder brother, and he pales in comparison." Nearby, Inazuka Kiba stroked his chin in contemplation. "When did he become a CH Nin? I have no recollection of him. Is he here alone for the CH Nin exam?" "It seems so," someone replied with a chuckle. "His talent may not be exceptional, but it takes considerable courage to come alone for the exam." This marked his 3rd attempt. He vividly recalled his first experience, nearly falling victim to another and Appo's prowess. The CH Nin exam was a far cry from the graduation test of the Ninja Academy. Feng Ye Hitaki? Not from the Hyuga or Uchiha clans. He must be a mere footnote, speculated 2 lower-ranked mist ninjas, overhearing the chatter. Their superior had warned them to remain vigilant, particularly against the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, whose Sharingan and Byakugan possessed formidable abilities. Beyond these clans, the rest were hardly worth considering. "Not necessarily weak," Kisame remarked. revealing his shark-like teeth as he scrutinized the direction of Feng Ye. That fellow noticed me the moment he entered. He must possess some skill. Is that so? A nearby mist ninja's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he coldly smiled. A modicum of skill is just what we need to stave off boredom during this exam. As conversation swirled among the crowd, a new figure entered the room. Leading the group was a leaf jonin. Silence. Yamashiro Aoi commanded, his authoritative presence filling the room, compelling the assembled ninjas to hush almost simultaneously. I am Yamashiro Aoi, the chief examiner for the first test. Please submit your personal information forms in order and collect your number tags, then take your designated seats. The first exam papers will be distributed shortly. Leaning against the wall by the door, Feng Ye glanced towards Yamashiro. If memory served him right, this man was Ino's father, one of the original Inuzuka, Akamichi, and Nara trio. It was evident that Konoha placed considerable importance on this nin exam, appointing jonin as examiners rather than merely special jonin. Before long, Feng Ye received his number tag and took his seat. With a mission to target the Mist and Cloud ninjas, he had already gleaned the exam's contents the previous day. The first phase was a written test assessing intelligence, akin to that faced by the Konoha 12, with the second phase involving the deadly forest of death and the pursuit of scrolls, culminating in one-on-one battles. The exam papers were soon distributed. With swift strokes, Feng Ye began to write. Having foreknowledge of the exam and Appo's content rendered it trivial for him prior to entering the classroom. He had dispatched a shadow clone to transform into a proctoring nin, confidently striding in with the others. Moreover, he found that he could solve most of the questions unaided, rendering any need for cheating unnecessary. In mere moments, he completed the exam. Submitting early? Yamashiro's gaze flickered as he met Feng Ye's eyes while he approached with the exam paper. After reviewing the answers and confirming their accuracy, he nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done. You have passed." The premature submission of Feng Ye's exam paper left many students participating in the Chunin exam in a state of bewilderment, their gazes instinctively drawn towards him. Had he succeeded? How could he have solved such challenging questions so swiftly? Some students, still grappling with the understanding that the crux of this exam was cheating, could hardly believe their eyes. They were stumped by every question on the paper, while Feng Ye had completed them all in record time. Surely, even a top scholar wouldn't be that exaggerated. One student narrowed his eyes at Feng Ye's departing figure. Something felt off about that guy. He had already discerned that the essence of this exam revolved around deceit, yet those hidden among the crowd, the Chunin who were diligently solving the questions, had barely made headway. It was somewhat absurd that Feng Ye had finished so quickly. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of the paper and answers? Cursed be his luck. With this thought, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, casting a malevolent glance at Feng Ye. Under the watchful and unfriendly gazes of numerous examinees in the classroom, Feng Ye nonchalantly exited the examination hall. Once outside, he paused, spotting Kakashi, who had appeared at some point. Lazily leaning against the wall, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a detached demeanor. Feng Ye lifted his chin and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Supervision," Kakashi replied, arms crossed over his chest. "I'm responsible for escorting candidates who have been caught cheating 5 times. However, it seems the quality of this batch is commendable." Before he could finish his sentence, the voice of the supervising Chunin echoed from within the examination room. "Candidate 51, disqualified." Feng Ye merely shrugged. Kakashi sighed helplessly, stepping into the examination room to usher the 3 disqualified candidates out. Watching Kakashi depart, Feng Ye yawned and made his way towards the venue for the second round of the Chunin exam, arriving swiftly at the location he had been informed of beforehand. The second stage of the Chunin exam was not held in the 44th training ground, known as the Forest of Death, but rather in the 31st training ground, dubbed the Death Cavern. The area, surrounded by barbed wire, was devoid of any vegetation, yet the terrain was treacherously rugged, reminiscent of the complex landscape shaped by water erosion in the Land of Rain. Various small hills dotted the landscape, and numerous interconnected caves could be faintly discerned. "This is the exam site for the Chunin exam. Approach with caution," a station ninja warned as he spotted Feng Ye, who promptly withdrew his gaze and produced his examination permit. "I am a candidate for the Chunin exam. I've completed the first phase and arrived early," he stated. The ninja, slightly taken aback by the permit, replied, "Then please wait here for the chief examiner. Entry into the cavern is prohibited until the designated time." "Understood." Feng Ye stepped aside to await further instructions. It was long before the first round concluded, and over 60 Genin candidates saw nearly half of their number eliminated, leaving only a little over 30. The 3 Genin from the Mist Village and the 3 from the Cloud Village successfully passed the exam. as these elite representatives from 2 villages were evidently undeterred by such a basic test. So this is the venue for the second test, one of the Mist Genin remarked, surveying the death cavern with a sinister smile, licking his lips. It's practically tailored for us. The rugged terrain would be quite advantageous for them. As masters of water release, a single water jutsu would be nearly impossible to evade. Kisame Hashigaki also displayed a grin, remarking, it's indeed quite suitable. Suitable for your burial ground. Perhaps, a discordant voice interjected, causing Kisame's smile to falter, and the 2 Mist Genin to cast sharp glances towards the source. The speaker was a brawny man clad in rough linen, his dark complexion marked by the forehead protector of the Cloud Village, whose burial ground that might be is yet to be determined. Keep your guard up, Cloud Ninja. The 2 Mist Genin glared coldly at their Cloud counterparts. While the terrain favored the Mist Ninja, it equally benefited the Cloud Ninja adept in lightning release, which had a natural advantage over water release. Thus, Mist Ninja often found themselves at a disadvantage. The 3 Genin from the Cloud Village were evidently aware of this, displaying an arrogant demeanor, as if challenging the Mist Genin to a confrontation. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Silence. The chief examiner for the second round, Akatsuki Tenketsu, approached and stated solemnly. Before we commence the second phase, you must sign this consent form, as the exam may result in injuries or fatalities. Those unwilling to sign may leave now. The assembled ninja exchanged glances. Naturally, none of those who had made it this far would retreat. One by one, they signed the consent form. Now, let us proceed to the exam rules. Akatsuki Tenketsu continued, addressing the 34 participants. There are a total of 12 teams, including those acting independently. Each team will receive 2 types of scrolls. The objective is to simultaneously acquire both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and successfully reach the central watchtower of the Death Cavern within 3 days. Now, please come forward to collect your scrolls. As he spoke, he gestured for the candidates to approach. With only 12 teams remaining, the distribution of scrolls was straightforward. 6 teams received the Heaven scroll, while the others obtained the Earth scroll, each eyeing the other with hostility. The Cloud and Mist ninjas both received the Earth scroll. We got the useless scroll. Eliminating you yields no benefit, one of the Cloud ninjas sneered. After a tense exchange of glances, the Cloud and Mist ninjas turned their attention to the teams holding the Heaven scrolls. Among them, the most remarkable was Feng Ye, who alone possessed the Heaven scroll. That guy truly stands alone. He must possess some confidence to participate solo. He is probably not to be trifled with. However, the combined strength of 3 cannot be equated with that of a single individual. Several ninjas cast covetous looks at Feng Ye. While some of the Heaven Scroll bearers regarded him indifferently, their focus remained on the Earth Scroll holders. Now that the scrolls have been distributed, follow your respective examiners to the designated entrances. In 30 minutes, we will all enter the cavern together, Akatsuki Tenketsu declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. With a flurry of movement, the supervising Chunin appeared before each team, signaling them to follow as they led them in various directions. The examiner accompanying Feng Ye was none other than Kakashi, who guided him to entrance number 5. As Kakashi opened the entrance door, he cautioned Feng Ye, the Mist and Cloud ninjas have set their sights on you. Be wary of their teamwork. Also, the cavern is under constant surveillance. Upper ninjas from both the Mist and Cloud villages, along with our own examiners, will monitor from the central watchtower. The Hokage is likely to be present as well. Understanding the prowess of Feng Ye, Kakashi felt no concern for his safety. In a one-on-one encounter, it was inconceivable that anyone could best Feng Ye. However, in a situation involving multiple opponents, caution was warranted, for Feng Ye likely lacked experience in engaging several adversaries simultaneously. Rest assured, Feng Ye remarked with a faint smile, if you are untroubled, how could I possibly have cause for concern? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. The remark irked him. Yet it was so reasonable that he found himself unable to counter it. Before long, the second round of the Chunin exam was announced as commencing. Kakashi nodded at Feng Ye, who then stepped into the arena. Almost simultaneously, 2 ninja squads, positioned at the nearest entrances to Feng Ye, converged toward his direction. That kid must have entered from entrance No. 5, one speculated. It's either number 5 or number 4. Either way, we are on the right path. Inazukashwa, his eyes glinting with determination, raced ahead, accompanied closely by a ninja hound. Feng Ye's audacity to participate in the Chunin exam alone might suggest some level of confidence. Yet, compared to other 3-member teams, Feng Ye, standing solitary, appeared to be the most vulnerable target. I believe selecting him is unnecessary, Yunuzawa stated in a low voice. After all, He is Kakashi's brother. He may possess some hidden abilities. Moreover, he is one of our Konoha ninjas. Choosing a ninja from the grass village might be more appropriate. What are you saying? Inazukashwa shot a glance at Yunuzuwai, scoffing. Without the requisite strength, one has no right to advance to Chunin. If he dares to participate alone, it is better for him to be eliminated early if he lacks power. Securing his scroll is far preferable to allowing the Cloud and Mist ninjas to obtain it. Yunuzuwai shook his head. My instincts suggest we should avoid him. Instincts of a bug, Inazukashwa retorted dismissively. Hikamaru, share your instincts. Hikamaru barked in response. Inazukashwa smiled slightly. Hikamaru means combat. I trust its instincts over yours. Yunuzuwai frowned, choosing not to continue the argument. Although he had a sense that Feng Ye might be formidable, it was ultimately just a feeling. Since Inazukashwa and Hikamaru had reached this conclusion, it was best not to create division among themselves. Before long, the group arrived along the path Feng Ye had taken. Hikamaru sniffed the air, quickly locating Feng Ye's direction, barking a few times before dashing off. Found him. Inazukashwa and Yunuzuwai immediately followed suit, sprinting through the rocky terrain in pursuit of Feng Ye. After a considerable distance, Hikamaru suddenly halted, lowering his voice to convey a message to Inazukashwa. It's just ahead. Inazukashwa quickly understood and signaled to Yunuzuwai. The trio swiftly split up, ascending nearby hills to encircle Feng Ye from the left and right. They soon caught sight of figures appearing below the hill. With a swish, Inazukashwa and his companions landed almost simultaneously, surrounding Feng Ye in the center. However, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, astonishment flickered across their faces, for Feng Ye was not alone. To his left and right lay several figures, identifiable as members of another squad, while Feng Ye, with an expression of calm, was searching the bodies, retrieving a scroll from one of them. You defeated all three of them? Inazukashwa gazed at Feng Ye in disbelief. Though he was unaware of the fallen trio's capabilities, they constituted a complete three-member team. The fact that Feng Ye had single-handedly subdued them raised the question. Was he truly as formidable as Yunuzuwai had sensed? Indeed, I initially intended to ignore them. But their pursuit was relentless. Feng Ye tucked the earth scroll away and glanced at Inazukashwa and his companions. Are you all planning to snatch my scroll? Inazukashwa hesitated, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. However, at that moment, Yunuzuwai spoke up decisively. Attack. He has just fought. Let us not give him time to recover. Initially opposed to targeting Feng Ye, Yunuzuwai now perceived an opportunity and acted swiftly, unleashing a wave of black insects toward Feng Ye. Inazukashwa quickly came to his senses. Almost let this kid intimidate us. Beast mimicry technique. Fang through Fang. With a shout, Inazukashwa and his hound spiraled through the air, resembling a drill as they charged toward Feng Ye's position. Feng Ye cast a nonchalant glance at the trio. In the next instant, he vanished, his speed far exceeding that of Inazukashwa and Appo's technique, appearing as nothing more than an afterimage as he darted toward Yunuzuwai. Yunuzuwai's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised his arms, unleashing the black insect cloud in a desperate attempt to fend off Feng Ye's assault. Yet, Feng Ye's velocity was astonishing, allowing him to evade the swarm and position himself behind Yunuzuwai. How is this speed possible? Yunuzuwai's pupils constricted in shock. He had no time to react. Feng Ye's kunai sliced through the air. Though the insects mitigated some of the blade's edge, the strike still tore through Yunuzuwai's back, inflicting excruciating pain as blood sprayed forth, causing him to collapse. Jiwei. Inazukashwa gasped in horror, beginning to grasp how Feng Ye had dispatched an entire team. This level of swiftness was beyond that of a mere genin, bordering on the unbelievable. In the next heartbeat, Feng Ye transformed once more into a streak of shadow, charging toward Inazukashwa. Another swift exchange ensued, and Inazukashwa too fell grievously wounded. The last remaining member attempted to flee, but Feng Ye was unrelenting, his kunai flashing once more, crippling the final opponent. Choosing poorly comes with consequences. Feng Ye turned to regard the 6 fallen ninjas. All were from Konoha, and he had not delivered a fatal blow. He merely incapacitated his foes. After all, they had made unwise choices, and one could not expect mercy in battle. Thus, it seemed that aspirations of becoming a Chunin would have to wait for another occasion. Though he had delayed slightly, it should not significantly impact his progress. After securing the scroll, Feng Ye directed his gaze toward the heart of the Death Cavern, muttering softly before vanishing from sight. In the very center of the Death Cavern stood a towering hill, its shape peculiar and indescribable. The summit was hollow, adorned with skylights, revealing a spacious interior with numerous rooms. Among them, a cadre of proctors, predominantly elite jonin, monitored the surveillance screens encompassing the entire area of the Death Cavern. As the second round of the Chunin exam was set to extend over 3 days, the proctors were on a rotating watch. However, within this room were also ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages, acting as the leading jonin. Was it this kid's strength that proved too formidable? Or are the other ninjas from Konoha simply lacking? Pondered Suigetsu of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, observing the unfolding events on one of the screens. The Konoha ninjas were equally taken aback by Feng Ye's remarkable performance. Most of them were unaware that Feng Ye's participation in the Chunin exam was designated by Sarutobi Hisashi. They merely regarded Feng Ye as Kakashi's brother, assuming he possessed some level of skill. However, they were astonished to witness how swiftly he dispatched the 2 subordinate ninja squads that included Inuzuka's Wa. My disciple is not lacking in strength. The supervising jounin of Inuzuka's Wa was present in the room, observing the screen with a solemn expression. The combat prowess displayed by Feng Ye evidently surpassed his expectations. Suigetsu of the Mist Village glanced over, revealing a grin that showcased his sharp teeth, and remarked, "I see, then this Chunin exam should not be dull for Kisame." Upon hearing Suigetsu's words, many Konoha ninjas cast him sidelong glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of hostility. Such arrogance was intolerable. It was practically a derision of their Konoha and Appos, as subordinates. "Just wait and see," a nearby Konoha jounin snorted softly. The onlookers continued to watch the screen. But as time progressed, the expressions of many Konoha ninjas began to shift. Within less than 3 hours, the team led by Kisame had eliminated 2 Konoha squads. The entire process was a clean and decisive rout. The strength exhibited by Kisame was far beyond that of a mere genin. His B-rank jutsu seemed to be unleashed with ease, and his chakra appeared to rival that of jounin, resembling a monster. What is this? Such chakra, could that boy be a Jinchuriki? A Konoha ninja fixated on the scene on the screen, unable to contain his astonishment. Suigetsu chuckled, "Fool. There and Appos. There's no way we would casually send a Jinchuriki to your Konoha for the Chunin exam. Kisame is not a Jinchuriki. He possesses an inherently unique monstrous physique." Suigetsu's words caused the faces of the Konoha ninjas to darken. Although Konoha had the most teams advancing to the second round of the Chunin exam, totaling 8 squads, it was disheartening to realize that 4 teams had already lost their qualifications within just half a day. What was most troubling was that Kisame, having dispatched 2 Konoha squads, had gathered sufficient scrolls but showed no inclination to head to the finish line. Instead, he continued to pursue other teams within the Death Cavern. It was evident that he intended to eliminate everyone in the second round. "Don't look at me like that. Our Mist Village's assessment system is far more ruthless." Noticing the unfriendly expressions of the Konoha ninjas, Suigetsu smirked and said, "Weaklings without strength have no qualifications to be ninjas." In Suigetsu's eyes, Konoha and Appos' assessment system was indeed too lenient. In their Mist Village, graduates were required to eliminate their peers. Only one of 2 could survive. The Chunin exam was brutal from start to finish, ensuring that only the elite remained. The Blood Mist Village's style. The leading jounin from the Cloud Village, who had been silent until now, shot a glance at Suigetsu, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before he diverted his gaze, crossing his arms over his chest. "This routine does not intimidate our Cloud Village ninjas. Let us continue to observe." Suigetsu looked at the jounin from Cloud Village and replied nonchalantly. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had slipped by. The morning following the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hisashi had just awakened when a ninja appeared outside his room to report. "Hokage-sama, there has been an incident." The drowsiness vanished instantly from Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes, replaced by a glimmer of intensity as he sprang to his feet, donning the cloak of the third Hokage, and stepped outside, asking, "What happened?" "It concerns the Chunin exam." An Umbu ninja followed closely alongside Sarutobi Hisashi, hastily relaying the situation of the Chunin exam, which caused Sarutobi Hisashi and Appos' expression to shift dramatically. Within a day and a night, Konoha and Appos' ninjas had been eliminated in 6 squads. Only 2 remained. The other small ninja villages had also suffered near total losses. Now, only 4 teams remained in the Chunin exam arena, including squads from Cloud and Mist, as well as the Konoha team led by Uchiha Kyuta and Feng Ye's solitary squad. How could so many teams be eliminated? Sarutobi Hisashi and Appos' thoughts raced, and a sense of foreboding took root as he hurried toward the Chunin exam arena, directing a serious inquiry at an Umbu ninja beside him. The Umbu's response confirmed his suspicions. The ninjas from Mist and Cloud Village had no intention of simply passing the second round of the Chunin exam. Instead, after acquiring sufficient scrolls, they continued to hunt down other teams. With a swift motion, Sarutobi Hizashi made his way to the central lookout tower, entering the monitoring room. Hokage-sama. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi's arrival, the numerous Konoha ninjas in the monitoring room instantly bowed in respect. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze swept across the room, landing on one individual. When did you arrive, Orochimaru? In the center of the monitoring room stood Orochimaru and Appo's imposing figure. Nearby, both Jounin and Chunin from Konoha regarded Orochimaru with a mixture of awe. While Suigetsu in the Cloud Village Jounin no longer displayed their previous arrogance, casting wary glances at Orochimaru. Just a tad earlier than you, sensei. Orochimaru smiled slightly. His voice gravelly as he remarked, I heard that there are some particularly special Chunin in this Chunin exam, so I came to take a look. Sarutobi Hizashi entered the monitoring room slowly, gazing at the images on the screen. At this time, do not entertain any misguided intentions, Orochimaru. As Orochimaru and Appo's former teacher, Sarutobi Hizashi knew him well. An interest in special genin implied the potential for Orochimaru to act insidiously, and it was imperative not to provoke the mist or cloud ninjas at this juncture. Any aggression would equate to a declaration of war. Understood, sensei. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Yet both Suigetsu and the Cloud Jounin felt an undercurrent of pressure, for Orochimaru and Appo's demeanor provided no clarity regarding his true intentions. They could only presume that he would refrain from action without Sarutobi Hizashi and Appo's directive. After all, he was one of the most dangerous figures among all of Konoha and Appo's ninjas. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat oppressive, an unexpected scene on one of the screens captured everyone and Appo's attention, including Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hizashi. The screen displayed Konoha's final three-man squad encountering Kisame and his team as they approached the central tower. You must have gathered sufficient scrolls by now. Uchiha Kyuda, the leader of this genin squad, stood at the forefront with a composed expression, addressing the Mist Ninjas, including Kisame, coolly. He had already acquired the Heaven and Earth scrolls and had no desire to engage with the Mist Ninjas. Kisame shrugged slightly, stating, We and Appo's VE more than enough scrolls. Now, move aside. Uchiha Kyuda's voice was low and firm. Kisame chuckled, his eyes narrowing with intensity. It seems you've misunderstood something. While we have enough scrolls, I have no intention of letting you pass. After all, we will inevitably clash in the third round, so why not let you all fall here instead? By the way, just to inform you, I have already obtained 6 scrolls. Kisame's words caused Uchiha Kyuda's expression to shift slightly. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. A single tomo slowly rotating in his eyes, gripping a kunai tightly as he warily focused on Kakuzu. Make your move, Kakuzu stated succinctly, immediately engaging in combat. The 3 Mist Ninjas clashed fiercely with the 3 from Konoha. Relying on the power of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kyuda managed to maintain a temporary balance in the situation. But as time passed, his chakra began to dwindle, while Kakuzu seemed to expend none at all. It appears your chakra is running low. Maintaining that Sharingan demands a considerable amount of energy, Kakuzu remarked with a grin. Suddenly, he formed hand seals and unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Kyuda's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated that even in such a dire situation, Kakuzu could still muster enough chakra to release a B-rank technique. He could only hurriedly evade, yet in this terrain. Avoiding a wide-range water release technique proved nearly impossible, and he was struck. The amount of chakra is quite abnormal. He truly possesses an extraordinary physique. Orochimaru observed from the monitoring room, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the many Konoha ninjas wore somber expressions. For with the defeat of this small team, Konoha's trio had been entirely obliterated. Only a single remaining solo team, or rather, just one individual, Ataki Fumiyo, was left. Is this the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Kakuzu mused as he approached Uchiha Kyuda, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes as he crouched down. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan indeed held great value. However, just as Kakuzu was about to seize Uchiha Kyuda's Sharingan, a Konoha Umbu ninja appeared silently. Although the participants in the Chunin exam's second round had signed a life and death agreement, Konoha could not remain indifferent to the theft of a Sharingan. Kakuzu, upon noticing the Umbu ninja's arrival, realized he had lost the opportunity to take the Sharingan. He sighed, retracting his hand from Uchiha Kyuda and standing up. The hunt is nearing its end. Let us depart. The other 2 Mist Ninjas nodded and left with Kakuzu. The Umbu ninja cast a glance at the fallen Uchiha Kyuda, then turned his gaze towards the departing figures of Kakuzu and his companions, a sense of melancholy in his eyes. With the Uchiha ninja capable of wielding the Sharingan now defeated, it was evident that the mist had dispatched formidable lower nin. This Chunin exam might indeed become a subject of ridicule. In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression. After a few seconds of contemplation, he turned to the proctoring ninja beside him and inquired, "Where is Fumiyo? Has he passed?" Well, the proctor hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to respond. After several moments, he finally said, "To put it simply, he is likely passed. He had gathered sufficient scrolls and arrived at the tower's exterior quite early. Yet he has not entered." Hiruzen was slightly taken aback as he glanced at the monitor. "He hasn't entered?" "Indeed," the proctor confirmed with a nod. The chief examiner, Yuhi Kurenai, approached, gazing at the screen. Perhaps he does not intend to pass directly, wishing instead to gauge the strength of other ninjas. His position allows him to enter at any time. Hiruzen murmured in acknowledgement. This certainly aligned with Fumiyo's character, but with all other lower nin defeated. The pressure of the third round now rested solely on him. The thought caused Hiruzen to shake his head. He had anticipated that the mist and cloud would send their elite ninjas, yet the reality was even grimmer than expected. Fortunately, he had chosen Fumiyo to participate in this Chunin exam. Given Fumiyo and Appo's capabilities, he would likely perform admirably in the third round. At that moment, Fumiyo sat motionless on a protruding rock wall outside the central lookout tower, covered in a layer of dust, nearly indistinguishable from the terrain. In the quietude, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in a particular direction, a spark of light flashing within. "Finally, someone has arrived," he murmured, having waited there for quite some time, not far from the central lookout tower. Kakuzu and his companions hurried towards the endpoint of the second round of the Chunin exam after dispatching the last Konoha team, moving in a triangular formation, with Kakuzu leading. One of the two following him, while running, chuckled, "I never imagined the Uchiha clan, which teacher Tofu warned us about, would be so lacking. They overestimated Konoha and Appo's ninjas. Out of 12 teams, we have eliminated 6. The Uchiha also took down 1, making it 7. If the Cloud Ninjas also took out 1, then only 3 teams would remain for the third round. If 2 teams were eliminated, it would come down to a showdown between us and them," Tsukasa remarked. Satisfied with their accomplishments in fulfilling Tofu and Appo's orders. However, just as Tsukasa reveled in his self-assessment, a strange voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Is that so?" The voice sent Tsukasa and Appo's heart racing, a chill coursing through him as fear gripped his mind. He attempted to react, but it was too late. In an instant, blood splattered. It was as if he had collided with an invisible, razor-sharp line, and Tsukasa's body was cleaved in two at the waist, his upper and lower halves separated cleanly. Shock and disbelief lingered in his eyes. Kakuzu and the other mist ninja sensed the abrupt change behind them, their expressions shifting dramatically as they halted. Turning around, they could only see Tsukasa's lifeless body and a calm young man with silver hair, wielding a short blade. "Hataki, Fumiyo." The mist ninja beside Kakuzu gasped in disbelief, his face reflecting shock and horror. Tsukasa had been their sensing ninja, enabling them to hunt down other teams. Relying on his perceptive abilities, logically, he should have been the first to react to an ambush. Yet now, he had been taken down in an instant. Coughing, Tsukasa, though not immediately dead, spat blood, his upper half lying on the ground, gazing in Fumiyo's direction with incredulity. Having drawn near the endpoint and engaged in conversation with Kakuzu, he had indeed grown careless, failing to concentrate fully on sensing. But the most critical factor was the speed. Fumiyo and Appo's movements were astonishingly swift, too rapid for him to mount any form of resistance. Such speed was beyond that of a mere lower nin. Even AJ Nin would struggle to match it. Caught off guard by AJ Nin's ambush while unprepared, Tsukasa's demise was an inevitable outcome. "It is you," Kakuzu observed Fumiyo, betraying no anger or distress over the loss of his companion, as if Tsukasa had been nothing more than a trivial pawn. A shark-like grin spread across his face as he said, "It seems not all of Konoha's lower nin are worthless." Feng Ye cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Tongchao Yezu, bisected by a strike, and noticed a small pile of scrolls that had tumbled from the opponent. "I see," he mused. The accumulation of so many scrolls indicated that this individual was not participating in the CH Nin exam merely to advance, but rather to hunt and to display prowess. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the notorious style of the Blood Mist Village. Lifting his ninjat, White Fang, Feng Ye delicately wiped its blade, as if polishing it. Yet in the next instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke. The expression of Kakashi Kisame shifted dramatically as he leaped back without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing down into the air. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water surged forth, cascading down like a deluge. However, the deluge did not immediately strike Feng Ye, for his target was not Kisame, but rather another Mist Genin. Water release. Spiral water blade. The Mist Genin unleashed his technique almost simultaneously with Feng Ye's disappearance. He exhaled sharply, causing spiraling threads of high-pressure water to emanate from him in all directions, slicing through the protruding rocks nearby with ease. Just as he executed this jutsu, Feng Ye materialized to his right. Faced with the oncoming water threads, he did not evade. Instead, he exhibited an almost uncanny speed, executing a mid-air spin and slipping through the narrow gaps between the spiraling blades. Disaster. The Mist Genin's face paled, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes as he realized Feng Ye dared to charge directly into the attack range of the spiral water blade, and indeed, he had made it through. Without sufficient speed or acute dynamic vision, such recklessness was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to dismemberment. With a swift motion, the Mist Genin drew a kunai, aiming it at Feng Ye. The clang of metal echoed as Feng Ye's white fang sliced through the air, seemingly unleashing several white threads in an instant, before he vanished and reappeared behind the Mist Genin. The Genin froze, struggling to turn his head toward Feng Ye, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. In the next moment, blood gushed forth as countless lacerations appeared on his body, and he collapsed to the side. The spiral water blade had failed to halt Feng Ye, and once within close quarters, the outcome was inevitable. Had it been a member of the Uchiha clan activating their Sharingan with adequate speed, perhaps they might have withstood Feng Ye's blade techniques. But it was evident that he lacked such capability. In an instant, two of the Mist Shinobi lay dead. To be so brazen in another's village comes with consequences. If one cannot slay their foes, they shall be slain instead. This, it seemed, was the philosophy of the Mist Village. And Feng Ye found no fault in adhering to it. Standing upon the water and Appo's surface, he regarded the remaining Kakashi Kisame, speaking in a tone devoid of urgency. Kisame observed Feng Ye from a distance, his previously calm demeanor now replaced by tension, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he remarked, "It appears you are indeed the strongest genin of Konoha." There was a slight discrepancy in the intelligence, but it is of little consequence. As his words fell, Kisame abruptly formed hand seals. Water release. Water shark bomb technique. With a resounding splash, the water beneath Feng Ye roiled as several sharks formed from condensed water surged toward him, intent on tearing him apart. Feng Ye leapt from the water and Appo's surface, hurtling toward Kisame. Unfazed, Kisame raised his right hand, summoning a shark from the tumultuous waters to strike directly at Feng Ye. Holding White Fang firmly, Feng Ye plunged the blade into the water shark, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he cut through the water, the sword tracing a spiraling arc and cleaving through both the shark and Kisame himself. With a crash, Kisame's form disintegrated, not into blood, but into water, surging upward and enveloping Feng Ye entirely. Water prison technique. Kisame emerged from the depths, pressing a hand against the surface of the water sphere to maintain his prison, gazing at Feng Ye within and declaring, "Your speed indeed poses a challenge, but in my water prison technique, it shall be rendered ineffective." Yet Feng Ye, trapped within the sphere, exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, he gazed calmly at Kisame and said, "The water prison technique, a signature jutsu of the Mist Shinobi. However, knowing you would employ such a technique, it would be unwise to fall for it so easily." This declaration caused Kisame's expression to shift. In the next instant, his body twisted sharply to one side, but a flash of white light grazed his form, followed by a spray of blood as an arm severed from his body fell into the water. Impressive. In the control room at the heart of the Death Rock Cavern, Orochimaru observed the scene on the screen, a hint of admiration in his eyes as he commented. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but exclaim, "I thought he relied solely on speed. I never anticipated he could utilize the shadow clone and substitution jutsu to such an extent. Even you, at his age, could not have achieved this level." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were astounded by the talent and skill Feng Ye displayed in this brief skirmish. Not to mention the other Nin and Nin present. Figures such as Yu Shinhong and her companions were equally taken aback. They had long assessed the prowess of the trio from the mist, determining that both Genin possessed elite Nin strength, while Kakashi Kisame's exceptional chakra put him on the brink of being classified as a special Nin. Yet, In an instant, two of the mist shinobi had perished, and one was gravely injured before Feng Ye. Whether it was the strength Feng Ye exhibited or his judgment and choices during the battle, there was naught to critique. He appeared far from a mere 9-year-old genin, instead resembling a seasoned elite shinobi forged in the crucible of countless battles. Kisame's figure appeared a dozen meters away. His right arm severed at the shoulder, now grasping the wound with his left hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he endured the pain. Having lost the composure he once held. Too young, Feng Ye thought with a quiet sigh as he regarded Kisame. In this phase, while Kisame exhibited significant chakra, lacking the formidable blade of Samahata rendered his prowess less imposing. And his combat experience paled in comparison to the Kisame who would later slay the likes of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Man and join the Akatsuki. The jutsu Kisame had previously unleashed, including the water clone that had drawn him in and the subsequent water prison technique, might have ensnared another. But Feng Ye had anticipated them from the outset. The disparity in information was stark. Had both parties been equally informed, perhaps Kisame could have engaged him in a fair fight. However, under conditions of asymmetric intelligence, it was a one-sided domination. Just as Feng Ye prepared to strike and eliminate Kisame, his gaze flickered, turning toward a distant direction. There, three figures were rapidly approaching. More adversaries. Feng Ye glanced at Kisame before forming a hand seal, vanishing in a puff of smoke. The incoming foes were three genin from the Hidden Cloud Village. Three genin from the Hidden Cloud Village did not intentionally hunt other genin teams like the likes of Kisame Hashigaki, yet they too managed to defeat two squads. In contrast to teams from other villages, which would typically choose to pass the test after acquiring enough scrolls and reaching the finish line, the ninja from the Cloud Village, known for their volatile temperament, unanimously decided to head towards the source of the commotion. After all, they would have to engage in combat during the third round. So it was not amiss to eliminate a few competitors in the second round. It was a water-based ninjutsu, likely from a Mist Village ninja. To their surprise, encountering ninjas from the mist was an opportunity to eliminate them right here. On Kamoi's dark-skinned right arm, faint arcs of lightning flickered as he spoke, flexing his fist with a slight grin. The Cloud Ninjas held no fear of the Mist Ninjas. Lightning techniques countered water techniques, and their typically aggressive style clashed with the stealthy, assassin-like approach of the Mist. However, as the trio approached the battlefield, one of them suddenly changed expression, sensing something, and shouted, "Watch out!" Kamoi's countenance shifted as a layer of lightning enveloped him, allowing him to sidestep just in time to avoid a blade that sliced up from the earth below. Swish! The attack missed, and Feng Ye retreated 2 steps. Glancing at Kamoi. Indeed, the speed and reflexes of the Cloud Ninjas were impressive. Swish! Swish! The other 2 Cloud Ninjas swiftly surrounded Feng Ye, while Kamoi regarded him coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. "I thought you were from the mist. Turns out you're from Konoha." At that moment, Kamoi formed a hand seal and pressed down towards the ground, unleashing a surge of lightning that raced towards Feng Ye. Swish! Feng Ye leapt back to evade. The 2 Cloud Genin charged from either side, but Feng Ye displayed an uncanny speed, deftly weaving through the attacks. To think a Konoha Genin could possess such speed. But with that alone, you won't escape. Kamoi's gaze turned icy as he lunged at Feng Ye, with the other 2 closing in from the left and right to overwhelm him. Inside the central observation tower, as they watched the screens, Akane Yuhi frowned, unable to contain her thoughts. This is too reckless. Having taken down a mist team and heavily injured Kisame, that should have been sufficient for Feng Ye. There is no need to engage with the Cloud team. Currently, Feng Ye and Appo's exhibited speed was noticeably slower than during his battle with the Mist Ninjas, suggesting a decline in his condition. He was not at his peak. One of the Cloud Ninjas clearly matched his speed, while the other 2 barely kept pace. Under such circumstances, defeating the Cloud Ninjas would be a daunting task, not to mention escaping. The other Konoha proctors also displayed signs of tension, though Kisame's arm had been severed, resulting in the destruction of their scrolls, thus eliminating him, if Feng Ye were to falter here. The third round of the Nin exam would become moot, allowing the 3 from the Cloud to advance effortlessly. Such impulsiveness is unwarranted. If he could simply enter the third round, in a one-on-one scenario, he should not lose to any of the Cloud Ninjas. Akane Yuhi spoke solemnly as she continued to observe the screen. Beside her, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, previously applauding Feng Ye's situational judgment, which belied his tender age of 9. The situation had swiftly shifted. After slaying 2 Mist Ninjas and severely wounding Kisame, Feng Ye appeared to have grown overly confident, abandoning the most prudent course of action. Indeed, no matter how maturely he might think, he was still merely 9 years old, and with a few achievements. He seemed to have become somewhat complacent. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently shook his head. At this distance, there should still be a chance to reach the finish line. Yamashiro Aoi contemplated the footage, making a judgment. As long as he could reach the finish, it would be manageable. The subsequent third round would be a series of one-on-one duels, where Feng Ye would have a substantial advantage against any opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. This misstep was one Feng Ye could still rectify, and his display of strength against the Mist team was already quite remarkable, fulfilling his objectives. Yet at that moment, a distinctly contrary voice resounded. No, it won't be as simple as rushing to the finish, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru crossed his arms, his serpent-like eyes glinting as he gazed at the screen. I believe you may be underestimating that child, even from the distance of the surveillance screen. Not witnessing the battle in person, Orochimaru sensed that Feng Ye would not recklessly seek out trouble with the Cloud Ninjas after his encounter with the Mist. Especially since Feng Ye had not exhibited any signs of panic, even when surrounded by the 3 Cloud Ninjas. To him, it appeared as though Feng Ye was observing his opponents. His reflexes are quite sharp. Kamoi's successive attacks were either parried or evaded by Feng Ye, who let out a cold grunt. He brushed his hand along the edge of his sword, causing arcs of lightning to crackle along the blade. If that is the case, let us see how you handle this. Ninjutsu. Cloud Flow Slash. As he uttered the incantation, Kamui surged forward, swinging his sword, which cut through the air and released a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Feng Ye. The speed of this strike was significantly faster than before. The sudden acceleration would surely catch Feng Ye off guard, and it seemed he would be cleaved in two before he could react with his kunai. However, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Feng Ye and Appo's eyes, as if an ethereal clock had ticked forward. Clang! His already swift arm moved with uncanny speed, retracting the kunai just in time to deflect Kamui's strike with a resounding clash. Kamui's pupils contracted in surprise. Having utilized Cloud Flow Slash, his attack speed was nearly a third faster than usual. Under such conditions, Feng Ye should have had no chance to block. Swish! Swish! After parrying Kamui's blow, Feng Ye transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly flickering backward, breaking free from the encirclement of the 3. Now outside their grasp, Feng Ye, wielding his kunai, gazed at the trio from the Cloud Village and softly murmured to himself, "This isn't the same lightning technique used by the 4th Raikage. It must be a different, weaker version. If only I had Byakugan or Sharingan, I could fully comprehend its intricacies." The lightning techniques of the Cloud Village had always fascinated him, so upon realizing Kamui possessed such abilities, he chose to engage while observing. Regrettably, lacking the Byakugan or Sharingan made it impossible to fully discern the chakra application. After watching for so long, he had only gleaned a modicum of understanding. Never mind. Continuing further would be pointless. Shaking his head internally, Feng Ye exhaled softly and once again focused on Kamui and his companions, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. His chakra surged within him, flowing through his veins. The first gate of the 8 gates open. Buzz. Within the cerebral domain. The first gate of the 8 gates was instantaneously shattered by chakra. Although there appeared to be no visible aberration, Feng Ye could feel a marked lightness in his body, as if each muscle and bone was now capable of exerting its full strength. The activation of the first gate occurred in the blink of an eye. The trio of Kamui, astonished by Feng Ye's thrice-accelerated speed, did not linger in hesitation for long and immediately launched a fierce assault, employing their most formidable techniques. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure flickered. With the first gate of the 8 gates activated and at full speed, Kamui and his companions could scarcely perceive even a fleeting shadow. They merely witnessed Feng Ye vanish in an instant, only to reappear, having brushed past one of them. What? The man's pupils constricted sharply, freezing in place. A flicker of horror glimmered in his eyes as he attempted to turn and glimpse Feng Ye behind him, only to feel a searing pain radiate from his right shoulder to his left flank. Thud. Accompanied by a spray of blood, a lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Kamui and Appo's eyes widened in shock, revealing disbelief and terror. Impossible, such speed. What is this? He feared that he would need to elevate his lightning technique to its second phase to match Feng Ye's velocity. Yet attaining that level would already place him at the rank of a Nin. Whoosh! Amid Kamui and Appo's astonishment, Feng Ye and Appo's figure darted past again. A fellow Cloud Village genin, face contorted in fear, frantically wielded his kunai, yet his desperate flailing failed to create an adequate defense. In an instant, He too was swept aside by Feng Ye. Only the overlapping sounds of clashing blades could be heard. Thud! In a spray of blood, the second Cloud Ninja fell. Upon witnessing his last comrade slain by Feng Ye's terrifying speed, Kamui's eyes reflected shock and dread. Impossible! This is not the speed or capability of a mere genin. This guy must be a disguised genin of Konoha. How could he possibly be a genin? Ninjutsu. Cloud Flow Slash. Observing Feng Ye and Appo's gaze directed toward him. Kamui gritted his teeth and shouted, his long sword once more enveloped in arcs of lightning. However, facing him, Feng Ye also formed a hand seal with one hand, gliding his fingers across the blade of the white fang, weaving a thread of electric arcs across its edge. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Whoosh. In the briefest moment, their figures crossed paths. Kamui's body stiffened, the arcs of lightning on his sword dissipating as the blade shattered in the center, half of its tip clattering to the ground with a ringing sound. He struggled to turn his head to gaze at Feng Ye, disbelief still present in his eyes. Uttering you. Kamui's throat convulsed twice, as if wishing to say more, but ultimately he expelled a mouthful of blood and, amidst the splatter, collapsed onto the desolate earth with a thud. In the central monitoring room of the Death Rock Cave, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. The previously smirking and somewhat arrogant genin of the Cloud Village now wore expressions frozen in disbelief. How could this be? Meanwhile, the Konoha's Sunset Vermilion, along with Jonin Yamashiro Aoi and numerous Chunin proctors, were equally engulfed in silence, their eyes betraying shock and incredulity. Due to the nature of the monitoring projection, the specific details were obscured, yet it was evident that Feng Ye had employed a certain technique, surpassing even his prior speed during the battle against the Mist Ninjas, reaching an even greater velocity. With this nearly terrifying speed, he had reversed the tide in an instant, dispatching 2 Cloud Ninjas in quick succession, before ultimately slaying the last one with a combination of lightning release and a Kiki sword technique. Indeed, Orochimaru and Appo's gaze was deep as he observed the scene on the screen, slowly remarking, yet this speed cannot be achieved under normal conditions. I do not recall that White Fang possessing such abilities. Has he employed some forbidden technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and said, unclear. But that boy has mentioned his motor skills are extraordinary. Extraordinary? Though separated by the screen. It was apparent that the speed Feng Ye exhibited was likely unattainable even by most genin. No wonder he was able to slay an elite scout of the mist. No wonder the remarkably gifted Kakashi has always been unable to rival his elder brother, Feng Ye. Extraordinary. Orochimaru flashed a sinister smile, echoing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's words. Pausing briefly before adding, extraordinary signifies talent. Viewed in this light, that child may indeed possess potential that surpasses White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Feng Ye not only inherited the bloodline of Hatake Tsukumo but also possessed an inherent talent for speed. If he continues to grow, he certainly holds the potential to surpass Hatake Tsukumo. Following a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the genin of the Cloud Village in the mist and Appo's genin, Suigetsu, exhaling a plume of smoke, he declared, regardless, the Chunin exam concludes here. Sunset Vermilion, standing nearby, repressed his astonishment, casting a sidelong glance at Suigetsu, stated, yes, with only one participant remaining, the third round is unnecessary. The Mist Ninjas likely aim to eliminate all other teams in the second round, intending to conclude the Chunin exam before the third, thereby showcasing the terror of the Blood Mist Village. They achieved the goal, yet their forces were utterly decimated. This outcome was surely unexpected by all. Sunset Vermilion gazed at the screen, where Feng Ye, having gathered all the scrolls, was now hastening towards the central lookout tower, a faint smile gracing his lips. Regardless. Well done, son of White Fang, ninja of Konoha. Outside the central lookout tower, Feng Ye rushed to the entrance, carrying 2 scrolls as he stepped inside. Awaiting him was the chief examiner of the second round, Sunset Vermilion. Congratulations, you have passed the second round of the Chunin exam, which should also be the final round. Feng Ye turned to Sunset Vermilion and remarked, the Mist and Cloud Ninjas seem to have eliminated the other teams. I possess all the scrolls. Already aware of this development, Sunset Vermilion was unsurprised. However, as he watched Feng Ye casually discard the other scrolls, a flicker of resignation crossed his eyes. In the second round of the Chunin exam, only one candidate has passed. This marks the first time since the establishment of the examination system. I never anticipated that Feng Ye, long overshadowed by Kakashi, would possess such extraordinary talent. his strength, mindset, and patience far surpassed Kakashi's. Yes, your assessment is correct. There will be no third round. After reflecting on this, Sunset Vermilion nodded at Feng Ye and said, "Follow me. The Hokage is awaiting your arrival." So Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed arrived. Feng Ye was not surprised, nodding in agreement as he followed Sunset Vermilion, soon arriving at the central hall on the second floor of the lookout tower, where Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at its center. To Feng Ye and Appos's astonishment, standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the examiner for the later stages? No, that cannot be. A fleeting thought crossed Feng Ye's mind. The high-ranking Jonin responsible for this Chunin exam would not likely appoint Orochimaru as the primary examiner. After dismissing a thought, Feng Ye did not dwell further but instead greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully, saying, "Lord Hokage." As Feng Ye bowed, he sensed two hostile gazes directed his way. The two menacing stares originated from the Mist Village's Jonin, Kisame Hashigaki, and an unidentified Jonin from the Cloud Village. Upon lifting his head, Feng Ye briefly met Kisame and Appos's gaze before returning his attention to Sarutobi, showing no signs of fear towards the Jonin from enemy villages. It was true that overcoming a Jonin, especially one like Kisame, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was a daunting task. However, this was Konoha, where numerous Jonin resided, including Orochimaru and Sarutobi himself. Kisame and his companion could merely cast a cold glance at him, too intimidated to release any killing intent. As for the future, if they were to encounter each other on the battlefield, with his rate of growth, he might not be at a disadvantage. Perhaps by then, he would have surpassed the Jonin level, achieving true strength akin to that of a Kage. "Congratulations, you have passed the Chunin exams," Sarutobi said, smiling kindly at Feng Ye. "You performed admirably. From today onward, you are a Chunin of Konoha. Always remember the duties of a ninja." "Yes," Feng Ye replied, bowing his head. Orochimaru, standing nearby, observed Feng Ye with a slight smirk and remarked, "In your father's lifetime, I received some favors from him. Do you know who I am, Hatake Feng Ye?" Noticing Orochimaru's apparent interest, Feng Ye quickly paid his respects, saying, "You must be the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru chuckled softly, extending his arms. "If you know me, that is good. With your abilities, it would be challenging to find a typical Jonin to guide you. How about becoming my disciple?" Sarutobi looked surprised by Orochimaru's words, his brows furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, he made a sudden decision. "In that case, Feng Ye, you shall learn under Orochimaru." Feng Ye was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "What? I haven't and Appos's to even spoken yet." He felt a wave of frustration at the unexpected turn of events. Becoming Orochimaru and Appos's disciple was undoubtedly perilous. The fate of his previous students, marked by cursed seals, underscored that fact. However, this situation did not seem entirely unfeasible. On one hand, being Orochimaru and Appos's disciple could help him escape the troubles posed by Danzo. On the other hand, he might acquire many jutsu he yearned to learn. Pondering this, Feng Ye sighed. Sarutobi and Appos's decision was final, leaving no room for reconsideration. He could vaguely understand Sarutobi and Appos's reasoning behind this choice. At present, Sarutobi had yet to fully settle on a candidate for the 4th Hokage. Although Orochimaru's nature was somewhat dangerous, Minato Namikaze was still too young, lacking the achievements and experience that Orochimaru possessed. While Sarutobi leaned towards Minato in his heart, he could not express this inclination openly at this time. Refusing to hand Feng Ye over to Orochimaru and designating Kakashi as Minato's disciple would not only stir discontent among certain villagers, but would also undoubtedly displease Orochimaru. The current situation in the ninja world was tense. Maintaining stability within the village was paramount. Sarutobi's words elicited a smile from Orochimaru, who still harbored ambitions regarding the Hokage position. By proposing to take Feng Ye as his disciple, he was not only recognizing Feng Ye and Appos's talent, but also testing Sarutobi and Appos's stance. To become Hokage, one must possess a successor capable of shouldering the responsibilities of leadership. Sarutobi's decision to entrust the talented ninja Kakashi to Minato signified his consideration of Minato as a candidate for the 4th Hokage. Thus, Orochimaru seized this opportunity to gauge Sarutobi and Appos's evolving attitude. If he were to take Feng Ye as his disciple and was met with resistance from Sarutobi, it would indicate Sarutobi's rejection of Orochimaru as a potential successor. However, the current situation suggested that Sarutobi's position remained ambiguous. "Who will you ultimately choose, teacher Sarutobi?" Orochimaru mused silently as he regarded Sarutobi. Having acknowledged Orochimaru as his teacher, Feng Ye bowed respectfully. With the matter settled and no alternative choices remaining, he could only proceed along this path and contemplate how to adapt. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly at Feng Ye. Our business here is concluded. Come with me. With that, he vanished from the hall. Feng Ye glanced back at Sarutobi, who nodded in affirmation. After bowing once more, he too disappeared, following Orochimaru. In a flash, they swiftly departed from the central watchtower. As Feng Ye trailed behind Orochimaru, deep in thought about how to handle his new teacher, they arrived at a certain location within the Death Cave, where Orochimaru came to a halt. This place, Feng Ye recognized it as the site of his previous battle with Kisame. The water had largely dissipated, but the ground remained muddy. Orochimaru scanned the surroundings and soon spotted an arm half buried in the muck, Kisame and Appo's arm, which Feng Ye had severed earlier. With a smirk, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a sticky scroll. He deftly grasped it and unfurled it, extending his tongue to ensnare the severed arm, retrieving it, and placing it onto the scroll. With a puff of white smoke, the arm vanished, sealed within the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru turned to Feng Ye, holding the scroll aloft. This unique physiology is the first of its kind I have encountered. It is a valuable research specimen. If you come across any special types of ninjas in the future, do your best to bring me some samples. Feng Ye's lips twitched as he nodded, responding, understood. Let us go, Orochimaru said, retracting the scroll with his tongue before continuing onward. Could we not do this? It and Appo's as truly quite disgusting. Feng Ye internally lamented, feeling even more exhausted than after his battle with Kisame. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to follow Orochimaru, and soon they exited the Death Cave. Once near Konoha, Orochimaru performed a one-handed seal, causing a passage to appear leading underground. This must be Orochimaru and Appo's secret lair, Feng Ye surmised, and he followed Orochimaru inside. Upon entering the base, Feng Ye found the dimly lit surroundings filled with various curious sights, strange insects submerged in liquid and various organs such as hearts and livers. Fortunately, his medical background from his previous life equipped him with a strong tolerance for such sights, and he did not feel discomfort, even critiquing the crude quality of some specimens in his mind. Indeed, you are quite well suited to be my disciple, Orochimaru remarked, observing Feng Ye's reaction as they walked further into the lair. Is this the research facility of Lord Orochimaru? Feng Ye cast a glance around, feigning ignorance as he spoke to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, approaching one of the vacant glass containers. He released the scroll that had previously sealed the arm of Kisame Hashigaki, extracting the limb and discarding it into the glass vessel. After completing this task, Orochimaru consumed the scroll once more, turning to Feng Ye with a glimmer of intrigue in his serpentine eyes. You must have inherited a wealth of taijutsu from the White Fang. While many of my techniques may be unnecessary for you, given your current level, you should be aware of what you truly require. Feng Ye pondered for a moment before articulating the most pressing concern. My chakra reserves are insufficient. I wonder if you, Lord Orochimaru, possess any methods to augment my chakra capacity. Chakra capacity, you say? Orochimaru chuckled softly. In your case, with a few more years of growth, your chakra will rival that of a Jainin. However, it seems you desire even greater reserves. Well, there are indeed ways to achieve that. Feng Ye and Appo's eyes brightened as he regarded Orochimaru, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. Orochimaru and Appo's gaze shifted away from Feng Ye, sweeping over the specimens in the room. Chakra is extracted from the 13 billion cells within the human body, intertwined with mental energy. There are few effective methods to enhance mental strength, and I possess none particularly potent. However, I do have a technique to increase cellular energy. With that, Orochimaru produced a scroll, extending it towards Feng Ye with his tongue. Feng Ye accepted it, silently lamenting, this hand is no good. Nevertheless, his yearning for the technique overshadowed his distaste for the scroll. Upon unrolling it, he immediately noticed the inscription at the top, cell activation. This technique revitalizes the body's cells, not only augmenting chakra levels but also significantly enhancing self-healing capabilities. Orochimaru folded his arms before him, stating, this technique forms the foundation of many of my arts. However, with your expertise in the White Fang swordsmanship and suitable lightning release techniques, you likely won't require my advanced skills, and it appears you have little desire to learn them. After absorbing Orochimaru and Appo's words and reading a portion of the scroll, Feng Ye grasped the essence of this technique. It is fundamentally designed to enhance cellular vitality and resilience. If he surmised correctly, this technique likely serves as the basis for Orochimaru's other arts, such as shedding skin and regeneration. Only with heightened cellular vitality can one perform feats bordering on immortality. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Feng Ye said, closing the scroll and bowing respectfully. This technique was indeed well-suited for him, surpassing mere suitability. Traditional methods to strengthen physical prowess could only mitigate the negative effects of the 8 gates to a limited extent, without eradicating them entirely. In contrast, the technique of cellular activation should, to some degree, counterbalance the adverse effects of the 8 gates, as its essence lies in enhancing cellular vitality rather than mere strength. Go and cultivate, Orochimaru advised. Should you wish to observe my experiments, you are welcome to do so. With a slight smile directed at Feng Ye, he turned his attention back to the laboratory, commencing preparations to study Kisame Hashigaki's arm. Feng Ye harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding Orochimaru's experiments. Yet this interest paled in comparison to his fervent desire to master the technique of cellular activation. After bowing to Orochimaru once more, he departed from the research facility. Once outside, Feng Ye exhaled deeply. Though Orochimaru would not likely make him a test subject on the very first day, approaching such a perilous figure under the pretense of insufficient strength was inherently risky. However, it appeared that events had not taken a turn for the worse and remained on a stable trajectory, and he had acquired the technique of cellular activation. As he navigated through the forest, Feng Ye arrived at a stream, meticulously cleaning the scroll he had just obtained before thoroughly examining its contents. After careful study, he found no issues with the technique. In fact, Orochimaru had not concealed anything, clearly outlining both its advantages and drawbacks. Among the annotations was a crucial note: the human body is a balance. Mental energy and cellular energy coalesce to form equilibrium, while a certain degree of imbalance is inconsequential. A significant disparity can lead to severe consequences. The technique of cellular activation forcibly enhances cellular vitality without improving mental aspects, leading to potential chaos if practiced excessively. Overexertion could result in the inability to control the body, causing it to unravel and grotesquely mutate. Thus, caution was advised during practice. Several similar annotations echoed this sentiment, aligning with Feng Ye's existing knowledge. For instance, while he had never heard of physical imbalance before, he was well aware of mental imbalance. A simple example would be an ordinary person transplanting the Rinnegan, which could lead to mental discord due to the body's inability to handle the overwhelming mental energy, resulting in rapid collapse. Even someone like Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki clan and Appo's robust physique, could not withstand the power of the Rinnegan. Only a truly powerful sage body could genuinely bear the Rinnegan's might, achieving balance between spirit and flesh. The same principle applied to Orochimaru's cellular activation technique. Without formidable mental strength to maintain balance, an excessive increase in cellular energy would inevitably lead to physical imbalance, with explosive consequences likely resulting from a loss of control. The cellular activation technique, could it be deemed a method for cultivating a pseudo-sage body? No, it fell far short. It merely represented half of what was necessary. The sage body of Hashirama Senju not only enhances physicality but also elevates mental energy. In contrast, the cellular activation technique encompasses only half of that, lacking the cultivation of natural energy. If one were to cultivate sage mode alongside cellular activation, the combination could potentially constitute a pseudo-sage body, akin to the state of Kabuto during the Fourth Great Ninja War. A further step would lead to the true sage body. In essence, both body and spirit could be categorized into 3 tiers: cellular activation, pseudo-sage body, and the genuine sage body on the physical side, and the Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, and eternal Manjiki Sharingan on the mental side. Feng Ye believed his assessment to be accurate. The fusion of the eternal Manjiki and the sage body results in the Rinnegan, which, when infused with a vast amount of natural energy, or becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, bestows the 6 paths sage body, ushering one into the 6 paths mode. In summary, with the technique of cellular activation as his foundation, the fog ahead had been almost entirely dispelled. After traversing the thicket, Feng Ye returned to the village. After dining, he retreated to his room, sitting cross-legged before the scroll. Now, let us begin. Underground in Konoha village, at the root base, Danzo leaned on his cane, standing in a room while listening to reports from his subordinates. His expression remained impassive, yet his fingers tightened around the sturdy wooden staff, leaving slight indentations. Orochimaru. The sudden decision to take Feng Ye as a disciple was entirely unexpected for him. In his view, Feng Ye's future trajectory would either lead to being designated by Sarutobi Hiruzen to join the Umbu or becoming a part of his root organization. With a few manipulations, it should have been relatively easy to incorporate Feng Ye into root for cultivation. However, Orochimaru and Appo's actions disrupted his line of thought. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's ambiguous stance suggested that he had not completely relinquished the idea of Orochimaru succeeding as the fourth Hokage, which only served to infuriate him further. How did the negotiations fare? The Hokage has signed a contract with the Mist Village, but we could not reach an agreement with the Cloud Village. Their Jonin should be departing shortly, responded a ninja from Root in a low voice. Upon hearing his subordinate and Appo's report, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. With Konoha's current strength, even facing 2 or 3 other villages simultaneously would not pose much difficulty. Annihilating one village would be a manageable task. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated to initiate war at this opportune moment for unifying the ninja world. However, pursuing peace with the Mist Village is a wise choice, Danzo mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Mist Village would be unlikely to rashly tear up the contract and declare war without perceiving substantial benefits. If he could devise a method to incite conflict between the Rock and Cloud villages, it would present an unprecedented opportunity for Konoha. Drawing a deep breath, he gazed upward, whispering to himself, "Since you are unwilling, then let me be the catalyst for war." In comparison to war and the unification of the ninja world, the matters concerning Feng Ye and even Orochimaru were trivial. All could be addressed post-conflict. In the chaos of war, everything could be manipulated. Home. In his bedroom, Feng Ye had engaged in 4 hours of continuous training. With time accelerated to triple speed, 12 hours had effectively passed. After approximately 4 hours of familiarizing himself with the cellular activation technique, he devoted the subsequent 8 hours to fundamental training. So this is the cellular activation technique. Feng Ye opened his eyes. After what amounted to a full day of training, he sensed subtle changes within his body imperceptible to an ordinary person, yet distinctly noticeable to him as a ninja. It felt as though every cell in his body had become slightly more active. The most immediate effect was a newfound lightness. The energy expenditure required to refine chakra had diminished. Typically, prolonged training would lead to fatigue, even without engaging in physical techniques, as the body would tire from chakra exertion. Yet now, he felt considerably less weary than usual. The effects were evident, though it seemed he was growing hungrier, necessitating more food. Feng Ye rubbed his stomach. Before mastering the cellular activation technique, he would likely transform into a voracious eater. Requiring 9 meals a day might not suffice. He mused, "I wonder if Orochimaru consumed several days' worth of food in one go during his training." A nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. Just then, Kakashi sat at the dining table, observing Feng Ye as he emerged. "It seems you can no longer conceal your strength," he remarked, tilting his head. "That remains to be seen." Feng Ye yawned, retrieving several rice balls from the refrigerator to heat them up. As he approached the table, he added, "My current abilities are fairly exposed, but I doubt there will be any tasks assigned to me in the near term. I shall continue my training." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Feng Ye. "No tasks in the immediate future? I think you underestimate that. Once you become a Chunin, tasks will frequently be assigned to you." At this, Kakashi leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head. "Speaking of which, I have a mission tomorrow. Would you like to join me?" Feng Ye looked at Kakashi with slight curiosity. "Free team formation? Did you accept a commission mission?" There are 2 types of missions within the village. One is a voluntary commission taken from the assignment center, allowing for flexible team formation, where completion yields the village's task record and corresponding rewards. The other is a mandatory mission, assigned by superiors, often with various requirements and personnel designated by higher-ups or even the Hokage. "Indeed," Kakashi replied, gazing at Feng Ye. "I and Appo's recently set my sights on a shinobi blade, but my savings fall short, so I need to undertake some high-reward commission missions." A shinobi blade. If I hadn't transmigrated, that blade, known as White Fang, would belong to Kakashi. It seems I inadvertently appropriated something that rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, I handle White Fang quite well. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to procure a Kusanagi blade as compensation for Kakashi. With this thought, Feng Ye turned to Kakashi. "If you're looking to buy a shinobi blade, I still have some funds at home. I could offer a bit of assistance if you're short." Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this response. "After completing this mission, I would need about 2,000 more." "Consider it done," Feng Ye replied promptly. Kakashi nodded, suddenly reminding him. Becoming a Chunin entails greater expenses than before. Even without the village assigning missions or taking commissions, the money left by my father will eventually run out. Feng Ye calculated his remaining assets thoughtfully. If I refrain from purchasing shinobi tools or explosive tags, I should have enough for the next few months. However, if I intend to undertake missions, I must train for a while longer and make thorough preparations. Feng Ye contemplated whether to teach Kakashi the cellular activation technique. After a moment and Appo's reflection, he decided it would be best to seek Orochimaru and Appo's permission first to avoid unnecessary complications. Thorough preparations. Kakashi and Appo's lips twitched slightly at Feng Ye and Appo's words. With your strength, undertaking some D or C rank commissions shouldn't pose any danger. Feng Ye sighed. You don't understand. As a transmigrator, my propensity for trouble and unexpected events is statistically significant. Even a D rank commission carries a substantial risk of unforeseen circumstances escalating to a B rank or even higher. Thus, the considerations extend beyond the task itself to the potential for unexpected occurrences. My current strength remains insufficient. Kakashi was nearly tempted to retort, You, who have never undertaken a mission, lecture me, a ninja experienced in dozens of C-rank missions, on danger. Where does your confidence stem from? Yet, he ultimately refrained. Remembering that he couldn't and Appo's best Feng Ye, and that Feng Ye was, after all, his elder brother. All the thoughts he wished to express faded into a silent, brooding gaze. I'm off to bed. After dinner, Feng Ye entered a state of triple-speed sleep, awakening after approximately 2 hours. Following a quick breakfast of bread, he returned to his training in his room. By the time Kakashi departed the next morning after breakfast, Feng Ye had engaged in over 12 hours of actual training, remaining indoors to continue his practice. The development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the Konoha blade technique had all been temporarily set aside by Kidya. For the cell activation technique was of paramount importance to him at this juncture. It was an essential foundation, once mastered. It would undoubtedly assist in refining Chidori in the 8 gates. Through relentless training at triple speed, while merely a day and night elapsed in the outside world, Kidya and Appo's actual training had amassed an equivalent of 3 days of effort for an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, discussions regarding the CH-NIN exams had become the focal point of recent conversations. Typically, students at the academy showed little interest in the CH-NIN exams. However, with Kidya, a highly regarded student, graduating early and participating, the attention surged significantly. A group of girls gathered together, with Ino pondering aloud, if memory serves. The CH-NIN exams are generally divided into 3 parts, and the third part appears to be public, allowing us to attend. Wai-Hai Kurenai nodded thoughtfully, her demeanor betraying a hint of distraction. Although she believed in Kidya's abilities, her father, Wai-Hai Akane, had specifically cautioned her about the dangers of this year's CH-NIN exams, leaving her unable to fully relax. Passing by, Inuzuka Kiba caught wind of Ino and Kurenai's conversation and scoffed, You're overthinking this. Whether Kidya can even make it through the first 2 rounds is still uncertain. After all, ninjas from other villages are participating. Yamanaka Inoichi adjusted his sunglasses and remarked gravely, My father mentioned that the highest elimination rate historically occurs in the second part of the CH-NIN exams. Nara Shikamaru grinned charmingly. I believe Kidya will surely pass. That and Appo's quite uncertain, Uchiha Obito muttered. I doubt Kidya will advance to the third part. Just then, a voice unexpectedly chimed in. You've guessed correctly. Kidya indeed did not make it to the third part. The remark left the group in stunned silence, and they turned to see Yamanaka Inoka, who had just entered the classroom, her eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Kurenai exclaimed, Kidya didn't make it to the third part. Inoka averted her gaze. Glancing at Kurenai, isn't your father a proctor? Don't you know the details of the CH-NIN exams? Kurenai furrowed her brow, shaking her head. Her father had not returned the previous day, and she had not had the opportunity to inquire about the specifics of the CH-NIN exams. Only knowing that Kidya had passed the first round, Kiba burst into laughter. Ha! I told you. Graduating early and jumping straight into the CH-NIN exams, there is no way he could pass. That guy was clearly overconfident. Others who harbored animosity towards Kidya also displayed expressions of satisfaction. However, at that moment, Inoka shot a glance at Kiba. Who told you Kidya failed the CH-NIN exams? Was it you who said that? Kiba retorted, momentarily taken aback. Hyuga Hayashi interjected calmly. Could he possibly perform exceptionally in the second round and be directly promoted to CH-NIN? With a snap of her fingers, Inoka smiled. You're partly correct. But it's not about exceptional performance leading to promotion. It's that only Kidya passed the second round, rendering the third round unnecessary. Her statement left Hayashi and the others momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Kurenai, who was worried about Kidya's condition in the second round, attempted to inquire with Inoka but was momentarily speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. "You mean only Kidyu passed the second round?" Ino exclaimed, incredulous as she gazed at Inoka. She had some understanding of the CH9 exam and Oppo's content and found it hard to believe that only one person could pass an entire round. Kiba, still reeling, exclaimed, "Hey, do you think we're all fools? It's impossible for only Kidyu to pass the second round." The expressions of the others mirrored his skepticism. Just then, the CH9 instructor entered the classroom, surveying the gathered students before stating, "Well, Inoka is correct. Only Kidyu passed the second round of this CH9 exam, eliminating all other teams." As he spoke, a wave of tumultuous emotion surged within him. Even though he had learned this news the night before, he found it hard to remain composed even now. Graduating early, achieving perfect scores, competing solo in the CH9 exams, and eliminating every other team in the second round, thus rendering the third round obsolete. Such performance could only be described as extraordinary. Kidya's usual classroom performance hadn't been particularly remarkable, yet achieving perfect scores and eliminating all others in the second round clearly indicated that such advancement could not have been attained in a mere few days. This suggested that Kidya's innate talent might rival that of Kakashi. Despite this, Kidyu maintained his composure, attending classes as usual without exhibiting any astonishing behavior, a mindset that was equally astonishing. While it could be expected of an adult ninja, Kidyu was merely 9 years old. A hidden genius indeed, the CH9 instructor mused. Like the legendary Orochimaru and Kirigiku's Shikaku, Kidyu's displayed talent and temperament were undoubtedly rare gifts among ninja. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. "All right, everyone, return to your seats and prepare for class," the CH9 instructor announced, shattering the stillness. Those who had been frozen in place, including Kiba and Obito, awkwardly shuffled back to their respective seats, their expressions laden with disbelief. Was Inoka's revelation truly accurate? The second round had indeed eliminated all others. How could that be? Mike Guy also found himself momentarily dazed. He had always believed that Kakashi's talent and strength surpassed Kidya's, but now it seemed that the situation was not as he had presumed. To graduate early and then perform so extraordinarily in the CH9 exam suggested that Kidyu was not far behind Kakashi. The entire morning passed with nearly no one able to focus. The undeniable reality loomed before them as they gradually emerged from their shock and disbelief. Kiba and the others felt a tumult of complex emotions wash over them. Jealousy and resentment lingered, yet they were not as potent as before. Instead, a profound sense of loss began to take hold. It was not that they had accepted Kidya's existence. Rather, the chasm that had opened between them felt insurmountable, rendering their emotions, be it jealousy or defiance, somewhat illusory. Having graduated early from the Ninja Academy and then passing the CH9 exams in a matter of days, the swift ascension from a mere genin to a CH9 felt surreal and almost dreamlike. Only a few, such as Mike Guy, managed to retain their composure. At that moment, Guy viewed Kidya as nearly Kakashi's equal and considered him a target to surpass. The competition had transformed from one opponent into two, igniting a fervor within his youth. Guy clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with determination. News of Feng Ye and Oppo's ascension to Chunin after passing the Chunin exams swiftly permeated the Ninja Academy, leaving not only his classmates but students from various grades in awe. After all, it had only been 2 days since his early graduation. Has he truly become a Chunin? Murmured Uchiha Shursui from a corner of a classroom, listening intently to the discussions around him. As he had anticipated, Feng Ye surged forward after showcasing his prodigious talent, yet the title of genius felt somewhat unearned for him now. He resolved to strive harder, to catch up with Feng Ye and Kakashi. Time flowed swiftly, and half a month passed in a blink. During this period, Feng Ye diligently practiced the cellular activation technique, reaching the current limits of his progress. He could distinctly sense that every cell in his body brimmed with vitality. Even a wound inflicted upon him would heal at a rate several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Though this self-healing ability paled in comparison to the 100 heal technique in Sage Body, its effects were still remarkable, visibly mending wounds at a slow but steady pace. Feng Ye refrained from further experimentation, as he had no desire for self-harm. He merely needed to acknowledge that his body possessed a recovery capability far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Minor wounds required no bandaging, while deeper cuts could heal rapidly with simple care, free from the worry of infection. 8 gates. Third gate, open. In the forest behind Konoha, Feng Ye inhaled deeply, feeling his chakra surge as he effortlessly broke through the third gate. Having mastered the cellular activation technique, he smoothly surpassed the bottleneck of the third gate, progressing toward the fourth. As he opened the third gate, a pale green glow enveloped him. He felt his chakra erupt, the energy within him surging with unprecedented vigor, elevating both his speed and strength beyond what he had experienced when opening the first gate. So this is it, he whispered to himself, realizing that upon opening the third gate, his chakra entered a rampaging state, making it increasingly difficult to control. Feng Ye sensed the power coursing through him. Acknowledging that his earlier assumptions had been somewhat naive, he had believed he could still utilize techniques like shadow clone and substitution jutsu in the state of 8 gates. But the reality was that the chakra rampage made such control exceedingly challenging, with his chakra quantity now surpassing that of an elite chunin and approaching that of a jonin. Control became even more arduous. Triple speed. He exhaled, focusing his intent and entering the state of triple speed. With tightly clenched fists, he swung forward, his arm becoming a mere blur, igniting the air with scorching sparks. Boom! His punch obliterated the wooden post before him. The ability to generate flames through friction exhilarated him. Before reaching the 6th gate, the 8 gates lacked ranged attack capabilities. However, upon reaching the 6th gate, his fist could produce flames by igniting the air, enabling him to unleash a ranged physical technique, Peacock Dance. With a shout, Feng Ye unleashed a flurry of punches, flames erupting beneath his fists. But he fell just short of achieving the desired effect. After numerous attempts, he ceased, realizing he was almost there. Exiting the 8-gate state, he calmed his chakra, inhaling deeply, his eyes shining with exhilaration instead of disappointment. The enhancement brought by the 3rd gate exceeded his expectations. The combined effects of triple speed and the 3rd gate nearly approached the level of the 6th gate, allowing him to achieve half the effect of the Peacock Dance. Although he could not execute a true ranged attack, the power generated by his flaming fists was still formidable. Feng Ye took a deep breath. The sight of flames igniting from his punches resembled a fiery fist, which could indeed be considered a form of body technique, though naming it proved challenging. An incomplete Peacock Dance, but what to call it? Lacking a fitting name from the animal kingdom, he decided to simply call it Fire Fist. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledged the remarkable recovery and vitality granted by cellular activation. The side effects of the 3rd gate were minimal, leaving him only slightly fatigued. After stretching, he felt no pain, his body swiftly regaining its vigor, especially since this was his first time opening the 1st gate. With further training, as his body adapted to the 1st gate, the side effects might be entirely negated by the recovery powers of cellular activation. He couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's genius in developing such techniques. Beyond cellular activation, there were soft body modifications and shedding techniques. But none intrigued him as much as the fundamental cellular activation technique. Just then, a thought flickered through his mind. He drew his ninja blade, White Fang, forming hand seals with one hand. In an instant, he infused chakra, and crackling arcs of lightning danced along the blade and Appo's edge. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Upon unleashing the lightning slash, Feng Ye inhaled once more, bursting through the 3rd gate again. His chakra erupted once more, the lightning arcs on the blade oscillating erratically yet remaining intact. Indeed, he could first release the lightning slash, and then enter the state of the 3rd gate. Energized. He wasted no time. With the 3rd gate open and in a state of triple speed, he swung White Fang forward with ferocity. The combined effects of the 3rd gate, time acceleration, and the lightning release enhanced his speed and power, and as the blade descended, a crescent arc of light shot forth, cleaving through the air. Crash! This crescent arc, approximately 3 feet in length, sliced through the ground, carving a gash that extended 5 meters before fading into oblivion. Success! Feng Ye beamed at the sight. This was an effect achievable only at the 2nd stage of the Konoha sword technique. By harnessing the lightning slash, the 3rd gate state, and triple speed, he had forcefully broken into the realm of the 2nd stage of the Konoha sword technique. The power had fully attained the standards of the 2nd stage. And such an explosive attack, unleashed in an instant, would pose a significant challenge for even elite jonin to evade, with the potential for instant defeat. Feng Ye assessed the potency of his strike. Though it might be difficult against seasoned elite jonin who approached the level of shadows, any ordinary jonin would likely fall victim to this technique in an instant. At last, he had crafted a technique worthy of distinction. Let this technique be named Moon Flash. Feng Ye exhaled, sealing the Gate of Life. The simultaneous activation of the Gate of Life twice within a short span undoubtedly imposed significant side effects. Even though his cells were in an activated state, They could not completely resist the aftermath. He distinctly felt soreness in his limbs and waist muscles. However, the pain was not overwhelming and was bearable. After maintaining this state for approximately 10 minutes, he gradually began to recover. Reflecting on his current prowess, he found the levels of his strength somewhat nebulous. A typical special Jonin would likely struggle to withstand a few exchanges against him now, and should he employ Moon Flash, it would most likely result in a swift defeat. Against an ordinary Jonin, he was equally confident of gaining the upper hand, capable of overwhelming and eliminating them in a remarkably brief period. However, the situation would differ when confronting an elite Jonin. If he could not swiftly incapacitate his opponent, there was a chance of being overcome. Yet, as long as he did not encounter chaotic forbidden techniques, escaping would be a daunting task for anyone pursuing him. He tentatively assessed his standing to be in between a Jonin and an elite Jonin. So, what could one achieve with strength surpassing that of a Jonin? The answer was simple: continue to cultivate. The ninja world was perilous, and the power of a Jonin was insufficient for reckless adventures. Next up was the fourth gate. If he could harness the morning peacock after opening the fourth gate, his strength would approximate that of a Kage. There existed a substantial disparity between elite Jonin and Kage, with numerous elite Jonin in a village, while Kage were few and far between. In Feng Ye's perspective, upon reaching the pinnacle of Jonin-level capabilities and mastering unique secret techniques, one could be deemed Kage level or near to it. This vague classification could be tentatively referred to as quasi-Kage, situated between elite Jonin and Kage. Akin to certain members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen varied greatly. Some possessed the power of elite Jonin, and upon wielding a ninja sword, could attain quasi-Kage level abilities, such as Suigetsu Hozuki wielding the sword of the Great Blade, Samahata. Moving up the hierarchy, disparities in strength existed even among Kage. If one were to categorize them, there could be weak Kage, stronger Kage, and those who stood at the pinnacle of Kage. For instance, Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, would be classified as a weak Kage, while Orochimaru, during his defection from Konoha, possessed the strength of a strong Kage. In peak condition, Hiruzen Sarutobi had the capability to eliminate Orochimaru, to secure a semblance of self-preservation during the Third Shinobi World War. One would at least need to reach Kage level, with a preference for achieving strong Kage status to be relatively safe. However, this was merely a relative safety, considering that even the third Raikage was outlasted by Inoki, the Tsuchikage, leading thousands of Awagakure ninja to their demise. In the world of ninjas, absolute safety was non-existent unless one surpassed Kagaya Otsutsuki's level. The path ahead remained arduous. Feng Ye sighed. In the underground research facility, Feng Ye was inquiring with Orochimaru about various aspects of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The drawback of apprenticing under Orochimaru lay in the danger he posed. One could easily find themselves ensnared. Conversely, the advantage was Orochimaru and Appo's extensive knowledge of myriad ninjutsu and his unparalleled understanding of the human body through constant experimentation, rendering him an esteemed repository of knowledge. The encounter with the Cloud Ninja during the Chunin exams had sparked some ideas for Feng Ye regarding the development of Chidori. Yet his practical attempts had repeatedly faltered, indicating a deviation from the correct path. After several unsuccessful attempts, he resolved to consult Orochimaru. Are you referring to the nature transformation of lightning release chakra? Orochimaru, resting on a damp stone chair, pondered briefly upon hearing Feng Ye's question before extending a hand. Crackling sounds resonated as chakra converged in his palm, swiftly transforming into lightning nature, with arcs of electricity intertwining dangerously. This was not ninjutsu. It was merely the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. Orochimaru, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, possessed mastery over all elemental chakra types, including yin and yang release. Techniques like cell activation belonged to yang release, while forbidden techniques such as Edo Tensei were classified as yin release. The characteristics of lightning release chakra are and Appos, concentration and Appos, and Appos, paralysis and Appos, distinct from the and Appos, frenzy and Appos, of fire release chakra, with concentration being the crucial difference. Broad-scale lightning release techniques were far less common than their fire or wind counterparts, and even those that were expansive typically released in a linear fashion. Techniques like Kirin, which relied on weather conditions, presented an alternative scenario. Feng Ye pondered aloud, so, during usage, one must maintain the concentration of chakra. However, the nuanced control of lightning release chakra is exceedingly challenging. Unlike fire or earth release, where the properties remained relatively stable, lightning release chakra, post-transformation, flickered incessantly. complicating matters of concentration to an absurd degree. Even for Feng Ye, who possessed remarkable chakra control, it remained a formidable challenge. Ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled, his laughter betraying no discernible emotion. After a moment, he spoke, "You seem to have lost your way. Why pursue such intricate control? Lightning release chakra does not adhere to orderly movement like wind release. Its very nature is chaotic, and that is not where the key lies." With that, Orochimaru lowered his hand, allowing the lightning release chakra to dissipate. He stood, gazing down at Feng Ye, and succinctly stated, "Focus on the essence of the technique." Feng Ye paused for a moment, then felt a sudden clarity wash over him. The sensation was akin to being obstructed by a single leaf. Obstructing one and Appo's view of Mount Tai, he had relied heavily on the control methods suited for Rasengan, which were more appropriate for wind release, inadvertently misapplying them to lightning release. "I understand now. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei." By inquiring about this, are you looking to further develop a lightning release technique that complements the Kiba-style swordsmanship? Orochimaru inquired, moving aside to examine the recent experimental results. Feng Ye nodded in affirmation. Following his training in cell activation, he resumed his prior method of simultaneous three-line cultivation. With the development of Chidori still in progress, previously he had been left to his own devices, but now, with Orochimaru as a mentor, he could seek guidance rather than waste time in ignorance. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to Feng Ye, vanishing without a sound, reappearing at Feng Ye's left side, placing a hand on his shoulder, revealing a hint of surprise in his gaze. "In just over half a month, you have advanced your cell activation to this extent?" Orochimaru understood the principle of moderation in training. Even for prodigies, mastering multiple ninjutsu simultaneously could be feasible as long as their natures were compatible, fostering mutual enhancement. However, cell activation and lightning release nature transformation were fundamentally dissimilar techniques. In the brief span of merely half a month, Feng Ye had approached with inquiries regarding the transformation of lightning release nature, which made him perceive Feng Ye as somewhat unfocused. To his surprise, a simple examination revealed that Feng Ye and Appo's cellular activation had reached a profound level. At this stage, even the practice of his soft body modification was already sufficient. This rate, perhaps a tad quicker than my initial pace, which was 3 times that of my first gate, this likely does not represent Orochimaru's limits. Indeed, I still have a considerable distance to bridge to such an existence. Even after cultivating to the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, I still cannot afford to become complacent. I lack the qualifications for such arrogance. Various thoughts flickered through Feng Ye's mind as he maintained his composure and replied, "This technique is not particularly difficult to master. I recall you mentioning that the key lies in controlling the pace, correct?" "Indeed," Orochimaru remarked, gazing at Feng Ye with keen interest for several seconds. It remained unclear whether his affirmation referred to Feng Ye's correct answer or the commendable progress in his cellular activation. "Having reached this level, you may begin to learn some of my techniques. However, my methods conflict with the swordsmanship of Kakashi's father and may not be suitable for you. The Konoha swordsmanship is characterized by its aggression, renowned for speed and lethality, rather than subtle assassination techniques which do not align with your soft body modification. Pursuing such a path may not yield beneficial results and could even prove counterproductive." Feng Ye was well aware of this. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru continued, "Your training appears to be on the right track. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to return." Feng Ye turned to Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru-sensei, can the cellular activation technique be taught to my brother Kakashi?" "Absolutely," Orochimaru replied with a light chuckle, his serpent-like eyes sparkling with a hint of intrigue. "It is only natural to look after your brother. However, he lacks your ambition and may very well choose a path entirely different from yours." This statement abruptly altered the atmosphere. "Hiki, there is no need to conceal anything." Orochimaru observed Feng Ye bowing his head, seemingly attempting to mask his emotional turmoil, and emitted a somewhat hoarse laughter. "Your performance in the Ch-Nin exam, as well as your enduring restraint, reveal an undeniable ambition. I was certain of it the moment I first laid eyes on you. Though I remain curious about the nature of your aspirations. Might you share what it is you truly desire?" Upon hearing Orochimaru and Appo's words, Feng Ye appeared somewhat flustered, yet internally, he was remarkably composed. He understood that Orochimaru and Appo's desire for control paled in comparison to Danzo and Appo's, and thus, he would not mind if his disciples or subordinates possessed ambition. In fact, to Orochimaru, ambition was a commendable trait, indicative of stronger convictions and worthier cultivation. Feng Ye and Appo's body trembled slightly after a few seconds of hesitation. He inhaled deeply and raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru and Appo's. His eyes shimmering with resolve. What I seek is power. It was impossible to completely conceal his true self before Orochimaru. Thus Feng Ye had contemplated various strategies to navigate this moment, ultimately deciding not to disguise his ambition. Different individuals warranted different approaches. Feng Ye had even considered multiple strategies for the worst-case scenario of being coerced by Danzo to join Root. I believe my father's demise stemmed from weakness. Had he been sufficiently powerful, he would not have had to forsake his mission to save a comrade, but could have accomplished both. Feng Ye and Appo's voice rose slightly, his fists clenched as he struggled to contain his surging emotions. This was not mere pretense. These were his genuine thoughts, devoid of deceit, and he was confident that none could discern any flaw in his resolve. However, his ambitions extended beyond merely surpassing Konoha's White Fang. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, standing tall at the apex of the Six Paths. I see, Orochimaru remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Feng Ye. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, seemingly recovering from a brief lapse of control, and cast a somewhat anxious glance at Orochimaru. Your aspirations are not misplaced, Orochimaru interjected, his serpent-like eyes fixed upon Feng Ye, revealing a smile that seemed to penetrate the depths of one and Appo's heart and seduce the soul. Possessing formidable strength indeed enables one to accomplish anything and to face any challenge. Such ambition is not deemed erroneous by anyone, although you are still relatively weak. As long as you remain by my side and continue to advance, you will grow stronger, inheriting and surpassing the name of White Fang. During such moments, displaying a hint of emotion was certainly advantageous, yet it also risked revealing vulnerabilities. After having exposed his true intentions to Orochimaru, compromising his efforts here could lead to significant trouble. Thus, Feng Ye donned an expression of confidence, inhaling deeply. Orochimaru-sensei, you are quite remarkable and exude confidence. I believe you can indeed surpass your father, Orochimaru stated, offering a smile that contrasted with his usual demeanor, appearing somewhat sunny. Now, continue your training. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Yes, Feng Ye replied respectfully before turning to depart. As he exited Orochimaru and Appo's research facility, Feng Ye maintained a composed facade, though internally he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Intentionally revealing his yearning for power before Orochimaru would likely ensure his safety for the time being, and such perilous discussions would likely not resurface shortly. As for the long term, that was a concern for another day. Soon, the shinobi world war would commence, and once war began, everything would revolve around its core. Throughout the ensuing years of conflict, he would continually enhance his strength. With sufficient power, he could surpass Orochimaru and even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, enabling him to face any situation with composure. The next objective was to attain the level of Hokage. Feng Ye and Appo's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. Time flew by. 2 months passed once again. The Ninja Academy finally welcomed the graduation and class division of this cohort, with all students, including Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, successfully passing the graduation examination. At this moment, in Feng Ye and Appo's home, Yuhi Kurenai gazed at the silver-haired youth seated on the sofa, astonished. Did the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, truly take you as a disciple? In the graduation and class division list from the Ninja Academy, she had not seen Feng Ye's name. In her shock, she sought out Feng Ye to inquire, ultimately discovering the news of his apprenticeship under Orochimaru. Indeed, Feng Ye affirmed with a smile, aware of Kurenai's thoughts, primarily concerning how his apprenticeship would preclude him from being assigned to the same team as her. In truth, Feng Ye felt a tinge of regret in his initial expectations. He envisioned a conventional graduation, a standard class division, and a typical life as a Konoha Genin. He had anticipated joyfully and effortlessly undertaking Genin missions, while simultaneously nurturing a budding relationship with a certain female teammate, savoring the vibrancy and beauty of youth. However, the unexpected had become a frequent occurrence, and the possibility of being placed in a 3-man team had vanished. Once she regained her composure, Kurenai expressed a hint of disappointment. Then it seems we cannot be on the same team. Had circumstances been different, she might have sought to persuade her father to alter the class assignment. But involving Orochimaru rendered any changes impossible. Ino has also been taken on as a disciple by Lady Tsunade, Nara Shikamato remarked from the side. Feng Ye leisurely remarked. It seems that Lord Jiraiya is the only one without a disciple. Noera Rin, flashing a charming smile, replied, Although Lord Jiraiya has not taken a student, his sole disciple has indeed taken one, and that would be your brother, Kakashi. Is he a Jonin now? Feng Ye inquired with a gentle smile. Let me venture a guess. One of the other two is you, and the last one is Uchiha Obito. Noara Rin gazed at Feng Ye in astonishment, asking, Feng Ye, have you seen the latest class assignment list? No, Feng Ye shook his head. Kakashi informed me. I don't recall mentioning it, Kakashi mumbled, having appeared in the living room seemingly out of nowhere. He sighed. Why must it be this way? One is a deadweight, and the other is a troublesome girl. This team feels even more troublesome than before. Kakashi and Appo's merciless critique elicited an awkward smile from Rin. Upon hearing Kakashi and Appo's lament regarding his solitary existence, Feng Ye smirked, glancing at Rin and gesturing with his thumb towards Kakashi, stating, Did you hear that, Rin? He finds you troublesome, so you needn't, and Appo's, to use your medical ninjutsu on him anymore. Let him tend to his own wounds. Kakashi couldn't and Appo's help but roll his eyes at Feng Ye and Appo's words. Rin, unable to contain her laughter, turned to Kakashi and declared, I will strive to master medical ninjutsu. I won't hold you back. Feng Ye chuckled to himself for a moment before standing up and announcing, All right, I am preparing to head out to procure some ingredients. Would you care to join me? Certainly. I also need to purchase some ninja tools, Lin replied, clapping her hands in agreement. Coming from a civilian family, although the Ninja Academy provided some tools, becoming a formal genin necessitated purchasing additional supplies. On the other hand, Yugao, who did not require any tools, was the daughter of Yuhi Kurenai, a jounin of Konoha, and their home was well stocked with shuriken and kunai. However, she could not simply watch as Feng Ye and Lin went shopping together. I have things I wish to buy as well. Noticing the agreement from Lin and Yugao, Feng Ye turned to Kakashi, who was preparing to retreat to his room, and said, Kakashi, you should come along too. Kakashi replied lazily, I have nothing I need. Feng Ye lifted his chin and insisted, precisely because you have nothing to buy. I need you to help carry things. We must stockpile ingredients in large quantities now. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy also meant that the third great ninja war was on the horizon. It was only sensible to stock up before prices skyrocketed, especially since he had always relied on accelerated training and thus had a significantly higher demand for various resources than an average person. Kakashi's expression fell. He looked at Feng Ye with an expression that seemed to question his conscience. Watching Kakashi's reluctant compliance with his older brother's wishes, Lin couldn't help but suppress a laugh, while Yugao's expression mirrored her amusement. Although Kakashi was only a year younger than Feng Ye, the latter's accelerated training had led to a more rapid physical maturation, making him appear as if he were already 12 or 13 years old, towering over Kakashi by more than half a head, resembling someone frequently oppressed. All right. Enough of the chatter. Let's go. Feng Ye playfully tapped Kakashi's head before heading toward the door. Kakashi did not evade. Instead, he followed along with a look of resigned apathy, as if he had lost all hope. The four of them quickly arrived in the marketplace. One of Feng Ye and Appo's motivations for inviting Kakashi was that it seemed a bit odd to take two girls out alone. If Yugao and Appo's father, or Lin and Appo's father happened to see them, it could lead to complications, although he believed that neither could defeat him anymore. Nonetheless, it wasn't Appo's merely a matter of being able to fight. With Kakashi along, their group appeared more normal, and even if they encountered any scrutiny along the way, it would be minimal. Soon, Feng Ye procured a substantial amount of supplies, filling 4 bags, with Kakashi carrying 2 of them. Lin and Yugao attempted to assist Feng Ye, but he cheerfully declined their help, prompting Kakashi to suppress a sarcastic remark. As they continued down the street, a commotion ahead caught their attention. I'm so sorry. I want to mess up again. Please take me on this mission. Might Guy stood before a middle-ranked ninja, visibly anxious and filled with regret as he repeatedly apologized. However, the middle-ranked ninja frowned and said, This is not the first time. Your words hold no credibility. You cannot be taken on another mission. Please, don't do this, Guy pleaded, lowering himself on the street. I will work harder than ever to prove myself. Please trust me one more time. The middle-ranked ninja, seeing Guy kneel in desperation, displayed a flicker of pity but ultimately replied, I'm sorry. You should find someone else. With that, he hurried away. Please don't do this. Give me another chance. Guy reached out in an attempt to stop him, but the middle-ranked ninja leapt away and swiftly disappeared from sight. Feng Ye, Yugao, and the others happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. Yugao hesitated and murmured, He seems to be Kai and Appo's father, right? Lin softly commented, "It appears he is in some trouble." They could surmise that he had likely been expelled from his team, but Lin, being a freshly graduated Genin herself, felt uncertain about how she could assist, as she was still inexperienced. Kakashi observed Guy, recalling his own experiences of conflicts with his ninja teams, though he recognized that his situation differed from Guy and Appo's. What puzzled Kakashi was that Guy was merely a Genin, rather clumsy and prone to causing chaos. While Kai had entered the academy as a reserve student and relentlessly challenged him, it baffled him that Guy believed Kai could surpass him. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Kai possessed remarkable talent in taijutsu, making him the strongest among the Genin with whom Kakashi had sparred. Despite his poor aptitude for ninjutsu, he still had a chance to be promoted to Chunin. As Kakashi pondered, Feng Ye suddenly approached Guy, drawing the attention of Yugao and Lin. "Senior Dai, it seems you are in a predicament," Feng Ye said as he stood beside Guy. Guy, still staring in the direction of the departing ninja, turned to Feng Ye and quickly recognized him. "Oh, it's you. It seems you have grown quite a bit, even taller than Kai now," he exclaimed, his tone laced with surprise yet tinged with difficulty. With prices soaring, surviving without undertaking missions was nearly impossible, and as a Genin, it was nearly impossible for him to secure a mission on his own. Being expelled from his ninja team was undoubtedly a significant blow. Sighing, Guy lamented, "I made some mistakes earlier and was expelled by the middle-ranked ninja in my team. I thought I might come back today and plead once more, but it seems I have failed again. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you." Feng Ye looked at Guy thoughtfully and said, "Senior Dai, do you need to form a new ninja team? If that is the case, I might be able to assist." Guy regarded Feng Ye with mild surprise. "You just graduated, right? I doubt the Jounin in charge of a four-man team would allow someone like me to join." Feng Ye shook his head with a smile. "No. My situation is rather unique. Currently, I am without a team. If you don't mind, I can temporarily form a team with you." Having previously learned many key points of the 8 gates from Guy and successfully cultivated them, Feng Ye could not turn a blind eye to the troubles Guy faced. Kakashi, Lin, and Yugao would certainly not have room for Guy in their team, so it fell upon him to assist. Of course, repaying the favor was one reason, but another was the safety of teaming up with Guy for missions, which was likely more secure than accompanying Orochimaru. At present, Orochimaru had not yet reached his peak strength, and facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone would be nearly impossible to escape from, even if he could eliminate 4 and injure 3. However, Guy could achieve such feats. When Guy opened all 8 gates, his power, while not as overwhelming as Kai and Appo's, would undoubtedly surpass that of a Kage, making it possible to survive even against formidable foes like the 3rd Raikage or 3rd Tsuchikage. The probability of encountering such situations was exceedingly low. In ordinary circumstances, even if Guy opened the 7th gate, while he may not reach the level of a Kage, he would at least possess Jonin-level strength, making him more than capable of handling typical challenges. As Feng Ye contemplated, a number of ninjas nearby displayed expressions of astonishment. To one's astonishment, there was someone willing to proactively seek out the perennial low-ranking ninja Might Guy for a team-up. Kakashi's gaze faltered upon hearing Feng Ye extend an invitation to Might Guy, his expression reflecting disbelief and a hint of exasperation. What on earth was this strategy? Even if one wished to assist Might Guy, surely there were better alternatives. It was evident that Might Guy was prone to making critical errors during missions, having already been dismissed by other teams. Undertaking a mission alone and offering a portion of the commission to assist Might Guy would have been a more prudent approach. Wai-Hai, Kurenai, and Rin also appeared taken aback. They had not anticipated that Feng Ye would propose teaming up with Might Guy, a gesture clearly aimed at aiding him. Was it merely because of his connection as a fellow student and Appo's father? It seemed overly optimistic. Perhaps Feng Ye had the potential to become Hokage. The thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of Kurenai and Rin, and they found themselves increasingly convinced that such a future was plausible. Might Guy, upon hearing Feng Ye's words, was equally astonished. Instead of inquiring about the Appo's special circumstances and Appo's, Feng Ye mentioned, he hesitated, expressing concern. "This might not be a good idea. I could be a burden." Were it an adult making the offer, they would undoubtedly express profound gratitude and assure their utmost dedication. However, with Feng Ye, he hesitated. After all, Feng Ye was a classmate of Might Guy's, and he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, often causing trouble. He worried that if he teamed up with Feng Ye, he might inadvertently let down this junior. "I trust you, senior," Feng Ye said earnestly. If even Might Guy, capable of opening all 8 gates, could not be trusted, then there would be few left in Konoha worthy of that trust. Currently, My guy could unleash such power as to overpower the third Hokage and Danzo simultaneously. Feeling the sincerity in Feng Ye's tone, my guy's eyes misted over with emotion, and he stepped forward to embrace Feng Ye, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you. My youth shall continue to burn brightly." This scene drew curious glances from several nearby ninja. Kurenai and Rin wore somewhat stiff expressions, managing only awkward smiles. Meanwhile, Kakashi rolled his eyes, gesturing toward Feng Ye with a look that seemed to say, "I knew this would happen. You brought this upon yourself." Feng Ye's lips twitched. In truth, he had intended to step back, but after a moment's hesitation, he found himself caught in the embrace. Previously, he had endured the odd stares of many due to Kakashi and Appo's brilliance, but the flamboyant display from Might Guy, coupled with the peculiar gazes of those around, was overwhelming. Feng Ye discreetly stepped back from Might Guy, donning a bright yet slightly awkward smile. "Senior, let us proceed to accept a mission." Teaming up with Might Guy for a mission, with safety concerns alleviated, would serve as an excellent opportunity for growth. Though he was aware of his own abilities, he recognized that practice and theory were two distinct matters. Even if Might Guy had the strength to kick the legendary Uchiha Madara, a slight miscalculation could lead to unforeseen complications. "I apologize. I and Appo's am so sorry. I didn't mean to." Might Guy seemed to realize he had overwhelmed Feng Ye, hastily wiping away the tears of gratitude with his sleeve. Feng Ye exhaled softly. Regaining his composure, he turned to Kurenai and Rin, stating, "Kurenai, Rin, I will be off with Senior Guy to find a mission." "Oh, and could you please take these back, Kakashi?" As he spoke, he placed two large bags he had been carrying in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's expression soured. Confusion evident as several question marks seemed to float above his head. "This is what you get for relishing my misfortune." Feng Ye shot a glance at Kakashi, fully intending to utilize his younger brother's help. He then waved at Might Guy and proceeded toward Konoha's mission office. For ninjas, missions and assignments are paramount for survival and the essence of existence, thus the significance of managing these tasks cannot be overstated. The mission office in Konoha is located on the first floor of the Hokage building. Ninjas seeking B-rank missions or higher must report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for approval, while C-rank and D-rank missions are directly handled by the senior ninjas in charge, merely recording the outcomes in the ninja and Appo's as personal files for the Hokage and Appo's review. Upon entering the mission office, Might Guy immediately glanced at the D-rank task board, which was conspicuously empty. D-rank tasks typically involve trivial matters like locating lost cats or assisting with mundane chores, commonplace during peacetime. However, with the looming specter of war, even the basic necessities of life had become burdensome, resulting in a scarcity of such requests. Seeing the empty D-rank board, Might Guy moved toward the C-rank task board. "Oh, you and Appo's, back again." A CH-Nin responsible for handling tasks noticed Might Guy and Appo's approach, irritation apparent in their voice. "I cannot permit you to take on a C-rank mission alone. It's against village regulations. Didn't your previous team refuse to accept you?" These words left Might Guy feeling somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to respond, Feng Ye glanced at the CH-Nin and calmly interjected, "Excuse me, this ninja is now part of my team." The CH-Nin raised an eyebrow, surprised by Feng Ye's assertion. The mention of my team indicated that Feng Ye must be a CH-Nin, as only CH-Nin can form teams and lead them. The CH-Nin recalled that the only participant who passed the CH-Nin exam several months prior was a silver-haired boy. "Are you the one known as Hitaki Feng Ye?" The CH-Nin asked hesitantly. Although he had never met Feng Ye, he had reviewed Feng Ye's profile, which indicated an age of around 10. The boy standing before him appeared to be 12 or 13. "Yes," Feng Ye confirmed, providing his ninja identification number. The CH-Nin asked him to wait a moment, promptly searching for the corresponding records and quickly verifying Feng Ye and Appo's identity. Upon confirmation, the CH-Nin looked at Feng Ye with a mix of astonishment and confusion. "According to the records, you're only 10. How come you look so mature?" "Just a quick growth spurt," Feng Ye replied with a nonchalant smile. "Am I clear to accept missions now?" The CH-Nin scrutinized both Feng Ye and Might Guy, then said, "Yes. However, are you certain you wish to team up with this ninja? His failure rate for C-rank missions is the highest among the lower ranks, and he has a record of multiple mistakes." The CH-Nin's information brought a flush of embarrassment to Might Guy, who was about to assure Feng Ye of his commitment to not let him down when Feng Ye preemptively responded, "It's all right. Might Guy possesses formidable strength, capable of handling numerous situations." Upon hearing Feng Ye and Appo's two remarks, Dai was momentarily moved to tears. Instinctively yearning to embrace Feng Ye once more, yet he refrained, considering it might cause discomfort. Formidable strength. The ninja at the mission office twitched his lips, having never before heard such praise for Konoha and Appo's perennial genin, especially from a genius ninja like Feng Ye, leaving him at a loss for words. Perhaps this is the essence of a genius and Appo's training. Undertaking challenging missions no longer suffices for self-improvement, and one must also bear the burden of another and Appo's shortcomings to refine oneself. Feng Ye observed the mission board and noted that only a third of the area was occupied by C-rank missions, with ample space remaining. Though the number of missions was scarce, each offered a substantial bounty, generally around 100,000 Rio, most of which were escort tasks. Escorting a caravan from the land of grass back home, with a bounty of 150,000 Rio. I'll choose this one. After careful consideration, Feng Ye selected the highest-paying task. The primary objective was to help Might Dai earn some money, while he too required funds to sustain his daily expenses. Given that Dai's abilities were commendable yet he lacked in other aspects, opting for reconnaissance missions would be unwise. Escort tasks were indeed the most suitable. Let us hope nothing goes awry, Feng Ye mused, aware that accompanying Dai would likely allow them to manage any unforeseen circumstances. However, a smooth journey would always be preferable. Oh, very well. The ninja at the mission office accepted the request form, checked the details, and registered it, stating, "The requester is currently residing at the Konoha Inn. You may find them there." Feng Ye nodded and called out to Dai, "Senior, let us depart." The two exited the mission office under the watchful gaze of curious onlookers. Once outside, a few ninjas engaged in task exchanges turned to the Nin at the mission office and remarked, "Is this really acceptable? Allowing him to undertake a mission with that perennial genin? Even if he's a genius, it appears to be his first mission. Everything is according to regulations." The Nin replied with a hint of resignation, shrugging, "I cannot prevent this. But the caravan from the land of grass will likely refuse their services and return to select someone else." "That makes sense," the ninja mused, nodding thoughtfully. Regardless of whether the caravan was aware of Might Dai and Appo's reputation as a perennial genin, they would surely perceive his unreliability upon first glance. As for Feng Ye, despite being a Nin, his youth would not inspire confidence either. It was highly probable they would reject them and demand a replacement. At the Konoha Inn, after leaving the mission office, Feng Ye and Might Dai quickly encountered the caravan they were to escort. The caravan comprised only 7 individuals. Having completed their sales of goods in the land of fire and now preparing to return to the land of grass. "You say you accepted the escort mission? Just the 2 of you?" A younger boy from the caravan exclaimed, astonished. "Yes," Feng Ye affirmed with a nod. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, are you serious? Can you two really handle an escort mission?" Might Dai stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." The boy remained skeptical, about to voice his concerns when a middle-aged man with graying facial hair approached and whispered something in the boy's ear. The boy was momentarily taken aback. The man then smiled at Feng Ye and Dai, introducing himself as Uraha Daiki, the caravan leader. "We trust in the strength of Konoha and Appo's ninjas. We will rely on your protection." Feng Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating before responding, "Very well, I look forward to working with you. Please prepare yourselves. We shall meet at the village entrance tomorrow." "Thank you." Uraha Daiki nodded in agreement. Feng Ye gestured for Might Dai to follow, and the two departed the inn. Shortly after their exit, the young boy turned to Uraha Daiki, expressing, "Why not request a replacement from Konoha? These 2 ninjas look like third-rate ones." "Sometimes the less conspicuous are better," Uraha Daiki replied solemnly. "Currently, our funds are limited. Even if we exhausted our resources, we could only afford a team of Konoha and Appo's Nin. That could attract unwanted attention. It's wiser to proceed discreetly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe return to your territory." The boy and Appo's expression shifted, ultimately letting out a sigh. Outside the Konoha Inn, Feng Ye remarked, "By the way, Dai-senpai, let us split the bounty for this mission evenly." "Huh?" Might Dai was taken aback. Feng Ye added apologetically, "I and Appo's facing some financial constraints. However, if you feel uncomfortable, you may take 60%. No. That's not what I meant," Dai quickly interjected, shaking his head. "An even split is already quite generous. You are the leader, after all." Feng Ye smiled at his reaction. "Let and Appo's keep it as an even split. You need not worry. There may be opportunities for additional bounties from this mission." Might Dai, who was still surprised at the prospect of splitting the bounty, inquired with curiosity, "More bounties?" Yes, but merely a possibility, Feng Ye confirmed with a nod. Due to cellular activation, his hearing was significantly sharper than most. He had caught a snippet of Uraha Daiki's whisper to the young boy, which hinted that the boy might be of noble status, indicating the caravan was more than it appeared. For safety and Appo's sake, changing tasks would be prudent. However, with his current training and Might Dai accompanying him, he felt adequately prepared. Even if unforeseen events arose, they could manage. Should the situation diverge from the mission's description, they could request a higher bounty for the task. Perhaps the bounty earned from this mission would suffice to cover his expenses for more than half a year. Furthermore, during wartime, provisions would be regularly supplied, ensuring ample resources. As for Might Dai, his needs were not as pressing. A mission such as this would likely alleviate any financial concerns for several years. After weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that this mission was worth pursuing. At the mission office, Shiranui Hanji, who had submitted the request, waited until evening but saw neither the caravan from the land of grass seeking a replacement nor Feng Ye and Might Dai returning to select another task. The prolonged silence suggested that the caravan had accepted Feng Ye and Dai for the escort. The caravan from the land of grass had not requested a replacement? As time passed, Shiranui Hanji became increasingly bewildered, his uncertainty growing. Although Feng Ye was a talented nin, he had yet to undertake a single mission, and Might Dai's reputation hardly inspired confidence. The combination of the two seemed rather precarious for an escort task. Such escort missions, if they were to fail, would inevitably tarnish the reputation of Konoha. After a moment of hesitation, he concluded that it would be prudent to report the situation. Generally, C-rank missions do not necessitate informing Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet given the current circumstances, it was advisable to do so. Soon, while perusing documents in the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the report. A C-rank escort mission? He expressed mild surprise, pondering why Keed would choose to team up with Might Guy. Considering Keed and Appo's disposition and strength, undertaking a C-rank mission should pose no issue. However, the unpredictable nature of the mission was concerning, particularly with Guy in the mix. After reflection, Hiruzen opted not to intervene. There are no guarantees against unforeseen events in any mission, especially with the increasingly tense atmosphere in the ninja world. This non-combat task could serve as a valuable training opportunity for Keed. Should an unexpected failure occur, it would serve as a lesson not to overestimate one's abilities when selecting team members. After parting ways with Might Guy, Keed returned home to prepare his belongings. He meticulously packed standard ninja equipment such as explosive tags, shuriken, and kunai, ensuring that his most crucial weapon, the White Fang sword, was included. Kakashi appeared at the door, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, and inquired, "Are you truly planning to team up with Guy and Appo's as father?" "Indeed," Keed calmly replied. "I learned a technique from him and owe him a debt of gratitude. It is only fitting that I assist him in return. Besides, you two are a beneficiary, as the technique I acquired was the 8 gates." After training with Might Guy, Keed had shared the knowledge of the first 2 gates with Kakashi. While the latter gates may not suit Kakashi and Appo's style, the first 2 would undoubtedly prove advantageous, as evidenced in the original narrative. That physical technique was learned from him? Kakashi expressed skepticism, having assumed it was Keed and Appo's own innovation. Learning a high-level technique from a long-standing genin seemed implausible. Noticing Kakashi and Appo's reaction, Keed offered a faint smile, replying, "There is no reason to deceive you. Furthermore, Might Guy possesses strength beyond what you might imagine. Given your own experience with the technique, you should be able to gauge its potential at full mastery. I can assure you, Guy-sensei is capable of unlocking the 8th gate." Upon hearing Keed and Appo's words, Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly. While he might not have been well-versed in the 8 gates, he had managed to open the first gate and had gained some understanding of the technique. If Guy could indeed unlock the 8th gate, the power unleashed would likely surpass that of even a genin. His initial reaction was disbelief. However, Keed had no reason to lie about such matters, indicating that his assertion might indeed hold truth. "How can that be? Isn't he just a long-standing genin?" Kakashi questioned, underestimating the prowess of Konoha's genin. Keed regarded him with a profound gaze before placing his belongings on the table and standing to face Kakashi. "On another note, how has your technique training been progressing lately?" Kakashi replied, "I've just started training in cell activation, but I've already mastered Lightning Cutter, and I can open the first gate of the 8 gates." "Well done," Keed remarked with approval. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu was unquestionable. He had quickly grasped Lightning Cutter, and cell activation would likely pose no challenge for him. With this technique, Kakashi's chakra reserves would not be a limitation, and even without the Sharingan or Sage Mode, he could potentially reach the level of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He might even surpass the legendary Tsukumo Hitaki. With such capabilities, there was little more to discuss. Additionally, in a few days, Minato-sensei would take them on a mission. Kakashi appeared thoughtful, suddenly recalling, "By the way, it seems that Uchiha Obito in our team has feelings for Rin." He chuckled. "It is quite natural for Rin's charming personality to attract attention. Are you suggesting I should intervene? I leave that decision to you." "What do you mean by leaving it to me?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. If the individual before him were not his elder brother, such behavior would surely earn his disdain. Recently, several girls, not just Rin and Yuhi Kurenai, had been visiting their home. However, it seemed that this was of little concern to Keed, as he passively attracted the attention of those girls, maintaining an amicable rapport. Kakashi found it somewhat troublesome that his brother was so popular among the females. "By the way," Keed said, looking at Kakashi, "when you accompany Minato-sensei on the mission, if the opportunity arises, you might inquire about the Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi regarded Keed with curiosity. "The Flying Thunder God technique? How do you know Minato-sensei uses that technique?" "Ah, just some intelligence," Keed replied, opting not to elaborate. The renowned Yellow Flash of Konoha, whose very name instilled fear in rival villages, wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. Not knowing this would indeed be a shortcoming for a traveler from another world. Given Minato's character, if Kakashi were to ask about the technique, he would likely receive guidance on its training. Though the actual mastery of such a spatial ninjutsu would be significantly more challenging than the gradual progression of the 8 gates. Nevertheless, having access to it and attempting to learn would be worthwhile. The following day, Keed arrived early at the village entrance. After a brief wait, Uraha Daisuke and others arrived, carrying only light packs. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, Might Guy arrived, somewhat late. "My apologies for the delay," he said, though it was clear that they had simply arrived early. "Now that you are here, we can set off." Keed greeted him with a warm smile, glancing towards the guarding CH-9 at the entrance. The CH-9 nodded, recording Might Guy's name, and signaled that Keed and his team could depart the village. In the Land of Fire, at a certain town, Keed, wearing the Konoha ninja headband, led the group to a local hot spring inn, addressing the others. "Let us rest here for today." Uraha Daisuke nodded in agreement, and Might Guy raised no objections. It had been nearly a week since they left Konoha, and now they were making their way towards the border of the Land of Fire. As they approached the border town, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Welcome." The innkeeper greeted Keed with a polite smile upon seeing his ninja headband. Konoha's ninjas maintained peace in the Land of Fire, wielding power far superior to that of ordinary citizens, thus holding a different status. After checking in with Uraha Daisuke and selecting their accommodation, Keed did not rush to rest. Instead, he turned to Might Guy, saying, "Please keep an eye on things here. I will conduct a brief reconnaissance in the town." "Understood," Might Guy replied seriously, taking up a position in the hallway to stand guard. He removed his ninja headband, concealing the white fang sword in his sleeve, and quietly departed the hot spring inn to scout the town. Though he and Might Guy possessed the strength to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to conduct a reconnaissance. One might uncover unexpected developments, such as scouts from the rock-hidden village infiltrating the Land of Fire. Eliminating such adversaries could yield valuable information. Soon, Feng Ye wandered through the town. Initially intending to perform a routine reconnaissance, he unexpectedly sensed a fluctuation of chakra from a ninja, which heightened his vigilance. The chakra detected was faint but profound, unmistakably beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. It could be that of A.J. Nin, or perhaps even an elite shinobi. Drawing a breath, Feng Ye realized he had stumbled upon a significant anomaly. In an instant, he entered a heightened state of alert. His awareness peaked. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. A figure, recognized as his classmate Shizune, appeared nearby, astonished to see him. She set down her kunai and remarked, "This chakra fluctuation, it truly is you, Shizune." Feng Ye paused. If she was present, it meant the chakra he sensed belonged to an extraordinary entity. At that moment, a crashing sound echoed from a nearby gambling den, followed by hurried footsteps. A familiar figure rushed out, calling to Shizune, "Shizune, we need to get out of here." "Huh? Lady Tsunade." Shizune blinked in surprise as a crowd wielding clubs and shouting angrily chased after them. Startled, she hurriedly followed Tsunade. As she caught up to Tsunade, she glanced back at the mob and inquired, "Lady Tsunade, what happened?" "Ahaha, I accidentally lost everything, even the high-interest loans. We must escape first." Tsunade replied with a laugh. Shizune was momentarily stunned, she had left with a substantial amount of chips. But there was no time to delve into details as she sprinted alongside Tsunade. From a distance, Feng Ye released his grip on his ninja blade, Shiroyuki, and shrugged innocently. What a coincidence, indeed, to encounter Tsunade here. With the war looming, it seemed she was entirely unconcerned about the village or the impending conflict. However, once the war commenced, even with her hematophobia preventing her from fighting, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely summon her back to the village to oversee the medical corps. As he watched Tsunade flee, Feng Ye pondered thoughtfully. He had aspirations regarding Tsunade and Appo's medical ninjutsu, particularly the mitotic regeneration, as its healing capabilities were nearly akin to the Sage Mode, or in some respects, reminiscent of it. Since the era of Senja Hashirama, no one from the Senja clan had been able to cultivate Sage Mode, and thus no concrete methods existed for its practice. His future aspirations to attain Sage Mode hinged on two avenues: transplanting Hashirama and Appo's cells or painstakingly deducing the method himself. The former was too perilous for him to consider unless absolutely necessary. Even if successful, he would only achieve a flawed version of Sage Mode. As for self-discovery, mere daydreaming would yield no results. A solid foundation was essential. The first step involved activating Orochimaru's cells, a technique he had already acquired. Next, he needed to master the three great sage arts from Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, culminating with Tsunade and Appo's mitotic regeneration. Mastering these five fundamentals would instill in him the confidence to cultivate genuine Sage Mode. However, he reflected, his current training had become rather convoluted. After some contemplation, he shook his head. It was not yet the time to pursue mitotic regeneration, even if he approached Tsunade to learn the technique. He would not be able to practice it effectively. The technique required a vast amount of chakra, and he lacked the physique to generate such an extraordinary reserve. Thus, he needed to train in the Ein Seal, which would only complicate his training regimen further, yielding no immediate enhancement in power. Sage Mode remained a distant aspiration. For now, he must focus on training that would directly augment his strength. Once he attained J-Nin level power and the ability to navigate the ninja world, it would be more appropriate to consider mitotic regeneration in Sage Mode. Speaking of which, acquiring the training method for mitotic regeneration might be feasible through Shizen, though it may require some form of personal sacrifice. Wait, why did that thought cross my mind? Feng Ye smacked his forehead, feeling his reasoning falter, internally chastising himself. If he could gather sufficient gambling capital, he could challenge Tsunade to a wager and potentially win the mitotic regeneration technique. As she had a notorious tendency to lose in gambling, her passive skill was undoubtedly maxed out. At his age, his body had yet to fully develop. Under no circumstances would he resort to leveraging his appearance, uncertain of the excessive demands that might ensue. Ultimately, he decided not to rush. There would be opportunities in the future. Feng Ye made his way back to the hot spring inn. After dinner, he returned to his room, closed his eyes, and found himself enveloped in familiar darkness, a colossal phantom clock materializing before him. The time until the next multiplier increase must be approaching. The next increase will coincide with the unlocking of a new ability. Gazing upon the immense ethereal clock, Feng Ye murmured in anticipation, his eyes shimmering with hope. The golden hour hand was nearing the 2:00 and Appo's clock mark, and he could faintly perceive the gray mist at the 2:00 and Appo's clock coordinate gradually dissipating. Once the hour hand definitively pointed to 2:00 and Appo's clock, it would signify the unlocking of the corresponding ability, though the specifics of this ability remained unclear. Powers related to time were virtually devoid of uselessness. Any ability involving time could serve as a formidable trump card. In another inn, a girl of approximately 16 or 17, with light golden hair, entered a room, brushing back her ponytail and then adjusting her flat chest. She raised her right hand to perform a simple hand seal. Poof! With a flash of white smoke, her ponytail unraveled, cascading her golden hair down her back, and her previously flat chest suddenly swelled, transforming her youthful exuberance into that of a mature beauty. Phew, I finally evaded them. Tsunade sighed, arranging her hair. Shizen followed her inside, gazing at Tsunade's chest with an odd expression. She understood that Tsunade had reverted to her youthful form to escape her creditors, yet she could not fathom how Tsunade, who had been flat-chested in her teenage years, had developed to this extent. Tsunade approached the table and sat down, casting a glance at Shizen. What are you staring at? Hurry and close the door. Yes, Shizen quickly replied, turning to shut the door. Tsunade poured herself a cup of cold tea, took a sip, and suddenly remembered something. Who was that ninja from earlier? He is a classmate of mine, Hataki Feng Ye, Shizune answered, kneeling before Tsunade as she spoke. Upon hearing the muted response, Tsunade was slightly taken aback and remarked, "Is he indeed Kakashi's son? He does bear some resemblance to S.H. Ma-senpai. In the Second Shinobi World War, the renowned S.H. Ma was the commander on the front lines in the Land of Rain. At that time, the three shinobi had yet to make their names, and they were all younger than S.H. Ma." As she spoke, a sigh flickered in Tsunade and Appo's gaze. S.H. Ma had once cared for her on several occasions, and she never imagined he would take his own life due to a mission. Upon hearing the news, she had made a point to return to Konoha to pay her respects at his grave. As S.H. Ma's son, Kakashi had come to her attention, but her impression was more significantly marked by S.H. Ma's other son, who graduated at the age of 5 and became a CHNIN at 6. A feat that had astonished her, making her feel that Konoha White Fang and Appo's legacy would continue. "Fu is indeed impressive," Ino said, sitting before Tsunade with a pillow in her arms, admiration flickering in her eyes. During the previous CHNIN exams, he single-handedly eliminated all his opponents and even caught Lord Orochimaru and Appo's becoming his disciple. Oh. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Appo's sparkled with intrigue. If I recall correctly, his talent seems rather ordinary compared to Kakashi. That and Appo's merely because Fu prefers not to showcase his abilities. Ino responded instinctively, a smile creeping onto her face. From what I've gathered, Kakashi has always strived to catch up to Fu but has never succeeded. Tsunade shot a glance at Ino and abruptly asked, "Do you have feelings for him?" What? Ino's expression shifted to one of unease, stammering, Why do you ask that so suddenly? Is it not obvious?" Tsunade's hands rested on the table, fingers interlaced, exuding a commanding presence. "If you like him, then pursue him boldly. What does it matter if he is Orochimaru's disciple? You are my pupil as well. And no, it's not like that." "What do you mean it's not? Your demeanor has already betrayed you. Do you intend to lie in front of me?" Tsunade continued, her curiosity piqued. "What can that young man possess that makes you hesitant to pursue him? Especially one favored by Orochimaru." Tsunade's mind briefly conjured the image of Fu from earlier that day, her fingers resting thoughtfully on her chin. Unbeknownst to Fu, the fleeting glance he had received during the day had already drawn Tsunade's attention, and if he were aware, he would surely smile, realizing that it would make future encounters simpler. After a night of chakra training, the next day, the group set forth once more. After traversing several small towns, they finally arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, marked by a horizontal river. Beyond that river lay the Land of Grass. Yureichi Daisuke gazed at the rushing waters ahead, his expression easing slightly. Having reached this point, they were already halfway to safety. After observing the river for a few moments, Fu turned to a stone bridge positioned northeast and said, "We have yet to reach our contractual destination. Let us continue." "Understood," Yureichi nodded, following Fu onward. Upon arriving at the stone bridge, Fu led the way, while Might Guy brought up the rear. The group of 9 quickly crossed the bridge without any incident. However, once they had crossed, a cold look appeared in Fu's eyes as he gazed at the nearby thicket, slowly saying, "Have you even bothered to disguise yourselves?" Fu and Appo's words caused Yureichi and the others to suddenly change their expressions. Might Guy, after a moment of surprise, quickly leaped to Fu and Appo's side. "There and Appo's, no need," came a faint voice from the direction of the thicket. Moments later, 10 figures emerged from the underbrush, all adorned with the headbands of Awagakure, brandishing kunai and shuriken. Awagakure ninjas? How could this be? Yureichi's face turned pale as he swiftly turned to his companions, fury flashing in his eyes. How could Awagakure ninjas be so conveniently ambushed at the border of the Land of Grass? And judging by their demeanor, it appears they have been waiting for quite some time. There is a traitor among us. Damn it, who is it? Yureichi drew a dagger, glaring at his comrades, who exchanged furious glances with one another. Fu remained unfazed by the commotion behind him and calmly stated, "At this juncture, seeking out the traitor is futile. He will not reveal himself. It seems you have concealed some crucial information. This situation cannot merely be explained as a C-rank mission." Yureichi's expression darkened. He averted his gaze towards the encircling Awagakure ninjas, his heart sinking as he realized a traitor had leaked their information, leading to the hiring of a team of IWA Nin to assassinate them, while they had only employed a mere 2-man team from Konoha. It was utterly impossible to contend with. Their only hope lay in the fact that the assailant's objective was not to kill them but to capture them alive, thus preserving a chance for survival. Yureichi gritted his teeth and addressed the IWA ninjas, What is your mission? Are you here to kill us? We can double the payment. Our mission is to capture him alive. The senior IWA ninja and Appo's eyes glimmered with disdain as he pointed at the young boy behind Yureichi. As for the rest of you, you can only descend to hell. Hiring Awagakure ninjas who would alter their mission for monetary gain was something only the most lowly of shinobi villages would do. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Awagakure ninjas would never engage in such dishonorable conduct. With that, 3 IWA ninjas surged towards Fya, while another 3 advanced on Might Guy. Their expressions cold and devoid of unnecessary words. Yureichi and Appo's face drained of color. Although the young master was not the target of their assassination if they perished here, the young master would be captured and taken back for imprisonment, making it nearly impossible to reverse the situation. The position of the daimyo of Xuanyue town would undoubtedly be seized by that individual. Never had he anticipated that among the most trusted of the daimyo in life, there would be a traitor. It was an unimaginable betrayal. One misstep here would lead to utter ruin. Hikaru coldly observed Yureichi and the others. Their current mission was a B-rank 1, involving him, AJ Nin, accompanied by 3 elite CH Nin and 6 Jinin. The intelligence they had received indicated that their opponents consisted of only 2 ninjas from Konoha, 1 CH Nin and 1 Jinin. In terms of combat power and intelligence, they held an absolute advantage, rendering the need for an ambush unnecessary. They merely had to wait for their foes to arrive along the indicated route. Hikaru drew a kunai and approached Yureichi. Aside from the 2 Konoha ninjas, the others were mere civilians, unworthy of concern. However, since their goal was to capture one individual alive, he felt the need to take action himself to avoid unforeseen complications. Yet, just as he took a few steps forward, preparing to swiftly eliminate Yureichi and the others, his gaze suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head to the right, only to see the 3 ninjas who had previously attacked Fya inexplicably frozen around him, maintaining their stances as if turned to stone, unable to move. In the hands of Feng Ye, a white short knife appeared unbeknownst to him, its blade emanating a luminescent glow. It seems you did not hear my words. Feng Ye stated calmly, addressing Yura. You have concealed crucial information, leading to unforeseen circumstances beyond the commission. We must increase the commission fee and elevate its rank. Otherwise, this task shall be rendered void. Thud, thud, thud. As Feng Ye's words echoed, the 3 rock ninjas frozen beside him collapsed like wooden stakes. Upon closer inspection, one could see a distinct line of blood tracing from their foreheads, extending to their crowns. The pupils of Huaguang constricted violently. They are dead. All 3 have perished in an instant. How could this be? Among the assailants were 2 genin and 1 elite chunin. Even for him, it would be a formidable challenge to eliminate 3 opponents in a mere heartbeat. Just as Huaguang's expression shifted, a series of loud thuds resonated from another direction. Turning his gaze, he beheld Mado Dai, clad in a tight green uniform, enveloped in a radiant green aura, his chakra surging with overwhelming intensity. The 3 ninjas who had attacked Mado Dai were all sent flying, spewing blood, with one even emitting crackling sounds from within, the sound of shattered bones. This, Yura was taken aback. The 3 ninjas attacking Feng Ye had been dispatched in an instant, while those assaulting Mado Dai were similarly defeated, collapsing in disarray. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, his mind momentarily blanked. Until the cold gaze of Feng Ye pierced him, he jolted back to reality. Astonished yet finally realizing the situation, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Powerful. Extremely powerful. These 2 seemingly ordinary Konoha ninjas were unexpectedly formidable beyond measure. Having regained his composure, he hesitated no longer, his voice trembling with urgency as he responded to Feng Ye. I wish to amend the commission requirements. Elevate the commission to A rank and the fee to 500,000 Ryo. Ensure the safety of us all. Received. Feng Ye slowly withdrew his gaze, positioning the ninja blade, White Fang, before him, his expression indifferent as he turned to Huaguang of Awagakure. I accept your proposal for a temporary amendment to the commission. Huaguang stared at Feng Ye, his voice icy. Jinjutsu? I truly underestimated you. I did not anticipate a mere Konoha brat possessing such strength. However, knowing your methods, it is impossible for me to fall victim. The ability to eliminate his 3 comrades so effortlessly was likely a small-scale genjutsu, meticulously prepared for a decisive strike. Initially, he believed there were only 2 Konoha ninjas, rendering it unnecessary to take precautions or mount an ambush. They had charged directly upon discovery. Now, the situation represented a grave miscalculation for him, with 3 ninjas dead and 3 more grievously injured. The inevitable consequences of this strategic blunder would fall squarely on his shoulders as the leading Genin. Upon returning to the village, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. And to rectify his errors, he must eliminate the 2 Konoha ninjas before him and successfully complete the commission. Crack! In the next moment, Guang clapped his hands together, swiftly forming a hand seal. Earth style. Earth spike. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Over 10 spikes surged from beneath the earth, targeting Feng Ye and Mato Dai. Dai-senpai, protect them. Feng Ye gripped the white fang, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of spikes towards Guang, simultaneously instructing Mato Dai. Bathed in green chakra, Mato Dai's hair stood upright, veins protruding at his temples. His tone exuded authority as he declared, "Leave it to me." Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Mato Dai appeared beside Yura, seizing 2 individuals and hurling them to the opposite bank, evading the earth spike and Appos' assault. Seeing Feng Ye charging directly at him, a glimmer of cold light flickered into Guang's eyes. In such circumstances, unable to assess the situation, yet still daring to charge alone, even with extraordinary strength, he remains but a child. To him, the priority was to eliminate Feng Ye. For Mato Dai was evidently a master of taijutsu. He had no desire to simultaneously fend off Mato Dai's physical prowess while being harassed by Feng Ye's genjutsu. Feng Ye's advance presented an opportunity. Without hesitation, Guang bellowed, altering his hand seals. Earth style? Earth flow river. As he completed the seals, he unleashed a torrent resembling a quagmire, surging towards Feng Ye to completely obstruct his movements. At that moment, Feng Ye, in midair to evade the earth spike, found himself devoid of leverage, poised to descend into the muddy current. Yet, he remained remarkably calm, forming a single-handed seal. Shadow clone technique. With a whoosh, a shadow clone materialized beneath him, supporting his feet and propelling him upward, while his original self plummeted into the mire below, dissipating into smoke. Utilizing the shadow clone and Appos' aerial relay, Feng Ye transformed into a fleeting shadow, tracing an arc through the air, and descended upon Guang, wielding the white fang to deliver a decisive strike. Swoosh! Guang's body was cleaved in 2 in an instant, yet instead of blood, he disintegrated into brown earth. It was merely an earth clone. "I am a Genin of a Wagakure, you brat." Guang and Appos' voice resonated from behind Feng Ye as he emerged from the ground. 2 hidden blades springing forth from his sleeves, glinting menacingly as they slashed towards Feng Ye's back. On the opposite bank, Mato Dai observed as Feng Ye severed an earth clone, and upon witnessing Guang's emergence from the ground behind Feng Ye, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This is bad. There is no time. He immediately sought to rush across the river to support Feng Ye, but having only opened the 5th gate, he could not reach in time. Opening the 6th and 7th gates was not a feat that could be accomplished instantaneously. The brief delay rendered him unable to avert the crisis facing Feng Ye. Moreover, he had learned that Guang was indeed a Genin, a formidable pillar of a Wagakure. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 ninjas from a Wagakure stood vigilant on the opposite bank, poised to intercept Mato Dai, prepared to thwart his advance. Guang was their Genin, and a remarkably powerful one at that, nearly on par with an elite Genin. They were confident of subduing a Konoha brat, and as long as they could hinder Mato Dai, the mission would not devolve into a catastrophic failure. Success. Guang was fully aware of the situation behind him. He knew that at this distance, no matter how swift Mato Dai was, he could not arrive in time. The twin blades were poised to sever Feng Ye's head. Yet, almost in that very instant, Feng Ye's body exhibited a speed that bordered on the supernatural, transforming into an afterimage almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Shifting from a position facing away from Guang to one directly confronting him, the white fang slicing through the intersection of Guang's twin blades. Guang's pupils dilated in shock. A flicker of disbelief crossed his gaze, accompanied by a chilling sensation within. The speed Feng Ye displayed was simply beyond that of an ordinary human. What a speed! Before he could contemplate further, he witnessed Feng Ye's ninja blade, White Fang, slicing through the air, tracing several arcs aimed at his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Guang could only muster all his strength to wield his twin hidden blades. The clang of steel resonated sharply in the air as he deflected the strikes, but soon after, he was sent sliding backward for several meters. Captain Guang. The nearby rock shinobi gazed at the scene with disbelief. They clearly observed the myriad of wounds and blood covering Guang's body, a testament to the fact that he had failed to block the close-range assault delivered by Feng Ye's short blade. How could this be possible? Wugwang, renowned for his formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu, should not have been so easily wounded in a direct confrontation. Truly, he is a jonin, stronger than one could imagine. As Wugwang staggered back, his face marked by shock, Feng Ye mused, if he can still withstand my attacks, then. Accompanied by his words, Feng Ye formed hand seals with his left hand, moving with a speed resembling an afterimage. A surge of chakra flowed forth, intertwining into crackling arcs of lightning that coalesced at the edge of White Fang, accompanied by a chorus of crisp birdsong. Lightning release, Chidori. After consulting Orochimaru on the nuances of lightning chakra transformation, Feng Ye had developed this technique in less than 10 days. Wugwang's expression shifted dramatically. The fluctuations in chakra and the technique and Appo's form left no doubt. The threat posed by Feng Ye was immense. With Feng Ye's almost otherworldly speed combined with the lethal power of this lightning technique, he was undeniably a perilous adversary who must not be allowed to approach. Earth release. Earth Mountain technique. Wugwang exclaimed without hesitation, forming hand seals with both hands. This was one of the highest tier ninjutsu he had mastered. An A-rank earth technique that combined both offense and defense. With a thunderous boom, the earth erupted, causing Feng Ye's movements to falter as the ground ensnared his legs. The earth around him heaved like a lid, forming two colossal hemispheres that converged above him, attempting to crush him in their grip. Feng Ye, hold on. Mado Dai, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency. With a roar, he broke through the 6th gate of the 8 gates, charging across the riverbank. The 3 rock shinobi, already braced for combat, unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai laden with explosive tags to hinder Dai's advance. However, with the 6th gate open, Dai merely swung a fist, dispersing the onslaught with a single motion, leaving the 3 shinobi aghast at the display of physical prowess. Yet, upon reaching the riverbank, Dai halted, refraining from charging into the area where Feng Ye was confined by the earthen barrier. There, he observed Feng Ye, who remained eerily calm as the earth threatened to envelop him. With his right hand gripping White Fang, Feng Ye simply waved it. A visible arc of white light flashed, resembling a crescent moon. The formidable earth barrier stilled, a clear fissure appearing at its center, which rapidly spread outward before collapsing into ruin, cleaved in two by a single stroke. This, Wugwang, maintaining his hand seals, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This technique reminded him of something he had seen in previous records. A name that had once resonated throughout the ninja world during the last great ninja war, Konoha's White Fang. With a swift motion, Feng Ye burst through the shattered earth, appearing before Wugwang, his blade poised like a crescent moon. Having mastered Chidori, his speed had increased, allowing him to employ Moonflash without needing to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. As their figures intertwined, Feng Ye emerged on Wugwang's right side. Halting with his blade still extended, Wugwang stood frozen, his twin hidden blades raised in a defensive posture. Yet a distinct line of blood traced from his forehead to his abdomen. Konoha and Appo's White Fang. His eyes widened in disbelief. Slowly, Feng Ye retracted White Fang and turned to Wugwang, speaking calmly, "That was my father." Understanding dawned upon Wugwang as he murmured in regret and resignation, emotions flashing through him before consciousness faded into darkness, blood spilling onto the ground. No, it cannot be. This must be a trick. How could Captain Wugwang be defeated by a mere child? The 3 rock shinobi, already gripped by fear, stared in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. That was a trusted jonin of their village. How could he perish at the hands of a mere boy? It seems I was overly concerned. Mado Dai, gazing in Feng Ye and Appo's direction, released a sigh of relief upon witnessing the demise of the opposing jonin, simultaneously marveling at Feng Ye and Appo's talent and strength. Feng Ye was but a classmate of his son, Mado Kai, and at most 10 years old. How could he possess the power to defeat a jonin? Kai, it appears you must strive harder to catch up to him and Kakashi. After a moment of contemplation, Dai turned his attention to the remaining 3 rock shinobi. Noticing Dai and Appo's gaze upon them, the trio stiffened, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. What nonsense is this? They claimed only 2 fairly average leaf ninjas were escorting them. They were, in fact, 2 monsters. Flee. Almost simultaneously, the 3 bolted along the riverbank, their fighting spirit extinguished. Yet, before they could escape, Dai, having opened the 6th gate, appeared before them like a phantom. Then, they heard incomprehensible words about experiencing the burning youth. Before feeling a tremendous impact, their bodies flying backward as darkness enveloped their vision. Breathing heavily, Mado Dai collapsed onto the riverbank after dispatching the last 3 rock shinobi, his body spent. Feng Ye searched Huoguang's corpse for anything of value, but found nothing substantial before approaching Dai. Are you alright, senior? Is everything fine? I'm alright, but for some time, I might not be of use. Dai replied, still panting heavily. Even for someone capable of opening the 8th gate. The side effects of the 6th gate were significant, leaving him exhausted and sore. Don and Apos, worry, senior. You should rest now. The next part is up to me. Feng Ye nodded slightly. As long as it is not a situation requiring medical treatment, everything seems manageable. Currently, my guy has already managed to open the 8th gate. And the side effects of merely opening the 6th gate do not appear to have reached a level of injury. Subsequently, Feng Ye cast his gaze across the river to where Daisuke and his companions stood. At that moment, Daisuke and his companions exhibited expressions of bewilderment. For them, the clash between Feng Ye, Might Guy, and the enemy Jainin transcended their comprehension. On one hand, the Jainin from the 5 great ninja villages were substantially more formidable than those from Kusagakure, and on the other hand, the seemingly average Feng Ye and Might Guy unveiled a level of power that could only be described as astonishing. This is the might of the ninja from a grand ninja village. Daisuke murmured in shock. As Feng Ye's gaze fell upon him, he finally regained his composure. Thoughts flickered through his mind as he swiftly turned to his companions. Almost simultaneously, one of his comrades stepped forward, brandishing a knife directly against the neck of the young master he was tasked to protect. Stay back. Jainichi glared at Daisuke. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, fear still lingering in his eyes. When he transmitted information to Kusagakure, he never anticipated that a peculiar duo from Konohagakure, consisting of an eccentric and a young boy, would possess such terrifying strength. They had even defeated an elite Iwanin squad. The ensuing investigation for traitors filled him with overwhelming panic, realizing he could hardly conceal the truth, and could only hope to escape by coercing the hostage. So it was you. Why? Daisuke glared at Jainichi, his eyes ablaze with anger. Jainichi gritted his teeth and replied, the daimyo has long since abandoned this squad. How could you possibly gain the support of those families? Your thinking is too naive. Daisuke fixed his gaze upon him. Just then, a hand silently grasped Jainichi's wrist, effortlessly disarming him and flinging the knife several meters away, where it clattered to the ground. After this action, Feng Ye turned to Daisuke and spoke calmly. I will not interfere in your family matters. Thank you immensely. Daisuke knelt before Feng Ye, bowing deeply in gratitude. He then retrieved the knife that Feng Ye had taken from Jainichi, his expression cold as he approached the latter. Feng Ye held little interest in the power struggles and internal conflicts of a small town in Kusagakure. He was disinclined to listen to the ensuing dialogue. Instead, lost in recollections of the earlier battle. That individual must have been a typical Jainin from Iwagakure. My abilities align with my prior assessments. After mastering Chidori, dispatching a Jainin is not a daunting task. Merely opening the first of the 8 gates and utilizing Chidori once allowed me to effortlessly sever the A-rank earth release technique of the foe, simultaneously eliminating its user. If I were to exert my full strength, even when confronted by an elite Jainin, I would still likely prevail with ease and dispatch them in a remarkably brief span. This battle reaffirmed a particular conviction of mine. The strategy of overwhelming numbers holds little significance against me. The capability to swiftly eliminate a Jainin implies that even if multiple Jainin were to unite, as long as they could not match my speed, they would fall one by one. Should they outnumber me, I could still rely on my speed to withdraw with composure. Unless faced with an elite Jainin possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, who could perceive my movements. Other opponents, even those wielding forbidden techniques, would find their efforts futile against me if they could not execute them in time. Upon reaching this conclusion, Feng Ye exhaled softly. Thus, with his current strength and methods, as long as he does not encounter an entity of Kage level or find himself surrounded by a vast number of ninjas, he could navigate freely even when faced with a squad of Jainin. Such power affords him a measure of self-preservation in the current ninja world. As Kage-level beings are rare and represent the pinnacle of village leadership, at that moment, an image of Minato Namikaze flashed through Feng Ye's mind. He recalled the remarkable feat of the latter during the upcoming Ninja World War, where he had instantaneously dispatched 50 Jainin, leaving the major ninja villages in awe. And a faint smile crossed his lips. Instantaneously eliminating 50 Jainin. Perhaps I too could test my limits. After a period of rest, when Might Guy was able to walk normally, the group resumed their journey towards the mission and Apos' destination, the Frost Moon town in Kusagakure. They encountered no further incidents along the way and safely arrived at their destination. Thank you both for your escort. Here's the remuneration for the mission. I sincerely apologize for having concealed some information. Upon reaching the target town, Yura Daisuke produced a voucher for 500,000 ryo, presenting it with both hands as he bowed to Feng Ye. Feng Ye accepted the payment, briefly counted it with his fingers, and nodded. Then the commission concludes here. Just as Feng Ye prepared to divide the earnings with Might Guy, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes flickering momentarily. Without proceeding with the division, he stuffed the money directly into his pocket. Guy, let us move. With that, Feng Ye dashed toward the direction of their arrival. Might Guy, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed, questioning Feng Ye from behind. What's wrong? Did you sense something? Ninja are approaching. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, maintaining his pace. Casting a penetrating glance back at the town, a substantial number of ninjas, at least 100. Upon hearing Feng Ye and Appo's words, Might Guy displayed a hint of astonishment. So many? Are they from Kusagakure? No. Feng Ye shook his head, his gaze deepening. They do not seem to be from Kusagakure, and their numbers might be greater. Guy, we're maybe about to commence. With that, Feng Ye entered a state of double speed, enhancing his pace as he swiftly exited the town. Seeing this, Might Guy opened the first gate of the 8 gates and quickly pursued Feng Ye. After distancing themselves from the town, the two leaped into the woods, traversing the treetops. Glancing back, they could vaguely see numerous figures flooding into the town behind them. Although the distance was great, obscuring the individuals' exact appearances, they could still discern that their attire did not belong to Kusagakure, but rather to Iwagakure. War. Might Guy could not help but inhale sharply, a grave expression settling in his eyes. The influx of so many Iwnin into Kusagakure's territory surely indicated more than just a simple task. They likely aimed to conquer Kusagakure and use it as a front line to assault the Land of Fire. Though he was somewhat slow to grasp such matters, he understood the implications of war, having experienced the bloodshed and brutality of the Second Ninja World War. Might Guy stated solemnly, "We should hurry back to the village to report the situation." Agreed, Feng Ye nodded. The Third Ninja World War was about to begin. In Kusagakure, Frost Moon Town, a multitude of Iwnin surged into the town, swiftly seizing control of the entire area. Scattered remnants of Kusagakure ninjas were utterly overwhelmed under the might of the Iwnin. What do you intend to do? Yura Daisuke, now under the control of the Iwnin, stammered as he addressed them. Before him stood a robust rock shinobi, who raised a finger and softly hissed, "Please be a little quieter. I merely wish to borrow your territory as a temporary camp for the war." War. Upon hearing these words, Yura and Appo's complexion turned ashen. Those who had endured the Second Shinobi World War understood all too well what war entailed, especially for smaller nations caught between great powers, which often became the frontline battleground for the major shinobi villages, utterly powerless to resist, forced to endure the ravages of both sides' ninjas. Lord Akatsuchi has already secured control of the town, reported a Chunin, who appeared and knelt on one knee before the speaking rock shinobi. Akatsuchi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke slowly, "Do not harm too many civilians. We will need them as labor for our forces to prepare resting places for the troops that follow." "Understood," replied the Chunin, promptly departing to relay the orders. Akatsuchi cast a dispassionate glance at the pale-faced Yura and several high-ranking officials from Shimazuki town who had been captured, gesturing for them all to be imprisoned. Just then, another ninja landed nearby and announced, "Report to Lord Akatsuchi. We have no news regarding the Firelights Jounin." "How can that be?" Akatsuchi raised an eyebrow. "The mission they accepted from the Land of Grass should have concluded days ago. Continue searching, and once found, inform them to skip returning to the village for a debrief. They are to come directly to the frontline camp and join the vanguard." "Yes," the ninja responded, swiftly disappearing. Yura felt a slight stiffness in his gaze upon hearing Akatsuchi and Appo's words, his mind racing with possibilities. He cautiously glanced at Akatsuchi, but hesitated to voice his thoughts. However, a mere ordinary action could not escape the notice of the elite Jounin Akatsuchi, who caught the unusual flicker in Yura and Appo's eyes. "Wait," Akatsuchi called to the ninja escorting Yura. Turning to him, "It seems you know something?" "And no, I know nothing," Yura instinctively replied. "Huh." Blood splattered. A kunai pierced through Yura's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound, blood spraying forth and trickling down his clothing. The intense pain rendered Yura's face pale in an instant. You know nothing?" Akatsuchi spun the kunai on his fingertip, speaking in an even tone. Yura clutched his shoulder, cold sweat beading on his forehead, trembling as he sank to the ground. Fear glimmering in his eyes. If it was a team of 10 ninjas, they they were defeated by Konoha's ninjas. Akatsuchi's expression shifted dramatically. He pressed the kunai against Yura's forehead and demanded, Konoha's ninjas? What exactly happened? The annihilation of a 10-man squad led by a Jounin at the hands of Konoha and Appo's ninjas represented an extremely serious piece of intelligence, suggesting that Konoha might also be active in the Land of Grass. It could very well be a maneuver aimed at their vanguard. If they were not careful, they could fall into a trap laid by Konoha and Appo's ninjas, leading to disastrous consequences and placing them at a severe disadvantage at the onset of the war. Cough. The specifics are, Yura's forehead was pierced, blood trickling down his nose as he trembled, recounting the mission and the events that had transpired. As he narrated, Akatsuchi and Appo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The other rock shinobi nearby also displayed uncertain expressions. It turned out that Firelight's team had not fallen into an ambush by Konoha but had been taken down by 2 Konoha ninjas tasked with escorting them. It was utterly preposterous. Firelight and Appo's accomplishments within the village were nearly at the level of an elite Jounin, leading a squad of 10 that included sensory and medical ninjas, all capable of withstanding even the elite forces of Konoha and Appo's Umbu. To think that merely 2 individuals could effortlessly obliterate a distinguished 10-man squad led by Firelight. They must have been at least 2 elite Jounin from Konoha or perhaps even figures of the legendary Sannin. However, the descriptions Yura provided of the 2 Konoha ninjas bore no resemblance to such formidable beings. While it was likely that they could not remember every ordinary Jounin, the number of elite Jounin was exceedingly limited, and they could recognize almost all of them. Yet, the 2 described by Yura were entirely unfamiliar. Akatsuchi's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly to Yura. You mentioned that the 2 Konoha escort ninjas, one had bushy eyebrows and wore a tight outfit, while the other was approximately 12 years old. Why yes. Yura and Appo's face had grown pallid from excessive blood loss. Akatsuchi turned to the nearby ninjas, speaking in a hushed tone. Does anyone possess the detailed information regarding the mission Firelight was undertaking? The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. None of them were responsible for the mission's debriefing, nor were they members of Firelight's team. It was normal for them to remember that Firelight had accepted a mission from the Land of Grass, but who could recall the specific details and intelligence? Akatsuchi's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered for several seconds before stating, they must be elite Jounin concealed by Konoha. Record the identities of those 2 Konoha ninjas and disseminate the information to all shinobi, urging vigilance. There is no need to concern ourselves with ordinary Jounin, as they are numerous, but elite Jounin are few. The likes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, renowned Sannin of Konoha, also fall under the category of elite Jounin. Thus, every elite Jounin from enemy villages warrants caution. Yes, the nearby ninjas responded in unison. After issuing the command, Akatsuchi raised his head, casting a profound gaze toward the Land of Fire. The silver-haired youth. The description bears an uncanny resemblance to that individual, but that person is already deceased. Could it be the son of that individual? Yet, according to intelligence, that person's son seems to be yet in his early teens, regardless. Any youth capable of such formidable prowess is indeed a threat that must be eliminated swiftly. We cannot allow Konoha to produce another White Fang. Konoha, after distancing themselves from the Land of Grass, Yuru and Might Guy traveled day and night without pause, making their way back to Konoha. At this moment, Konoha was evidently not oblivious to the frontline intelligence. Rather, it had already entered a state of wartime readiness. The entire village was enveloped by a massive sensory barrier, and the entryway to the village was fortified by 2 squads of guards, with at least 1 team of Umbu covertly monitoring the area. Yuru and Might Guy endured a thorough inspection at the village entrance, ensuring they were not enemy ninjas in disguise before being granted passage. Entering the village, they headed straight for the Hokage Tower. The atmosphere within the mission assignment office on the first floor of the Hokage Tower was markedly different from before. C-rank missions had entirely vanished, leaving only a few scattered B-rank and A-rank missions posted on the bulletin board, mostly involving tasks within the Land of Fire, such as serving as bodyguards for the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Is that you? Nara Shikaku was still stationed on the first floor, overseeing mission assignments. Upon seeing Kidyoru and Might Guy enter, his expression shifted from surprise to relief. It seems you didn't encounter any rock shinobi in the Land of Grass. You truly are fortunate. The rock ninja have launched a large-scale operation in the Land of Grass, and intelligence has been successfully relayed back to the village by Konoha and Appo's scouts. He recalled that Kazahana and Might Guy's mission was to escort a merchant convoy to the Land of Grass, which undoubtedly posed significant danger. Should they encounter the main force of the Rock Ninja head-on, their situation would be dire. Surviving such an encounter would be nothing short of fortunate. No. We have encountered the Rock Ninja, Kazahana stated slowly, addressing Nara Shikamaru. An unexpected situation arose during our mission. We encountered a 10-man squad from a Wagakure at the border of the Land of Grass. A 10-man squad? Nara Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise. While 4-man squads are typically led by a Chunin or Jonin, a 10-man squad would most likely be commanded by a Jonin. The fact that Kazahana and Might Guy not only confronted but also survived such a formidable unit could hardly be attributed to mere luck. It is fortunate that we returned alive. If unexpected circumstances arise that exceed the scope of the mission, it will not be recorded as a mission failure according to regulations. Nara Shikamaru lowered his head, searching through the mission papers previously handled by Kazahana and Might Guy. Kazahana approached and interrupted as Nara Shikamaru prepared to note the unexpected in the report. Do not misrecord. The mission did not fail. Nara Shikamaru paused, somewhat taken aback. Kazahana tossed a scroll onto the desk and, passing by, ascended the stairs, stating, I will inform Lord Hokage. Guy, you can explain the specifics to him. As Kazahana's words faded, he swiftly proceeded into the interior, disappearing up the staircase to the Hokage's office. Might Guy hesitated, stepping forward to the desk. After a moment and Appos, as thought, he scratched his head and said, how should I put this? We encountered a 10-man squad of Rock Ninja. And the client temporarily upgraded the mission to an A rank, after which we eliminated the Iwagakure squad. Nara Shikamaru listened intently, but upon hearing eliminated, he froze. Instinctively thinking he had misheard. Wait, you said you eliminated them? You took down a 10-man squad of Rock Ninja. Indeed, Might Guy nodded. Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow, staring at Might Guy. What are you playing at? You can't just claim to have eliminated a 10-man squad of Rock Ninja. Misreporting mission details is a serious offense. Might Guy shook his head. How could I misreport the mission details? I am only stating the facts. The evidence is in that scroll. The scroll. Nara Shikamaru frowned, glancing at the scroll Kazahana had tossed onto the desk. He opened it and performed a hand sign. Open. With a puff of white smoke, a multitude of items appeared atop the scroll, including numerous Rock Ninja headbands, along with a decapitated head resting atop them. This scene caused Nara Shikamaru's pupils to constrict, and disbelief washed over his face as he gazed at the Rock Ninja headbands and the shriveled head. 10 headbands. The headbands of ninjas symbolize their identity, granted only to those recognized by their village. 10 Rock Ninja headbands meant they had indeed defeated 10 Iwagakure ninjas. Nara Shikamaru found himself frozen in place. His eyes wide with shock, he opened his mouth but could not find words. After a few seconds, he finally managed to speak. Why you wait? The sudden change in the mission status to A rank due to the death of enemy village ninjas was beyond what he could handle. Taking a deep breath, Nara Shikamaru swiftly left the counter to report upwards. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, contemplating 2 maps laid out on the table, one depicting the entirety of the ninja world, the other detailing the Land of Grass, including parts of the Fire Country's border. Lord Hokage, Kazahana, entered the office. Seeing Kazahana, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his thoughts, relief washing over him. It appears you have returned safely. Are you here to report on the situation in the Land of Grass? Kazahana replied solemnly. I encountered a significant number of Rock Ninja in Shimizuki town, likely exceeding 100. Due to their sheer numbers, I could not conduct a thorough investigation, and their intentions remain unknown. That is the advance unit of a Wagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, showing no surprise. The intelligence regarding this unit had been relayed back to Konoha long ago by scouts stationed in the Land of Grass. Looking at Kazahana, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed a hint of appreciation. You did well by not recklessly probing into the Rock Ninja's information. Many young ninjas suffer due to a lack of caution, even losing their lives. For Kazahana, as with Kakashi, the concern lay not in their growth and power, but in their judgment of situations and their own capabilities. A large ninja force of over 100, comprising many sensory-type ninjas, would make stealthy information gathering exceedingly difficult. Acting impulsively could lead to perilous consequences. Should such a unit encircle them, even someone of Kazahana's caliber, or even his disciples like Orochimaru or Jiraiya, would find themselves in grave danger. Kazahana surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely already aware of the Rock Ninja and Appos' movements, and thus he was not surprised by the Hokage and Appos' lack of inquiry regarding the mission details. After a brief contemplation, he chose not to elaborate. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered Kazahana and Appo's elite status among Chunin and his exceptional speed, as well as his connection to Orochimaru. Since you have returned from the Land of Grass and are somewhat familiar with the terrain, you should accompany Orochimaru to address the advance unit of Rock Ninja. He could not overlook the advance unit and Appo's incursion into the Land of Grass. Although there had been no reports of them invading the Fire Country and Appo's borders yet. It was only a matter of time. Preparations must be made before worse news arrives. If Kazahana were to arrive a few days later, he could join the subsequent reinforcement unit. Given his timely return, it would be more appropriate for him to head to the Land of Grass alongside Orochimaru. Understood, Kazahana acknowledged. By the way, Lord Hokage, there is one more matter I need to report. He briefly recounted Might Guy's situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited a flicker of surprise, realizing that among the lower-ranked ninjas, there was one with the strength comparable to a Jonin. There was no need for Kazahana to fabricate such details. And given his level of strength, he was unlikely to misjudge. It indicated that a hidden talent among the lower ranks had gone unnoticed. While this individual and Appo's other attributes might not meet Jonin standards, and they may not be suited to lead a team, possessing Jonin-level strength was valuable in itself. In any village, ninjas who reached the level of Jonin were rare, each being a true elite who formed the backbone of the entire village. Just like Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, yet still at 9, did not possess Jonin-level prowess. There remained a considerable gap, as assessed by Minato Namikaze. Kazahana, with even greater potential than Kakashi, was still somewhat lacking. Very well, I understand. Have him come to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, nodding at Kazahana. He intended to meet Might Guy to assess his specific condition before deciding on his placement. Indeed. Feng Ye nodded and left the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the first floor in Appo's mission dispatch area, he noticed a responsible Jonin had replaced Noera Hanji, diligently inquiring about the specifics of the situation with Might Guy. When he saw Feng Ye descend the stairs, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He had already learned from Might Guy that Feng Ye had eliminated a Jonin from a Wagakure. That was indeed a Jonin. The distinction between Jonin and Chunin is stark. The number of Chunins in a village is exceedingly large, outnumbering the Genin, as most Genin can be promoted to Chunin upon reaching a certain age. The chances of reaching the Jonin level are slim. Among 10 Chunins, perhaps not one could achieve it, even considering the existence of special Jonin talents. The mere fact that 10-year-old Feng Ye had slain a Jonin, it was almost unbelievable, especially without the head of the opponent as evidence. It is worth noting that the fastest ninja to be promoted to Jonin in the village was 14 years old, and that ninja was none other than Orochimaru. Despite the evidence, he couldn't help but ask Feng Ye, "Was it truly you who killed the Jonin during your mission in the Land of Grass?" Feng Ye tilted his head and glanced at Might Guy, displaying an expression that suggested, "This is not what we agreed upon." Might Guy scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "I apologize. I'm not very articulate, and I can't just take credit for your achievements." Seeing this, Feng Ye sighed and replied, "Yes, I did kill him." As he expected, Might Guy was too straightforward. He knew it would be nearly impossible for Might Guy to take credit for the Jonin's death, regardless of any prior agreement. However, it mattered little. Let them focus on him. With his current strength, even if a shadow-level ninja were to target him, he could always escape. In the present ninja world, threats to his existence were dwindling. Having Might Guy take the credit was also an attempt to ensure he accrued enough merit to justifiably be promoted to Special Jonin, but even without this merit, his prowess would likely lead Sarutobi Hiruzen to promote Might Guy regardless, though it might stir some controversy. As for the alternative choice of joining the Umbu, that was virtually impossible. The Umbu and Appo's mask would mean little to Might Guy, and his personality was ill-suited for an Umbu ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not make such a decision. Upon hearing Feng Ye's admission, the Jonin couldn't help but inhale sharply, his gaze toward Feng Ye now imbued with a measure of reverence. At that moment, Feng Ye's image, in his eyes, resembled that of the young Konoha White Fang. "By the way, Senior, the Hokage wishes to see you." After Feng Ye's candid acknowledgement, he remained calm and looked at Might Guy. The Jonin hesitated slightly and said, "Coincidentally, I need to report to the Hokage as well. Let us go together." "Very well." Might Guy responded, casting a grateful glance at Feng Ye. Feng Ye smiled and gave Might Guy a thumbs up before turning to leave the Hokage building. Instead of hurrying to the assembly point, he chose to head in the direction of home first. Inside the Hokage and Appo's office, Might Guy entered alongside the Jonin Sarutobi Shinizuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was deep in thought, contemplating the upcoming troop deployments while smoking his pipe. He realized it would not suffice to simply send Orochimaru to the front lines in the Land of Grass. A certain number of personnel were needed to guard against Sunagakure from the Land of Rain, while remaining vigilant towards Kumogakure and Kirigakure as well. Hokage-sama. Upon entering, Sarutobi Shinizuke bowed and reported, "I have something to report." The duo of Hitaki Feng Ye and Might Guy encountered an attack from IWA Ninja while performing a C-rank escort mission in the Land of Grass. Feng Ye has confirmed the elimination of the enemy Jonin, identified as Iwagakure Jonin Hikari. During the first half of the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen barely paid attention, lost in his musings, but the latter part of the report utterly shattered his concentration. He turned to Sarutobi Shinizuke, astonished. "Feng Ye, killed an Iwagakure Jonin?" Sarutobi Shinizuke inhaled sharply and continued, "Yes, and furthermore, he and Might Guy together annihilated the enemy's 10-man squad." For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed Feng Ye's escort mission in the Land of Grass had failed. As it was a C-rank assignment he had not thought to inquire about. He never anticipated that not only had an incident occurred midway, but Feng Ye had also resolved it, successfully completing the mission. In comparison, the decision to retreat and report after encountering the IWA Ninja and Appo's vanguard was no longer a matter of concern. That child. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to gaze out the window, a tumult of emotions surging within him. At merely 10 years old, a 9-year-old had already slain an elite scout from an enemy village, and now a 10-year-old had killed an Iwagakure Jonin. Even the young Konoha White Fang and Orochimaru had only achieved such feats at the age of 12 or 13. Feng Ye's performance had completely eclipsed the talents of Kakashi Hitaki and Orochimaru, who belonged to that bygone era. "All right, I understand." After several seconds of calming his tumultuous feelings, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled for Sarutobi Shinizuke to withdraw, then turned to Might Guy, asking Guy, "How many gates of the 8 gates can you open?" In Feng Ye's recounting of Might Guy, he had mentioned that Might Guy's combat prowess surpassed his own, while also noting his mastery of the 8 gates technique. After all, a perennial genin suddenly possessing strength exceeding even that of Chunins or Jonins must have mastered some secret technique. When a ninja and Appo's physical training reaches a certain level, they can sense the existence of the 8 gates within their bodies. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sensed it before, yet he had not pursued the path of breaking through the 8 gates. However, merely having access to the 8 gates does not guarantee the ability to open them and gain extraordinary power. Exceptions like Might Guy are exceedingly rare, indicating that Might Guy and Appo's talent in physical arts is indeed commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's sudden inquiry left Might Guy momentarily surprised, but he quickly responded sincerely, "The 8th gate." "Oh, no wonder you can." Sarutobi Hiruzen was still preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Ye when he abruptly realized, widening his eyes at Might Guy, "Wait, did you say the 8th gate?" He looked at Might Guy in utter disbelief. The 8th gate, known as the 8 gates release, is undoubtedly the final gate and the peak of this technique. Each forbidden technique, when cultivated to its limit, is formidable, and he had some understanding of the effects of breaking the restraints of the 8 gates. Opening the 8th gate is not something just anyone can achieve. "Yes," Might Guy answered honestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat shocked. He even began to doubt Might Guy's claim, yet looking at Might Guy's expression, there was no indication of deceit. And given the nature of such matters, lying would be pointless, as it would be easily exposed. "Have you ever opened the 8th gate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen still found it hard to believe and could not help but ask. Might Guy hesitated for a moment before replying, "No. The side effects of this technique are immense. I can sense that the consequence of opening the 8th gate would likely be death." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply, the last remnants of doubt in his heart gradually dissipating. The art of unlocking the 8 gates within one's body does not come without a price. Each forbidden technique carries its own side effects. It is entirely reasonable to perceive the ultimate limit of this technique as equivalent to death. However, the fact that Might Guy could reach the 8th gate and push this technique to its utmost limit was beyond his expectations. This feat is not something an ordinary individual can achieve. It is a form of innate talent in its own right. Although he is uncertain of the true power that might be unleashed upon opening the 8th gate, the strength gained from sacrificing his entire life force is undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even on par with that of a Hokage. "Might Guy, I hereby promote you to the rank of Special Jonin. Your previous missions have been commendable, But there is no time for rest now. I require you to head to the front lines, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with solemnity. Given Might Guy and Appo's exceptional combat prowess, he is undoubtedly suited for frontline deployment, particularly as part of a vanguard, capable of handling unforeseen circumstances. Even in the direst of situations, upon activating the 8 gates, he could ensure the safe retreat of others. Yes, Might Guy exclaimed with excitement. Just as Keed had previously mentioned, he had been elevated to the position of Special Jonin, making a remarkable leap from a mere genin to a jonin within the village. Moreover, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, he could sense a profound seriousness and respect, a recognition from the Hokage himself. He felt as if his blood were igniting. It was the exhilarating sensation of youth ablaze. At this moment, even if he were ordered to charge into the battlefield, activating the 8 gates and exchanging his life for the enemy's casualties, he would not hesitate for an instant. As Feng Ye pushed open the door and entered his home, he found Kakashi absent, likely accompanying Minato on a mission. He made his way to his bedroom, casually tossing a stack of mission rewards onto the table before promptly sitting down and closing his eyes. He did not rush to the assembly point indicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The primary reason for his delay was to deposit the mission rewards, but more importantly, he had heard a mechanical chime at the mission desk. Finally, after closing his eyes, Feng Ye calmed the tumult of emotions within him. Before him appeared an ethereal golden clock, its hands clearly indicating 2 o'clock. The Roman numeral 2, representing this hour, was no longer shrouded in mist but gleamed with a faint dark luster. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ye refrained from hastily employing his newfound temporal abilities and instead attempted to trigger the power of time acceleration. Click, accompanied by the mechanical sound of the clock and amp, Appos, as hands moving. The pointer shifted to point at 1 o'clock. The scale in the center of the clock began to rotate under Feng Ye's will, clicking until it settled on the 4th mark. 4 times faster. Another increment achieved. Just as I anticipated, the range of time acceleration I can control increases by 1 mark every year. Feng Ye exhaled softly. In a state of quadruple speed, activating the 3rd gate of the 8 gates technique would allow him to outpace even the strongest of shadow-level ninjas, making it significantly easier to eliminate Jainin. Below the shadow level, he could wreak havoc, and even shadow-level opponents would struggle against him, unless they were as adept in speed as the 4th Raikage, who could pose a genuine threat. Next came the new ability. After calming himself, Feng Ye focused his thoughts, and the hand of the clock moved again, returning to the 2 o'clock position, with the black Roman numeral 2 emanating a dark glow. Upon confirming the activation of this ability, it was as if instinct guided him to understand precisely what the 2 o'clock mark represented. A surge of excitement welled up within him, difficult to contain. Feng Ye inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, drew his trusty kunai, and, with a slight grimace, slashed his palm. SSH. A line of blood appeared, flowing from the wound. Enduring the pain, Feng Ye gazed at the injury, and his eyes gleamed as a golden clock seemed to materialize in the depths of his gaze, its hands spinning in reverse. Silently, the blood from the wound flowed back into his palm, and the gash that had nearly cleaved his hand closed without a sound. Indeed, a smile graced Feng Ye and Appo's face. Such a peculiar scene required no deep contemplation to understand its significance. It represented the curvature of time flowing backward. Gripping the kunai, Feng Ye sliced into the wooden floor, creating a fissure approximately a foot long, and then focused on the crack, attempting to activate his ability. However, the fissure remained unchanged. It appeared that, like time acceleration, this ability could only affect his own body. Having reached this conclusion, Feng Ye sighed lightly, observing the crack in silence for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Although it was not the time stop he yearned for, and could not influence anything beyond himself, the power of this ability was undeniably formidable. Regardless of the severity of any injury, as long as it was not instantly fatal, it could be swiftly healed under the effects of time reversal. Moreover, Feng Ye was uncertain what constituted an instant fatality. The ethereal clock was bound to his soul if his body were to be reduced to ashes, and he could still activate time reversal. Then in terms of regenerative power, not even the most potent jutsu or sage transformations, let alone the 6 paths body, could compare. It should be similar to the situation with Edo Tensei. Feng Ye stilled his laughter, murmuring to himself. While he could not experiment by smashing his own head, his intuition suggested that this judgment was sound. An immortal body, unless faced with forbidden techniques targeting the soul or the combined powers of the 5 elemental natures along with yin and yang release, which could simultaneously attack both matter and soul, no other ninjutsu or taijutsu could kill him. Feng Ye stroked his chin, speaking to himself. The only threats to be wary of are soul-related forbidden techniques and various sealing techniques. Being sealed would indeed be quite troublesome. Time reversal cannot affect anything outside of himself, which means that if he were sealed by techniques like Shiki F Jin, he would be unable to break free. Wouldn't he die? But being sealed for hundreds or even thousands of years would likely unlock all 12 marks of his ability, among which there would surely be a means to break the seal. Yet, he had no desire to experience such a sensation. Thus, the issue of lifespan was resolved. Feng Ye exhaled softly. With the abilities of time acceleration and time reversal, as long as he remained cautious, the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War would pose little threat to him, unless Minato suddenly lost his mind and resorted to Shiki F Jin, using the Flying Thunder God to seek mutual destruction. However, he did not intend to destroy Konoha, nor had he betrayed Minato, so such a scenario was highly improbable. As for others, even if they employed Shiki F Jin, they would have to catch up to him first. The same applied to soul-related techniques. As long as he was swift enough, he could disregard these threats. Moreover, with the advent of time reversal, he could also ignore the side effects of the 8 Gates technique, even those stemming from the 8th gate, the Death Gate. He could casually open the Death Gate, stroll to the market for groceries, and upon returning, activate time reversal to revert to his state before opening the Death Gate. No more worries about missing the Saturday sales at the supermarket. With this thought, Feng Ye stood up, stretched, and revealed a sunlit smile. After being in this world for so long, things were finally beginning to take an interesting turn. Within a certain building, Orochimaru, clad in a ninja uniform, stood impassively at the forefront. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive, surrounded by numerous elite J-nin and Seichi-nin, all preparing and checking their belongings. Just then, a silver-haired youth entered through the doorway. Nearby ninjas cast puzzled glances, while Feng Ye ignored their stares and walked directly to Orochimaru, a faint smile on his face as he politely greeted him. Teacher Orochimaru, Lord Hokage has sent me to join the advance team. It seems your escort mission to the Land of Grass went smoothly. Orochimaru regarded Feng Ye, a glimmer flashing in his eyes, revealing a subtly eerie smile as he leaned back slightly. He had intended to bring Feng Ye along when dispatched to the front lines of the Land of Grass. But upon failing to locate him, he learned Feng Ye had accepted a mission to escort a merchant convoy. He had hoped to encounter Feng Ye in the Land of Grass, and unexpectedly, Feng Ye had returned today, just in time to be assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, these factors were not what truly captured Orochimaru's attention. What intrigued him was the marked change in Feng Ye's demeanor since their last meeting. Previously, Feng Ye exuded an air of caution, displaying only a hint of confidence that remained largely concealed. However, the current Feng Ye radiates a vibrant and youthful self-assurance that transforms his entire demeanor. It is evident that had Feng Ye's escort mission to the Land of Grass failed, such a dramatic shift in temperament would not have occurred. This implies that he must have successfully completed his task and perhaps even encountered and adeptly resolved unforeseen complications along the way. Such a remarkable change from caution and restraint to an outward display of vitality and confidence is indeed noteworthy. Feng Ye nodded, stating, although there were some unexpected developments, I was able to fulfill the mission. At this, Orochimaru displayed a knowing glint in his eyes, letting out a chuckle. I am intrigued to hear more. He was indeed curious about the incident that could so profoundly alter Feng Ye and Appo's demeanor. Before Feng Ye could elaborate, another figure rushed through the doorway. Their steps erratic and hurried, Might Dai had arrived. Apologies. I hope I'm not late, he exclaimed, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He then rushed forward, slightly flustered, to address Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I am Might Dai. The Hokage sent me to join the advance team. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Feng Ye to Dai, a peculiar expression crossing his features. While Feng Ye was his disciple and had proven himself, this ninja named Might Dai appeared clumsy and uncoordinated. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly assign such a ninja to the advance team? This squad, led by Orochimaru, was tasked with intercepting rock ninja at the border. And every member was an elite warrior, 16 jonin, 6 special jonin, and a further 60 chunin, all distinguished in their prowess. Was this some form of disguise? Orochimaru pondered, wondering if Dai's apparent clumsiness was merely an act. Despite his advancing years, he believed Sarutobi would not err so gravely as to send an unqualified ninja. Thus, Might Dai must possess some unique talent deemed suitable for the advance team. As Orochimaru contemplated this, a voice broke through the murmurs of disbelief from the gathered ninjas. Hey, Might Dai, what are you doing here? This isn't the place for you. A few Chunin, who had previously been led by Dai and had suffered due to his blunders, glared at him, expressing their frustration. You can't just force your way into the advanced team because no one else will take you. You and Appos, be a fool if you think this will end well. The advanced team was heading to the land of grass to engage in battle against the rock ninja. This was no trivial matter. Might Dai noticed the familiar faces in the crowd, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his hair. I was sent by the Hokage, he stammered. Don and Amp, Appos, TB ridiculous. Mori no Ibiki interjected, frowning. How could a genin like you possibly be sent by the Hokage to join the advanced team? If you continue this farce, the consequences will be on your head. Genin? Orochimaru tilted his head, studying Dai with growing intrigue. Dai cleared his throat, his right fist placed against his chest, standing a little straighter. Actually, I and Amp, Appos, am no longer a genin. I am now a special jonin. Enough. Mori no Ibiki could contain his ire no longer. Stepping forward to remove the disruptive Dai from the gathering, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold without intervening. He too was curious about Dai's situation. Was he truly special? Or merely a reckless genin causing a ruckus? Just as Mori no Ibiki approached, a voice rang out. Dai-senpai is indeed a special jonin. I can attest to that. This declaration caused Mori no Ibiki to pause, and many in the crowd looked on in surprise, particularly when they realized the speaker was Feng Ye, standing beside Orochimaru. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Not only was he skeptical of Dai and Appos' presence, but he also questioned Feng Ye and Appos' inclusion in the advanced team. He had heard of Feng Ye and Appos' early graduation and his unique success in the Chunin exams, yet despite such achievements, Feng Ye was still so young, regardless of his talent. Feng Ye lacked the experience expected of someone in the advanced team. Yet one could argue that as a Chunin, he was somewhat acceptable. But might Dai? To select a clumsy, perennial genin known for botching missions to join an advanced team against the rock ninja was absurd. He could not fathom Sarutobi making such a decision. Hey kid, don't speak out of turn. Do you have any idea of this guy's notorious history? The Hokage would never allow someone like him to join the advanced team. Mori no Ibiki retorted, glaring at Feng Ye. With a gentle smile, Feng Ye replied, I am not lying. Dai-senpai has indeed been promoted to special jonin. You should have a directive, right? Oh, I almost forgot, Dai exclaimed, rummaging through his pockets before producing a directive sealed with an official stamp. Mori no Ibiki stared in shock as this unfolded. Orochimaru took the directive, glancing it over. His serpentine eyes narrowed, now regarding Dai with a newfound gravity. I see. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Might Dai, you and Feng Ye will not join any other squad for the time being. You will accompany me. Dai exhaled in relief, responding, Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Mori no Ibiki stood flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the situation. Lord Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this? You will understand in due time, Orochimaru replied, casting a final scrutinizing glance at Dai. The responses from Mori no Ibiki and the others were filled with confusion and disbelief as they observed Dai standing beside Feng Ye. What is happening? Has Dai truly been elevated to special jonin? Those familiar with Dai displayed expressions of incredulity. Orochimaru did not question the directive, confirming its authenticity as an order from the Hokage, yet the decision itself was perplexing, just as they were mentally preparing for the front lines. The sudden addition of a 10-year-old and Might Dai threw their composed minds into disarray. One unqualified ninja was already a concern. Now, they faced the prospect of two. This could indeed lead to significant problems. In the Land of Fire, at the border, Orochimaru led nearly 100 ninjas, including Feng Ye, to a desolate town. The area lay in ruins, with fires still smoldering and numerous corpses scattered about. Report, Lord Orochimaru. These are the remnants of battle from 3 days ago. A ninja quickly relayed after surveying the devastated town. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted with a hint of danger as he cast a cursory glance over the small town. His voice gravelly as he remarked, the traces from 3 days ago indicate that the rock ninjas have surely vacated this area. Nonetheless, we have now entered their operational territory, and it is only a matter of time before we encounter them. He issued a command, let us regroup and establish camp here. As they stood on the border of the Land of Fire, where combat could erupt at any moment, the group had already endured a full day and Appos' journey. Although they remained in a combat-ready state, continuing to venture forward would deplete their energies further, and a surprise attack from the rock ninjas could prove perilous. Understood. A Nin responded. The nearby ninjas exchanged glances before entering the town to clear the corpses and extinguish the flames consuming the buildings, setting up a rudimentary camp. Once the camp was established, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, contemplating a map laid out before him. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly inquired, "Which direction do you believe the rock ninjas are currently heading?" Within the tent were only Feng Ye and Orochimaru. Feng Ye, also studying the map, pondered the question before replying. Since the advance team of the rock ninjas came to conduct harassment attacks, they should not return to the land of grass so soon. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a commendable thought. I share your belief. Moreover, I surmise they would not dare to delve deeper into the land of fire. Their possible directions are limited to these two. As he spoke, Orochimaru placed 2 pieces on the map. Once done, he mused, summon the 3rd and 4th squads. Feng Ye nodded and exited the tent, quickly returning with 2 squads, comprising a total of 8 individuals. The leaders of these squads, both J-Nin, hailed from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, with elite Ch-Nin skilled in sensing and reconnaissance. Hyuga-shana, lead your team to scout in this direction. Uchiha Suki, proceed in that direction. Orochimaru directed the 2 squads, his tone grave. If you encounter any isolated rock ninjas, attempt to gather intelligence, but do not act recklessly in other circumstances. Yes, the squad leaders replied respectfully. Even from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who were renowned for their legacies, there was an inherent respect for Orochimaru, who had gained fame during the Second Shinobi World War. After issuing his commands, Orochimaru watched the squads depart, turning to Feng Ye with a faint smile. You may return now. Rest well, and prepare yourself. Battles may soon arise. Feng Ye acquiesced and left the tent. Upon returning to his own small tent, he did not immediately rest. After consuming a light meal, he commenced his training. He had not ceased his exercises since departing from Konoha, as the 4th gate of the 8 gates technique was nearly within his grasp through relentless practice. For someone who possessed the ability to reverse time, once he could unlock the 4th gate, it would allow him to wield its power with virtually no limits. What speed could the 4th gate achieve at 4 times normal velocity? Feng Ye could not predict, but he surmised that at such a speed, he would be capable of evading any pursuer, even those of significant stature, such as the Kage level. With such velocity combined with the power of time reversal, the number of foes who could threaten him in the 3rd Shinobi World War would be exceedingly few, and the ninjas he could defeat would significantly increase. Whether they were J-Nin or elite J-Nin, it would be a daunting task to withstand his strikes at 4 times normal speed. And even those nearing the Kage level would find it challenging to escape his attention. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ye commenced the most fundamental of push-ups within the tent. For the 8 gates technique, unlocking the gates began with performing push-ups and squats, basic exercises devoid of shortcuts. It required the accumulation of countless repetitions to fortify the body. Loosening the constraints of the 8 gates within, Feng Ye was adorned with weights. Thanks to his time reversal ability, he harbored no fear of becoming too fatigued to fight should combat break out unexpectedly. At most, he could revert to his state prior to his training, sacrificing only a brief period of exertion. Thus, he carried the heaviest weights throughout his journey, engaging in rigorous training during each rest period, and this was his 4th session. 331, 332, 333. Feng Ye's pace quickened as he reached 300, at which point his speed noticeably lagged, and his movements began to stiffen, his arms trembling slightly. 486, 487, he silently counted, the ache in his arms intensifying, yet he persevered, his indomitable will enduring the strain. In truth, after unlocking the ability to reverse time, even without further training in the 8 gates, he could achieve formidable prowess solely through conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, after contemplation, Feng Ye chose not to abandon his training in the 8 gates. On one hand, the 8 gates technique remained suited to him. On the other, his will was not particularly strong, and the arduous discipline of the 8 gates could sharpen both his spirit and resolve, fostering his mental growth. Additionally, there was a pivotal factor. The 8 gates technique conferred immunity to the vast majority of genjutsu. The essence of genjutsu lies in disrupting the target's chakra, thereby affecting their mental state and ensnaring them in illusions from which they cannot escape. Beginning with the 1st gate, the 8 gates technique unleashes chakra in a frenzied state. From the 2nd to the 8th gates, the chakra remains in a rampaging condition. Attempting to ensnare a ninja in the 8 gate state with genjutsu is nearly impossible, as even the user struggles to control their own raging chakra, let alone others. Genjutsu was indeed a vulnerability for Feng Ye. His grasp of genjutsu had always been mediocre. Should a powerful figure like Orochimaru employed against him, he would likely find it difficult to resist. Yet, training in the 8 gates was different. The more he advanced in this discipline, the more gates he opened, resulting in increasingly volatile chakra that became more resistant to Jinjutsu. Once the 5th gate was unlocked, he would be nearly immune to most Jinjutsu. As for the 8th gate, even Uchiha Madara, in his Sage of Six Paths form, refrained from using Jinjutsu against Might Guy in the 8th gate state. Given Madara's extensive combat experience, his choice not to employ Jinjutsu indicated that it would likely be ineffective against Guy's chakra, which was pushed to its limits. As for whether the legendary Jinjutsu Kodo Amatsukami or the ultimate Jinjutsu Infinite Tsukuyami could affect a ninja in the 8th gate state, that remains uncertain, as the original narrative did not depict such interactions. Feng Ye could not ascertain this either. However, he would not permit Kodo Amatsukami to ensnare him, nor would he allow Infinite Tsukuyami to manifest. The capability to resist the vast majority of Jinjutsu was sufficient for him. This is why he continues to endure the hardships of training in the 8 gates technique. 775, 776, 777. As the numbers continued to rise, Feng Ye and Appo's breath began to grow increasingly labored, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Finally, upon reaching 777, his arms faltered, and he collapsed onto the ground. After gasping for breath for a full half-minute, he finally managed to sit up again. Unfortunately, there was no way to reverse time and eliminate fatigue. Feng Ye shook his head. Reversing time would merely restore his body to a prior state, and using it to dispel exhaustion was akin to erasing the effort of those several hundred push-ups, a thought that left him feeling somewhat helpless. After resting for a few more minutes, Feng Ye took a sip of water and glanced at the damp patch on the ground soaked with sweat. He sighed, deciding, forget it, I'll head outside instead. I'd rather not fill the tent with the stench of sweat and then have to clean up. Stepping outside the tent, Feng Ye clasped his hands behind his head and commenced his squats. Push-ups, squats, and sit-ups, these 3 exercises formed the foundation of physical training, effectively engaging the arms, legs, and core, and were the most efficient means of loosening the 8 gates within his body. 221, 222, 223. Feng Ye continued to count silently in his mind. His squatting drew the attention of several nearby ninjas. Hey, what is that guy doing? One exclaimed, noticing Feng Ye's movements and turning to a companion who was busy moving boxes. Marino Abiki, who was carrying a crate, followed his gaze and observed the squatting Feng Ye, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Is that guy training his body technique? It seems so, he murmured, a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth revealing his incredulity. Does he really possess the genius to be a disciple of Lord Orochimaru? This is the border. Combat could erupt at any moment. In such a perilous place and time, instead of conserving energy, he was expending it on physical training. Marino almost blurted out, is something wrong with his head? But managed to restrain himself, muttering instead, he seems a bit unwise. After all, Feng Ye was a disciple of Orochimaru. Who knew? His companion shrugged, somewhat helplessly stating, what kind of sense does it make to train at a time like this? What has he been doing before this? Marino Abiki felt a twinge of frustration. If a battle were to break out suddenly, they might have to protect the defenseless Feng Ye. What was the purpose of sending such a young and inexperienced ninja into the advance team? Had he still been in the village, Marino would likely have questioned Orochimaru. But now it was too late. They were already at the front lines, and there was no way to send Feng Ye back. Whatever, let it be, Marino finally decided, shaking his head as he retreated into the tent. After all, Feng Ye was Lord Orochimaru's disciple. Even if his actions seemed foolish, it was Orochimaru's responsibility to guide him. They had no obligation, and even if he were a liability, there was nothing they could do. As time passed, Feng Ye transitioned from squats to sit-ups, and then repeated his push-ups. He paid no heed to the strange glances from the other ninjas, for he could feel a surge of heat within him, a sign that the shackles of the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate, were loosening. Despite the soreness in his muscles and the increasing difficulty of each movement, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The 4th gate was within reach, just a little further, and he could push it open. Feng Ye and Appo's training did not go unnoticed by the other ninjas, nor by Orochimaru, who observed from a distance. His brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Even at a time like this, he continues to train his body technique? Compared to Marino and the others, Orochimaru was more familiar with Feng Ye. He found it hard to believe that Feng Ye would engage in such seemingly senseless activities. Feng Ye was wearing weights, and Orochimaru had noticed that he often took time to train during their journey from the village to the border. He had not intervened, viewing it as admirable diligence to remain focused on training regardless of the circumstances. But this was different. They were at the border of the Land of Fire, where combat could erupt at any moment. Given Feng Ye and Appo's intellect, he should have been aware of this. If Feng Ye chose to train despite this knowledge, it could only mean one thing. He was on the verge of a breakthrough in a certain technique. The 8 gates. After a moment of reflection, Orochimaru shook his head slightly and resolved not to intervene. The likelihood of a sudden battle was low. If Feng Ye was indeed on the cusp of a significant advancement, it was worth the risk to attempt to push through. Feng Ye's strength was likely already at the level of a Jonin. If he could further refine his mastery of the 8 gates, he might even rival an elite Jonin in combat while in the state of opening the gates. Although the duration would likely be brief and accompanied by considerable side effects, the combat prowess of an elite Jonin would still be invaluable even on a battlefield filled with numerous ninjas. Orochimaru chose not to intervene. Though other ninjas found Feng Ye and Appo's actions somewhat absurd, they had no reason to stop him as long as Orochimaru remained silent, merely grumbling to themselves. They had initially thought Feng Ye might be a competent Chunin, albeit young, yet he seemed just as reckless. 664, 665. Feng Ye clasped his hands behind his head, mentally counting through his sit-ups. Sweat continued to pour down, and he strained to rise. Feeling the strength in his waist and abdomen nearing its limit, yet he pressed on. Chakra flowed within him, gathering around the position of the 4th gate. A sensation of heat coupled with a faint sting. Finally, after another rise, Feng Ye sensed a significant change at the 4th gate. The previously faint barriers had vanished entirely. He could feel that, should he wish, he could open the 4th gate of the 8 gates. This sensation was familiar to him. The emergence of such a feeling indicated that the 4th gate had indeed been breached. Ah, finally accomplished, Feng Ye sighed as he lay back on the ground, breathing lightly. Having ceased his movements, with the 4th gate of the 8 gates activated and the quadruple speed, his combat ability would not be inferior to Orochimaru's. And combined with the ability to reverse time, he would be even more formidable. Considering the time acceleration, he mused, I'm essentially 12 years old now, nearing 13. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at 13. Feng Ye whispered to himself, reflecting on his apparent age of 10 while being closer to 13 in reality. At this age, possessing the strength of a Kage, he felt he had not tarnished the reputation of a transmigrator. After a brief rest, Feng Ye left the camp, heading to the rear of the encampment to conduct a simple test of the 4th gate's state. As he had anticipated, in the state of the 4th gate coupled with quadruple speed, he was indeed capable of unleashing the peacock technique, thereby genuinely possessing the offensive power of a Kage. Moments later, Feng Ye returned to the camp, entering his tent to rest. The following day, within the central tent of the encampment, 2 teams dispatched by Orochimaru returned in the early morning to report their findings. Among them, the team led by Hinata Shana, which ventured into the northwest, discovered numerous traces indicating the passage of ninjas through the jungle. The northwest direction, is it an attempt to flank us? After pondering Shana's report for a brief moment, Orochimaru declared, rest for 15 minutes, and then we shall depart. Understood. Shana acknowledged and withdrew with her team. After issuing the orders, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Kiduru, who had just entered, revealing a slight, enigmatic smile. How did you rest last night? Your training in the camp should have enhanced your strength, no? Your assessment is quite accurate, Orochimaru-sensei, Kid replied calmly. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice somewhat raspy. Then I look forward to your forthcoming performance. Many ninjas in the advanced team harbor doubts about your capabilities. Kid smiled lightly. I will not disappoint you, Orochimaru-sensei. 15 minutes later, a team of 4 ninjas remained to guard the camp while the majority followed Orochimaru northwestward, tracing the path of the rock ninjas. 2 days later, the advanced team from Konoha, led by Orochimaru, arrived at a vast expanse of red earth. 3-0 and Appo's, clock ahead. Rock ninjas. Hinata Shana sprinted at the forefront, activating her Byakugan to identify the presence of rock ninjas and promptly alerted all ninjas. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, it seems they have discovered us and wish to engage in battle on this terrain, which favors them. When the number of ninjas exceeds a certain threshold, ambush becomes exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, as both sides will possess numerous sensory-type ninjas, making concealment nearly unattainable. Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do? Shana inquired gravely. Orochimaru's gaze flickered. Though the terrain favors them slightly, it is only marginally so. Approximately how many are there? About 80, Shana reported after careful observation. Orochimaru's eyes glinted coldly. So, the numerical difference is not significant. Prepare for battle. It is time to show them our strength, he. As Orochimaru's words fell, all ninjas at the rear unsheathed their weapons, readying themselves for combat. Meanwhile, beneath a massive hill in the desolate red landscape, around 30 rock ninjas gathered, led by the elite J-Nin, Akatsuchi. Lord Akatsuchi, the Konoha ninjas are approaching. What is their number? Approximately 80. A sensory ninja reported to Akatsuchi. Their leader possesses a chilling chakra, consistent with the intelligence we received. It must be Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. Upon hearing this report, Akatsuchi displayed no sign of fear. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Excellent. Konoha shall suffer a significant loss today. With that, he waved his hand, and around 70 elite rock ninjas prepared for battle. They're here. 7 o'clock. A sensory ninja shouted urgently, having sensed something. Almost simultaneously, a figure emanating a chilling aura appeared at 7 o'clock. It was Orochimaru, who had maneuvered to the flank. Without any unnecessary movements, he revealed himself the moment he was detected. Opening his mouth wide as countless snakes surged forth. The serpent's wrath. Watch out. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The rock ninjas reacted instantly, shouting commands to unleash their earth release techniques. With a thunderous roar, massive walls rose to block the myriad of snakes unleashed by Orochimaru. In the next instant, the Konoha ninjas appeared directly in front, weapons drawn, unleashing a barrage of shurikens and fire release techniques. The rock ninjas nearly simultaneously responded, releasing various ninjutsu and charging into melee with Konoha's forces. Hidyoru, not employing the 8 gates but merely activating a simple double speed state. Engaged in a brief skirmish with an elite rock Ch-Nin, her gaze subtly scanning the battlefield. The deployment of rock ninjas was evidently inferior to that of Konoha, especially with Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, in their ranks. The leader of the rock ninjas seemed to be a mere candidate for a Kage, barely managing to withstand Orochimaru's assault alongside 2 J-Nin, but it was clear that their defense could not hold for long. In this scenario, the rock ninjas chose to confront them head-on rather than retreat. A curious situation surely conceals a treachery, he thought, parrying the attacks of the Ch-Nin before her, her eyes darting around the battlefield. Indeed, almost immediately, the ground erupted with a deafening roar, splitting open, and nearly 30 rock ninjas emerged from the fissure, all donning the headbands of the rock village, clearly elite ninjas. An ambush? Damn it, what were the sensory ninjas doing? Didn't Appos, did they sense anything beforehand? The Konoha ninjas and Appos, expressions shifted dramatically at this sight. Hinata Shana, previously responsible for reconnaissance, also turned pale. Her Byakugan had the ability to see through. Yet she had not anticipated that the enemy would burrow deep underground to evade her detection. To avoid my Byakugan's scrutiny must have been quite a feat. Like mice digging underground for so long. The rock ninjas who surfaced displayed sinister smiles. Akatsuchi, currently fending off Orochimaru's attacks, wore a cold grin. Orochimaru of Konoha. Your strength is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, your numbers are insufficient. You may very well perish here today. The rock village had meticulously planned for this assault. First, they intentionally leaked information about the advance team to Konoha, allowing Konoha to gauge their overall combat strength and dispatch a corresponding force. Then, they stealthily sent out approximately 30 elite ninjas under the guise of accepting various missions, converging at the borders of the Land of Fire after completing their tasks. Due to the staggered deployment and the pretense of missions, even if Konoha's scouts detected them, they would not take the presence of 1 or 2 small teams seriously enough to relay the information. When these teams ultimately converged, they formed a formidable elite force, with over half being J-Nin, including 4 elite J-Nin from the Rock Village. The objective of this mission was to inflict significant casualties on Konoha's advance team, thereby gaining an early advantage in the war. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glinted with a peculiar light. A contingent of about 30 elite rock ninjas, half of whom were J-Nin, could not have moved without a trace. Yet, Konoha had received no intelligence regarding this elite force. This indicated that the rock ninjas had indeed gone to great lengths to create such a situation. In the next moment, 3 elite Jonin descended around Orochimaru. Together with the previously present rock shinobi, they formed a total of 5 elite Jonin encircling him. Though this formation posed no immediate threat, it was sufficient to restrain his movements. Humph. So it is. A glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke with an eerie tone. Who will perish here is yet to be determined. In truth, he had anticipated a possible ambush from the rock shinobi, for the entire situation had been exceedingly favorable to Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not have recklessly launched an attack. However, he chose to proceed. The reason was simple: the presence of Might Guy in their ranks. A ninja unbeknownst to the rock shinobi's intelligence, whose combat prowess was adequate to handle any unforeseen circumstance. This was why Orochimaru, despite suspecting an ambush, still dared to attack. Regrettably, it shall be you who meet your end, Red Earth coldly declared, then charged fiercely at Orochimaru, with the others joining in the fray to collectively besiege him. Simultaneously, the situation for the Konoha ninjas had suddenly turned dire. Nearly 30 elite rock shinobi, with more than half being jonin, had entered the fray, drastically shifting the balance of power. Lord Orochimaru. Someone shouted desperately in his direction, attempting to alert him. In such a dire predicament, continuing the battle would only lead to their inevitable defeat. A retreat was imperative now. They could not afford to engage further. Yet, Orochimaru showed no intention of retreating. He relentlessly attacked the elite jonin from the rock, never issuing a withdrawal command, appearing determined to fight to the bitter end. Hinata Shurshin managed to fend off the assaults of 2 rock jonin, but found himself in a precarious position. He glanced towards Orochimaru, his heart filled with uncertainty. Lord Orochimaru? This situation clearly should not continue. Given Orochimaru's keen judgment, he could not possibly be oblivious to this fact, yet he remained resolute in his decision to fight. A choice that left all of Konoha's ninjas perplexed. At that moment, amidst the chaos, Might Guy bellowed furiously. His body enveloped in a vibrant green chakra that surged with intensity. The 8th gate, the 6th gate, open. Upon unlocking the 6th gate, Might Guy and Appo's speed and strength surged, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the short sword of an elite chunin, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth. This spectacle left Senju Ibiki and others astounded. They had not anticipated that this perennial genin possessed such formidable power. Only then did they begin to understand. No wonder the Hokage had assigned Might Guy to the advance team. Such strength indeed warranted his inclusion, as it was on par with jonin prowess. However, the momentary astonishment was soon overshadowed by immense pressure. Despite Might Guy's unexpected might, it was still insufficient to alter the battlefield's dynamics. Orochimaru continued to refrain from issuing a retreat command. Senju Ibiki and the others gritted their teeth and pressed on. Even with the 6th gate activated, they could scarcely contend with the overwhelming strength of the rock shinobi. Clearly, he would need to open the 7th gate, perhaps even the 8th gate. Might Guy, having unleashed the 6th gate, exhibited the ability to dispatch chunin and suppress jonin, yet this was still inadequate to turn the tide. Given the current battlefield conditions, even if he activated the 7th gate and eliminated a few jonin, it would still be challenging to shift the balance. He might ultimately need to unlock the 8th gate. The 8th gate, Might Guy took a deep breath, feeling little fear of death. To protect what must be safeguarded, to burn his youth for Konoha, was a duty he embraced. However, just as he was about to open the 7th gate and subsequently the 8th, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Do not continue to open the gates, Senior Dai. Feng Ye approached from behind, wielding his ninjat, White Fang, while beside him lay a rock shinobi, rigid and lifeless. The body splitting in two amidst a spray of blood. Time reversal could not be wielded against others if Might Guy were to open the 8th gate here. The outcome would inevitably be death. In that case, let it be him. Feng Ye? Might Guy looked back in surprise. Feng Ye walked towards him, calm and composed. His left hand forming a single seal, swiping along the blade of his ninjat, White Fang, producing a chorus of birdsong that echoed across the battlefield. Chidori blade. He took another step forward, and a silver glow enveloped his form. This was the side of lightning chakra coursing and dissipating after breaking through the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. The hue was not as deep as the 4th Reikage lightning chakra mode, nor the typical green of the 8 gates, but rather a lighter silver. 1st gate, lightning. This was the name Feng Ye had assigned to this state. Lightning chakra inflicted greater damage on the body and had more severe side effects, a near-suicidal endeavor, yet for him, who possessed the ability of time reversal, it could be disregarded. Moreover, in this mode, the Chidori blade could be sustained for an extended period. This was a technique he had developed solely for himself after acquiring the time reversal ability, slightly faster in speed than the standard opening of the gates. Most importantly, the silver light, contrasting against the emerald green, was visually incomparable, making it significantly harder to perceive and comprehend. Do not utilize that here, Senior. Leave this to me. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye spoke softly to Might Guy, swinging White Fang from before him to the right, conjuring arcs of lightning in the air. What was that? The abnormal screech of Chidori caught the attention of nearby ninjas, Mini Rock, and Konoha Shinobi turned to observe Feng Ye, illuminated by silvery light. And the lightning arc ensconced White Fang in his grasp. The ninjas present were all elite, and they could almost immediately deduce that the technique Feng Ye had unleashed, attached to his ninjat, was an A-rank ninjutsu that combined nature transformation and form alteration, though Feng Ye's execution and experience were somewhat lacking. Mastering A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age was undeniably a testament to his talent. Senju Abiki mused, yet the pressure in his heart remained unabated. Feng Ye and Appo's strength was likely approaching that of a jonin, as was Might Guy and Appo's. He had indeed underestimated the two earlier. However, even with the addition of Feng Ye and Might Guy's combat prowess, the Rock Shinobi still outnumbered them by over 10 elite jonin. Such a surplus of jonin could only be countered by a figure of the third Hokage and Appo's caliber, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could face them single-handedly. The imbalance in strength remained unbridgeable. You say to leave this to you? One nearby rock jonin fixed his gaze on Feng Ye, a short sword at the ready, a cold smile gracing his face. A mere child? An A-rank ninjutsu is all you have. As a jonin, he too wielded techniques of that level. Feng Ye and Appo's tone implied he could single-handedly manage the situation. A presumption that seemed rather arrogant for a mere boy. Feng Ye? Might Guy regarded him with astonishment. His astonishment stemmed from two sources, the obstruction from Feng Ye, who urged him not to open the 8 gates, and the silvery radiance enveloping Feng Ye, which resembled the 8 gates of Duanjia yet bore a completely different form, as if it were a distinct martial art built upon the foundation of the 8 gates. Indeed, Feng Ye was a prodigy, capable of developing such techniques. However, could such a technique alter the current predicament, especially when facing an opponent with over 10 jonin? Nevertheless, this thought was fleeting, quickly replaced by sheer shock. Feng Ye, bathed in silvery light, gripped his ninja blade, White Fang, and in the blink of an eye, vanished, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly traversing the battlefield. Swish! To the nearby ninjas, all that was visible was a fleeting glimmer of silver, carving a graceful arc through the void, and appearing behind a jonin from Iwagakure. The jonin's initial expression was one of astonishment, swiftly morphing into a mix of terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only blood gushed forth. Staggering forward a couple of steps, he collapsed, unable to sustain himself. A deep wound was visible on his back, severing ribs and spine, ripping through his heart and lungs from behind. A wave of horror swept over the scene. The jonin who had previously mocked Feng Ye now wore a rigid expression, his pupils constricting violently, his eyes reflecting a mix of dread and incredulity. What speed was that? As he stood in shock, Feng Ye turned his gaze towards him. That look sent chills down his spine, as if a terrifying entity had fixed its gaze upon him, making him, a seasoned warrior who had faced death countless times, acutely aware of the looming threat. Danger. That little brat was extremely perilous. From where would he strike? The left? The right? Or from behind? His vigilance heightened to its utmost, his senses taut to the brink. He dared not relax even slightly, his breath nearly stilled. And in the next moment thunder flashed. Feng Ye uttered a single word. In an instant, he vanished, the silvery light flickering as he crossed the battlefield, appearing before the jonin, his blade White Fang descending. Head on. The jonin, already on high alert, was taken aback by Feng Ye's choice to engage directly rather than utilize speed to flank him. With all his might, he swung his short sword to meet Feng Ye's blade. Clang. Though infused with chakra, the moment the short sword made contact with White Fang, it shattered like decayed wood, severed with brutal force. The crescent arc of lightning descended upon him, cleaving the jonin in two and tearing a chasm in the earth nearly 10 meters behind him. A single strike, and he was dead. The jonin didn't even have time to use the body replacement technique. Nearby, ninjas from both Konoha and Iwagakure witnessed this scene with expressions of shock. Disbelief etched upon their faces, except for the Uchiha jonin possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan and Hinata Shana, who had activated her Byakugan. Others could scarcely catch a glimpse of Feng Ye's trajectory. Was it a lightning release secret technique from Kimobikure? It was simply too swift. Hinata Shana and the Uchiha jonin inhaled sharply, astonished, their ocular techniques barely able to perceive Feng Ye's movements. Swish! Feng Ye disappeared once more, leaving only a streak of silver light in his wake, cutting down Iwagakure and Appo's elite chunin without them even managing a counterattack. In a matter of moments, Iwagakure lost 3 jonin and over 10 chunin. The battlefield descended into chaos. Hurry! We must restrain that brat's movements. Damn it! The ninjutsu can't keep up. The Iwagakure ninjas, who had previously relied on their combat strength to suppress Konoha, were now engulfed in turmoil. Even those not directly attacked by Feng Ye found themselves terrified, diverting some attention towards him. However, this was futile. Even in a state of utmost concentration, the Chunin struggled to withstand a single assault from Feng Ye. The gap in speed and reaction was overwhelming. Jonin might evade and defend using shadow clone technique, body replacement technique, and instantaneous technique, but for Chunin, unless they had the foresight to hide their real body, they wouldn't have time to deploy any ninjutsu. Swish. Once again, Feng Ye flashed forward, slaying another Chunin. Earth style? Earth binding technique. Just then, a furious voice echoed from the side. As the words fell, the ground beneath Feng Ye abruptly surged upward, ensnaring his ankles as he dealt the fatal blow to the Chunin, dragging him down. Ninjutsu, secret technique barrier, Xidagarba technique. Once the earth style ensnared him, the user clasped his hands together, unleashing a roar as chakra surged within him, causing the earth to tremble violently. He was an elite Jonin from Iwagakure, with extensive experience battling speed-oriented ninjas. Boom. The earth fractured into countless shards, rising to envelop Feng Ye at its center, trapping him within the barrier. The barrier's force acted upon Feng Ye, instantly stifling his chakra, causing the silvery glow around him to diminish and the lightning arcs on White Fang to fade. This barrier could seal chakra flow. Within it, one could not utilize chakra normally. Did he think he could dance with that speed? This is where it ends. Brat. Frosty Earth slowly lowered his clasped hands, addressing the trapped Feng Ye coldly. Witnessing this, the nearby Iwagakure ninjas exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Frosty Earth was here. They hadn't anticipated that Konoha would possess a speed-type ninja on par with Kumogakure. Allowing him to rampage would have been troublesome. Was this truly the end? Observing Feng Ye ensnared within Iwagakure and Appos' barrier, the remaining Konoha ninjas, still somewhat stunned, felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They had hoped that the power Feng Ye displayed could entirely reverse the tide of battle, yet it seemed exceedingly difficult. After all, their opponents were the elite of Iwagakure, possessing formidable ninjas. However, within the confines of the barrier, as the silvery light faded, Feng Ye revealed no signs of panic. Instead, he tilted his head slightly. Taking advantage of the moment I killed, he employed binding ninjutsu, then supplemented it with a barrier technique to restrict both movement and chakra. Indeed, he possessed considerable experience against speed-type ninjas, and had evidently prepared in advance. He could sense that the first 3 gates of the 8 gates were still open. Yet the flow of chakra within his body had slowed significantly, rendering the opening of the 3rd gate nearly equivalent to remaining closed. The elite forces of Iwagakure were not to be underestimated. They would not crumble under the weight of merely 3 opened gates. Yet, this was far from sufficient. In the next instant, as Frosty Earth gazed on in astonishment and disbelief, the silvery light enveloping Feng Ye blazed forth once more, and the lightning arcs on his blade re-emerged, erupting with the shrill cry of Chidori. This is impossible. Frosty Earth exhibited an expression of near disbelief. His barrier was supposed to severely restrict chakra flow. Even a Kumogakure ninja utilizing lightning release chakra mode should be incapable of unleashing ninjutsu under such restraint. Feng Ye and Appos' demeanor remained tranquil. This was time reversal. The bindings remain, preventing the barrier from dissipating entirely. However, his physical state has reverted to that of before the confinement, and the sluggish chakra has surged into a frenzy, with Chidori once again manifesting. Before the barrier's restraints can take effect anew, the chakra within Feng Ye explodes forth, violently rushing downward, shattering the 4th gate of the 8 gates. It appears that he must exert his utmost effort. 7th gate, thunder. Crackling sounds ensue as the 4th gate of the 8 gates is breached by the lightning chakra. His hair begins to disarray, revealing intertwining arcs of electricity amidst the silver strands. In the state of the 4th gate, Feng Ye shatters the incoming rocks, his ninja blade, White Fang, infused with lightning, slashing downwards with sudden ferocity. The speed of this strike is astonishing, so rapid that even the eyes of Ri and Uchiha Suki can scarcely discern its trajectory. The blade slices through the air, igniting flames in its wake. The conflation of fire and lightning transforms into a strike reminiscent of the sun, cleaving the entire Earth-style barrier asunder from the center. Boom! The fiery onslaught hurtles through the air, crashing into the ground dozens of meters away, fracturing the earth and creating a chasm that stretches for meters. The blade, generating flames through the friction of the air, transcends mere lightning strikes, surpassing even the moon flash. It should be dubbed Radiant Flash. Feng Ye whispers this thought, and in an instant, his figure vanishes from sight. DT's expression shifts dramatically. This is dire. He cannot fathom how Feng Ye unleashed such formidable power within his barrier, obliterating it. But now, without a doubt, Feng Ye is charging towards him, without hesitation. Almost the very moment Feng Ye disappears, DT forms a hand seal and silently vanishes from his position. Earth Instant Technique. Feng Ye and Amp, Oppo's, figure materializes where DT once stood. His blade striking the ground, tearing the earth apart, flames visibly igniting. How many times can you evade? Having missed a strike, Feng Ye's demeanor remains unchanged. He vanishes once more, transforming into a silver streak traversing the battlefield. Nearby, some IWA shinobi attempt to unleash techniques to thwart Feng Ye. But their efforts fall woefully short of his speed, all rendered futile in his shimmering wake. Not far off, DT reappears, only to be met with Feng Ye's fiery attack. Swish. DT is cleaved in two, yet no blood spills. Instead, he disintegrates into two stones. His figure reemerges several meters away, a glimmer of panic in his eyes. He hastily begins to form hand seals, trying to evade once more, but this time, it is too late. A fiery blade flashes past him. DT freezes in place. The hand seal he nearly completes becomes stilled. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye appears behind DT, his ninja blade white fang poised for the strike. To evade his attack twice while in the fourth gate state speaks to DT's prowess. He is the strongest Genin Feng Ye has encountered on this battlefield. Nearing the level of a Kage. Quite formidable indeed. DT struggles to turn his head, gazing at Feng Ye. He cannot decipher Feng Ye's words. All he hears is a cacophony, as if played at double speed. Yet, this is inconsequential. What matters is that he cannot comprehend how Feng Ye has escaped the bindings of his barrier. A normal shinobi's chakra should not permit such a feat, unless Feng Ye is a Jinchuriki. Regrettably, he will never acquire the answer. After laboriously uttering a word, a distinct line of blood appears from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood erupts forth, his body fracturing into two halves, collapsing to the ground as consciousness plunges into darkness. From Feng Ye's escape from the barrier to the execution of the elite IWA Genin DT, the entire sequence transpires in a mere instant, leaving the nearby IWA and Konoha shinobi momentarily bewildered. Only upon witnessing DT's severed form, accompanied by the spurt of blood, do the surrounding IWA shinobi display expressions of shock and disbelief. DT-sama, how could this be? DT's status in IWA was second only to the Tsuchikage's assistants, also the captain of a 30-man ambush team, a figure of reliable strength and cunning. Yet such a shinobi has perished, killed by a Konoha ninja, barely able to retaliate. The Konoha shinobi are equally astonished. Senju Abiki and the others are left in a daze, unable to fathom that Feng Ye's power could reach such heights. Effortlessly slaughtering mid-level Genin and even a renowned shinobi like DT, who held a significant reputation in the ninja world. Previously, 10 mid-level Genin and 3 Genin had perished, yet IWA remained unbroken. However, DT and Oppo's death distinctly altered the battlefield and Oppo's dynamics, plunging all IWA shinobi into chaos. Even those besieging Orochimaru, such as Akatsuchi, were impacted, with one being caught off guard and losing an arm to Orochimaru's strike. It seems you are all in disarray. Orochimaru licks his chin with an unsettling smile, though internally, he too is tumultuous. Feng Ye's displayed strength surpasses his expectations. Such speed is difficult even for him to track. In confronting it would be exceedingly troublesome. That state is not merely the 8 gates. It is peculiar, more than an increase in speed. It resembles an enhancement of and Oppo's frequency, and Oppo's Orochimaru and Oppo's eyes glimmer with a strange light. From certain details, he deduces that Feng Ye employs more than just lightning and the 8 gates. He possesses some even more enigmatic ability. Regardless, Feng Ye and Oppo's astounding prowess has already turned the tide of this battlefield. Alone, he has reversed the situation. That silver flash is reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Even DT-sama has. Such an individual is unfathomably unbeatable. The IWA shinobi cast fearful glances at Feng Ye. Genin, sensing the dire situation, grits his teeth and declares, "Do not panic. That state cannot be sustained for long. We still hold the advantage. Continue the assault." Indeed, that young lad and Oppo's chakra cannot endure for long. One IWA shinobi notices the silver light enveloping Feng Ye has dimmed slightly, granting him a modicum of reassurance. With a steely resolve, he resumes the onslaught against the Konoha ninjas. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, emboldened by Feng Ye's rapid slaying of 4 Genin and numerous mid-level shinobi, find the tide has shifted. The battle no longer appears as daunting as at the outset. They now meet the IWA shinobi's renewed aggression head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resonate across the battlefield. Relying on my previously perceived weakness in endurance, how unfortunate that I am no longer the same. Feng Ye's gaze sweeps across the battlefield, murmuring a phrase only he can decipher. Then in a flash, he charges toward the nearest IWA shinobi. In terms of sheer chakra capacity, his reserves are indeed limited, typically comparable to a J-Ning. And the fourth gate state merely approaches that of a Kage, still falling short of Orochimaru's vast chakra reserves. However, the crux lies in his ability to rewind time. He can perpetually revert his physical state, continuously extracting chakra from his very cells. One can only speak of the total amount of chakra, but cannot reach the level of a Kage. Techniques such as the spiral shuriken and tailed beast bomb, which demand an immense amount of chakra, remain beyond his grasp. However, he can unleash techniques like the Chidori with near infinite frequency. Only the reincarnated ninjas possess the qualification to contest with him in terms of endurance and consumption. Even the tailed beast Jinchuriki stands slightly aside. Whoosh, whoosh. Silver flashes traverse the battlefield. Under the blade of Keed, few can withstand 2 or 3 strikes. Even the mightiest Jonin find themselves relying solely on body flicker and substitution techniques to barely evade, unable to mount any effective counterattacks against Keed. 16, 17, 18. The number of ninjas perishing at Keed and Appo's hands continues to rise. Like a machine of slaughter, the shock felt by the Konoha ninjas, such as Marino Ibiki, has reached an unparalleled level. Until nearly 10 Jonin had fallen to Keed, and Orochimaru had dispatched 2 of his attackers. The IWA ninjas finally succumbed to despair. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Red Earth, narrowly dodging Orochimaru's assault, gritted his teeth and spoke, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this juncture, the Konoha ninjas had completely reversed the situation. Even if Keed were to exhaust all his chakra and lose his combat capability, it would be meaningless. As both sides and Appo's combat power had shifted, and the forces capable of restraining Orochimaru had crumbled. Continuing the battle would only lead to total annihilation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Following the retreat order, Red Earth executed a Doton body flicker technique and vanished underground, his heart brimming with frustration. To ambush the Konoha ninjas. The IWA ninjas had expended considerable effort, laying a trap for Konoha, even anticipating that the leaders of the advanced team could be either Orochimaru or Danzo, deploying 5 Jonin's worth of combat power for containment. Yet, despite their meticulous plans, they never foresaw Keed's emergence. Upon reaching the land of grass and learning of the death of the Jonin Hikari and a team of elite ninjas, he had been wary of Keed. However, he merely regarded him as Appo's, genius and Appo's, ninja to be eliminated beforehand, not as a renowned ninja like Orochimaru, who required extensive preparation and caution. Moreover, even Orochimaru could not easily dispatch a Jonin in such a short time. The combat power they had arranged for this war was sufficient to maintain control over the situation, at least preventing such a catastrophic defeat. To confront a ninja adept in speed, one needs those skilled in wide-ranging ninjutsu, alongside sensory and barrier ninjas for effective counteraction. This time, the IWA ninjas had the capability to assemble such elites to deal with Keed, but due to a lack of foresight, when Keed revealed his terrifying speed, the battlefield devolved into chaos, making any response too late. They had believed the Doton could restrain Keed, yet that too had failed. That little brat. Is he a Jinchuriki from Konoha? But the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should be a woman from the Uzumaki clan. And that guy's swordsmanship. Could he truly be a descendant of the White Fang? Gritting his teeth, Red Earth continued his escape. However, before he could distance himself significantly, a sudden sense of crisis surged within him, prompting an instinctive shift to the right. Swoosh. A searing flash of fire cleaved the earth in twain. Despite his efforts to evade to the side, he could not completely avoid the strike. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, the severed end charred. Red Earth paid no heed to his severed arm, leaping from the split ground and fleeing rapidly, activating the body flicker technique once more. Bathed in silver light, Keed pursued from behind. Red Earth recognized none of the IWA ninjas, all unfamiliar figures in his memory, but from the command dynamics. It was clear that the elite Jonin he had slain earlier, along with the one who first ordered the retreat while besieging Orochimaru, must be the highest-ranking ninja in this IWA contingent. Thus, Keed's immediate focus fell upon Red Earth. Observing Keed pursue Red Earth, Orochimaru cast a deep glance before redirecting his attention to another nearby IWA Jonin to hunt down. With Red Earth's flight, the IWA forces faced a complete rout. All ninjas scattering in various directions, while the Konoha ninjas pursued relentlessly. The chase persisted from morning until afternoon, finally concluding as the pursuing Konoha ninjas returned to regroup at the original battlefield and commenced the cleanup. Bang! He'd hurled Red Earth and Appo's severed head into a blood-soaked pit. Noting Orochimaru approaching from a distance, he spread his hands and remarked, "He nearly escaped." He chuckled, "It appears I caught up after all." Orochimaru offered Kid a peculiar smile, his eyes betraying a glimmer of admiration, gazing at him as though he were a rare treasure. He nodded slightly, responding slowly. The chakra fluctuations while underground were too faint for my sensory abilities to detect. I could scarcely sense him. Had I not severed his arm beforehand, he likely would have slipped away. Upon hearing Kid and Appo's words, Orochimaru displayed a sinister smile, his voice slightly hoarse as he remarked, "With your speed, if you were to possess formidable sensory abilities as well, once you set your sights on someone, it would be akin to having one foot in the realm of the dead." Hehehe. Initially, he believed that the trouble this time would require Might Guy to resolve. But he never anticipated that Kid would master the 8 gates and chakra nature transformation to such an extent. He had assumed it would take Kid several more years to reach this level. Kid and Appo's growth rate had far exceeded his expectations, even reaching an abnormal degree. Even during the Second Ninja War, when he faced the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, earning the title of Sannin, he seemed to pale in comparison to the current Kid. At that time, he was already 23 years old, while Kid was merely 10. At present, I cannot claim with certainty that I could contend with you, Orochimaru mused, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Kid, feeling a sensation he had never experienced before. His disciple surpassing him seemed tantalizingly close. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kid offered a simple smile, replying, "Such praise is somewhat excessive. It is merely the result of your teachings, Orochimaru-sensei, that has allowed me to develop a few techniques, albeit with significant side effects. I still fall far short of your level." When Orochimaru spoke of lacking confidence, he did not mean he could not defeat him, but rather that he could not capture him. After all, winning and killing are two distinct concepts, with Kid and Appo's speed and intent to flee. Orochimaru truly had no effective means of containment, unless he set up barriers in advance. Kid's response was a humble acknowledgement. Yet having a battle with Orochimaru at this stage would indeed be challenging to gauge. Orochimaru and Appo's chakra levels, sensory abilities, and overall prowess possessed no discernible weaknesses, and his survival capabilities were unquestionable. To eliminate Orochimaru in a single blow was unrealistic. It would devolve into a battle of attrition. Ultimately, one of them would either exhaust the other and Appo's chakra, or Orochimaru would employ barriers or sealing techniques to restrain him. A fight lasting several days and nights was inevitable. Nonetheless, it could be confidently stated that he had now truly ascended to the ranks of Kaga-level power, a Kaga-level adversary more formidable than Orochimaru himself. Relying on his exceptional speed and the extraordinary ability to reverse time, he possesses a certain degree of confidence, even when facing formidable opponents like Orochimaru. As for ordinary Jonin and elite Jonin, they would struggle to last more than a few exchanges in his presence. Orochimaru, upon hearing Feng Ye and Appo's words, gazed intently at him for several seconds before tilting his head and remarking, "That ability to enhance movement frequency, it and Appo's, not merely a ninjutsu, is it?" Feng Ye displayed no surprise. Given Orochimaru and Appo's caliber, it was hardly difficult for him to discern the abnormal state of accelerated time surrounding Feng Ye after observing his battles on this battlefield. The 8 gates technique merely increases speed without manifesting the kind of frequency distortion that resembles dropped frames. Such distortion cannot be explained by simple velocity alone. Indeed, it is not merely a ninjutsu, Feng Ye acknowledged calmly. That is a bloodline limit that enhances my overall speed, allowing me to enter a state of heightened and Appo's frequency, and Appo's, for someone of his current stature, admitting to possessing a certain bloodline limit was no great matter, as every shadow-level powerhouse possesses their unique secret arts to some extent. Orochimaru expressed mild surprise, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. A first-generation bloodline user? Aside from the well-known bloodlines like the Byakugan and Sharingan that have been passed down since ancient times, techniques such as wind release and lava release typically do not circulate within families but rather awaken uniquely within certain individuals. Such ninjas are referred to as first-generation bloodline users. The bloodline limits of first-generation users do not necessarily pass on to the next generation, with the probability of inheritance being exceedingly low. Yes, Feng Ye nodded. Orochimaru mused. Bloodline limits that fuse basic attributes do not possess the ability to enhance frequency. Thus, it can be inferred that your bloodline limit is not of this type. From your situation, it appears that it is unrelated to Yin Release's mental techniques and likely a mutated Yang Release bloodline limit. No, that's not quite right. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly gleamed as he exclaimed, a bloodline limit that alters the flow of time. Among all the ninjutsu in the ninja world, space-time ninjutsu is the most complex to master, and the vast majority of techniques defined as space-time ninjutsu only pertain to spatial aspects, lacking any alteration of time. Orochimaru had extensively researched this area. The only vague historical records of ninjutsu involving time date back several centuries to the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. The specifics of its capability have become obscured over time, as the user at that time attempted to unify the ninja world through this powerful ability but ultimately failed. Thwarted by a member of the Senju clan. This occurred in the early Warring States period, long before the well-known figures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, leading to ambiguity regarding the authenticity of the historical accounts. Had this encounter taken place several months prior, Feng Ye would likely have felt a surge of panic under Orochimaru and Appo's scrutiny. Now, however, he could respond with remarkable composure. Indeed, Orochimaru had deduced, based solely on observation and inference, that his abilities were neither derived from the elemental transformations of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth, nor from the yin-yang release transformations. Thus, the only remaining explanation related to the dimension of time. Truly impressive, Orochimaru-sensei, Feng Ye thought. Recognizing that even a cursory examination during battle had led to such an astute conclusion, with no other factors to obfuscate the situation. Feng Ye spoke candidly, I have conducted some tests and confirmed that this ability does not belong to the elemental ninjutsu, nor to yin-yang release, and is unrelated to spatial techniques. It should be classified as a ninth category of ninjutsu. With his current strength, revealing his time-related abilities posed little risk. Moreover, while spatial ninjutsu is already difficult to counter, time ninjutsu surpasses it. Unless one possesses an equivalent time-based ability to interfere or negate, there exists no concept of countering it. Surpassing all forms of ninjutsu. An inescapable absolute power. This is the essence of manipulating time. What an extraordinary revelation it was, despite already reaching a near certainty. Orochimaru gasped in astonishment at Feng Ye's words, regarding him as though he were a rare treasure. His ultimate desire was to attain eternal life. And the greatest adversary to life is time itself. Even beings as formidable as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara cannot transcend time. Now, based on Feng Ye and Appo's bloodline limit, Orochimaru saw a glimmer of hope to grasp the power of time, to potentially conquer it and achieve immortality. In that moment, Feng Ye transcended all of Orochimaru's experiments and data. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the execution of Feng Ye, Orochimaru would not hesitate to defy such orders. He might even consider fleeing Konoha with Feng Ye. Please, Don and Amp. Appo's, look at me like that, Orochimaru-sensei. It and Amp. Appo's, a bit unsettling, Feng Ye said, shrugging with a sense of resignation as he felt the intensity of Orochimaru and Amp. Appo's, gaze. You aren't and Amp. Appo's, treating me like a test subject, are you? Orochimaru and Appo's, gaze softened slightly as he chuckled, of course not. You are my most valued disciple. However, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by your bloodline limit. Regrettably, there is no time to conduct thorough research at present. Feng Ye pondered for a moment before replying, after the war concludes, I will cooperate with you on some research. Such matters could easily be postponed until the war was over. By then, his strength would likely have surpassed that of a shadow, rendering any challenges trivial. Should no issues arise, he would not mind assisting Orochimaru in studies related to prolonging life, especially since Orochimaru had treated him well. And he had learned about cell activation and the nature changes of lightning-style chakra from him. Speaking of which, both of his time-related abilities currently only affect himself, which has been a point of exploration for Feng Ye. Notably, the ability to reverse time exhibits a peculiar property when applied to oneself. For instance, if you were to cut his hand and let the blood splatter on a wall, applying time reversal to the wound would cause the blood on the wall to vanish inexplicably. This ability disregards spatial distance. Feng Ye had conducted tests where even a single hair, placed at a considerable distance, would return to his head upon invoking time reversal. Possessing such an ability means that as long as he chooses, no one can take anything from him. The only regret is that while he can reclaim a drop of blood lost thousands of miles away, he cannot make his physical form disappear and reappear at the location of the blood. In essence, he cannot utilize this to achieve spatial movement. The location of the body that carries the soul dictates where the physical form will revert to upon invoking time reversal, a principle that resonates closely with the Edo Tensei technique. As for the notion of splitting one's soul or essence to test the effects of time reversal, such a sagacious idea was not one that Feng Ye intended to attempt or experiment with. If one desires spatial movement, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique suffices. Even if the Flying Thunder God proves too challenging, lacking innate talent to master it, there are indeed multiple pairs of ocular powers capable of spatial manipulation, such as the Sharingan and Rinnegan, which can be acquired through sheer strength. I am honored. Upon hearing Feng Ye and Appo's response, Orochimaru revealed a faint smile. The abilities that Feng Ye currently possesses are quite formidable, even for him, and he preferred to avoid any coercive methods unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Feng Ye is his disciple. Otherwise, accessing the power of time would likely be an exceedingly arduous task. However, with the uncertainty of how long the war may last, it would indeed be difficult for him to immerse himself in research before its conclusion. At that moment, a ninja approached and reported to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. The battlefield has been cleared. We have eliminated 77 rock shinobi, including a total of 13 jonin. I understand, Orochimaru replied with a nod, his voice calm. The vanguard of the rock shinobi has suffered heavy losses, and their plans have been thwarted. They must either retreat for the time being or advance with greater forces. You are to report the situation here back to the village. Yes. The ninja acknowledged, and as he departed, his gaze lingered on Feng Ye, revealing a hint of unease intertwined with respect. Although Feng Ye was significantly younger, his achievements in this battle were nothing short of glorious. Nearly half of the fallen rock shinobi had met their end at Feng Ye's hands, marking him as a true hero of this conflict. Such respect is earned through power. Feng Ye noticed the ninja's gaze but paid it little mind. Once the ninja had left, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Master Orochimaru, I wonder if you happen to have an extra Kusanagi sword? He hesitated slightly before continuing. I must admit, my white fang is damaged. It's not completely broken yet, but it has sustained significant wear. In the state of the four gates at quadruple speed, coupled with the Chidori, the white fang, a ninja blade, had been pushed beyond its limits. The nature of ninja blades varies, and the white fang is not a robust type. Rather, it is crafted from a special material more suited to chakra flow, and its hardness is somewhat inferior to that of conventional steel. This is also why, in the original storyline, Kakashi was able to break this blade, as it lacked resilience. In terms of offensive power, Feng Ye's current full-strength strike likely falls short of Hatake Tsukumo wielding the white fang, yet the disparity in their methods is significant. Hatake Tsukumo utilized a second stage of the Hatake sword technique, employing pure chakra transformation to achieve a fixed state that not only spared the blade from undue stress, but also rendered the white fang more durable and less prone to damage. However, Feng Ye's approach differs. He employs the first stage of the Hatake sword technique, relying on the lightning release Chidori and forcefully simulating the effects of the second stage through speed. He had not noticed any issues during combat, but after dispatching the red earth adversary, he observed a fine crack forming along the edge of the white fang. If he engaged in another battle of such intensity, it would likely shatter completely, unless he could master the second stage of the Hatake sword technique and ascend to a higher understanding of chakra flow beforehand. He would not easily achieve this. Moreover, in a state of the 8 gates, it would be exceedingly difficult to utilize the second stage of the Hatake sword technique. As for resilience, the only artifact capable of withstanding his ferocious strength would perhaps be the Kusanagi sword. Though the Kusanagi is not a short blade and does not conform to the shape of the Hatake sword technique, it appears to possess the ability to change form, allowing it to extend and contract freely. Even if it cannot shorten, he can always modify the Hatake sword technique. After all, he currently has ample time for cultivation. Upon hearing Feng Ye's words, Orochimaru contemplated briefly before responding, I do not have an extra Kusanagi sword at present, but I know of one that exists elsewhere. Feng Ye remained silent, awaiting Orochimaru and Appo's elaboration, and soon witnessed Orochimaru produce a scroll. He handed the scroll to Feng Ye and said, It contains the general coordinates of that location. The ninja in that village are of ordinary strength, and with your capabilities, you should be able to handle them with ease. This was information he had previously acquired, intending to retrieve it, but the sudden onset of war forced him to the front lines, leaving this matter temporarily aside. Feng Ye accepted the scroll, internally bemused by how Orochimaru managed to differentiate between so many scrolls, pondering if he had sorted them as one would classify waste. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and nodded at Orochimaru, saying, "Thank you, master." "Ha ha ha. No need for thanks," Orochimaru replied. In the Hidden Leaf Village, atop the Hokage building, a meeting was underway. The atmosphere was decidedly oppressive, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at the center and Danzo at his side. The Sand Village was dismissive of their explanations, firmly believing that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was directly linked to Konoha. Now, under the leadership of the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, they were advancing a significant military force towards the borders of the Land of Fire, necessitating an appropriate response. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered as he spoke solemnly. "The third Kazekage has gone missing. This occurred approximately a month ago. The Sand Village has been attempting to conceal the news while searching for him, but they have found no trace. Ultimately, they concluded that Konoha had abducted the third Kazekage and declared war upon us." The Sand Village's declaration of war had drastically worsened the situation. Initially, the Rock Village's incursion into the Land of Grass was merely a vanguard unit, limited to harassment and probing attacks, along with strategic deployments, without escalating into full-scale conflict. Yet the Sand Village had launched an all-out assault from the outset. "The fourth Kazekage has mobilized. I believe it is imperative for you, Hokage-sama, to personally attend to the front lines," an elite jonin interjected. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's expression grew grave. He too desired to go to the front lines. But with the news of the Sand Village and Appo's full-scale offensive, it was challenging to ensure that the Mist Village and Cloud Village would not take action. The nations of the Mist and Cloud, while not neighboring the Wind Country, could still use the Sand Village's aggression as an opportunity to harass the Land of Fire. "I shall go," Jiraiya declared, rising to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's gaze with seriousness. "Hokage-sensei, you should remain in the village to oversee and deter other villages." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya. He was well aware of Jiraiya's strength and felt more at ease with him heading to the Sand Village's front lines. However, given the scale of the Sand Village's invasion, it would be exceedingly difficult for Jiraiya to manage alone. "Danzo, you should accompany Jiraiya," Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, turning his attention to Danzo. Danzo, leaning on his cane, appeared indifferent. Ready to respond when Jiraiya interjected, Danzo should remain vigilant regarding the Mist Village. "The attacks from the Sand Village can be countered as long as Minato and I go together." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Danzo and Jiraiya had never been particularly compatible, making it unwise for them to share the same battlefield. Having Namake's Minato accompany Jiraiya was indeed more appropriate. Next came the matter of personnel allocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the meeting room, where not only elite jonin from Konoha were present, but also clan leaders from the Uchiha, Hyuga, and other prominent families. The purpose of convening this meeting was to inform the various esteemed clans of the dire circumstances at hand, applying pressure for them to dispatch personnel to confront the ongoing war. With a full-scale conflict underway, all must heed the directives of the Hokage. The head of the Uchiha clan slowly began to speak, with the leader of the Hyuga clan expressing a similar sentiment beside him. They were all acutely aware of the reason behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's summons. In the face of war, detachment was not an option. With the clans now on board, Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction and distributed the profiles and lists of certain ninjas, preparing to form a frontline unit to counter the forces of Tsunagakure. As he organized the roster, a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling before Sarutobi and presenting a scroll, stating, "Hokage-sama, urgent report from the front lines." "Is it news of the battle?" Sarutobi paused, lowering his gaze to the Umbu, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The Umbu nodded affirmatively. "That must be good news," Sarutobi mused, taking the scroll. With Orochimaru leading the charge and Might Guy, a special ninja capable of extraordinary feats under duress, the strategies of the IWA ninjas would likely falter. Upon opening the scroll and glancing at the initial lines, Sarutobi's brow relaxed as his suspicions were confirmed, and he began to read aloud. "Report from the front line: the advance unit of Konoha has reached the border, tracking the IWA forces, encountering them in the wastelands and ultimately repelling the IWA troops. With over half of their ninjas slain, inflicting severe damage on the advance unit of IWA." The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably as the contents of the first line were read aloud, the leaders of the clans visibly easing their tension. In light of the comprehensive offensive launched by Sunagakure, the news of a significant victory against IWA ninjas was indeed a boon, stabilizing the situation at the borders of the Land of Grass, allowing for a more measured response to Iwa's movements without the immediate need to dispatch reinforcements. This would enable the majority of their forces to focus on combating the Sunin ninjas, reducing potential losses for the clans. Orochimaru has performed admirably, Danzo remarked, casting a placid glance at Sarutobi. The news of a significant victory against IWA also resonated positively with him, as they could now concentrate their strength on overcoming Sunagakure before addressing IWA, unperturbed by the prospect of a two-front war. Orochimaru is indeed reliable in times like these. Jiraiya, seated nearby, offered a confident smile. Then I'll take charge of dealing with Sunagakure. They shan't disrupt our plans. For long, he had been at odds with Orochimaru, and now that his rival had achieved a remarkable success, he felt compelled to prove his own worth. Continuing to examine the scroll, Sarutobi reviewed the subsequent details and specific accounts of the battle, including Konoha and Appo's losses. In this engagement, our advance unit suffered 11 fatalities, 4 severe injuries, and 21 light injuries. Upon reading this, the initial joy of victory slightly waned. Losses were an inevitable aspect of warfare. 11 casualties and 4 severe injuries, while a steep price, still underscored the undeniable success of their report against the IWA advance unit. What were the specifics of the battle, Sarutobi? Danzo inquired, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi. As Sarutobi continued to read aloud, he noted, Orochimaru led our forces in pursuit of the IWA ninjas, pinpointing their location in the wastelands and launching an assault. Our forces numbered approximately 80 against their 70, giving us the advantage. However, IWA had nearly 30 elite troops lying in ambush, half of whom were Jonin, who suddenly emerged from underground during the battle. At this juncture, Sarutobi and Appo's tone faltered. The leaders of the clans exchanged glances, their expression shifting to one of gravity as they awaited the unfolding narrative. Even though they were aware of the victory, the emergence of nearly 30 elite IWA ninjas posed an undeniable threat. How had Orochimaru managed to reverse such a precarious situation? Even those not present could sense the peril. The significance of an elite force of 30 was understood by all, particularly by Danzo. His own elite force was barely 60 strong, with many still in training, meaning he could only muster 2 such squads. Among the clans, only the Uchiha and Hyuga possessed comparable strength. The smaller clans could not withstand such an elite unit. In fact, even the majority of small ninja villages across the shinobi world would struggle to assemble a force of that caliber. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. In this dire scenario, it was likely that Might Guy and Appo's prowess was utilized to turn the tide. The 8 gates technique, once invoked, would spell certain doom for its user, and sacrificing such a unique ninja along with a dozen others to achieve over half the casualties of the IWA forces, while still a victory, could not be deemed a resounding triumph. The ambush from IWA and Appo's elite had placed their forces in jeopardy, with casualties quickly escalating. In a moment of desperation, Kakashi Hatake employed a self-crafted lightning release forbidden technique, inflicting substantial damage and eliminating over 30 IWA ninjas, thwarting Iwa's ambush entirely. At this point, his voice trailed off, and a profound silence enveloped the conference room. Even Jiraiya, typically restless, bore an expression of astonishment. Danzo, usually composed, gazed at Sarutobi with a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, as if questioning the veracity of the claims being made. Sarutobi himself displayed a similar sense of disbelief. He held the scroll in hand, momentarily speechless, his astonishment rendering him incapable of continuing. He stared at the end of the scroll, where the statistics of the battle were recorded. 33. This was the number of IWA ninjas felled by Kakashi. Among them were 9 Jonin, including Red Earth and Frozen Earth, both esteemed elite Jonin of IWA. In the ensuing silence, Sarutobi gradually lowered the scroll, fixing his gaze on the Umbu who had delivered it. This intelligence, it comes from the front lines? Indeed, the Umbu replied solemnly. The scroll was delivered by Orochimaru's summoning beast. That affirmed its authenticity. Sarutobi inhaled deeply. Orochimaru's summoning beast, originating from the Dragon Cave, was difficult to impersonate, and fabricating such a false report bore no merit. It was not Might Guy's forbidden technique that turned the tide, but rather Kakashi Hatake, a mere 10-year-old boy, who had wielded some forbidden technique to alter the outcome of the battle. Shock. Incredulity. Isn't that the son of White Fang? Uchiha Fugaka interjected, his arms crossed before him, taking a deep breath. He broke the silence, recalling the name Kakashi, a young ninja recently lauded as a genius, though he had only a fleeting impression of him. The Uchiha clan had never lacked prodigies. A boy yet to realize his potential, even with the mantle of genius, did not warrant excessive attention from the leader of the Uchiha clan. However, the situation had changed. If this intelligence is accurate, it signifies that Feng Ye is no longer an unrefined genius, but rather a ninja qualified to inherit the title of Konoha's White Fang. A ninja possessing such formidable strength cannot be overlooked or dismissed, even by the Uchiha clan. Incredulous, ISN and AMP. Appos. Is he merely a teenager? Hinata Hizashi, seated beside Uchiha Fugaku, inhaled sharply, his voice tinged with astonishment. A self-created forbidden technique, slaying 33 rock ninjas, 9 of whom were Jonin. Even if this achievement were somewhat embellished, with other Konoha ninjas providing support rather than engaging in a solitary battle against 33 foes, it remains astonishing. For any ninja, such a feat could secure their reputation. The legendary Konoha's White Fang gained his renown through a similarly remarkable confrontation. And how old is Feng Ye? 10, barely 11. Danzo withdrew his gaze from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Surprising. Utterly surprising. Who could have anticipated that Feng Ye would possess such prowess at the tender age of 11? Had he known, he would have adopted a more assertive approach to bring Feng Ye under his wing. Such a ninja, if meticulously nurtured, would become an immensely powerful and invaluable asset. A trump card capable of achieving great things. Alas, a tinge of regret flickered in Danzo and Appos' heart. His previous lack of attention toward Feng Ye had allowed him to slip through his fingers, even becoming a disciple of Orochimaru. Had he been a bit firmer, employing more decisive tactics, extracting Feng Ye from Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have been overly difficult. Now it was too late. Perhaps leveraging the situation of war could present an opportunity. Yet Orochimaru's involvement complicates matters. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could be utilized to resolve this, albeit post-war. Danzo closed his eyes, concealing the change in his gaze, his thoughts racing rapidly. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before lifting his head to address an Umbu ninja. Convey my orders. Promote Feng Ye to Special Jonin, directly under Orochimaru, allowing him to participate in missions independently. Feng Ye and Appos' achievements and strength warrant his elevation to Jonin status, but typically, Jonin also requires leadership skills, command capabilities, and situational judgment, areas where Feng Ye remains an unknown. Until further assessment regarding Feng Ye's capabilities can be made, promoting him to Special Jonin under Orochimaru, without leading any teams, is the most prudent course of action. Understood. The Umbu ninja nodded and vanished from the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya and the clan heads present, noting that many were still reeling from the earlier revelation. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, let us return to discussing the personnel issues regarding the frontline forces." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the clan heads and elite Jonin, including Jiraiya, exchanged glances, inhaling deeply as they suppressed their astonishment. Proceeding to deliberate on the ninja personnel required to respond to the Sand Village's full-scale assault. In a certain open area in Konoha, Obito, you are late again. Kakashi, arms crossed before him, stood atop a stone stump, his expression impassive as he regarded the hurriedly approaching Uchiha Obito, who was donning goggles. Uchiha Obito, having sprinted over, showed no signs of fatigue, stating, "I encountered an elderly lady on the way." Always the same excuse. Kakashi regarded Uchiha Obito with a look of disbelief, sighing. "Could you perhaps use a more convincing reason next time? What constitutes a convincing reason?" Uchiha Obito shot back, his eyes narrowing. Just as it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, Rin, standing nearby, intervened. All right, enough of the bickering. I believe Obito, and besides, hasn't Minato-sensei also arrived late? He must have encountered something." At Rin's words, Kakashi expressed a hint of curiosity, glancing around. He had never witnessed Minato Namikaze arriving late. Almost as soon as Kakashi spoke, a figure appeared silently behind him, adorned with the Leaf Village and Appos' forehead protector and sporting golden hair. It was indeed Minato Namikaze. "Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered a minor issue." "No worries, I just arrived myself." Obito scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly, while Kakashi shot him a glare, his expression suggesting, "How dare you speak?" Rin turned to Minato Namikaze, asking, "What is today's mission?" "There is no mission today." Minato turned to Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, speaking in a subdued tone, The Sand Village has officially declared war against us, so the previously scheduled mission has been terminated. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the border to confront the Sand Village's ninjas. Upon hearing Minato's declaration, Uchiha Obito momentarily froze, then a spark of excitement ignited within him. Are we heading to the battlefield? This is fantastic. My moment to shine has finally arrived. With your propensity for tardiness, by the time you reach the battlefield, the fight will likely be over, Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito's expression stiffened, his irritation evident as he glared at Kakashi. Kakashi, you jerk. You two brothers are equally insufferable. Since joining this team, he found himself constantly subjected to Kakashi's sarcasm and disdain. In comparison, Feng Ye seemed relatively tolerable. The only aspect that vexed him was Feng Ye and Appo's overwhelming popularity in class, particularly among the girls who seemed to orbit around him. Obito. Minato Namikaze disregarded Kakashi and Appo's ridicule. Fixing a serious gaze on Uchiha Obito, this time on the front lines, no matter the circumstances, you must obey orders. Absolutely no independent actions are permitted. Kakashi's efficiency in executing orders was not a concern, nor was Rin's, but Uchiha Obito was prone to causing trouble, necessitating a preemptive warning. As this was not an ordinary mission, but one involving warfare. I understand, Minato-sensei. The gravity of Minato's admonition caused Uchiha Obito to lower his head. Rin, taking a deep breath, collected herself in light of the news brought by Minato. So we are heading to the battlefield. I wonder how Feng Ye is faring. Feng Ye. Minato Namikaze's expression turned contemplative as he replied. How should I put it? Observing Minato's demeanor, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Unable to contain his inquiry, Minato-sensei. What has happened to my brother? Uchiha Obito also lifted his head, an air of solemnity surrounding him. Though he harbored a dislike for Feng Ye, he did not wish to hear any unfavorable news about him, for he aspired to surpass Feng Ye and Kakashi in both strength and performance, ultimately becoming Hokage of Konoha. Rather than witnessing Feng Ye meet with misfortune on the battlefield. How should I phrase this? Minato Namikaze, under the scrutiny of Kakashi and the others, pondered briefly before stating. Feng Ye has likely been placed on the AMP, Appo's, High Alert and AMP, Appo's, personnel list by the higher-ups of the Rock Village. Rin displayed a look of perplexity, struggling to comprehend the implications of this statement. Kakashi, slightly taken aback, began to form a conjecture yet found it hard to believe. What has he done on that battlefield? I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. Wavewind Watergate shook his head and said, what can be confirmed is that he recently killed over 30 elite ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village, including a considerable number of Jonin. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even Kakashi, who had his suspicions, could not help but display a look of shock. He never anticipated that Kid had achieved such astonishing feats on the battlefield. Rin appeared somewhat dazed. The statement about slaying more than 30 elite ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village, many of whom were Jonin, echoed repeatedly in her mind, rendering it almost unbelievable. Currently, the total number of ninjas in Konoha was over 20,000, comprising approximately 10,000 Genin and over 6 or 7,000 Chunin. Yet the number of Jonin did not exceed 300. Each Jonin was an exceptionally distinguished individual within their village, capable of leading a squad of ninjas and serving as the true backbone of their community. However, such formidable beings had been slain by Kid in a single battle. How could this be true? To what extent had Kid strength ascended? No, that cannot be possible. Watergate-sensei, could it be that you misheard? Obito's expression also mirrored a sense of disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the enormity of the situation. It was simply too surreal, akin to a tale spun from fantasy. Wavewind Watergate shook his head, stating, this information is confirmed. That child has inherited the exceptional talent of the late White Fang. No, this is beyond mere talent. He must have exerted effort beyond what is imaginable. Indeed, Kakashi inhaled deeply. As Kid brother, he understood all too well the extent of his brother and Appo's rigorous training. He would train until the midnight hour, dividing his sleep into fragments. The level of dedication was something an ordinary person simply could not match. Kakashi himself had tried, only to find his energy dwindling after just 2 days. Unable to sustain such a grueling regimen, he recalled Kid once saying, to attain strength that far surpasses others, one must invest effort that far exceeds theirs. Every ounce of power is earned through relentless training, bit by bit. What left him unsettled was the realization that Kid had unknowingly reached such a level. Capable of slaying Jonin, he had yet to master the Chidori, He had only recently completed his cell activation training. Kakashi felt a twinge of despair as he recognized how far behind he had fallen. How could he ever hope to catch up? Having received confirmation from Wave Wind Watergate, Uchiha Obito felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. At that moment, he was still a Genin, while Kid Yoro had already amassed a record of slaying numerous Jonin. The chasm between them felt insurmountable, almost surreal. Just months ago, they were merely students at the same academy. How had everything changed so drastically? It felt like cheating. Yet, being Uchiha Obito, he quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply and adopting a confident demeanor, clenching his fist. I will surpass that guy. I'm a member of the Uchiha clan, and once I awaken my Sharingan, my strength will surge dramatically. Let him revel in his superiority for now. I will catch up and become Hokage. In the Land of Fire, at the border encampment, in the central tent, Orochimaru, Kid Yoro, and several Jonin from the advance unit gathered. After a brief wait, a small snake slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeve. With a soft thud, the little snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. Here it is. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and opened it. Inside were instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen, which he quickly scanned before reading aloud. The content instructed Orochimaru to dispatch a squad to escort the critically and lightly injured ninjas back to the village, while the remaining members were to stay at the border of the grass country to monitor the movements of the rock ninjas. The final note concerned Kid Yoro's promotion. Although it was only a special Jonin rank, it still marked him as one of the Jonin, a remarkable achievement, becoming a Jonin at the age of 10. Something unprecedented in Konoha and Appo's history. After reading the directive, Orochimaru turned to Kid Yoro. The other Jonin exchanged glances, and a ripple of acknowledgement stirred within them at Kid Yoro's promotion to Jonin at such a young age. However, there was no trace of discontent or skepticism. Given the strength he had demonstrated in the previous battle and the accomplishments he had achieved, there was no room for doubt or opposition regarding his promotion to Special Jonin. Kid Yoro smiled slightly and remarked, "It and Appo's merely a wartime exception." Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, "Now, regarding the selection of those to escort the injured, let your squad take charge, Shi. There are only 4 critically injured, while the rest have sufficient mobility and combat capability, so a small squad will suffice." Understood. Shi of the Yamanaka clan responded succinctly before promptly leaving the tent. The remaining ninjas discussed the subsequent arrangements for the camp and whether to venture into the grass country for a cleanup before dispersing. Once back in his tent, Kid Yoro sat cross-legged and retrieved the ninja blade, White Fang. He could clearly see a crack running from the center of the blade to the handle. A serious defect for any weapon. Holding the blade, Kid Yoro closed his eyes, and in the darkness, a shimmering golden clock materialized before him. After a moment of concentration, he pressed his hand against the crack in White Fang. Seconds passed. No anomalies occurred, and the crack remained. It was evident that his efforts were futile. Kid Yoro opened his eyes and sighed. After receiving information about the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he had not immediately sought it out but instead studied his abilities, attempting to use time reversal to repair White Fang. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not apply the power of time to objects outside himself. Neither acceleration nor reversal of time yielded results. He had always believed that White Fang was better suited to him than to Kakashi, as his Konoha swordsmanship surpassed Kakashi and Appo's and aligned more closely with his own style, ensuring it wouldn't easily break. Yet, ironically, the damage to White Fang had occurred even sooner than anticipated. He contemplated seeking a craftsman to repair it. If it could be mended, he would return it to Kakashi, for it no longer suited him. Kid Yoro reflected that the Sand Village seemed to have launched a full-scale offensive, while the situation with the Rock Village remained uncertain. If there were no subsequent actions, he might seize the opportunity to acquire the Kusanagi sword. For him now, the absence of a suitable weapon was no longer a decisive factor in his strength, as he could perform the Chidori without reliance on a weapon. His close combat abilities remained largely intact, though his ranged techniques would be somewhat diminished. Konoha swordsmanship concentrated power effectively, allowing for long-range strikes that boasted greater lethality than firing a fireball with one's fists. On average, his chakra was already at the elite Jonin level. Yet this amount still fell short of the requirements for mastering Sage Mode and Sage techniques. Kid Yoro contemplated his future training path. Under normal circumstances, at the age of 13, his chakra capacity would max out at the Jonin level, but thanks to the cell activation technique, his chakra levels had elevated to a higher echelon. The level of chakra exhibited appears to surpass that of 90% of the ninjas in the world of Hokage. However, In reality, it is insufficient to unleash even a single Rasengan. For me, there is little necessity for training with the Rasengan. But the amount of chakra required to enhance and Appos, Chidori and Appos, Into and Appos, Raikiri and Appos, presents a significant challenge. Chidori is classified as an A-rank technique, while Raikiri, as an evolved form of Chidori, is an S-rank lightning release jutsu, demanding a greater amount of chakra and precision. Undoubtedly, the power of Raikiri exceeds that of Chidori, and for Kid, evolving Chidori into Raikiri is a path of cultivation, albeit one that is currently difficult to achieve. If only my chakra could ascend to the next level, Kid mused. Should his chakra reach the level of a Kage, he would not only be able to train in Raikiri, but also commence the study of sage techniques, resulting in a significant leap in power, comparable to the opening of the 8 gates. Unfortunately, this advancement is not easily attained throughout the ninja world. Those capable of elevating their chakra to the level of a Kage are few and far between, with only a handful in each village. To progress methodically, it is likely that my physical age must exceed 16 years to possess Kage-level chakra. If a quicker path is sought, alternative methods must be employed, such as becoming a Jinchuriki or absorbing the Dragon Vein energy of Lulan. However, becoming a tail beast Jinchuriki is currently unsuitable, given his constitution. He cannot yet bear the chakra of the 9 tails, which he could only endure a quarter of. As for the 1 tail to the 8 tails, while he could manage their chakra, his psyche would be constantly affected, necessitating a harmonious relationship with the tailed beast and an education in socialist ideology. This endeavor is not something that can be accomplished quickly. It is overly complicated, and it would be far more prudent to cultivate chakra to Kage level through normal means. The Dragon Vein of Lulan is also not particularly suitable. Although it possesses the ability to reverse time, allowing for infinite recovery even if his body cannot withstand the energy, the density of that energy is too immense. Should it send him back thousands of years or forward, the risk of being unable to return poses a significant concern. As for other options, such as Orochimaru and Appos, Cursed Seals, or the various chaotic enhancements from Star Ninja Village, they are simply not worth his time. Investing that energy would be better spent using a 4-fold speed to train himself. It seems that focusing on the subsequent gate of the 8 gates is the most fitting approach. In Kid's view, with his current level of strength, reaching the 5th gate of the 8 gates should grant him peak Kage level power. By training to the 6th gate and utilizing time acceleration to enhance his skills further, he could exceed Kage level. Kid had previously read novels that categorized levels above Kage into Super Kage and Sage of 6 Paths, a classification he found to be quite reasonable. The power exhibited by Pain's 6 Paths, in terms of destructive capability and other aspects, clearly surpasses Kage level. Encounters with peak Kage figures such as Inoki or Saratobi Hiruzen would likely result in inevitable defeat. The same holds true for Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama. Even a combined effort of the 5 Kages would not suffice against him. Such power is evidently beyond the definition of Kage level, and designating it as Super Kage is entirely appropriate, based on the current enhancements provided by the 8 gates. Reaching the 6th gate while integrating time acceleration and reversal should enable him to possess the strength to overpower Kage level opponents. Of course, there are variances in strength even within the Super Kage tier. Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, wielding the mightiest of tailed beasts, the 9 tails, still could not match Shinja Hashirama. Thus, once one surpasses the 6th gate, the hierarchy of strength becomes ambiguous. He'd roughly surmised that relying solely on the 6th gate of the 8 gates and time acceleration would not be sufficient to surpass Uchiha Madara or Shinja Hashirama. He would also need to incorporate Sage Mode or Sage Body. As for what lies beyond the 7th gate, the extent of that power is difficult to ascertain, and he may not even be able to reach the 7th gate. After all, mastering the 8 gates requires both talent and physique. Not everyone can unlock the 8th gate, or else the existence of all other ninjutsu and taijutsu would be rendered meaningless. In truth, achieving the 6th gate is already quite commendable. He'd exhaled softly. For a traverser, merely obtaining Super Kage level power before the onset of Naruto's narrative signifies the end of the game. The plan to eliminate Uchiha Madara would then be effortlessly realizable. With no need to fret over the broken jutsu of Edo Tensei, gathering tailed beasts and acquiring the Rinnegan to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki would suffice. With this thought, he reaffirmed the paramount importance of the 8 gates. The upcoming 5th gate would entail yet another arduous trial. Kid, feeling somewhat helpless, spread his hands. In truth, he had grown weary of training the 8 gates to the 4th gate. While time acceleration could hasten his progress, the time he experienced was undeniably real. Moreover, His talent in the 8 gates was not particularly high. Li had unlocked the 5th gate in less than a year, while he had spent approximately a year and a half reaching the 4th gate, and it would likely take him another year to achieve the 5th. This was also why he sought a breakthrough in chakra. After all, mastering Sage Body, becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and activating the Tail Beast Chakra mode would provide a more powerful combination than merely reaching the 6th or 7th gate of the 8 gates. Resolving to prioritize the cultivation of the 5th gate of the 8 gates for the time being, Keith's thoughts drifted to the power of the illusory clock. He closed his eyes, and the illusory clock appeared before him once more. He could see that the scale at position 3 was currently shrouded in dense gray fog. What the third time ability might be, he pondered. Time acceleration and reversal had already bestowed upon him immense power. Should he unlock another time-related ability, he might transcend the capabilities of many ninjas, placing himself above the entire ninja world. In the Rock Ninja Village, within the Tsuchikage building, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood before his desk, his expression dark as he glared at the ninja before him. Failure? How could such a plan possibly fail? You mean to say it was thwarted by a mere child? Lord Tsuchikage, the IWA ninja, kneeling before Inoki, was drenched in cold sweat, floundering for words. Lord Akatsuchi and Lord Kuratsuchi did not foresee this. We certainly did not anticipate such an anomaly among Konoha's ninjas. A flicker of anger ignited in Inoki's eyes. He had invested considerable effort into this arrangement, intending to catch Konoha off guard at the onset of war and gain an early advantage. Now, it seemed that Konoha had turned the situation to their favor, leaving them in a passive position. However, blaming the advanced team at this juncture was futile. Both Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi had perished on the battlefield, and nearly all others were likewise injured. Do we have any information on this young ninja? Yes. The kneeling ninja took a breath and began to relay some intelligence to Inoki. After hearing the report, a glimmer of recognition flashed in Inoki and Appo's eyes. Kakashi-ki. So he is the son of the White Fang of Konoha. How infuriating. During the Second Shinobi World War, our rock ninja suffered greatly at the hands of Tsukumo Hitaki. And indeed, the failure of the Second War had a decisive connection to him. Several years ago, I received news of the demise of Hitaki Tsukumo, and I was pleased for quite some time, as Konoha had lost a formidable ninja. Yet now, with the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha and Appo's White Fang is gone, but his son has emerged. This Hitaki Kaguya has caused severe losses to the advanced team. Is there some fate intertwined with the name and Appo's, Hitaki and Appo's? A ninja seated on the sofa rose and spoke solemnly to Tsuchikage Inoki. The advanced team has suffered significant losses. Inoki, what are your plans moving forward? He was J-Ton, the Tsuchikage and Appo's aide, second only to Inoki in the Hidden Stone Village, and this ambush was a plan devised by him and Inoki. Inoki soared into the air, his expression contemplative. After a few moments of hovering, he lowered his gaze and spoke gravely. The advanced team's losses are severe. Continuing to engage Konoha would put us at a disadvantage, and there is a possibility that Kumogakure may seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. J-Ton furrowed his brow in thought. However, Sunagakure is already fully engaged in battle with Konoha due to the Wind Shadow and Appo's affairs. So there remains an opportunity to strike Konoha. Patience is key, Inoki replied, a glimmer of insight crossing his eyes. Even if we refrain from action, Konoha will remain vigilant and will not commit all their forces to the Land of Wind. Thus, whether we act or not, we are still applying pressure on Konoha. He continued, if Sunagakure emerges victorious, we can launch a joint assault. If they fail, we need not engage Konoha under unfavorable circumstances. J-Ton listened to Inoki's words, pondering deeply. Indeed, it made sense. Should they initiate a full-scale attack on Konoha, the latter would undoubtedly deploy their remaining forces to counter, and even if they held back, Konoha would be wary of sending troops to the Land of Wind. Given the advanced team's failure, the prospect of engaging Konoha was far from optimistic, especially considering the risk of a backstab from Kumogakure. Thus, caution was indeed the wisest course of action. Let us keep the details of the advanced team and Appo's situation under wraps for now, and refrain from disclosing any information regarding the ninja named Hitaki Kaguya. Allow Sunagakure to engage Konoha with peace of mind, Inoki commanded. It was crucial to prevent the news of the advanced team's disastrous defeat from affecting the battlefield in Sunagakure. If they perceived the situation as dire and suddenly retreated, Konoha would likely not pursue, thus yielding no gains. J-Ton spoke solemnly, however, that son of White Fang possesses formidable strength at merely 10 years of age. He may prove to be a significant hindrance in the future. Such power is merely derived from forbidden techniques, Inoki replied, crossing his arms and floating in midair. There is no need for excessive concern. Forbidden techniques cannot be wielded indiscriminately. Had you not focused too much on those forbidden arts in your youth, you wouldn't have ended up in your current state. According to the assessments of the numerous ninjas from the advanced team, the power Kaguya wielded on the battlefield was not akin to that of the White Fang in his prime. It was evident he had resorted to a form of forbidden technique. Such techniques invariably come with a cost. Jae-tun reflected on his past reliance on forbidden arts, which had compromised his vitality and left his chakra barely sufficient to maintain his present state, hindering further growth. Ninjas overly reliant on forbidden techniques often find it arduous to reach higher levels. This is a common phenomenon within the ninja realm. Kaguya's audacity to employ forbidden techniques at such a tender age may seem impressive, but in Inoki's view, it is a foolish endeavor. Typically, ninjas should only engage with forbidden arts when their growth stagnates. While Kaguya might appear as a significant threat, it is likely a mere fade. Even if there are no side effects, weaknesses surely exist. Discovering these vulnerabilities would render them manageable. Jae-tun shook his head. That may be true, but it remains a troublesome matter. Identifying the weaknesses of forbidden techniques is no simple task. Inoki, hands clasped behind his back, replied, if we remain inactive, Konoha may very well assign him to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, allowing Sunagakure to uncover his weaknesses, which might even resolve the issue. Jae-tun contemplated. I wonder if such a scenario will indeed unfold. At the front lines of Konoha, within the central tent, nearly half a month had passed since the last battle, and there had been no significant movements from the hidden stone village. It appeared that they would remain inactive for the time being. Orochimaru, listening to the intelligence provided by Konoha and recent explorations of the Land of Grass, remarked with a smirk, that old fox, the third Tsuchikage, is likely waiting to observe the outcome of our decisive battle with Sunagakure before determining his course of action. Kaguya examined the map and spoke slowly. If the Hidden Stone Village were to ally with the Hidden Cloud Village and launch a joint attack against us, the Hidden Mist Village would likely break their previous agreements, putting us in peril. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, a hint of mockery in his tone. But unfortunately, that Tsuchikage will not act so recklessly. He will do everything in his power to preserve his strength, and he would not dare initiate a full-scale offensive lightly. Even if an alliance with the Hidden Cloud were possible, trust is a scarce commodity. It is precisely because the major villages cannot afford to trust one another that a coalition cannot be easily formed, thus allowing Konoha to maintain a considerable advantage in resources. Upon hearing Orochimaru and Appo's insights, Kaguya nodded slightly. It is indeed true. While Konoha and Appo's strength is formidable, should the four great ninja villages unite and attack, even with his and Appo's, Variable and Appo's presence, they would struggle to cope. However, due to the inherent distrust among the four great villages, any attempts to besiege Konoha would inevitably leave some forces on guard against one another, thus enabling Konoha to withstand the onslaught. This is fundamentally why Konoha would likely emerge victorious in the Third Great Ninja War. Since the Hidden Stone Village remains quiet for the time being, I shall take the opportunity to leave the camp and retrieve the Kusanagi sword. Even if the Hidden Stone were to mobilize, I should be able to return in time. Kaguya looked towards Orochimaru. With no movements from the Hidden Stone Village, now is the ideal moment to acquire the Kusanagi sword. Otherwise, during these chaotic times of war, it is uncertain whether that sword might be seized by other factions. Go ahead, with your abilities. I trust you need no further caution. Orochimaru chuckled, his trademark smile gracing his face. The information regarding the Kusanagi sword was provided by him, and now indeed is a suitable time to procure it, especially since the Hidden Stone Village should remain inactive for a while. Furthermore, the Kusanagi sword is not far from the Land of Grass. Most crucially, he surmised that in a few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely assign Kaguya to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. With the absence of any action from the Hidden Stone, and with him and Might Guy present, they were sufficiently equipped to handle most potential emergencies, thus negating the need for Kaguya to remain in the camp. Sending Kaguya to the battlefield in the Land of Wind to confront Sunagakure would be the most fitting choice, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely make such an assignment. Kaguya nodded and silently vanished from sight. The intelligence provided by Orochimaru regarding the Kusanagi sword indicated that it lies at the border of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, where a faction operates. Some of the ninjas within this group resemble those who joined the Akatsuki organization in the past. They are comprised of rogue ninjas and independent practitioners, masquerading as an ordinary small village while engaging in various dark tasks from the underworld. This faction is rather clandestine and situated at the borders. And due to its relatively small size, it has not attracted the attention of either the Hidden Rain Village or the Hidden Grass Village. During the course of gathering intelligence regarding the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru inadvertently learned that the leader of a certain faction possessed such a blade, prompting him to take special note of this discovery. Several days later, he'd arrived at that village. The settlement appeared somewhat desolate. With scarcely a soul to be seen on the streets, each household remained shuttered, resembling a typical village trembling in the wake of war. At that moment, Keed, clad in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, entered the village from its outskirts and soon sensed that someone was observing him from the shadows. The individual watching him did not exude the aura of an ordinary person. Indeed, something was amiss. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Making his way toward the only shop still open in the village, a tea house that appeared somewhat desolate. The owner of the tea house seemed taken aback by the arrival of a customer, but upon seeing Feng Ye produce a considerable amount of money, he quickly served tea and snacks. Meanwhile, several pairs of eyes were watching Feng Ye enter the tea house. One individual, with an expression that fluctuated between unease and determination, swiftly vanished into the rain and arrived at a small house in the northern part of the village. He leapt to the second floor and slipped through a window. "Chief, there are ninjas arriving," he reported. "Ninjas?" A scarred man sitting cross-legged in the room opened his eyes, speaking in a low voice. "What kind of ninjas?" "Young. Perhaps only 12 or 13 years old, without a headband. They could be from the Rain Ninja Village or another village, but they don't appear to be rogue ninjas." The scarred ninja narrowed his eyes and said, "Only one?" The sudden appearance of a teenage ninja in the village, especially one without a headband, was undoubtedly a cause for concern. The subordinate nodded, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Yes, it's uncertain whether he has noticed us." "Chief, should we take action and eliminate him?" "No." The scarred ninja shook his head, speaking firmly. "Inform everyone to leave this place." The subordinate was momentarily taken aback. Just a young ninja of unknown origins, and it was not even certain if he was here for them. Was the chief being overly cautious? The scarred ninja stood up, his gaze flashing. "Go quickly." He was uncertain whether the young ninja was merely passing through or had a more sinister intent, but in times of war, one must tread carefully. Leaving the village for half a month and then returning was the most prudent course of action. As a defector from IWA Ninja Village during the Second Great Ninja War, he had survived this long and built a small force through absolute caution and vigilance. Any confrontation with ninjas must be avoided whenever possible, especially with unknown ninjas. Otherwise, leaving even the slightest trace could lead to immense trouble. Not just from the 5 great ninja villages, but even from smaller ones like the Rain or Grass Ninja Villages. Yes, after a moment of shock, the ninja complied and swiftly departed. The scarred ninja retrieved a package from the cabinet, placing a stack of bills and a long wooden box inside. Moments later, nearly a dozen ninjas, wearing conical hats and raincoats, gathered in the small courtyard. "Chief, he is just a kid. Isn't this a bit too cautious?" "Indeed. That kid might not even be after us. He could simply be passing by. Ignoring him should suffice." Several ninjas frowned, voicing their dissent. The notion of evacuating the village solely due to an unknown young ninja seemed excessively cautious, especially during wartime. Leaving the village might not guarantee safety. Encountering a large ninja force could be extremely dangerous. Those who wish to stay may do so. The scarred ninja emerged with his burden, indifferent to the opinions of others. "Anyone willing to follow me, come along." With that, he departed the courtyard and headed toward the village exit. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances, a few hesitating before quickly following. While 3 or 4 remained, their expressions conflicted. "The chief is too cautious. He's just a kid. If we're worried about being exposed, we could simply eliminate him." Exactly. In times of war, even a major ninja village wouldn't take care if one of their ninjas died. It's impossible they would launch a full-scale investigation for just one. After sharing glances, they reached a consensus. Silently eliminating the young ninja could yield unexpected rewards. Moments later, by a river on the eastern edge of the village, the scarred ninja and 7 subordinates arrived, poised to cross the small river when suddenly, they halted. Across the bank stood a figure, appearing no older than a teenager, without a hat, his silver hair soaked by the falling rain. It was Feng Ye. Feng Ye observed the scarred ninja with a peculiar expression. To have survived in such a perilous world until now is not without reason. This fellow actually fled upon hearing of my arrival in the village. If his subordinates hadn't been relatively normal, choosing to ambush me in the tea house, and if I hadn't killed a few before they hastily pursued me, I might have been completely unaware of his escape. Most crucially, it was baffling that this individual, who did not know him or recognize him as a Konoha ninja, nor was aware of his accomplishments on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Merely judged him to be a ninja and fled. I, Uchiha Madara, would call you the most cowardly. Feng Ye asked directly, do you possess a Kusanagi sword? The ninjas across the river regarded Feng Ye coldly, and one could not help but retort, you seem a bit too arrogant, kid. However, just as he spoke, the scarred ninja suddenly pulled a wooden box from his pack and hurled it toward Feng Ye. As the box soared through the air, it exploded open, revealing a Kusanagi sword with its scabbard, which fell directly at Feng Ye's feet. This scene left not only the ninjas in stunned silence, but also Feng Ye momentarily taken aback. Here you go. The scarred ninja spoke quietly before swiftly fleeing into the distance. A heavy silence fell over the scene, turning awkward. The ninjas remaining at the spot gaped, momentarily at a loss as they watched the kid who had approached the Kusanagi sword, and their leader had simply tossed it to him before running away. What was this kid that he inspired such fear? Interesting. Feng Ye caught the Kusanagi sword, momentarily stunned before smirking lightly. This was truly the first time he had encountered such a ninja. He had prepared himself for a fight to seize the sword. Yet the opponent was so cowardly that he handed it over without a struggle. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. Among the scarred ninja subordinates, one, after recovering from his astonishment, fixated on the Kusanagi sword in Feng Ye and Appo's hand, gradually revealing a greedy expression. The Kusanagi sword, a divine weapon. If we can acquire it, we could sell it and live comfortably for the rest of our lives, no longer needing to take on underworld tasks for bounties. Previously, the Kusanagi sword had been in their leader's possession, and knowing the scarred ninja's strength, he had not dared to covet it. But now, their leader had thrown the Kusanagi sword to a mere child. This child was likely a ninja from a major village, and even their leader did not wish to provoke him. The 5 great ninja villages were indeed fearsome. Yet, fortune favors the bold. If they were to eliminate this kid here, seize the Kusanagi sword, and sell it in the underworld, they could then hide among the common folk. And the major ninja villages might not even trace them. One of them took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with indecision before finally making up his mind. His kunai began to move slowly in his hand, chakra flowing within him. However, before the kunai in the ninja's hand could be launched, the figure of Feng Ye, standing on the opposite bank of the river, abruptly vanished from sight. With a silent swoosh, Feng Ye crossed the riverbank and appeared behind him, the Kusanagi sword in his hand drawn from its sheath, piercing through the ninja's chest. Your leader is quite clever, but you lack that same wit, Feng Ye remarked, shaking his head as he withdrew the Kusanagi, droplets of blood cascading from the blade without leaving a trace upon it. It seemed to be the genuine Kusanagi sword, and judging by its appearance, it closely resembled the one Orochimaru provided to Sasuke in the original narrative. Cough. The ninja, impaled through the chest, wore a look of disbelief. He reached for his chest, his hand stained crimson with blood, revealing fear and horror in his eyes. Yet, his strength quickly faded, and his body collapsed towards the ground. The remaining ninjas, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished, their gazes towards Feng Ye filled with incredulity. Is this a joke? Could he be a Jonin? Such speed and chakra were beyond even their leader and Appo's capabilities. This was undoubtedly the level of a Jonin, perhaps even one from one of the 5 great ninja villages. Upon reaching this conclusion, their greedy thoughts were doused with a bucket of cold water, and in their fear, they fled without hesitation. A Jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages. This was a level they could not contend with. However, it was already too late to escape. Feng Ye had no intention of sparing those who harbored murderous intent towards him. Grasping the Kusanagi, he darted through the crowd in an instant. Swoosh! A fleeting shadow passed by all present. Fear and horror froze on their faces as they all tumbled to the ground. Blood mingling with the rain and quickly staining the damp earth, flowing into the nearby stream. A bunch of fools. The scarred ninja, who had already fled a considerable distance, caught sight of the chaos behind him and couldn't help but curse under his breath. See, I knew it would come to this. This guy, capable of chasing us from the village, clearly has intentions for the Kusanagi in my possession. Either there are numerous ninjas lying in ambush nearby, or his own strength is extraordinarily formidable. Although he lamented the loss of the precious Kusanagi, he cast it away without hesitation. After all, his life held greater value than any artifact. With a swift surge of chakra, the scarred ninja hastened his escape, fleeing further into the distance. Meanwhile, Feng Ye, still at the riverbank, held the Kusanagi and gazed into the distance, contemplating whether to pursue this overly cautious ninja. Allowing him to escape could potentially leak the news of the Kusanagi falling into his hands. However, given his current strength, possessing the Kusanagi did not incite fear of anyone daring to covet it, not to mention that it would be needed in future battles, as Orochimaru had never hidden the Kusanagi on the battlefield. Yet, as Feng Ye pondered, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The scarred ninja, who had fled a considerable distance, abruptly froze in place before an expansive forest. In the next moment, Feng Ye saw the ninja turn, attempting to escape in another direction, seemingly having encountered something terrifying within the forest. Immediately thereafter, chaotic projectiles erupted from the woods, comprising searing flames and water jets akin to blades. The concentrated assault rained down, and the scarred ninja desperately endeavored to evade, darting sideways, but ultimately was struck by a barrage of ninjutsu. That is, Feng Ye squinted, realizing that this overly cautious ninja had encountered unfortunate circumstances, first crossing paths with him and now stumbling into something far more perilous. In the next instant, a multitude of figures emerged from the forest, numbering nearly 100, presenting themselves as a ninja squad. Despite the distance, Feng Ye discerned that their attire did not belong to Konoha, nor to IWA or AIM, but rather to Sunagakure. What business does a Sunagakure unit have here? As he observed the swarm of Suna ninjas rushing forth from the forest, Feng Ye's thoughts raced. This was the northeastern border of the Land of Rain, quite distant from the Land of Wind, but closer to the Land of Earth. A Sunagakure unit appearing here likely indicated they had taken a long detour. Although he was not afraid of the nearly 100 Suna ninjas, he saw no reason to engage. Simply discovering their presence and relaying it back to Konoha would suffice. However, before Feng Ye could retreat, a considerable number of Suna ninjas charged towards his direction. 3 o'clock. There's a ninja. A sensory-type ninja shouted from within the advancing Suna unit. The leading Suna elite jonin, Yakura, spoke gravely. Understood. Team 6, Team 7, flank him on either side. Do not let him escape. Yes, came the replies from the crowd, as several ninjas split to encircle Feng Ye. Yakura's gaze remained cold and focused on Feng Ye. She was unaware of which village he belonged to, but since he had discovered their presence, he could not be allowed to escape. Their mission was to execute a surprise attack on Konoha and Appo's encampment, targeting the logistics teams, medical units, and wounded. This plan, devised by Elder Hiroso, had required nearly 10 days of effort to infiltrate the Land of Rain, taking the most remote route possible. Should this ambush succeed, it could catch Konoha off guard and potentially determine the outcome of the war. Thus, there could be no allowance for any possibility of information leakage. A flurry of Suna ninjas swiftly converged towards Feng Ye. He sheathed the Kusanagi and retreated into the distance, casting a sidelong glance at the pursuing Suna ninjas. Beginning to grasp the situation, this unit appeared to be executing a mission to ambush the Konoha encampment, which explained their relentless pursuit of him. An apparent bystander, even after the defeat of the scarred ninja. As Feng Ye withdrew, the Suna ninjas showed no signs of letting up, chasing him relentlessly for several miles. If they continued this pursuit, he would have to take more drastic measures. Feng Ye glanced back at the Suna ninjas. A mere 100 Suna ninjas were not enough to compel him to resort to the 8 gates to escape, while 100 ninja could pose a threat. If they were to pursue him without coordination, their formation would collapse, rendering their numbers meaningless. As long as he avoided being surrounded, not even 1,000 ninjas would pose a threat. Ninja speed was remarkable, especially among elite forces. In mere moments, the Suna ninjas had trailed Feng Ye for several miles. Except for Yakura at the front and a few other jonin who had managed to close the gap slightly, the majority of the ninja forces had been left far behind. This is no ordinary ninja. Yakura furrowed her brow. This speed is not something an average ninja possesses. I fear he might be a jonin. When an unknown jonin detected their whereabouts, the situation became somewhat precarious. Even if the opponent hailed from the Rain Village, there remained a possibility that intelligence could be relayed to Konoha, jeopardizing their plan to ambush the Konoha encampment by taking a detour. The rear troops shall halt for a rest. You few shall continue the pursuit with me. After a flicker of determination in his eyes, Yakura issued the command in a somber tone. Given that Feng Ye was a jonin, it would be rather foolish to let the entire force pursue him, on one hand. They would likely be unable to catch up, rendering their efforts futile, and on the other, a large group moving together would easily attract attention. If they were to be discovered by others, or if Feng Ye were to rush into a village, the risk of leaking information would significantly increase. Therefore, the optimal strategy was for her to pursue alongside a few other jonin from the team, thereby greatly reducing the chances of exposure. Understood. A ninja responded promptly, relaying the command back, and the rear ninjas came to a halt. Yakura, along with you and others, continued their chase after Feng Ye. Whoosh, whoosh. As the pursuit continued, the distance between Yakura and Feng Ye gradually diminished. Once they were within a certain range, a jonin beside him narrowed his eyes with a glint of cold light. This is close enough. Earth release. Earth flow technique, he exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing his hands against the ground. Although earth release techniques were generally less potent in the humid land of rain, some specialized techniques, such as the earth flow river and earthquake techniques, actually increased in power and range. As this earth release technique was unleashed, the ground ahead surged as if a carpet was rippling, making it difficult for Feng Ye to maintain his footing, significantly slowing his advance. Die. Without hesitation, another sand ninja brandished a short sword and leaped forward, swinging the blade towards Feng Ye from behind. With the ground's movement constraining him, Feng Ye seemed unable to evade the strike. In a desperate maneuver, he barely managed to shift in midair, yet was still struck from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, cleaved in twain. However, instead of blood, Feng Ye transformed into a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone technique. To your right. A teammate's warning came from behind. The sand ninja wielding the short sword did not hesitate to slash to the right, where Feng Ye appeared with a Kusanagi sword in hand. Clang. The clash of metal rang out as Feng Ye and Appo's figure retreated. Having been accustomed to a short blade, wielding the Kusanagi sword felt somewhat awkward. It seemed incapable of extending or retracting. After casting a glance at the Kusanagi, Feng Ye formed seals with his left hand, summoning the screech of 1,000 birds. As arcs of lightning intertwined upon the blade's edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, 3 figures surged towards Feng Ye from various directions, opting not to employ ninjutsu, clearly to avoid collateral damage, intending to leverage their numerical superiority to resolve the confrontation through pure physical prowess. Die. The eyes of the trio gleamed with malice. As the encirclement drew near and escape appeared impossible, a flicker of golden clockwork passed through Feng Ye's gaze. Suddenly, he exhibited an uncanny speed, deftly weaving through the onslaught with a flick of his sword. Immediately afterward, a silver luminescence surged forth, accompanied by flickering arcs of lightning. As a powerful and violent chakra emanated from Feng Ye, causing Yakura and the others to pale in astonishment. What is this chakra? Who are you? Yakura's eyes narrowed, revealing a wary expression. This chakra fluctuation indicated that he was no ordinary jonin. Indeed, he seemed stronger than her, suggesting he was no nameless figure in the ninja world. Yet, she did not recognize Feng Ye, and his youthful appearance further puzzled her. Konoha, jonin, Feng Ye replied casually, his voice barely audible as he transformed into a streak of silver, instantly disappearing and darting towards one of the jonin who had attacked him. The jonin's expression shifted dramatically, every hair on his body standing on end. He had not anticipated that Feng Ye, who had seemed slower than them moments ago, could unleash such terrifying speed. There is no time. In this moment of velocity and proximity, neither the body replacement technique nor the instantaneous technique could serve him. He could only channel chakra into his kunai and strike at the approaching silver flash. As a jonin from the sand village, his reflexes were impressively swift even in his haste. Yet, to Feng Ye, everything unfolded in a slow-motion spectacle, allowing him to observe the trajectory of the sand jonin's kunai with utmost clarity. The ability to accelerate time meant not merely enhancing physical speed, but rather that everything within his vicinity existed in an accelerated state, including awareness and perception. Fourfold speed equated to a world that appeared to be 4 times slower from Feng Ye's perspective. What does this imply? Even between jonin and chunin, such a disparity is rare. Why is it that in Feng Ye's presence, any jonin daring enough to engage in close combat struggles to endure even a single exchange? Only by relying on the body replacement and instantaneous techniques could they barely evade, for in the state of accelerated time, their temporal flow diverged, as if they inhabited entirely different realms. Swish. A flash of silver zipped past. The sand jonin and Appo's expression froze, his eyes betraying a mix of horror and disbelief. Unable to fathom such an outcome, he was a jonin of the sand village, yet he could not withstand even a single blow against Feng Ye's speed. Yuji. Nearby sand ninjas cried out in shock. In their view, Feng Ye transformed into a silver streak, and Yuji and Appo's body became rigid, then split apart, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it. This guy is doing this on purpose. Yakura's pupils constricted, her complexion shifting dramatically as she witnessed this scene. With such speed, it was impossible for them to pursue him. The only reason he allowed them to chase was that he intended to be pursued. Scorch release. Overheating killing. Without hesitation, She decisively unleashed her signature ninjutsu, the Scorch Release Bloodline Limit, formed by the fusion of wind and fire chakra, bathed in silver light. Feng Ye tilted his head slightly and remarked, "So that's why it seems familiar. You're the renowned ninja, Yakura of the Sand Village. Yakura of Scorch Release." The voice at 4 times speed was difficult to discern, yet Yakura managed to catch the last word, her name. "I see you know my title, Konoha Ninja," she replied coldly. Though she had not heard Feng Ye's earlier words clearly and he bore no visible Konoha headband, it became evident he was indeed a Konoha shinobi. No other village ninja would deliberately entice them into combat after encountering them, opting instead to flee rapidly. Buzz. 5 crimson fireballs materialized, radiating light. These were not mere flames, but spheres formed from the fusion of wind and fire, harboring terrifying heat. The fireballs did not launch, but circled around Yakura's body, shielding her from all sides. Interesting, Feng Ye mused, narrowing his eyes. Yet rather than engage Yakura, he flickered once more and charged towards another jonin. The expression on the face of the elite ninja transformed dramatically as he instinctively employed the body flicker technique to evade Feng Ye's assault. However, after forcing out his technique with a single strike, Feng Ye swiftly redirected his attack towards another individual nearby. Damn it! Yakura clenched her teeth at this scene. Seeing her companions in peril, she immediately rushed to their aid, yet her speed could not match that of Feng Ye. The power of the Scorch Release was formidable, and in such circumstances, it became difficult for her to utilize it effectively, as Feng Ye's velocity posed a risk of accidentally injuring her allies. In a fleeting clash, a flash of silver light erupted as Feng Ye's Kusanagi sword, imbued with lightning, pierced through the heart of an elite ninja, causing him to cough up blood. Yakura had brought 6 individuals to pursue Feng Ye. Apart from herself, the other 5 were elite ninjas from the Sand Village. Yet, in mere moments since the confrontation began, 2 of them had already perished. The Yayue clan? The remaining 3 elite ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, one of them gazing at Feng Ye in sheer terror, unable to suppress a trembling whisper. Bathed in silver light and employing lightning release ninjutsu, these traits were entirely consistent with the Yayue clan of the Cloud Village. However, the youth before them bore no resemblance to the third Raikage or his son as described in the intelligence reports. No, he is a ninja from Konoha. Yakura shouted to her subordinates. "We must use barriers to contain him." The remaining 3 elite ninjas, seasoned from countless battles, did not require further prompting. In astonishment at Feng Ye's speed, they quickly reached a consensus and began forming hand seals. In an instant, a yellow light curtain unfurled from their triangular formation, rapidly coalescing into a pyramid-shaped barrier. The damp earth beneath them dried up beneath the yellow glow, as torrents of sand swirled upwards, enveloping the surface and obscuring the view within. As Feng Ye drew his Kusanagi sword, he gazed at the yellow barrier that encased him and Yakura. With a swift movement, he dashed towards the nearest corner, his sword crackling with lightning as he struck. The blade met the barrier and Appo's surface with a resonant hum, sparking with lightning and fire. Yet it felt as though he had struck a quagmire, distorting the barrier but failing to breach it. A sustained barrier, somewhat akin to the 4 purple flames formation. Feng Ye mused inwardly. The barrier created by the 3 elite ninjas was smaller than the 4 purple flames formation, yet it appeared to be more resilient, rendering his single attack insufficient to shatter it. The advantages and disadvantages of such a barrier were evident. It formed instantaneously and covered a large area, making it difficult for even the swiftest of ninjas to escape its grasp before it solidified. However, the downside was equally clear. Those inside could not attack the outside, nor could those outside reach the inside. Furthermore, it required 3 elite ninjas to maintain. Even if they trapped 1 or 2 foes, it would serve little purpose. Continuous attacks from within would soon exceed the barrier's limits, leading to its collapse. Such barriers were typically not intended for confinement, but rather to restrict an enemy's movements, preventing escape and creating a battlefield more advantageous to the user. Yakura was well aware of this. Thus, rather than seeking reinforcements, she approached the barrier and Appo's edge. The 3 sand ninjas promptly opened a gap at the perimeter, allowing her to enter the barrier. Yakura thrust a fireball forward, unleashing searing flames as she charged through the opening, ensuring Feng Ye could not exploit the moment to escape. She then stepped inside the barrier herself, with a swift motion. The 3 elite ninjas sealed the gap. "Now your speed is of no use," Yakura coldly declared, her right hand cradling a fireball. "2 of our elite ninjas fell due to your carelessness. Now, within this barrier, prepare to experience my Scorch Release." As her words fell, Yakura suddenly gestured forcefully. A searing fireball shot towards Feng Ye, bursting forth with a blinding white light. Feng Ye's figure vanished from sight, the silver light flashing again as he appeared at Yakura's right side. His Kusanagi sword surrounded by lightning descending upon her. Yakura, unfazed, flicked her fingers, causing the fireball on her right to expand suddenly, engulfing Feng Ye. He evaded the expanding fireball. The silver light flickering once more as he reappeared at Yakura's right, his sword striking down again. Calmly, Yakura manipulated the fireball on her left to expand towards Feng Ye. The clash of lightning and flames erupted as they intertwined. The intense heat, even from a distance, threatened to ignite Feng Ye and Appo's clothing, instilling a palpable sense of scorching heat against his face. Within this barrier, your movements are restricted, and with your strength, you cannot overcome my scorch release. This is where it ends for you, ninja of Konoha. After successfully countering 2 of Feng Ye's attacks, Yakura summoned fireballs to orbit around her, resembling miniature suns, each radiating a palpable force as they bore down on him. Seeing this unfold, the 3 elite ninjas maintaining the barrier felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thank goodness for Yakura, they thought. Without her, even if they could temporarily contain Feng Ye, the barrier would not hold for long. Eventually, it would collapse, and no one could hope to restrain his speed. I never expected Konoha to possess such a terrifyingly swift ninja. If it weren't for the fact that the Cloud Ninjas had no reason to engage us, I might suspect he was from the Yayue clan, one ninja pondered, still harboring doubts. But it matters not. Regardless of whether he is from the Cloud or Konoha, he will soon be a corpse, trapped within this barrier. Facing Yakura's scorch release, even the 4th Kazekage would likely struggle, let alone anyone else. A close combat ninja already at a disadvantage, now hindered in speed, faced certain doom. Scorch release, indeed a troublesome ability. Feng Ye regarded Yakura from a distance. He recalled that Yakura was hailed as a hero of the Sand Village, her status analogous to that of Konoha and Appo's White Fang. Yet, her fate mirrored that of the White Fang, as her remarkable achievements threatened the position of Kazekage Raza, leading to her demise at the hands of the village and Appo's higher-ups following the war. To become a hero, she likely executed this assault successfully, inflicting severe losses upon Konoha. And now, he found himself confronting her. Yakura's strength was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, yet from the fluctuations of her chakra, it seemed she had barely reached that standard at this time, lacking the prowess of the White Fang. This was Feng Ye's first encounter with a Kage-level ninja. He had initially anticipated easily dispatching the sand ninja he had lured, only to find himself faced with a more troublesome opponent. However, to Feng Ye, she was merely an inconvenience. For him, scorch release was ineffectual. Let us see how well I can adapt to transforming the short sword into a long sword, Feng Ye murmured to himself, gripping the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. This time, he did not charge at Yakura but instead swung his sword from a distance. The blade, enveloped in lightning, sliced through the air, igniting flames as it cleaved a crescent arc, the 2 fiery tips intertwining to form a complete moon. Yakura was slightly taken aback by Feng Ye and Appo's ability to unleash ranged attacks, yet remain composed. With a huff, she waved her right hand, summoning a white sphere of fire to meet the crescent moon. The 2 collided with an explosive force. The ground was suddenly torn apart, creating a deep pit several meters in diameter. A shockwave surged within the barrier, churning the damp soil beneath. Are you afraid to engage me in close combat? Yi Tsang's expression remained unchanged as she coldly declared, but ranged attacks are also my forte. As her words fell, she elegantly waved her hand forward, sending a white sphere of light soaring towards Feng Ye. Immediately following, with a flick of her wrist, another white sphere was unleashed. Feng Ye observed the approaching spheres, gripping the Kusanagi blade. With a deft flick, he released 2 flaming crescent moons that collided with the spheres mid-air. Boom, boom. 2 violent explosions erupted. Without glancing at the chaos above, Feng Ye closed his eyes against the shockwaves, yet continued his relentless assault with the Kusanagi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A continuous barrage of brilliant flashes erupted, resembling spinning silver jewels that tore through the earth and sliced the air, heading straight for Yi Tsang. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. How could such an attack be released in quick succession? Unreasonable. She discerned that Feng Ye's strikes utilized lightning chakra, delivering rapid-fire long-range assaults. Yet such a strategy should have far exceeded the chakra consumption of her Scorch Release bloodline limit. Scorch Release. Overheating explosive blast. Despite her uncertainty about Feng Ye's audacity to compete in endurance, Yi Tsang shouted, thrusting her hands forward as white fireballs erupted from her palms, colliding with the relentless flashes of light. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions raged on, each one detonating almost directly at the center of the barrier, causing tremors that unsettled the three Jonin maintaining it, their expressions changing as they exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize the barrier. The three observed the chaos within the barrier, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were well aware of Yi Tsong's prowess and her capabilities. Yet this young ninja could actually engage in long-distance combat against her Scorch Release. His strength exceeded their expectations. Had they encountered him on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat. Such a being could not be allowed to escape. Yi Tsong, please. The three inhaled deeply, recognizing the terrifying power displayed by Feng Ye. Outside the barrier, the situation would be perilous, but within, Yi Tsong held the absolute advantage with her Scorch Release. Boom, boom, boom. The sequence of explosions continued unabated. Inside the confined barrier, the shockwaves compounded, creating utter chaos, obscuring the internal scene, with only the incessant sounds of explosions echoing alongside the trembling earth. As the battle raged on, Yi Tsong, who had initially maintained her composure, now found it difficult to remain calm. This fellow. She was incredulous, realizing that over half of her chakra had been depleted, while Feng Ye continued to launch relentless attacks, showing no signs of fatigue. Even growing more ferocious than at the outset. Was his chakra infinite? No. This cannot continue. Yi Tsong gritted her teeth. Not out of fear of losing a battle of attrition, but because the incessant explosions and their resultant shockwaves had transformed their skirmish from long-range exchanges into a desperate defense against the overwhelming aftermath. The strain of withstanding the shockwaves was becoming taxing. If this continued, the barrier itself would surely collapse. Resolute, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. At that moment, she recognized the true terror of a ninja like Feng Ye. Should he escape, the devastation he could wreak on the battlefield would be unimaginable. His incredible speed would make him difficult to restrain, so she must eliminate him here. Scorch Release. Overheating explosive kill. She inhaled deeply, her chakra surging within her. As the two fireballs she had positioned on either side in anticipation of Feng Ye's erratic attacks were summoned, a multitude of fireballs spiraled and coalesced in her palm, transforming into a colossal sphere enveloped in crimson flames, which she then hurled forward. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The dust-laden yellow barrier could no longer withstand the force, shattering into countless fragments. The three Jonin maintaining the barrier were thrown backward, their chakra in disarray as they suffered violent impacts, blood spilling from their mouths. Lady Yi Tsong. Whoosh, whoosh. Ignoring their injuries, the three immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Yi Tsong. They saw her, having unleashed her final strike, being flung backward by the shockwave, her garments tattered, her body marred with burns and charred marks. Cough. With the assistance of one Jonin, Yi Tsong managed to stand, forcing a pained smile as she remarked, I didn't oppose. T expect it to be this difficult. The upcoming assault may also be affected. Having expended her utmost effort, compounded by the previous shockwaves, Feng Ye was likely obliterated beyond recognition, yet she herself was gravely injured. Uncertain if she could recover sufficiently before launching the next assault. That ninja was likely a secret weapon of Konoha. Eliminating him would significantly impact the frontline battle. One of the Jonin beside her offered comfort, acknowledging the terrifying strength of the ninja who had pushed Yi Tsong to such extremes. The other Jonin, reassured by Yi Tsong and Appo's survival, ventured toward the remnants of the shattered barrier, seeking any remnants of Feng Ye, such as a broken body or headband. Dust swirled around them, obscuring visibility. However, it was clear that even Yi Tsong, having endured the shockwaves, had sustained severe injuries, so Feng Ye, having borne the brunt of the explosion, must surely be dead. There should be at least some remnants left. The Sand Village Jonin, Moku, stepped into the dust, his gaze sweeping across the chaos, drawn towards the center of the deep pit. Ninjas typically carried their village headbands and nameplates, allowing for identification even in the event of complete destruction of their bodies. Both items, being metallic, generally remained intact. Finding the headband would confirm this formidable young ninja and Appo's origins, while locating a nameplate would definitively establish his identity. Indeed, a Konoha ninja. Moku soon spotted some fragments at the bottom of the pit, approaching to discover a headband inscribed with the emblem of the Leaf Village. Yet, a headband alone could only ascertain Feng Ye's origin. Moku continued to search for any potential nameplate that might reveal Feng Ye's true identity. But almost instantly, his body froze in place. A sword's edge abruptly emerged, piercing through his chest from behind, blood gushing forth, staining the charred earth. Moku's pupils dilated in disbelief as he struggled to turn his head, catching sight of the figure behind him, none other than Feng Ye. How could this be? He struggled to emit a sound. At that moment, Feng Ye's attire was tattered and torn, yet beneath the damaged fabric lay unblemished skin, devoid of any burns or wounds. Not a single scratch. He had withstood such an explosion within the barrier and emerged entirely unscathed. The state of his clothing, however, was another matter. Feng Ye did not respond to his query. Instead, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, glanced at his shredded garments, and shook his head. This was likely the distinction between him and the reincarnated ninjas. While his clothing and external possessions could not recover from damage, the reincarnated ninjas could regenerate. With a swift movement, Feng Ye leaped onto the pit. The two jonin who were assisting Yi Tsang had already sensed the change and were visibly startled. Upon seeing Feng Ye's appearance, shock crossed their faces. Yet, their astonishment bore no significance. A flash of silver light cut through the air. In their injured state, and with chakra in disarray, the two had no time to react as the blade of the Kusanagi sword cleaved through them, sending them to the ground amidst a spray of blood. How is this possible? Yi Tsang and App's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Feng Ye, attempting to muster her remaining chakra. However, in her severely injured state, she found it impossible to summon her chakra. Straining to do so only resulted in her spitting blood, collapsing to one knee. She looked at Feng Ye's pristine body beneath the remnants of his clothing, filled with incredulity. She was acutely aware of the power of her own scorching technique within that barrier. Even the most defensive of ninjas, such as the fourth Kazekage, might not withstand her full assault, let alone the aftermath. Yet here stood Feng Ye. Not a single mark upon him. How did he achieve this? Feng Ye approached the kneeling Yi Tsang, allowing the silver light surrounding him to dissipate. Unconcerned about his body being exposed to her gaze, Yi Tsang formed hand seals, desperately trying to channel her remaining chakra, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Feng Ye. But in the next moment, Feng Ye thrust the Kusanagi sword forward, its blade, crackling with lightning, tore through the flames. Coughing, Yi Tsang spat blood. Her gaze lifting to Feng Ye's face, desperate to understand how he had accomplished this. Alas, her consciousness began to fade, rendering her unable to comprehend. As darkness enveloped her vision, she slowly closed her eyes and swayed backward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Had she lost consciousness? Feng Ye observed this scene, delaying his approach as he continued to sense the situation. Upon detecting her life force gradually waning, he was slightly taken aback. He cautiously approached, but received no reaction. It seemed her chakra had been depleted due to her injuries, and her life had slipped away. He had intended to capture her alive. Feng Ye shook his head in resignation. A ninja like Yi Tsang was worth the attempt. Yet it appeared he had exerted himself too forcefully. No, she must have been frightened into exhausting her chakra with that last fire technique. If only he could turn back time to revive others, it would be worth a shot. But alas, that was not within his capabilities. Nor did he possess the technique of reincarnation. Well, perhaps another time. Feng Ye sheathed the Kusanagi sword, contemplating leaving Yi Tsang's body undisturbed. For if she were to be reincarnated later, they could converse as allies. Strange thoughts crossed his mind. Perhaps a result of his body having reached 13 or 14 years of age, an age at which one begins to instinctively crave companionship. Ah, humanity. Feng Ye's gaze turned skyward, his thoughts meandering. The Third Great Ninja War was a tumultuous era, teeming with prodigies. From the Sand Village Yi Tsang to Konoha's Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui, the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village. The exceptional members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, and the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, an abundance of talents too numerous to recount. Now, amidst the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, he would inevitably encounter these figures and clash with them. Aside from the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique of Minato and the impure world reincarnation, the abilities of others posed no threat to him. Well, the Raikage was uncertain. He needed to enhance his strength further. After murmuring to himself, Feng Ye bent down and searched Yi Tsang's body, discovering a small metallic plate inscribed with her ninja identification number from the Sand Village. He possessed a similar plate, typically used by villages to identify their ninjas posthumously. If such a plate fell into enemy hands, it would serve as a trophy of their achievements in battle. Typically, it was not needed except during times of war, where chaos often led to situations where corpses were obliterated, leaving no means to ascertain the identity of the deceased. With a swift motion, Feng Ye collected the identification plates of several other jonin, then turned his gaze towards the direction from which Yi Tsang and her team had pursued him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yi Tsang and these jonin were likely the leaders of that unit. The Sand Village was not powerful enough to deploy a 100-man ninja force led by 2 Kage-level ninjas. The remainder were mere foot soldiers, posing no threat to him. Given this, it would be more efficient to eliminate them all at once. After patching his own clothing with the fabric from Yi Tsong and the others, Feng Ye severed the heads of several jonin, sealing them away, and then utilized a transformation technique to assume the appearance of one of them, heading towards the Sand Ninja forces. In the Land of Rain, beneath a massive rock, numerous Sand Ninjas were gathered. Why hasn't Lord Yi Tsong returned yet? A Chunin inquired, glancing towards the direction where Yi Tsong and her team had pursued Feng Ye. Another nearby frowned. It's merely the pursuit of a lone ninja. If they succeeded, the battle should have concluded by now. If they failed, they wouldn't waste time chasing him. It's been too long. Could they have fallen into an ambush? Possible. A jonin remaining with the group replied solemnly. He gazed at the direction of Yi Tsong and the others, stating that young ninja might be a problem, perhaps a decoy. However, given the strength of Lord Yi Tsong and Moku, even if they fell into an ambush, they should be able to return. At least one of them would come back to inform us. Another jonin frowned. Our operation should not have been detected by Konoha. How could a decoy ninja appear so fortuitously in that location? Hard to say. The first speaking jonin replied gravely, for now, we can only wait. If we receive no word in another quarter hour, we will go in search of them. The assembled jonin and chunin slowly nodded, their expressions grave. This ambush was crucial. It could determine the outcome of this war. Now faced with unforeseen circumstances, the appearance of an unidentified ninja and Yi Tsong's team failing to return was far from good news. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time slipped away quietly. Rain continued to pour, cascading down the rocky cliff. Both the Sand Ninjas gathered below the rock to evade the rain, and those standing atop it to survey the surroundings maintained a tense silence, awaiting developments. Suddenly, a ninja atop the rock looked towards a direction, his gaze sharpening. After a closer inspection, he leaped down, announcing, "Ninja spotted at 7 o'clock. It's a jonin." Upon hearing his voice, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, drawing the attention of all the Sand Ninjas, with some rushing out to gaze towards the 7 o'clock direction. The leading jonin observed the swiftly approaching Yuki, an ominous premonition stirring within him. If Lord Yukura and the others had dealt with that ninja, they should have returned together. Yet, now only Yuki was present. Could it be that the earlier speculation was indeed correct, that the ninja was merely a decoy, luring Lord Yukura and his team into an ambush? The other Sand Ninjas shared this realization, their faces reflecting a grave tension. This was a highly serious situation. Countless gazes converged upon the rushing figure of Yuki. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. Yuki closed the distance rapidly. Among the Sand Ninjas, a sensory-type ninja, fixated on Yuki, suddenly froze, as if sensing something amiss. As Yuki approached within 500 meters, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Beware! That guy is not Jonin Yuki." His voice reverberated, causing the faces of all the Sand Ninjas to change. At that moment, the jonin Yuki charging towards them amidst white smoke abruptly transformed into a young ninja with tattered clothing and silver hair. Immediately thereafter, the young ninja's speed surged, accelerating nearly 3 to 4 times as he dashed closer. So swift. Be cautious. 8th, 9th, and 10th squads, prepare your techniques. Seeing this, one of the Sand Jonin bellowed, directing the dozen ninjas behind him to step forward and swiftly form hand seals. As they did so, the chakra within Feng Ye surged, breaking through the 3rd gate, enveloped in a silver glow, and then shattering the 4th gate, arcs of lightning intertwining within his silver hair. Whoosh! His speed multiplied several times in an instant. Under the shocked gazes of the Sand Ninjas, they could only see a silver flash, akin to lightning, streaking across the battlefield. Spanning the final 200 meters. Wind release. Wind blade technique. Over a dozen Sand Ninjas shouted in unison. The wind blades unleashed by the group interwove instantaneously, forming an expansive net of wind blades aimed at engulfing Feng Ye. The commanding jonin observed the scene, his expression darkening. He was not overly concerned about this ninja, for they had over 100 elite ninjas. No matter how swift, he could not possibly breach their combined wind release ninjutsu. The true concern lay in the current situation, which appeared dire. An enemy had disguised themselves as Yuki to launch a surprise attack, while Yukura and his team, who had gone after the foe, were now missing without a trace, likely ensnared in a perilous predicament. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his commands did not falter. As 3 squads united to unleash wind release to directly impede Feng Ye, he continued, 4th squad, 5th squad, right flank containment. 6th squad, 7th squad, left flank containment. Eliminate him. The Sand Ninja Village, adept at wind release ninjutsu, had no fear of speed-type ninjas. Wind conquers lightning. The cutting power of wind could tear through lightning's defenses. And the range of wind-release ninjutsu could confine a speed-type ninja's position, encircling them in a lethal trap. Feng Ye regarded the approaching web of wind blades and the similar assault from both sides with an unusual calm. While wind-release ninjutsu indeed countered typical speed-type ninjas, the emphasis was on the term and oppos, typical, and oppos, for one with extraordinary defenses like the third Raikage, or someone capable of infinite self-recovery like himself. Wind release held no significant countering ability. At that moment, looking from above, one could see a silver light charging directly towards the nearly 100 scattered sand ninja troops. Before this silver luminescence lay a web of interwoven wind blades, with additional sand ninjas hastily forming hand seals on either side, preparing to unleash the same ninjutsu to ensnare the silver light within their net. Believing that speed alone would allow him to act with impunity before the sand ninjas was an overestimation of his confidence. Your speed is your weakness. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the sand jonin. Speed implies difficulty in altering direction, given Feng Ye's velocity. If he could immediately execute a 180-degree turn, he could escape the interwoven range of the wind blade net, yet that would be exceedingly difficult. If he could merely manage a slight turn, tracing a 90-degree arc, he would inevitably collide with the wind blade net unleashed from the flanks, thus sealing all avenues of escape. Some may still be alive, but he was already dead. The other sand ninjas, witnessing the rapidly evolving situation, reached the same conclusion, their thoughts drifting towards the unknown circumstances surrounding Yakura. However, almost at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Feng Ye, bathed in silver light, faced the incoming wind blade net without any change in direction, charging straight ahead. What? This sight left all the sand ninjas stunned. Then, they beheld Feng Ye, enveloped in silver light, suddenly burst through the wind blade net, his body appearing to be severed into net-like fragments, blood gushing forth and tracing a crimson trajectory in the air. A moment of astonishment ensued. This is suicide. Even the commanding jonin was taken aback. Could it be that at such speed, he could not manage even a slight alteration in direction? Indeed, excessive speed was not a boon but a flaw. Thoughts flickered through his mind. Yet, almost immediately after that, a bizarre turn of events occurred. The blood trail left in the air, having been swept up by the wind blades due to his overwhelming speed, suddenly surged towards the direction of the silver light. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. All the blood that had flowed from the cuts made by the wind blades flew back into the silver light, which showed no sign of halting, tracing a flawless arc as it darted towards the nearest group of people, like a flash of silver lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a dozen sand ninjas stood frozen, their bodies exploding into countless crimson droplets. Impossible. What just transpired? The nearby sand ninjas were in a state of shock, and in their haste, they could not react in time. Some clutched kunai, attempting to fend off Feng Ye, but they could not even discern his trajectory. The commanding jonin's face paled dramatically, revealing a look of shock. He had never anticipated this scene. That one could recover after being sliced by wind blades. The enemy was not merely too fast to change direction. Quick. Fourth squad, fifth squad. Block his path. Second squad. Provide support. As his complexion shifted, he shouted, directing his commands while drawing a large sword, aiming to assist against the silver flash traversing the battlefield. Under his leadership, a few stunned sand ninjas hastily regrouped, unleashing another wave of wind-release ninjutsu to seal Feng Ye and Appo's route. Yet, Feng Ye still did not evade. Again, he charged headlong into the wind blades, disregarding all harm, his Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning as it slashed through the air, transforming over a dozen sand ninjas into corpses. Stay composed. Form a barrier. Barrier. As the sand ninja team descended into utter chaos, the commanding jonin and Appo's face twisted in despair as he shouted incessantly. Immediately, some sand ninjas attempted to use barriers to thwart Keed and Appo's movements. However, having previously encountered a barrier, Keed, ever prepared, deftly circumvented its confines. Although the barrier posed little threat to him, merely a temporary entrapment, what he sought was destruction, not confinement. Whoosh, whoosh. The barrier and Appo's failure was repeated, and more than a dozen ninjas fell beneath Keed and Appo's Kusanagi sword. The sand ninja ranks were utterly disoriented. Countless sand ninjas exhibited expressions of horror and dread. Despite being the elite of Sunagakure, they were unafraid of battle, charging even against overwhelming odds. Yet, faced with an enemy like Keed, who struck before they could even comprehend their demise, they were engulfed by fear. It was nothing but swift execution. From the moment Keed plunged into the fray, he had already claimed the lives of over half of the ninjas, with all the elite Chunin unable to withstand even a single exchange under his hand. The silvery glimmers flashed by, and opponents were torn asunder without a hint of resistance. This battle was utterly unfeasible. Damn, we cannot restrain him. The commanding Jonin gritted his teeth at the sight. His gaze towards Keed filled with fury and panic, realizing that this operation had irrevocably failed. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate their losses. Retreat. This command weighed heavily upon him, for it was a critical mission entrusted by the village, aimed at decisively determining the outcome of the conflict. The difficulty of issuing this command was compounded by Keed's rapid slaughter. In mere seconds, nearly 10 more ninjas perished. They are finally beginning to flee. Keed narrowed his eyes at the mass of sand ninjas responding to the retreat order. Having previously broken through the windblade net, he now bore no clothing. All torn asunder, though cloaked in silver light and with his speed, no one could discern his state, yet he remained determined not to let anyone escape. The earlier carnage was merely a prelude. The true test lay ahead. Once the sand ninjas scattered in all directions, even with his speed, annihilating them all would prove challenging. However, due to the habitual thought patterns of ninjas, the already disordered sand ninjas failed to adopt the optimal retreat strategy, instead converging as a large unit in one direction. This scene was precisely what Keed yearned to see. Without hesitation, he charged back into the throng, his sword rising and falling, and in nearly 10 seconds of relentless assault, yet another dozen sand ninjas succumbed to his kusanagi. Split up and scatter. Do not retreat in a single direction. Only then did the sand ninjas fully realize their predicament, dispersing towards various directions. Yet by this point, the fallen had surpassed 80, leaving fewer than 20 remaining, significantly easing Keed and Appos' pursuit. Swish, swish, bathed in silver light. Keed maintained a speed 4 times that of normal, and whether Chunin or Jonin, none could withstand even a single exchange against him. After a circular series of slashes that felled several more ninjas, the last 4 or 5 sand ninjas had fled hundreds of meters away. But that distance was still insufficient to escape Keed. The terrain was far too open. Apart from the solitary rock where the sand ninjas initially sought shelter from the rain, there was virtually no other complex terrain nearby, merely an expanse of openness. If they had been in a dense forest where Keed's sensory abilities faltered, a mere few hundred meters could have provided an opportunity to evade him. Yet in this open terrain, such a chance was non-existent. They would need to flee over 1,000 meters to utilize basic concealment techniques, thereby obscuring their presence from Keed's sight and facilitating their escape in other directions. Whoosh, whoosh. The silvery light danced through the rain. The number of sand ninjas continued to dwindle. 5, 4, 3. Ultimately, approximately 2,000 meters from the original battlefield, Keed caught up with the last sand ninja, his kusanagi sword ruthlessly piercing through the ninja's chest. You, demon. The sand ninja gazed at Keed, fear evident in his eyes, trembling as he uttered a single word before consciousness began to fade. Keed withdrew his kusanagi, observing the body collapse onto the rain-soaked ground, shaking his head. Demon? No. I am merely a human striving to survive until the conclusion. After uttering this, Keed glanced back towards the battlefield. Even from 1,000 meters away, he could barely see the land, now stained crimson with blood. Corpses lay scattered, and rivers of blood flowed, resembling a hellish realm. In the Wind Country, the frontline battlefield, due to Sunagakir's decision for a full-scale assault, nearly all the village and Appos' ninjas were committed to the front lines, leaving only a handful to guard the village. Such a strategy was justifiable. The Wind Country's desert environment rendered resources scarce, and ninjas ill-suited for the terrain would suffer greatly within its bounds. Additionally, the only village capable of launching a surprise attack on the Wind Country's heart was Awagakure. However, should Awagakure expend significant forces attempting such an incursion, Kimogakure would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Various advantages permitted them to pursue a comprehensive offensive. In the central tent of the camp, Lord Kazakage, here are today's casualty statistics. We have lost 21, sustained 43 serious injuries, and 109 minor injuries. A jonin from Sunagakure presented a report to the 4th Kazakage, Raza. Raza glanced at the document before placing it on the table, speaking solemnly. Do not alter the operational plan. We shall proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Understood. The jonin complied before departing the tent. Within the tent were not only Raza but also Chief Strategist Chio and several other high-ranking members of Sunagakure. In truth, prior to the assault on Yakumo, maintaining a stationary position to minimize casualties would have been most prudent. However, Such a strategy risked raising suspicions in Konoha. Chiyo observed a map laid out on the table and spoke slowly. Raza nodded. Indeed, to avert Konoha's vigilance, even if it means accepting some casualties. We must maintain operations on the front lines. Once the operation at Yakumo succeeds, we can immediately turn the tide of battle. Chiyo cast a penetrating gaze at Raza and remarked, "Let us hope for a smooth outcome." Raza noticed something unusual in Chiyo's eyes but chose not to respond, instead addressing her. "It is getting late, Elder Chiyo. You should return to rest. It would be best for you to lead the next offensive tomorrow." Chiyo said little more and exited the tent. Raza watched her retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer flickering in his eyes. Among all the past Kage of the 5 great ninja villages, Raza was considered the weakest. Had the third Kazekage not encountered misfortune in his prime, it would have been improbable for Raza to ascend to the position of 4th Kazekage. Yet, despite his hasty succession, he had managed to secure his position, far surpassing the control and influence of the 3rd Kazekage over the village, relying solely on tactics, initiating a full-scale war against Konoha. Igniting the 3rd Great Ninja War, this was one of his strategies. The notion of avenging the 3rd Kazekage and demanding accountability from Konoha is nothing but absurdity. Even the plundering of Konoha and Appo's resources is merely a secondary objective. His primary ambition is to solidify his position as Kazekage through the chaos of war. He aims to exploit this conflict to weaken rival clans and other high-ranking officials, all while cultivating an elite force loyal solely to him. Thus, he pays little heed to the so-called casualties, and the outcome of this war is of scant concern to him. Feng Ye regards the 4th Kazekage, Raza, as akin to Danzo, a figure whose vision is significantly inferior, as Danzo at least harbored the ambition of unifying the ninja world. What has Raza accomplished? He has mindlessly instigated a total war against Konoha, depleting the military strength of his own village in a bid to elevate his own power and secure his position as Kazekage. Subsequently, upon witnessing the heroic achievements of Yakura during the conflict, which threatened his stature, he swiftly conspired with the hidden mist village to eliminate Yakura. He then removed the esteemed Chiyo and Eyes from the decision-making body, relegating them to retirement. Ultimately, Raza, during the Nin exams, met his end at the hands of Orochimaru. A review of history reveals that this Kazekage has never undertaken a single action that genuinely benefited the Sunigakure. All his endeavors have been driven by the desire to fortify his authority. In a certain light, Raza and Appo's tactics are indeed formidable. From hastily assuming the mantle of Kazekage, he has developed into a figure wielding absolute power within Sunigakure. However, Feng Ye harbors profound disdain for such manipulative political maneuvering. The reasoning is simple. It reflects a narrow worldview. This world is not one governed by political intrigue, but rather one where strength reigns supreme. In the presence of titans like Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, engaging in such political machinations is utterly ludicrous. Chiyo and Eyes are acutely aware of Raza and Appo's intentions. Yet they find themselves powerless to intervene as Raza has seized the momentum, employing overt strategies that exploit the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage as justification for waging war against Konoha. The deep-seated animosity between Sunigakure and Konoha has garnered the full support of the village. Eyes, you two should take a rest, Raza remarked. Turning to the elder who was studying the map, Eyes ran his fingers over the map, lifted his gaze, and with a hint of concern, said, "I fear I may not find rest. For some reason, I have an ominous premonition." "Ominous premonition?" Raza questioned, shaking his head. "You are simply fatigued. It would be wise to rest, as the subsequent battlefield arrangements require your guidance." "Perhaps," I sighed, rising to depart. Just then, a figure burst into the tent. Kneeling before Raza and reporting urgently, "Lord Kazekage, we have lost contact with the surprise attack unit." The atmosphere in the tent shifted dramatically. I's heart sank as he exchanged glances with Raza. Raza's expression darkened slightly, although the surprise attack unit did not directly fall under his command. Such news was impossible to dismiss. "When did we lose contact?" "This afternoon," the messenger ninja reported urgently. According to the original plan, the surprise attack unit was supposed to contact us at noon, but no word came. In the afternoon, our liaison team attempted to reach out, but by evening, there was still no response. "We have just received news from the summoning beast that the liaison ninja there has perished." Eyes and Appo's expression soured. The ominous premonition had come to fruition. The liaison ninja held a vital role within the surprise attack unit, protected at the core of the team. Their death signified a grave issue for the unit. Raza's expression also grew somber, though much of it was feigned. The surprise attack plan was Ai's decision. Should it falter, Ai's would bear the brunt of the blame, significantly diminishing his standing, a development that could be seen as beneficial for Raza. What shall we do next, Lord Kazekage, Elder? The liaison ninja inquired anxiously. Ai's inhaled deeply and replied firmly, remain calm. With Yukura in the surprise attack unit, they should be able to handle any situation. Their current predicament is likely one of fragmented disconnection. Send a scout unit to investigate and re-establish contact. Let it be so, Raza concurred, nodding gravely. The liaison ninja acknowledged and swiftly departed the tent to relay the orders. At the front lines of the Land of Grass, having decimated the surprise attack unit of Sunagakure, Feng Ye had no intention of conducting further explorations in the Land of Rain. Although Nagato's Rinnegan intrigued him, it was not something he could afford to focus on at present. After all, Uchiha Madara was still alive, surveilling the ninja world. While Nagato remained under scrutiny, prematurely delving into the hidden secrets of this world was ill-advised. Ah, Feng Ye, it seems you have succeeded, Orochimaru remarked, engrossed in his studies within the tent. Noticing the Kusanagi sword at Feng Ye and Appo's waist, a smile crept across his face. Feng Ye nodded. Your intelligence was entirely accurate, sensei. Orochimaru scrutinized the Kusanagi sword for several moments before asking, may I see that sword? Feng Ye drew the Kusanagi sword and handed it to Orochimaru. After examining it with keen interest for a moment, Orochimaru infused it with a trace of chakra and attempted to wield it a few times. No doubt. This is indeed the Tsubeim sword. Feng Ye pondered, how many Kusanagi swords exist? The term Kusanagi does not refer to a singular sword, but rather a collective of many blades. He had heard of the Tsubeim sword, and recalled it being in Sasuke's possession. Orochimaru's words confirmed his previous speculation. Orochimaru continued. It is said that there are 11 Kusanagi swords in total. However, 8 of them have been lost to time, leaving only 3. Yet, this rumor lacks verification. What we can confirm are only these 3, the Tsubeim sword, and the Shichiken sword. Feng Ye was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru and Appo's response. All this information was already within his knowledge. The only surprise was that the only confirmed swords were indeed the 3 mentioned in the original narrative, with no others. Orochimaru smiled and elaborated. The Tsubeim sword is in my possession, as you have seen. It possesses the ability to change form and alter its length at will, manipulated freely by its owner's intent. Yours is the Tsubeim sword, known for its exceptional durability and sharpness, capable of accommodating the flow of chakra, thus adaptable to all ninja techniques. The last is the Shichiken sword, also referred to as the Sake cutter, which is documented to possess sealing abilities, capable of sealing everything it pierces. Feng Ye was already aware of all this information. He gently traced his fingers along the sword and Appo's edge. Among the 3 Kusanagi swords, the Shichiken sword posed a certain threat to him, while the Tsubeim sword seemed somewhat ostentatious. However, the one most suited to him was undoubtedly the Tsubeim sword in his grasp. He had sensed its superior capacity for channeling lightning chakra during his battle with Yukura, surpassing even the legendary sword, the White Fang. The term capacity refers to the degree of consumption. Infusing a mere kunai with lightning chakra, due to its inferior material, would yield a mere fraction of its potential, barely 2 or 3/10 of its might. The words of the White Fang of the Leaf suggest that by infusing lightning attribute chakra, one can unleash nearly 70 to 80% of its true power, achieving an efficiency of chakra utilization that approaches the direct release of ninjutsu. The Heavenly Blade, however, is even more formidable. It can reach over 90% effectiveness with minimal expenditure. This explains why, despite the impact on his blade techniques after acquiring this sword, Feng Ye is still capable of executing the technique Radiant Flash. Although his swordsmanship has been affected, the efficiency of his chakra has improved, resulting in negligible overall changes to his strength. I see. Though Feng Ye was already aware of what Orochimaru had stated, he still displayed a look of comprehension in response. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, that Kusanagi sword is particularly suited to your methods. However, you may need to make some adjustments to your blade techniques. Feng Ye nodded and replied, indeed, transitioning from a short blade to a long sword is somewhat disorienting. But since they are both of the same weapon category, making some modifications shouldn't prove too difficult. The change in length does not equate to transforming it into something entirely different, such as a dagger or a hammer. Thus, adapting my blade techniques from the Flagwood sword art to the Flagwood swordsmanship merely requires some refinements in detail, rather than discarding all prior experience entirely. Men are generally adept at manipulating the nuances of weapon length. I have faith that, With your innate talent, you will soon master the adjustments. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Did you encounter any issues in the Land of Rain? It was initially a casual inquiry, as Feng Ye and Appo's swift return suggested a smooth journey without any unforeseen events. However, upon posing the question, he noticed Feng Ye deep in thought, seemingly organizing his words. Well, after a moment, Orochimaru gazed at the pile of metallic plates on the table, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. After Feng Ye tossed the metallic plates onto the table, he shrugged at Orochimaru and said, "That's the gist of it." A profound silence enveloped the tent. The two-leaf jonin standing nearby were rendered speechless. A cursory glance revealed that these metallic plates numbered nearly 100. If they were not fabricated, it implied that Feng Ye single-handedly vanquished close to 100 Sand Shinobi. Even if they were all low-ranking ninjas, such a figure was rather daunting. If your assessment holds true, your achievements this time surpass those of your previous battle. Orochimaru remarked after a few seconds of contemplation. Feng Ye had single-handedly eliminated a Sand Shinobi ambush unit attempting to circumvent the Land of Rain and launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Leaf's frontline camp. Just this single feat alone could classify him as a hero. However, Feng Ye displayed no signs of pride or arrogance and stated it was merely coincidental. For him, the accolades earned on this battlefield mattered little. The enhancement of his own strength was paramount. And there in Appo's this. As he spoke, Feng Ye tossed a scroll to Orochimaru, saying, "I collected a blood sample from that scorch-release ninja. I believe you would find it valuable." Ordinarily, Orochimaru would have been quite intrigued by the bloodline limit samples. But since learning of Feng Ye's abilities, his interest in other bloodline limits had significantly waned. Nevertheless, his obsession with collecting persisted. The blood sample from the scorch-release ninja was precisely one of the samples he lacked. "Well done. I will relay this information to the village," Orochimaru said as he accepted the scroll, a smile gracing his features. "By the way, a day ago, the third Hokage issued instructions to deploy you to the frontline camp in the Land of Wind. You may depart at once." Feng Ye shrugged in resignation, saying, "Before I could catch my breath, I must be on the move again." He was not surprised by this order. Unless Minato Namikaze unleashed a surge of power to decisively crush the Sand Shinobi village, as long as the situation remained somewhat stagnant, he would likely be dispatched. In truth, he wished to temporarily retreat from the battlefield and find a quiet place to train, but doing so during wartime would be tantamount to desertion. And he was not yet ready to leave the Leaf. On one hand, there were reasons related to Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai. On the other, the greatest threats in the ninja world, aside from the barely alive Uchiha Madara, were Minato from the Leaf, whose ability to summon the dead demon Consuming Seal combined with Flying Thunder God was particularly troublesome. Furthermore, staying in the Leaf allowed him to pursue certain plans of his own. "You've eliminated a Sand Shinobi ambush unit. Taking a moment to rest while awaiting new orders from the village is perfectly reasonable," Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Feng Ye exhaled deeply, saying, "Then I shall take my leave to rest." He had scarcely slept during his journey and felt somewhat fatigued, necessitating a return to replenish his rest. After the news of Feng Ye's annihilation of a nearly 100-strong elite Sand Shinobi unit reached the higher-ups of the Leaf, it sent shockwaves throughout. This included Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The source of their astonishment was not merely Feng Ye's destruction of a 100-man unit, but the fact that this Sand Shinobi force had stealthily infiltrated the rear of the Land of Rain. Had they not encountered Feng Ye, their sudden attack on the rear camp could have had dire consequences, significantly altering the course of the war. While it appeared that only a 100-man unit had been eliminated, the actual ramifications could sway the outcome of the war. Following the shock came apprehension. Both clan leaders, and Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, felt this unsettling sentiment arise within them. Although such feats could be accomplished by other ninjas, Feng Ye's youth was alarming. In the highest conference room of the Hokage building, Danzo addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi in a grave tone. "This transcends mere talent, Hiruzen. That child has been possessed by a demon. 10 years old. Not yet 11. He has exhibited extraordinary prowess on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, marking him as a prodigious talent, a rare ninja in decades. However, this time is different. Setting aside the coincidence of encountering the elite unit of the Sand Shinobi village, the mere act of single-handedly annihilating a 100-man unit borders on the fantastical. Even you, Hiruzen, might not achieve such a feat. What a revelation. Demon." A grave expression flickered in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. The term demon merely serves as a metaphor. He understood Danzo's implication, that Feng Ye was not normal and may have undergone some unpredictable transformation. Such a transformation, capable of influencing the outcome of a war, could likewise lead to significant losses for the Leaf, rendering it a matter of considerable danger. He is the child of White Fang. Surely, that cannot be the case. Sitting nearby, Tsunade, with her eyes slightly narrowed, slowly spoke up. Mito Kamen also spoke solemnly. White Fang was such a resolute ninja. Danzo, is it not premature to classify his child as a threat? No, Danzo shook his head, his gaze heavy with concern. I do not label him as a threat, but rather the unusual changes he has undergone. A ninja under 11 cannot achieve this level of power. Whatever that change may be, it warrants vigilance. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, his expression grave. The ninja world harbors countless powers reminiscent of demons. For instance, the tailed beasts represent one such threat. The 9 tails possessed by the Leaf is a tremendous deterrent. Yet if it were to spiral out of control, the repercussions for the village would be dire. This world is not devoid of other entities whose threat level rivals that of tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not particularly concerned about Feng Ye. His assessment of the young man was that, despite his youthful age, he possessed the mindset of an adult, yet harbored no hatred and thus posed no threat to Konoha. However, if there were indeed a monster residing within him, that would change the dynamics entirely. What do you intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a few seconds before slowly addressing Danzo. Danzo squinted, suggesting, I recommend we exert control over him to ensure he does not become a threat. If there is indeed some malevolent entity within him, we must act swiftly to seal it. Early control, then? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered deeply. If a threat to Konoha truly existed, it would indeed necessitate prompt action, yet he was reluctant to entrust this matter to Danzo, as it would only augment Danzo's power. At that moment, he recalled a peculiar detail. The one who should have made such a judgment, Orochimaru, had failed to mention these anomalies in his report. Feng Ye is Orochimaru and Appo's disciple. Do you believe he is completely oblivious to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Danzo narrowed his eyes, replying, perhaps he is aware but is undertaking something in secret, choosing not to report to you. Hearing Danzo express suspicion towards Orochimaru left Sarutobi Hiruzen with a scoff. Your own clandestine activities have never been fully disclosed to me. He made his decision. He would continue to communicate with Orochimaru to gather more information regarding Feng Ye, refraining from rash actions against him, as he still held trust in Orochimaru as a mentor. Furthermore, everything Feng Ye had accomplished thus far had been through merit on the battlefield. To choose to control him based solely on unverified suspicions would inevitably stir unrest. During wartime, unrest must be avoided. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolution, Danzo slowly remarked, It seems you still have great faith in your disciple. I have no further suggestions. As he spoke, he rose to depart, his figure gradually fading into the darkness. In the following 3 days, Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in multiple discussions with Orochimaru, ultimately receiving astonishing news. Feng Ye had awakened a certain bloodline limit. A bloodline limit capable of enhancing speed, which enabled Feng Ye to wield formidable power on the battlefield, displaying performances that were nothing short of astounding. His previous doubts dissipated. As one of the foremost figures within the shinobi world, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the significance of speed for a ninja. A bloodline limit that could augment speed would indeed have a profound impact, allowing one to confront numerous adversaries simultaneously. The ability to enhance speed could render tactics reliant on sheer numbers ineffective, granting one the agility to navigate precarious situations with ease. It was no wonder Feng Ye had achieved feats that even he found challenging. Is this the power you left for your child, White Fang? Holding the latest intelligence scroll provided by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. The will of the deceased can indeed influence the living, bequeathing certain abilities to protect their offspring, such as sand that instinctively shields the body without deliberate manipulation. Such occurrences have been documented. Of course, it could also be that Feng Ye's spirit and body underwent some form of mutation, giving rise to a bloodline limit. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a fortuitous development, as Feng Ye was a ninja of Konoha. Possessing such formidable combat prowess could significantly impact the course of the war. He promptly informed Orochimaru to maintain previous directives, deploying Feng Ye to the front lines in the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly resolved to uphold his prior decision, sending Feng Ye to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, but this time with the intent to inflict damage rather than merely provide support. Seizing the opportunity presented by the devastation of the Sand Village's surprise attack, he sought to launch a major offensive, delivering a heavy blow to the Sand Village's forces and utterly annihilating them. At the frontline camp in the Land of Grass, Orochimaru received Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions and turned to Feng Ye with a smirk, saying, "It seems that Sarutobi-sensei has come to trust you." Feng Ye shrugged, replying, "Achieving such power before the age of 11 will indeed raise suspicions about the source of that power. I must thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, for helping to explain and mask it." The information provided to Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated a bloodline limit that enhanced speed, without specifying it was a power of time. Feng Ye was unconcerned about the exposure of his ability to accelerate time. The only aspect he needed to conceal was the ability to reverse time, as it allowed him to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Orochimaru and Appo's deliberate concealment was his own subjective choice. Feng Ye could surmise why Orochimaru would choose to hide this. Perhaps Orochimaru was comfortable being forthright with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but did not wish for Danzo to discover his abilities. Given Orochimaru and Danzo's covert cooperation, it was likely that Orochimaru understood the ramifications of Danzo learning of his powers and thus remained vigilant. If one has not thoroughly studied the body, it would be rather challenging to directly associate one's performance with manipulation of time. The classification of your ability as a speed-enhancing bloodline limit serves as a facade. Even if your power were to be revealed, the enemy would still struggle to find a countermeasure. However, should certain individuals become aware, it may lead to unnecessary complications. Orochimaru chuckled. Having spent considerable time with Feng Ye, Orochimaru recognized that Feng Ye and Appo's mind was far beyond that of a mere child approaching 11. Rather, he was a cautious, mature, and rational ninja. Thus, he subtly pointed out certain aspects, confident that Feng Ye would understand. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Feng Ye couldn't help but sigh. If Orochimaru were merely protecting his disciple without ulterior motives regarding Feng Ye and Appo's bloodline limit, it would indeed be quite touching. The implications of those words were unmistakable. The abilities of time acceleration and speed enhancement were fundamentally similar in their response, as both pertained to alterations in speed. This meant that if the enemy possessed methods to counter speed-oriented ninjas, they could also counter Feng Ye. Therefore, the exposure of this ability would have minimal impact. The crux lay in the unnecessary complications that could arise from revealing this power, clearly alluding to Danzo. "Danzo has always taken a keen interest in me," Feng Ye remarked with a light laugh. "When I first displayed some talent, he attempted to recruit me into the route. With his current strength and status, he no longer felt the need to conceal anything from Orochimaru, as he had sufficient capability to engage with the village's highest echelons, especially now that Orochimaru stood on the same side as him." Orochimaru chuckled softly. Danzo has always been interested in the young prodigies within the village. However, his motivations are primarily self-serving, disregarding any rules. Had you revealed your talents earlier, perhaps either you or Kakashi would have fallen into his grasp. I share the same sentiment. Feng Ye shrugged. He is likely still harboring intentions towards me, though he would likely be cautious during wartime. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Do not dwell on it too much. Sarutobi-sensei will not allow him to act recklessly, especially against you in your current state. However, the village's system has grown somewhat decayed and requires reform. If I were to become the fourth Hokage, with the recent events, Orochimaru clearly recognizes that Feng Ye, his disciple, stands firmly aligned with him, at least until the power dynamics within Konoha are reshuffled. Thus, he does not hesitate to express his opinions regarding the village. I will support you, Master, Feng Ye replies with a gentle nod. His connection to Minato Namikaze is non-existent. As the two vie for the position of fourth Hokage, he will undoubtedly side with Orochimaru. From any perspective, Orochimaru possesses the capability to assume the role of fourth Hokage, even during this period, and extending into the Chunin exams of the future. Orochimaru harbors feelings for Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have gazed at the village with misty eyes during his assault on Hiruzen Sarutobi. His reckless capture of Konoha ninjas for human experimentation occurred only after he had become thoroughly disenchanted with Konoha upon Hiruzen's selection of Minato as the fourth Hokage. Moreover, Minato's methods are too lenient. In the original narrative, Minato's ascension to fourth Hokage is not significantly tied to his achievements, as Orochimaru's accomplishments from the second to the third Great Ninja Wars are comparable. In terms of experience and qualifications, Orochimaru surpasses Minato by a wide margin. Minato becomes Hokage primarily because he is easier to control than Orochimaru, posing no threat to the elder's status within Konoha. Were Orochimaru to assume the position, he would not readily relinquish power to the likes of Danzo, Tsunade, or Mito, and would likely purge them systematically. This is precisely why Konoha's higher-ups collectively support Minato. Ultimately, the structural integrity of Konoha has deteriorated, as evidenced by the mishandling of subsequent events like the Uchiha massacre. Feng Ye is reluctant to leave Konoha, as it is filled with familiar faces. However, his presence inevitably threatens the status of the village elite. He must either be ostracized or rise to the position of Hokage to instigate a cleansing of Konoha. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was an unexpected turn of events. Feng Ye originally intended to become Hokage himself, clean up Konoha, and then pass the mantle to Kakashi, retiring early to enjoy a peaceful life. He mused about what it might look like if Orochimaru were to become the fourth Hokage, a light chuckle escaping his lips. He imagined that he would have to deal with the decayed Elder Council while managing Konoha's intricate political affairs and balancing the relationships among the various clans. After such monumental tasks, Orochimaru might find himself with little time to delve into forbidden jutsu like Edo Tensei and impure world reincarnation, likely serving as Hokage until retirement. With your support, my confidence grows, Orochimaru remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. He understood the considerable challenges he would face in assuming the Hokage position, likely meeting collective opposition from Konoha and Appos, upper echelons. The only favorable aspect is that Jiraiya and Tsunade have no interest in the Hokage title. However, Jiraiya and Appos' pupil, Minato, is being groomed as the successor. Without sufficient influence or power, Orochimaru can only rely on Hiruzen Sarutobi and Appos' opinion to ascend to the fourth Hokage. Needing Hiruzen and Appos' complete backing to have any chance of success, even a neutral stance would be insufficient. With Feng Ye and Appos' support, he gains a formidable ally and a glimmer of hope. After all, Feng Ye has already established a degree of influence and status within Konoha through his strength and accomplishments. Having departed from Orochimaru, Feng Ye ventured alone to the front lines in the Land of Wind. However, he did not rush toward the battlefield. Instead, he traveled at a steady pace, practicing along the way. Unconcerned with the speed of his arrival, by moving at 4 times his normal speed, he could save several days for training. During his 3 days at the camp, he focused on adapting to the transition from short blade to long sword, familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the Tenbu flowing sword and personalizing the Hitaki sword technique. The distinction between a short blade and a katana is not one of form but of size, with the critical difference lying in the point of force application. Using a short blade technique to wield a katana feels awkward, leading to less powerful strikes, thus necessitating adjustments. In a secluded grove, Feng Ye practiced the most fundamental sword swings with the Kusanagi. After 3 days of training, he had completed approximately 80% of his improvements to the Hitaki sword technique. The latter stages of refinement proved increasingly challenging, and after 2 days of travel, he estimated his progress at around 90%. The remaining work involved pure mastery, honing his basic swings to achieve a more effective cutting technique, gradually elevating his proficiency to its peak. This mechanical practice was rather simple for Feng Ye. With the aid of time acceleration, he could train at a pace 4 times that of an average person, making 2 days equivalent to 8 days of conventional training. Previously, mastering the Hitaki sword technique from scratch required around 1 million swings over nearly a month, with only a 1.5 times acceleration at that time. When his physical strength and chakra were relatively weak, confined to the level of a mere genin. Now, however, he was vastly different. 1 million swings performed in a 4-fold speed training session could likely be completed in under a week. Moreover, this figure was merely a rough estimate based on his average swings per minute, so it would likely take even less time, especially since he had already begun his practice at the camp. 3,281, 3,282, 7,776, 7,777, 20,000. How much was that? Never mind. Feng Ye soon abandoned his counting. He was aware that in this grove, he had been tirelessly practicing the most basic cuts for 3 full days, consuming 2 deer and 3 sheep in the process. Ultimately, he reached a point where his swordplay felt entirely fluid, capable of producing cutting effects equivalent to the Hitaki sword technique. With a swift motion, Feng Ye unleashed a strike toward the distance. A flash of white light glimmered along the blade, and moments later, a tree over 10 meters away was cleanly severed at its center, causing several trees behind it to tumble down. The power of his strike had increased by at least 20% compared to when he had wielded the White Fang. Should he encounter the previous Yukura again, he might be able to break through her scorching defense without engaging in a protracted battle or relying on time reversal. Feng Ye exhaled softly. a satisfied smile gracing his face as he surveyed the fruits of his labor. Although he could not yet open the fifth gate of the 8 gates, any enhancement to his strength in other areas was a cause for celebration, especially as it augmented his attack power. For someone whose speed was already sufficient and who possessed the ability to manipulate time, the most crucial attribute became his offensive capability. It was time to set forth. Feng Ye sheathed the Kusanagi and gazed toward the land of wind, his form swiftly transforming into a blur as he raced through the trees, heading toward the frontline camp. 2 groups of ninjas encountered each other here, embroiled in a fierce battle. One faction comprised the ninjas from Konoha, while the other represented the Sand Village. The expression of Yujito Akane was somewhat strained. She had merely come to this area for reconnaissance, only to unexpectedly confront sand ninjas who had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity. Although the immediate danger was minimal, she found herself entangled with an enemy J-Nin. On the other side, 3 of her subordinates, including Yujito, along with a special J-Nin who had accompanied her on this mission, faced another J-Nin from the Sand Village. Despite being a 4-to-1 scenario, the special J-Nin from Konoha was of the reconnaissance type, lacking formidable combat prowess, while Yujito and her companions were merely Genin, barely reaching the level of Chunin. Thus, their combined efforts remained insufficient, leaving them at a disadvantage and struggling to hold their ground. This situation was quite troubling. Yujito furrowed her brow. She faced 2 choices. One was to continue fighting. If she could eliminate the opposing J-Nin, she could promptly assist Yujito. However, it was uncertain whether she would achieve victory first, or if Yujito would falter before then. The other option was to employ an area of effect Genjutsu to temporarily restrain the 2 J-Nin from the Sand Village, allowing Yujito and the others to retreat safely. Ultimately, retreat seemed to be the wisest decision. Yujito made her choice. On one hand, Yujito was her daughter, and her safety influenced Yujito's performance. On the other, this mission was meant for reconnaissance rather than combat, making this confrontation far too perilous for Yujito and her companions. With a swift motion, Yujito evaded an attack from her opponent and leaped towards Yujito and Appo's formation, solemnly declaring, "Yujito, Akagi, retreat." Understood. Upon hearing her command, Yujito and her comrades immediately began to withdraw, while Yujito remained in place, forming hand seals to cast an area Genjutsu that would affect the 2 J-Nin from the sand. At this moment, although Yujito had become a competent genin, the pressure of facing a J-Nin was immense. She felt a profound sense of dread, especially as her right shoulder was grazed, leaving a bloody mark. Had her companions not intervened in time, her injuries could have been far worse. She pondered fleetingly about Keed, reflecting that if he were present, he likely would not find himself in such a dire predicament. Just as her thoughts wavered, a frantic voice resonated from behind her. It was Yujito's voice. "Yujito!" That exclamation jolted her back to awareness. Startled, Yujito felt a chill emanating from her right side. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow that had stealthily approached her, a kunai aimed menacingly at her throat. One of the J-Nin from the sand. Panic coursed through her. At this proximity, evasion was impossible. That momentary lapse in concentration had proved to be a grave error. In a critical instant, the J-Nin who had lunged at her suddenly froze in place, narrowly allowing her to avoid the kunai aimed at her neck. That was the result of Yujito's hastily unleashed Genjutsu. However, this maneuver came at a cost. Yujito was unable to guard against the sand ninja behind her. And although she managed to evade a fatal blow, her shoulder was still grazed by a sleeve. "Run!" Yujito gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his shoulder as he urged Yujito and her companions to escape. Having extricated themselves from the brink of death, Yujito regained his composure and immediately grasped the severity of the situation. His injury stemmed from her momentary distraction. No, it wasn't entirely her fault. The J-Nin from the Sand Village had initially used an Earth clone, successfully deceiving Yujito and evading the effects of her Genjutsu. The real body had launched an attack, just as she momentarily lost focus. Had that not happened, she might have sustained a minor injury while narrowly avoiding the attack. Now, however, the situation had turned dire with Yujito sustaining the injury. Such similar eyes, indeed, you are father and daughter, the J-Nin who had wounded Yujito sneered. If Yujito had remained unharmed, it would have been challenging for the 2 of them to eliminate each other. Yujito and her companions were merely a liability, their presence inconsequential. But now that Yujito was injured, the wound on his right shoulder would surely impede his hand seal speed, raising the likelihood of vanquishing this formidable Konoha J-Nin. Eliminating a few genin would bear no significance. Slaying a J-Nin from Konoha would lend purpose to their mission. even if they returned without any intelligence. Move. Yujito pressed on, clutching his shoulder wound, his gaze piercing as he stared down the two sand ninjas while continuing to command Yujito and her companions to flee. Observing the situation, Yujito bit her lip. Despite her overwhelming anxiety, she understood that remaining would only hinder Yujito, prompting her to hastily retreat with her comrades. Yet the sand ninjas had no intention of letting them escape. Though their primary objective was to eliminate Yujito, leaving these genin behind was a hindrance. Attacking them would undoubtedly expose Yujito to greater vulnerabilities. With a swift motion, one of the genin surged towards Yujito. He had discerned the blood relationship between her and Yujito. Even if they were not father and daughter, they were certainly close. Targeting Yujito was the most effective tactic. Ninjas entering the battlefield must be prepared for death at all times. Little girl. The sand genin growled, seizing the opportunity to instill fear through his words. Fully aware that these genin lacked the psychological fortitude to withstand such intimidation. Indeed, under the weight of his menacing voice, Yujito's gaze wavered. A flicker of fear crossing her features. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old genin. Her nearby companions, realizing the dire circumstances, rushed to support her, launching an array of kunai and shuriken at the sand genin. Oddly enough, the enemy did not evade. Thud, thud. Kunai and shuriken struck their target. Yet the sand genin stood frozen, transforming into a cascade of earth and rock. Earth clone. Yujito's body stiffened at the sight. A chill coursing through her as she struggled to turn her head, realizing that the genin had somehow positioned himself behind her. Wounded, Yujito had witnessed the unfolding scenario. Yet his injury rendered him incapable of providing further assistance against the opposing genin. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to slow dramatically. Yujito could see the kunai in the sand genin's hand inching closer to her back, yet she was powerless to evade it. Faced with the specter of death, her mind ignited in a surge of awareness. Though her consciousness accelerated in that instant, her body could not keep pace, forcing her to helplessly watch as the kunai drew nearer. Would this be her end? Yujito's thoughts flickered with despair. Yujito! Yujito's anguish cry reverberated through the air. Nearby, others gritted their teeth, their eyes fixed on the scene, yet in the next moment, their expressions froze in shock. A hint of astonishment gracing their faces. A fleeting silver glimmer, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged forth from a distance, sweeping across the battlefield, and with it, the silhouette of Yuhi Kurenai vanished silently. The Sand Village's elite shinobi's pupils contracted sharply. He abruptly turned to see, not far away atop the treetops, a figure bathed in silver light standing there, cradling the vanished Kurenai in his arms. Stunned, Kurenai gazed at the figure with silver hair dancing in the wind. Vaguely recognizing it as Yakumo, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I dead? Just a moment away, Yakumo gently smiled and said, But I want to end Appos, to let you die. Having fortuitously passed by and sensing the battle, he had come to investigate, unexpectedly finding Kurenai in peril. Under normal circumstances, Kurenai should not have encountered such a life-threatening crisis here. Had he not intervened, she would have undoubtedly become a lifeless corpse in the next moment. Has my presence already begun to alter the course of this world? Yakumo mused as he flickered back to the ground, gently setting the still-dazed Kurenai down and turning to face the two sand shinobi. The instant they felt Yakumo's gaze upon them, the two shinobi's hair stood on end, sensing an overwhelming threat, as if they would perish in the next heartbeat. Let us go, one declared decisively. The speed at which Yakumo had saved Kurenai was nearly incomprehensible to them, and the chakra fluctuations emanating from him were terrifying, far beyond what they could contend with. Can you truly escape? Yakumo murmured, forming hand seals with his left hand, while extending his right. Lightning crackled in his palm, erupting with the cries of 1,000 birds. And he charged forward. A flash of silver coursed across the battlefield. The two elite shinobi, struck by the silver light, froze in place. Their hearts and left chests obliterated as if erased by an unseen force. Shock and disbelief filled their eyes as they struggled to glimpse the figure bathed in silver. But darkness swiftly enveloped them, and consciousness faded away. Plop, plop, with the thud of their bodies hitting the ground. Yakumo, now a short distance away, watched as the silver light surrounding him and the lightning arcs entwining his right hand gradually dimmed before he turned around. Witnessing this, both Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba fell into a profound silence, their expressions blank as they stared at Yakumo. What just happened? As Kurenai and the others were lost in disbelief, a figure suddenly flashed into the scene. With short golden hair, he immediately hurled 6 or 7 shuriken upon landing, only then realizing the situation at hand. It seems you are all safe, Minato Namikaze sighed, noticing the two bodies on the ground, standing tall as he remarked. Are they scouts from the Sand Village? Not only Kurenai's team was on patrol, his own squad was also nearby. As such missions were typically designed to train the lower-ranked shinobi. After all, these lower-ranked shinobi were not yet suited for direct engagement in battle and required training through such tasks, usually led by a chunin, with guidance from Jounin when no missions were at hand. No, Kurenai replied, relieved at Minato and Appo's arrival. These were two elite shinobi from the sand. It seems their intentions were more than mere reconnaissance. Pausing momentarily, she turned to Yakumo. You are Hatake Yakumo, right? Thank you for your timely assistance. But how did you come to be here? Lord Hokage sent me to the frontline camp, and I happened to pass by, sensing the battle, so I came to investigate. The situation was indeed perilous, Yakumo responded, glancing at Kurenai's shoulder wound. How's your injury? It's all right. Kurenai assessed, feeling the injury was not severe, as her right arm retained sensation. At this point, Kurenai and the others finally snapped back to reality, rushing over. Kurenai first checked on Kurenai and Appo's injury with concern, once reassured. She turned her gaze to Yakumo. However, Yakumo was engaged in conversation with Minato. Do you have orders from Lord Hokage? Minato inquired. Gripping a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, maintaining a calm demeanor while remaining vigilant, as he had not witnessed Yakumo and Appo's decisive actions against the two sand shinobi. Yakumo, however, was unperturbed, tossing a small scroll to Minato. Without inspecting its contents, Minato performed a hand seal, causing the scroll to emit a faint glow. My apologies. Only then did Minato lower his guard, offering a sheepish smile to Yakumo. Yakumo nodded in understanding. No worries. This is a battlefield. I would also prioritize verifying identities. But why are you here alone, Minato? After confirming Yakumo and Appo's identity through the special scroll and signs, Minato finally recognized him. Yet, Yakumo had already identified Minato from the moment he appeared, as the swift body flicker technique and the immediate throwing of several kunai were hallmark skills of Minato. Yakumo even noted that there were additional kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique scattered among the nearby treetops, remnants of when they had been deployed. No wonder even the creator of the Flying Thunder God, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, believed Minato and Appo's technique surpassed his own, coupled with a swifter execution. Minato remarked, No. I was patrolling with Kakashi and the others nearby. Kakashi should be arriving shortly. I see, Yakumo acknowledged. At this moment, Kurenai finally found an opportunity to speak, but was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at Yakumo with wide eyes. Since Yakumo's graduation, their interactions had dwindled, especially with the onset of war and their respective missions, causing some memories to fade. Yet this instance was indelibly etched into her heart, impossible to forget. Her mind replayed the moment Yakumo had saved her and the sight of him, enveloped in silver light, effortlessly dispatching the two elite shinobi of the sand. It was profoundly astonishing. Her earlier days stemmed from contemplating how Yakumo might not have been so flustered in such a situation. However, he had appeared in a dreamlike fashion, dispatching the two shinobi as if they were mere common foes. One of them had posed a significant threat to their group. That was truly dangerous. Yakumo noted as he caught Kurenai's gaze, smiling at her as she remained speechless. Although he was unclear about the prior circumstances, Minato's arrival caused him to feel slightly disoriented. Suspecting that even without his intervention, as long as Kurenai avoided critical areas, even if a major artery were pierced, Minato could have swiftly eliminated the two elite shinobi. Additionally, their squad included medical ninjas, and with prompt first aid, death would not be inevitable. Of course, the current outcome was undoubtedly preferable, as Minato would have arrived a fraction late, and even if Kurenai survived, she would have sustained severe injuries, placing her in a precarious situation. Thank you very much. Sunset Red gazed at Maple Knight, momentarily overwhelmed with a plethora of words to convey, yet ultimately entwined in hesitation. She could only express her gratitude. Beside her, Sunset Crimson cast a sidelong glance at Maple Knight. Observing his daughter's demeanor, he could easily infer the nature of their relationship, harboring no objections, and even feeling a twinge of astonishment at the speed Maple Knight had previously exhibited. The two sand-hidden Jonin had been dispatched in an instant, indicating that he too would struggle to match Maple Knight's swiftness. Despite his youth, Maple Knight had already become a remarkably formidable ninja. Not at all. I'm just glad you're unscathed. Seeing Sunset Red and Appo's expression, Maple Knight couldn't and Appo's help but smile. At this moment, Sunset Red was merely 10 years old, a stark contrast to the mature and alluring figure she would become in a decade or so. It remained uncertain when she would grow a bit more. Witnessing the gradual growth of familiar figures indeed brought a unique joy. Contemplating this, Maple Knight turned his gaze toward a certain direction, where sounds had begun to emanate from the woods. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the thicket, landing gracefully on the ground. Where are the enemies? Uchiha Obito gripped a kunai, ready to engage the moment he touched down. Kakashi rolled his eyes, noting that the sounds of battle had already faded from this vicinity. And with Minato Namikaze having arrived in advance, it was evident that the conflict had concluded. To his surprise, among those present were not only Minato and a few familiar Leaf ninjas, but also a long-absent figure, his elder brother, Hatake Maple Knight. Stunned, he gazed at Maple Knight, astonished to encounter him here. Maple Knight, what brings you here? The speaker was not Kakashi, but rather the pleasantly surprised Rin Noera. Maple Knight greeted Rin with a smile, replying, I happen to be passing by. Whoosh. As his words faded, Maple Knight vanished without a sound, reappearing behind Kakashi, his hand lightly resting on Kakashi's head. The moment Maple Knight vanished, Kakashi instinctively reacted, lowering his head and swiftly turning to throw a punch. Smack. His fist was effortlessly caught by Maple Knight. It seems you've also grown quite a bit, Kakashi. Feng Ye clasped Kakashi's fist, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked. You and Appos, VE grown taller, Haven and Appos, TU? It and Appos, it's only been a few months. Is it the effect of the cell activation technique? Although he had merely utilized the 4-fold speed without resorting to the 8 gates, Kakashi's ability to barely respond suggested that his strength was gradually transcending the realm of a Chunin. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would attain the status of Jonin at the age of 12. However, with Feng Ye as his elder brother guiding him, and having practiced the cell activation technique alongside the Chidori he acquired from Feng Ye, he was already nearing the prowess of a Jonin, albeit lacking in combat experience and other facets that would qualify him fully. Perhaps, Kakashi tilted his head, his gaze devoid of vitality, but the gap between us is widening. It appeared as though he had evaded Feng Ye and Amp, Appos, S and Amp, Appos, attack, and Amp, Appos. But in truth, it was Feng Ye who had launched his strike from a distance, accounting for Kakashi and Amp, Appos' reaction time. The crux lay in Feng Ye's previous exploits on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, where he had slain numerous Jonin, establishing a qualitative disparity in strength between himself and Kakashi. You are growing, and I am training as well. Achieving a 50-50 match with me is not easily attainable. Feng Ye chuckled as he released Kakashi and Appos' fist. Not far off, Minato Namikaze cast a surprised glance at Feng Ye. Though Feng Ye had not employed the 8 gates, his displayed speed was indeed remarkable, elucidating how he managed to achieve such feats on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Obito felt somewhat discontented. Originally, he had aimed to showcase his abilities during this mission, but upon encountering Feng Ye, all attention had shifted towards him. Approaching the corpses of 2 Sunagakure ninja, he examined them briefly and remarked, based on the chakra traces, these must be Jonin from Sunagakure, swiftly eliminated by you, Teacher Minato? From the moment he sensed the battle to Minato's arrival via the body flicker technique, no more than a few seconds had elapsed. The rapid defeat of 2 Jonin, despite his familiarity with Minato's strength, still left him in awe. No, it wasn't me. Minato shook his head, turning his gaze towards Feng Ye. It would be exceedingly difficult for Yujito to eliminate 2 Jonin under the circumstances, especially given the brief interval from when he heard the commotion to his arrival. Considering that Feng Ye had arrived even earlier, it was likely his doing. The ability to dispatch 2 Jonin from Sunagakure affirmed Feng Ye's exceptional prowess. And if the battle concluded instantaneously as Minato suspected, it indicated Feng Ye's strength had ascended to an even higher echelon. Nevertheless, such power did not stir him deeply, for he too could achieve similar feats. What truly unsettled him was the stark age difference. A ninja of Feng Ye's age had yet to reach their pinnacle. That was indeed astonishing. Feng Ye, what was that technique of yours? Yujito inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she attempted to steady her racing heart. Feng Ye smiled. Are you referring to that state? It's a secret technique that combines lightning release with taijutsu. I call it 8 gates lightning release. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Minato, who might have whimsically dubbed it something like Silver Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. At that moment, Obito felt somewhat stiff. He hadn't anticipated that Feng Ye would be the one to take down the 2 Jonin from Sunagakure. Minato's delayed arrival had thwarted his intentions to divert everyone's attention. The group chose not to linger in idle conversation any longer. After processing the corpses and sealing the heads within scrolls, they made their way back towards the Konoha encampment. As they walked, Yujito queried Feng Ye, "Does the Hokage's assignment mean you will be joining us for upcoming missions?" Uncertain, Feng Ye replied, shaking his head. "It depends on the Hokage's orders and Jiraiya-sensei's directives, though it seems more likely that I will operate independently." At this point, he glanced towards Minato, who was also observing him. Their gazes briefly connected before they each turned away, Minato offering a faint smile. From Konoha's perspective, Feng Ye's presence on this battlefield was advantageous for the war's overall dynamics, especially given the achievements he had secured in the Land of Grass. As for Feng Ye being a disciple of Orochimaru, he felt no particular concern about competition if he were on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he believed he could perform even better. His aspiration remained to become Hokage, and the true rivals were those with the qualifications for such a role, like Orochimaru and Tsunade. Feng Ye was merely a competitor of the next generation, not warranting undue attention. 2 hours later, Feng Ye, Minato, and the others returned to the front lines of Konoha, making their way to the largest tent at the center of the camp to report to the commanding officer, Jiraiya. "I understand. I will assign the intelligence gathering to Jonin Kaichi," Jiraiya replied, nodding as he took the scroll containing the sealed heads of the Sunagakure Jonin from Yujito. He then turned his gaze to Feng Ye. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Feng Ye was akin to a nephew to him. However, the dynamic between him and Orochimaru had always been one of rivalry. Now that Sarutobi had dispatched Feng Ye to this battlefield, Jiraiya felt somewhat exasperated. Originally, it seemed that Orochimaru and Feng Ye would handle the conflict in the Land of Grass while he and Minato addressed the situation here, but with Feng Ye's reassignment, it felt as though he and Minato were insufficient, necessitating assistance from Orochimaru's disciple. It was an odd feeling. However, there was no possibility of reversing the situation now, as Feng Ye had already intervened on this battlefield. The news of Feng Ye's annihilation of a nearly 100-strong elite unit of sand ninja that had circumvented the Land of Rain reached him like a chilling revelation. Had the enemy's plans gone unimpeded, a frontal assault could have led to a devastating ambush on the rear camp, potentially resulting in catastrophic losses for Konoha. Most astonishing to him was that Feng Ye had single-handedly dealt with nearly 100 elite sand ninja. The disciple of Orochimaru was truly a monstrous presence. "Feng Ye, I am aware of your situation. You are now a special Jonin directly under the frontline forces. You may return to rest for now. I will assign you a mission when the time is appropriate," Jiraiya instructed Feng Ye. Although he was reluctant to rely on Feng Ye's strength, he recognized the broader context. It would be unwise to allow such a formidable asset to remain idle, diminishing Konoha's combat efficacy. Thus, he would formulate a comprehensive battle plan, orchestrating a decisive confrontation against Sunagakure. With Feng Ye's presence in the thwarting of the enemy's ambush strategy, their odds of success would significantly increase. "Understood," Feng Ye nodded, eager for a respite. Having traversed from the camp in the Land of Grass and rescuing Yujito along the way, he found that while his physical fatigue could be alleviated through time reversal, the exhaustion of his spirit required a period of rest to recalibrate. As Feng Ye departed from the tent, Jiraiya turned to Minato Namikaze and suddenly shook his head, saying, "In the upcoming battle, you must not lose to him, Minato." Feng Ye, being a disciple of Orochimaru and younger than Minato, posed a potential threat. Should he outperform Minato, it would complicate matters for Minato when confronting Orochimaru later on. Jiraiya's reasoning was quite straightforward. He had no desire to become Hokage himself, and was aware that both Orochimaru and Minato aspired to the position. One was his disciple, the other his comrade. He was not overly concerned about who ultimately became Hokage, but he did care about the prowess of their respective disciples. Minato chuckled softly, responding, "He is indeed an exceptional ninja, but he will not surpass me. Perhaps in the future, but he is still too young." "No," Jiraiya countered, gazing intently at Minato. "Don and Appos, he underestimate him just because of his age. Not long ago, he single-handedly annihilated an elite squad from Sunagakure that attempted to ambush our rear forces in the Land of Rain. This intelligence had only recently reached Jiraiya, and Minato was taken aback upon hearing it. An elite squad from Sunagakure, planning to ambush the rear? The number of such a unit would likely not be too great. Too many would risk exposure, yet too few would struggle to breach their defenses. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, who had not yet departed, were equally astonished at Jiraiya's revelation, as they were unaware of this information. "The size of that unit?" Minato asked, his expression growing serious. Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he replied, "Nearly 100. With at least 10 Jonin among them." "How is that possible?" Minato could not maintain his composure, a storm of emotions surging within him. To single-handedly eliminate a near 100-strong elite unit, including Tinjay Nin, was a feat he could achieve using the Flying Thunder God technique, yet without practical experience. He found it difficult to ascertain. The crucial question remained: how did Feng Ye accomplish this? To annihilate such a number of ninjas alone, one must ensure that all attacks and restraints from the enemy are rendered ineffective, while relying on the Flying Thunder God technique would allow him to do so. How had Feng Ye managed it? He did not appear to possess extraordinarily high defensive capabilities, though his speed was impressive. It did not seem sufficient to nullify all ninjutsu and constraints. Could it be that Feng Ye also utilized the Flying Thunder God? I am uncertain how he achieved it. But the results are undeniable, Jiraiya remarked, turning his gaze towards the direction in which Feng Ye had vanished. Such an accomplishment is beyond even my capabilities. Thus, while Orochimaru and Appo's disciple may be young, he is undeniably a remarkable talent. Do not treat him as an ordinary ninja. Jiraiya and Appo's words served as a caution to Minato, urging him not to underestimate Feng Ye. As for his own limitations, while he personally could not accomplish such feats, summoning the two sages of my Bokuzen and entering sage mode would indeed change the equation. He too could eliminate 100 elite ninjas. However, even if such power were attributed to him alone, it held little significance, as he was of the same generation as Orochimaru. Defeating Feng Ye would be expected. But if Minato were to be outshone by Feng Ye, it would be rather disconcerting. I will take this seriously, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato nodded, a glimmer of determination shining in his calm eyes. He had become earnest. Previously, upon hearing about Feng Ye's exploits on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, he had merely been intrigued. However, upon learning of this latest achievement, he realized that his prior assessment of Feng Ye had been flawed. Feng Ye was not a budding ninja still in need of growth, but rather a prodigious talent that had already caught up to him at such a young age. Beside them, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were rendered speechless, unable to articulate their thoughts. Jiraiya's words seemed incomprehensible, akin to a cryptic script. What did it mean to encounter an elite squad from Sunagakure, to single-handedly eliminate nearly 100 elite ninjas and Tinjay Nin? Kakashi, still some distance from becoming a Nin himself, was astonished. Obito and Rin remained mere genin. Even Kakashi, who had the closest ties to Feng Ye, was taken aback for a moment before managing a wry smile. He no longer feared facing Nin, having nearly defeated one previously. He found no comparison to the current Feng Ye. Feng Ye was simply too powerful. Rin and Appo's eyes were wide with astonishment, and after a long while, she could not help but murmur, feeling as though she were in a dream. Meanwhile, at the forefront of Sunagakure and Appo's encampment, within the central tent, days of reconnaissance had borne fruit. Scouts dispatched by Sunagakure had discovered traces of leaf ninjas engaged in battle in the Land of Rain. Yet little useful intelligence could be gleaned from these signs. The only certainty was that the leaf forces had likely been completely annihilated. To this day, not a single survivor had been encountered. Had even one person remained alive, they would have made contact by now, but regrettably, none had. As the news returned, the atmosphere within the tent grew heavy with despair. How was this possible? Hayabura's eyes reflected disbelief. He was well aware of the strength of Leaf's elite forces. Leading a near 100-strong unit, they possessed formidable combat capabilities. Even if the Leaf deployed double their number, it would be challenging to completely eradicate Hayabura's and Appo's squad. To ensure total annihilation, it would likely require triple the number of elite ninjas, yet it was implausible for the Leaf to mobilize nearly 300 elite ninjas beneath their very noses without detection. If such were the case, there would be no need for war. Chiyo's expression darkened as she remarked, could it be that reinforcements from the Leaf were dispatched? Yet they too had received no intelligence. That is impossible. A ninja force exceeding 300 cannot possibly move unnoticed. Especially if they were heading directly for the unit led by Yakura, Hayabura's replied grimly. While the number of Sunagakure scouts infiltrating the Leaf was limited and communication was exceedingly difficult, it was inconceivable that the movement of over 300 ninjas would go unnoticed. Even if the Leaf scouts were oblivious, numerous others along the way would have detected them. Just as they had to send a 100-man unit on a long detour through the Land of Rain to avoid detection. It was unimaginable for a force of triple that size to do so. Could it be that the Rain ninjas collaborated with the Leaf? Fourth Kazekage Rasha suggested. The incident occurred within the borders of the Land of Rain, and such a collaboration could indeed facilitate such an undertaking. No, Hayabura shook his head. While the Rain ninjas possessed the capacity to eliminate Yakura and Appo's unit, it would necessitate nearly their entire force. which is also unlikely to occur without noise. Moreover, that cautious character, Hanzo of the Salamander, would never easily mobilize his entire force. With these various hypotheses dismissed, the possibilities dwindled. Firstly, the Leaf had not deployed a large number of ninjas. And secondly, the incident occurred within the Land of Rain, where they ambushed. Chio mused slowly. This was the only plausible explanation. Yekara and his team had fallen into an ambush, overwhelmed by a smaller force, and their escape routes had been sealed. Elder Hailao had long since reached this conclusion, yet he refrained from voicing it, for there exists a stark difference between falling into an ambush and being overwhelmed by a superior enemy force. Being caught in an ambush and subsequently annihilated by a smaller contingent bears significant responsibility. Commander Yetsong, who led that unit, must shoulder a considerable burden of accountability, especially since it was he who designated Yetsong to command that troop. It seems there is no other possibility. Luo Sha spoke in a low tone, his gaze fixed upon Hailao with an enigmatic intensity, stating, "With so many elite forces lost, you must take responsibility for this assault, Elder Hailao." The atmosphere in the tent was heavy, with many elite jonin from Sunagakure wearing somber expressions. Just as Luo Sha was preparing to shift the blame and undermine the authority of Hailao, a sand ninja suddenly entered the tent, reporting to Lord Kazakage. New leads have been discovered from the Land of Rain. Luo Sha's brow furrowed. The sand ninja bowed his head and swiftly reported, "We have found more traces on the battlefield, along with intelligence regarding the movements of Jonin Yetsong. We have located." He quickly recounted the gathered intelligence. The primary findings included two key pieces of information. First, the incident did not occur along Yetsong's path, but rather took a slight detour. Not far from this detour lay a small town. After thoroughly searching the town, they discovered it had once hosted ninjas, and on the very day of Yetsong's incident, unfamiliar ninjas had arrived. The second piece of intelligence was derived from the severely damaged scene, through the remnants and using secret techniques for analysis. They concluded that the cause of death for nearly all individuals was closely linked to lightning-based ninjutsu, and a ninja had left behind a fragment of information using a summoning beast just before perishing. One person. Kusanagi sword. Lightning. Speed. Based on this scan information, combined with the data obtained after thoroughly overturning that small town, they arrived at an astonishing conclusion. A certain ninja had been to that town and had stolen a Kusanagi sword from a hidden ninja there before encountering Yetsong and Appo's forces. As for what transpired during that encounter, it was difficult to reconstruct. The final outcome was that Yetsong's elite unit was obliterated. This is impossible. Chio immediately refuted this conclusion. If Yetsong and Appo's team had indeed fallen into an ambush, it could be understood. However, the notion that a single ninja could annihilate Yetsong and Appo's entire unit was absurd. Even if that ninja possessed terrifying strength, capable of defeating Yetsong and his elite forces, it was inconceivable that not a single person could escape, that all perished. This was the analysis based on all available intelligence. The ninja's forehead glistened with cold sweat. He understood that this conclusion was quite far-fetched. Yet it indeed aligned with all the intelligence and clues gathered. Other theories were difficult to substantiate. Impossible. Luo Sha also shook his head. To single-handedly eliminate Yetsong's unit was a fantasy, unless that individual was the legendary sage of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, who had ended the Warring States era. But that figure had long since passed. If he were alive, Konoha would not hide him, nor would anyone dare to provoke Konoha or instigate war against it. However, the crux of the matter was that even if Yetsong's unit's annihilation was not solely the work of that ninja, it was certain that he played a critically important role, potentially even defeating Yetsong himself. Yetsong's strength was widely recognized within Sunagakure, being a formidable ninja with a bloodline limit, which justified his position as the leader of the surprise attack unit. So the question arose, who exactly was that ninja? The one who single-handedly decimated Yetsong's elite forces and very well might have defeated him. Was he from Konoha? The only confirmed information about that ninja was that he wielded lightning-based ninjutsu and possessed a Kusanagi sword. Beyond that, nothing else was known. Regardless, that ninja must be regarded as an adversary, no matter which village he hailed from. Hailao inhaled deeply, his gaze darkening as he spoke. The total annihilation of the surprise attack unit was already a dire circumstance. Now, with an unknown ninja positioned as an enemy, the situation on the battlefield had become exceedingly grim. Yet retreating was not an option. Should they pull back, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue. They had expended significant resources to engage Konoha and could not surrender or passively agree to an unequal treaty. In the face of war, the situation was indeed dire. Elder Hailao, your responsibility will be addressed after the war. What battle plans do you currently have? Luo Shan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hailao. This incident was extremely detrimental to Sunagakure as a whole, but personally beneficial for him, significantly damaging Hailao's reputation and alleviating his concerns about being overshadowed in the Kazekage position. The only caution was the unknown ninja wielding the Kusanagi sword. All information regarding this individual was unfamiliar, and should he appear on the battlefield, he could prove to be a troublesome adversary. Skilled in lightning techniques, could he be a ninja from Kumogakure? If Kumogakure allied with Konoha, the situation would be exceedingly dire. However, it was illogical for the Cloud Ninja to bypass the Land of Earth to collaborate with Konoha to assault their forces in the Land of Rain. Though I do not know who you are, you have rendered me a significant service. Luo Sha's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Next, he would symbolically engage in battle, sacrificing a few ninjas who opposed his rise to power, and even if he surrendered to Konoha afterward, it would matter little. As long as he could secure his position as Kazekage, the only thing he wished to ascertain was the identity of the ninja who had single-handedly annihilated Yetsong's surprise attack unit. In the rear area of the camp, a tent had been arranged for Kazuki. That boy is Hitaki Kazuki? Has he already been promoted to Jonin? Some ninjas noticed Kazuki residing in a separate tent and expressed their surprise. This was the front line of the Land of Wind, where the number of ninjas was vast, and the camp differed greatly from that of the Land of Grass. Even Chunin were not qualified to occupy individual tents. Many still remembered Kazuki, the previously renowned genius from Konoha, but it seemed he had only recently passed the Chunin exams. How could he have ascended to Jonin so quickly? If he were not Jonin, he should not be entitled to reside in such a private tent. That seems rather improbable, another nearby ninja remarked. Perhaps he is a special Jonin. This explanation was somewhat acceptable. While both Jonin and special Jonin enjoyed nearly identical privileges, the distinction lay in their roles. Jonin were well-rounded in all aspects, possessing leadership capabilities to command large groups of ninjas, whereas special Jonin typically comprised Chunin with specialized skills, such as sensory abilities or interrogation expertise. Kazuki, being a genius, might possess unique capabilities in deciphering codes or reconnaissance, thus making his rapid promotion to special Jonin during wartime entirely plausible. Indeed, the first ninja who spoke nodded. He was merely a Chunin. Should Kazuki indeed be a Jonin, it would imply he was his superior and could potentially lead their next mission, necessitating his obedience to Kazuki's commands. Such a scenario was difficult for him to accept. After all, a young Jonin captain was hard to trust, and he would have significant doubts about his judgment. However, if Kazuki were merely a special Jonin, it would not concern him at all. Even in the midst of a joint operation, individuals invariably belong to different departments, leading to mere cooperation rather than interference. Inside the tent, Feng Ye tidied up briefly before resting, only awakening as twilight approached. After rubbing his eyes, he ventured outside to fetch water. The camp featured temporary wells distributed across various areas, and having perused a rough layout of the camp, Feng Ye made his way toward the nearest well. "Ah, Feng Ye." A voice filled with surprise reached him as he was drawing water. This voice sounded somewhat familiar, though he couldn't immediately place it. Turning slightly, he was mildly astonished to see Shizen. "What brings you here?" he inquired, recalling that Shizen was supposed to be training under Tsunade. Her presence here suggested that Tsunade was nearby, which surprised Feng Ye. "I accompanied Lady Tsunade. I'm here to practice medical ninjutsu," Shizen replied, jogging over with a water jug. After filling his own container, Feng Ye poured some into Shizen's and asked, "Is Lady Tsunade here as well?" "I heard she was." Although she couldn't fight, she could still advise medical ninjas on their techniques, albeit without direct contact with blood, relying instead on symptom descriptions. Shizen paused, suddenly surprised. "How do you know about Lady Tsunade and Appo's condition?" While not a secret, the information regarding her hemophobia was known to only a few, primarily her closest disciples and a handful of elite shinobi. It was assumed that Feng Ye would be unaware of it. "My father mentioned Lady Tsunade," Feng Ye explained. The details surrounding Tsunade's condition had been known since the end of the Second Great Ninja War, and both Kakashi's father and Orochimaru were likely privy to it. Blaming anyone else was less fitting than attributing it to Kakashi's father. Understanding Feng Ye's connection to Kakashi's father, Shizen sighed. Lady Tsunade's condition is indeed worrying. She cannot personally treat severely injured patients. Otherwise, her skills could heal them much quicker. Handing the filled jug to Shizen, Feng Ye pondered. Where is Lady Tsunade now? I wish to pay her a visit. Hemophobia is, at its core, a psychological ailment. In his previous life, Feng Ye specialized in psychological treatment and had learned methods such as hypnosis, which fundamentally guides the mind, distinct from the jinjutsu of this world. He had successfully treated Kakashi, witnessing significant results, and thought perhaps it could be applied to Tsunade as well. Shizun looked at him with surprise before nodding. Lady Tsunade is resting in the tent over there. I and Appos am fetching water for her. Follow me. Wait a moment. With that, Feng Ye vanished in an instant, only to return seconds later, having deposited his water jug back in his tent. Following Shizun through a vast expanse of tents, they soon arrived at a larger one. Shizun entered first, announcing, Lady Tsunade, the water has arrived. Set it over there, Tsunade replied wearily. Due to her hemophobia, her ability to treat patients was significantly hampered, requiring considerable energy even for ailments she could usually remedy with ease. Her presence on the battlefield was twofold, to respond to repeated requests from Hiruzen Sarutobi and to mentor Shizun in medical techniques. Medical skills demand practice alongside theory. The battlefield serves as an ideal training ground for medical ninjas, providing a constant influx of patients without the need to seek them out, thus enabling Shizun's rapid growth and skill. By the way, Lady Tsunade, Feng Ye wishes to visit you. Feng Ye? That little brat? Isn't he with Orochimaru? Tsunade tilted her head, unsure of Feng Ye's intentions but curious to meet this young prodigy. She casually donned her clothing and said, Come in. Greetings, Lady Tsunade. Feng Ye entered the tent, flashing a smile as he respectfully stated, I met you once before but didn't get a chance to greet you. I heard you were here, so I came. Orochimaru often praises your medical prowess. Tsunade assessed Feng Ye with a scrutinizing glance. Decent attitude. No need for excessive formality. You are Orochimaru and Appos' disciple and the son of Shikaku. I bear some responsibility for what happened to him. If I had been in the village at the time. Feng Ye shook his head. Even if you had been there, Lady Tsunade, my father's stubborn nature might not have allowed for much change. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I've heard your condition seems rather troubling. When my father passed, Kakashi was in a poor state as well. I devised some methods to help ease his distress. Tsunade paused, then laughed softly. You wish to treat me? Typically, she would dismiss such notions. Yet she felt a slight inclination to hear him out, given her earlier mention of Shikaku. Yes, Feng Ye affirmed. Only those who have experienced pain and suffering, who have emerged from it and can assist others in doing so, truly understand how to alleviate suffering. Tsunade scrutinized Feng Ye for several seconds before shaking her head. Such pains cannot be eradicated. They can only be mitigated through forgetfulness, which yields little effect. The duty of a ninja is to endure what ordinary individuals cannot. Every ninja bears the weight of pain, whether from the loss of comrades or family. Thus, methods of psychological healing remain untouched by ninjas. Even I have scarcely encountered them. What can a boy of your age possibly achieve? Shizun, equally surprised, had anticipated Feng Ye's desire to heal Tsunade's hemophobia, which even Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and all other medical ninjas could not remedy. However, she had long sought ways to alleviate Tsunade and Appos' condition while pursuing medical knowledge. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Lady Tsunade, Feng Ye might genuinely alleviate your symptoms. He has overcome such pain and comforted his brother Kakashi. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust in Feng Ye. Shizun. Tsunade cast an irritated glance at her, but Shizun merely shrank back momentarily before meeting her gaze defiantly, prompting Tsunade to relent with a sigh. Turning back to Feng Ye, Tsunade crossed her arms and said, All right, let us see what you can do. Feng Ye seated himself in front of Tsunade, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Pardon me, Lady Tsunade. Please regard me as a healer and yourself as a patient. Do not resist treatment. Observing Feng Ye and Appos' earnestness, Tsunade found herself amused once more. Very well. At this moment, she truly wished to observe the methods employed by Feng Ye. After adjusting the dynamics between himself and Tsunade, Feng Ye commenced a verbal guidance and subtle suggestion, utilizing the psychological knowledge he had previously mastered for therapeutic purposes. The results of this treatment were unexpectedly effective. Perhaps it was due to Tsunade and Appos' inherent fatigue. After receiving care and reassurance, she fell into a deep slumber. Quietly observing the sleeping Tsunade, Feng Ye gestured to Shizun. Understanding immediately, Shizun nodded and cautiously approached, assisting Feng Ye in laying Tsunade down gently, providing her with a pillow. As they settled her, the loose fabric of her nightgown allowed glimpses of what would be obscured by divine light. Feng Ye remained remarkably composed, regarding this as merely a reward for his arduous efforts in therapy. Unfazed, he helped cover Tsunade with a blanket and exchanged a silent farewell with Shizun before departing. Having witnessed countless narratives in his past life, he was not easily startled by such occurrences. Yet, the stark contrast between reality and those tales was undeniable. Continuing to recklessly employ time acceleration for his own growth could allow him to attain a physical form resembling that of an 18-year-old by the age of 12 or 13. Whereas Hinata and her peers would still be under 12. This fact posed a troubling dilemma, particularly in an era where the average lifespan had extended far beyond 30, and the marriage age for ninjas had typically shifted to after 18. From his observations, it seemed that in the world of Naruto, young ninjas experienced romantic relationships around the ages of 9 to 14, fell in love between 15 and 18, and often married and bore children by the age of 20. Feng Ye preferred to adapt to the customs of his surroundings, embracing the norms of each world he inhabited, with a focus on experience. Thus, he remained in the ninja academy until the age of 9 before graduating. His disposition was rather mischievous. As Feng Ye made his way to his tent, he chuckled softly. Perhaps it was due to the obscurity he had endured in his previous life that he now relished the adoration from girls like Hinata, Rin, and Shizun. However, reflecting on it, he discerned no malice. He merely maintained the image of a normal, radiant, and talented ninja. From another perspective, it might be the girls, like Hinata, who were being somewhat unscrupulous, each one enamored with his persona. Upon returning to his tent and contemplating, Feng Ye resolved to adhere to his initial plan, utilizing time acceleration to hasten his growth to around 20 years of age, thereby reaching his peak state. With the ability to reverse time, he had no need to fret over issues of shortened lifespan. He could even maintain a singular age indefinitely. The following day, Tsunade awoke, stretching luxuriously. Having not experienced such a refreshing sleep in quite some time, even the dreams from the previous night had been devoid of nightmares. As her thoughts gathered, she quickly recognized something was amiss with her condition. Recalling the events of the day prior, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. That boy and Amp, Appo's, treatment truly yielded results? Her willingness to cooperate with Feng Ye stemmed partly from sensing Shizun's desire to assist her, and partly from curiosity about what Feng Ye could truly demonstrate. To her surprise, Feng Ye's treatment indeed bore fruit. She could distinctly feel that her emotional turmoil when recalling past traumas had lessened significantly. "Tsunade-sama, you're awake?" Shizun inquired softly upon returning from fetching water, noticing Tsunade sitting up. She had felt relieved that Feng Ye had managed to lull Tsunade to sleep during the treatment. Regardless of the outcome, it at least prevented her from deteriorating further. Indeed, Tsunade nodded, a contemplative expression flashing in her eyes. Feng Ye undoubtedly possessed some skill. As for how a child with no exposure to medical ninjutsu could wield such therapeutic methods, she could construct a plausible explanation. It was conceivable that, after experiencing profound psychological trauma, he could emerge from it and provide solace to his similarly afflicted brother, ultimately deducing effective methods. Such a phenomenon, albeit rare, was indeed possible. Perhaps only Feng Ye had grasped this approach. "It seems you did not exaggerate in your description of him, Shizun," Tsunade remarked while dressing. "That boy does possess a certain talent." Despite her words suggesting mere talent, she had already categorized Feng Ye within the realm of and Appo's genius. And Appo's, as a renowned medical expert, she understood the complexity of such therapeutic techniques. It likely required countless skilled healers to analyze psychological aspects from various angles, striving tirelessly to compile a coherent theory and methodology. Feng Ye may have fortuitously traversed the most accurate path, yet such luck was not bestowed upon everyone. At the very least, Feng Ye's psychological maturity surpassed his youthful appearance. Graduating as a Chunin at 9 and becoming Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's disciple may not seem extraordinary, but in the realm of psychological treatment, he was undeniably a prodigy. "Tsunade-sama, you too acknowledge this." Shizun smiled at her words. Tsunade huffed softly, responding, "It's still too early to claim acknowledgement. Satisfying me is no simple task. Tell him to return tonight." "Of course," Shizun replied cheerfully. The encounter between Feng Ye and Tsunade was but a minor episode in the grand tapestry of the ongoing war, with only Shizun privy to the intricate details. The prior annihilation of the Sand Ninja's surprise attack unit had irrevocably charted the course of this conflict, an unstoppable tide. The war continued to surge towards an all-out eruption. After several days of treatment administered by Feng Ye to Tsunade, Jiraiya had finally organized a comprehensive battle plan and preparations. 3 days later. Within the central command tent of the Konoha camp, Jiraiya gazed at the sand table map, adorned with an array of small flags, and firmly placed a hand upon its edge. Raising his head, his gaze swept across the elite Jonin gathered in the tent. Thus, our full-scale counteroffensive shall officially commence tomorrow. Next, the operational directives. Jonin Kikuchi, Jonin Hachi, you shall lead the 1st and 2nd strike units to flank the enemy from the southern hills. Upon hearing Jiraiya's orders, Kikuchi and Hachi responded with calm affirmations. Jiraiya then turned to his right, addressing Minato Namikaze. Minato, you will lead the 5th and 6th strike units to encircle the enemy's right flank from the north. Understood, Minato replied, his demeanor serene. The impending decisive battle stirred the hearts of many. Yet as a ninja of unwavering confidence, he maintained his composure even in these critical moments. The 3rd and 4th strike units will follow me in a frontal assault. Jiraiya continued, issuing further commands. The medical unit will accompany the main force, maintaining a safe distance, prepared to tend to the wounded at a moment's notice. Yes, the responsible Jonin of the medical unit acknowledged. Once the personnel assignments were roughly completed, Jiraiya turned his attention to Feng Ye, saying, Feng Ye, you will accompany my unit. Understood, Feng Ye replied, his expression tranquil. His current status as a special Jonin directly under Jiraiya's command granted him a unique position, allowing him to participate in the frontline strategy meeting. The other Jonin present cast glances at Feng Ye, many eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. Most were high-ranking members of the frontline camp, either elite Jonin or those with significant standing, aware of Feng Ye's formidable accomplishments in the battles in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, yet they harbored doubts. After all, Feng Ye was quite young. While the battle in the Land of Grass could be attributed to the formidable presence of Orochimaru restraining the rock ninjas, defeats in the Land of Rain seemed almost fantastical. One individual defeating nearly 100 elite sand ninjas. Preposterous. Many speculated there might be ulterior motives at play. Perhaps Konoha had secretly dispatched Feng Ye in collaboration with the Rain ninjas, concealing the true nature of the operation and merely publicizing Feng Ye's solo achievements. Or it could be that he fought alongside Umbu operatives, whose missions were typically unrecorded and shrouded in secrecy. Orochimaru's disciple, murmured some, gazing at Feng Ye. Those who had touched the upper echelons of Konoha's power understood that the 4th Hokage would soon emerge. The identity of the successor remained uncertain. Yet Orochimaru was undoubtedly a candidate. This led them to ponder whether Feng Ye and Appo's remarkable performances in the previous battles held deeper significance. Perhaps they were part of Orochimaru and Appo's scheme to ascend to the position of 4th Hokage. Nara Kikuchi also regarded Feng Ye with interest. The selection of the 4th Hokage was not solely at the discretion of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opinions of Konoha's prominent clans and the elite Jonin were equally crucial. Regardless of support levels, the opposition could not surpass half, or else the ascension would be arduous. If Feng Ye truly possessed the exceptional capabilities reported, he could indeed garner substantial backing. Even a moderate level of skill would be acceptable, but anything less would be seen as an affront. The assembled ninjas were the upper echelon of Konoha, some representing their clans. Such mockery was intolerable. Lastly, the 7th unit, the intelligence department, will remain at the camp. Jiraiya concluded the operational directives, his chakra surging as he stepped forward with an air of authority. That is the general situation. I entrust the war tomorrow to all of you. The ninjas inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the significance of this battle, which would decisively influence the war's trajectory, even if it wouldn't bring about its conclusion. Just as the assembled group was poised to respond, a voice suddenly interjected. Don't leave me behind, Jiraiya. This voice, which carried the formidable presence of one of the legendary Sannin and the frontline commander, caused Jiraiya to pause in astonishment and glance towards the entrance of the tent. There stood a figure with light golden hair and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, wearing a gentle smile. It was none other than Tsunade. Tsunade, how could you? Jiraiya stammered, surprised. Aren't you? Tsunade raised her thumb to indicate her cheek, speaking with unwavering conviction that no longer holds much significance. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jiraiya's expression brightened. Excellent. With you joining the Central Command, victory is assured. You two shall accompany the main force. Indeed. Tsunade responded with a resounding voice. The ninjas in the tent, momentarily stunned, soon displayed expressions of exhilaration. Tsunade's presence on the battlefield significantly bolstered their chances of victory. Amidst the collective excitement, only Feng Ye, standing at a distance, quirked a smile, casting a resigned glance at Tsunade, who happened to be looking back at him. Her lips curling into a subtle smile. How could this be okay? Feng Ye mused silently. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's current state. Although her hemophobia had somewhat eased after 3 days of psychological treatment, transitioning from severe to mild, it still posed challenges. Engaging in battle under these circumstances would likely prove daunting. At best, she could endure the sight of blood without succumbing to terror. Muster a fraction of her strength and chakra, but achieving the prowess of a Jonin would be remarkable, while it seemed they had gained a formidable ally. The practical utility was questionable. All right, everyone may return to prepare, Jiraiya announced. As the ninjas departed the tent, only Tsunade and Feng Ye remained, the latter acting independently. Jiraiya approached Tsunade with a smile, asking, I presume your concern for my safety on the battlefield spurred you to conquer your fear of blood? Smack. Tsunade, without a hint of emotion, slapped Jiraiya's face, halting his advance. Spare me, she retorted coldly, turning to Feng Ye. I am merely concerned for Feng Ye's safety and wish to witness his performance firsthand. Jiraiya, nearly toppled by the force of the push, steadied himself at the edge of the tent, wide-eyed at Tsunade's words. Concerned for Feng Ye's safety? What nonsense is this? Kaguya is indeed a disciple of Orochimaru. How did she come to be associated with Tsunade? Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's gaze and shrugged in response, saying, I received much care from my predecessor, SHM. And it is only natural that I cannot neglect his child. Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. Kaguya, feeling helpless, remarked, in truth, Lady Tsunade, you need not worry about my safety. I shall be fine. He understood Tsunade and Appo's concern, having undergone 3 days of treatment. Not only was she a healer, but their bond had also deepened considerably. Tsunade was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Should he perish on the battlefield, Tsunade and Appo's hemophobia would remain unaddressed, and the progress of her prior treatments might be rendered futile. Enough of this. Tsunade shot Kaguya an exasperated glare and said, I've heard such reassurances countless times, yet the majority of those who utter them meet with misfortune. Your words only heighten my unease. Aside from Shizune, no one would report information about Kaguya to her, and Shizune had been with her for the past year. Knowing Kaguya only as he was a year ago, during these days of interaction, she had confirmed that Kaguya's chakra was approximately at the level of a Jonin. Although such strength was remarkably formidable for his age and indeed warranted the title of genius, on the battlefield, genius alone could not ensure survival. Even elite Jonin had perished in countless numbers during warfare. She could not stand idly by while Kaguya faced death on the battlefield. Thus, with Shizune remaining at the camp, she resolved to participate in this war. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kaguya thought to retort that he was not like others. Given the current state of the Sand Ninja, even summoning a tailed beast would not pose a threat to him. Unless an extraordinary figure like Uchiha Madara or the Sage of Six Paths were to appear. Yet, after some contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, lest it truly bring trouble upon them. Ultimately, he resignedly shrugged and said, as long as you are happy. Jiraiya glanced at Kaguya and then at Tsunade, expressing his concern. Are you truly all right? Yes, I am mostly fine now. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and assured him, I would never jest about such matters. Jiraiya exhaled in relief. That is good. The following day dawned bright and clear. Numerous leaf ninja departed en masse from the camp, almost as if an entire hive was mobilizing, splitting into multiple groups as they surged toward the Sand Village's encampment to initiate a full-scale assault. Such a significant movement could not possibly go unnoticed. Approximately 20 miles from the leaf camp, scouts from the Sand Village swiftly relayed the intelligence back to their front line, causing an uproar. However, KIs had long predicted that Konoha would launch a comprehensive attack within the last half-month, allowing the Sand Ninja to respond promptly. Soon, the ninja within the encampment were mobilized, led by Kazekage Raza and Chiyo as they marched toward the battlefield in grand fashion. This was the largest battle since the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. The Sand Village committed over 3,000 ninja, with Kazekage Raza personally leading the charge. Aside from not deploying a Jinchuriki, they had mobilized nearly all their elite forces. The Leaf side was no different, having dispatched over 2,000 elite ninja, although this was relatively few compared to the total number of Sand Ninja. Nearly all were of high caliber, with only a scant few lower-ranked ninja. Figures such as Uchiha Obito and Yuhi Kurenai remained at the camp, not participating in the frontline combat. Only Kakashi, a Chunin, received orders to join the battle. The location of the conflict lay in a hilly terrain, relatively flat, with the highest and lowest points separated by no more than 100 meters. Standing atop the highest point, One could see countless ninja dashing from both directions, one side clad in leaf ninja uniforms dominated by green, while the other was wrapped in white headscarves, indicative of those surviving in the desert environment. Report. The 1st and 2nd units have encountered the enemy. Report. The 5th and 6th units have encountered the enemy. The left and right flanks collided with the Sand Ninja, engaging in immediate combat, and the battle report swiftly reached Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya stood atop a high point, his gaze sweeping over the approaching Sand Ninja, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Kazekage Raza, Elder Chiyo. These two highest-ranking and most formidable ninja from the Sand Village were present on the front line. They had sacrificed the flanks. No, the flanks were merely to hold the line, intending to concentrate their combat power on the front. Jiraiya quickly grasped the Sand and Appo's strategy. Given their preparations, he could no longer alter his tactics or recall Minato to the front line. The outcome hinged on whether the enemy's flanks would collapse first or if their own center would falter first. With this thought, Jiraiya broke into a cold smile. If Tsunade were not here, facing off against powerful ninja like Raza and Chiyo alone would indeed be troublesome, and the outcome of the war would remain uncertain. However, with Tsunade present, as one of the legendary Sannin, he was confident in her strength. The front line could withstand the Sand Ninja's onslaught. The flanks were entrusted to you. Unleash your full potential, Minato. A spark of resolve ignited in Jiraiya and Appo's eyes as he inhaled deeply and shouted. 3rd and 4th units, prepare fire release ninjutsu. At his command, roughly a dozen leaf ninja rushed to the front of the formation, their hands swiftly forming seals as fire chakra surged forth. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. The dragon fire technique, while linear in nature, became a vast inferno when combined. Due to the geographical conditions of the wind country, few Sand Ninja excelled in water release. Faced with Konoha's flames, the foremost Sand Ninja hesitated. But in the next moment, the ground before them began to tremble violently. The grass-covered earth shattered into dust, surging forth to transform into a cascading waterfall of sand, charging toward the inferno. Well done. Kazekage Raza glanced at his wife, Karura, and shouted, pressing his hands to the ground as his magnet release abilities activated, unleashing a torrent of metallic sand rushing toward the Leaf's formation. If he were merely adept at political maneuvers, he could never have ascended to the position of Kazekage. To become a Kage, he possessed overwhelming power that surpassed countless ninja. The metallic sand surged forth, and the Leaf Ninja unleashed fire release and earth release techniques. Yet they could not halt its advance. Soon after, several individuals were consumed by the metallic sand, their screams echoing through the battlefield. Truly, the newly appointed Kazekage of the Sand Village. Jiraiya and Appo's eyes glinted, and he suddenly charged toward Raza. He could not allow Raza to wreak havoc with such wide-ranging ninjutsu. Otherwise, no one in Konoha could withstand Raza's capabilities. Humph. Seeing Jiraiya rush toward him, Raza and Appo's eyes glinted with cold determination. He showed no fear as he manipulated the metallic sand into numerous sharp spikes, launching them toward Jiraiya. This was a decisive battle. There were no probing attacks. It was a direct confrontation between the leaders of both forces. As Jiraiya clashed with Rasha, it signified that the war had escalated into its most intense and fervent phase. Thousands of shinobi from both sides unleashed a torrent of formidable chakra, colliding with tremendous force. The entire battlefield transformed into a chaotic theater of war. Amidst the turmoil, Tsunade's complexion paled slightly as she unleashed a powerful punch, shattering a massive rock that hurtled towards her. From an unknown direction on her right, a kunai adorned with explosive tags was hurled at Tsunade. Feng Ye extended his hand, intercepting the kunai midair and flinging it towards a sand shinobi. Tsunade-sama, are you all right? Feng Ye inquired, observing her one expression. As he had anticipated, Tsunade was indeed affected by the chaos of the battlefield. I am fine, she replied, taking a deep breath. Though her face was somewhat pale, she had not succumbed entirely to weakness or fear. Her chakra was merely disrupted to some extent. Feng Ye cast a fleeting glance at the battlefield, poised to speak, when suddenly a figure darted towards him with astonishing speed, twisting in midair and unleashing a barrage of arrows that enveloped both him and Tsunade within its range. Be careful. Tsunade warned sharply, exerting her strength in a punch that struck the ground, sending a large rock flying overhead to shield them from the onslaught of arrows. Just then, several silhouettes emerged from various directions, launching a chaotic array of attacks predominantly utilizing concealed weapons. With a swift motion, Tsunade and Feng Ye evaded from beneath the rock, landing on either side. At that moment, They discerned that none of their attackers were true humans. All were grotesque puppets. 10 puppets surrounded them. And not far from this peculiar assembly stood a flickering figure, gazing intently at Tsunade. It was Chiyo, the elder of Sunagakure, a master puppeteer renowned throughout the shinobi world. Your condition appears rather precarious, Tsunade, Chiyo remarked, her gaze cold and indifferent. They had clashed during the Second Great Ninja War, where she had gained notoriety for her puppet techniques. At that time, Tsunade had been no match for her in sheer strength. Yet she had managed to neutralize Chiyo's lethal poisons with her medical ninjutsu, significantly reducing the devastation Chiyo had wrought during the war. Chiyo had long harbored a desire to eliminate Tsunade, but her plans had been thwarted by Konoha and Appos, White Fang, who had slain her son and daughter-in-law in a single confrontation, thereby cementing his status as a hero in the shinobi world. It was undeniable that the two individuals she loathed most were White Fang and Tsunade. Upon noticing Tsunade's position, Chiyo immediately commanded her puppets to attack. At this moment, she was at the pinnacle of her abilities and battle experience, despite Tsunade's considerable growth since the war. Chiyo was confident she could defeat her. Is that so? Tsunade acknowledged her compromised state, surprised by Chiyo's swift approach, yet she displayed no sign of fear. Only a cold smirk. Chiyo's peripheral vision caught sight of Feng Ye, and a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Could that boy be White Fang's son? Be careful. Tsunade and Appos' heart raced, and she urgently warned Feng Ye. Almost instantaneously after Chiyo and Appos' words, several puppets united in an assault against Feng Ye. Their metallic scorpion tails and barbed arrows coated with a sinister glow, evidently laced with Chiyo's meticulously concocted toxins. In the face of the puppet's sudden onslaught, Feng Ye remained remarkably composed. He leapt into the air like a falling leaf, deftly maneuvering through the chaotic barrage until he landed on one of the puppets, executing a graceful flip before settling a short distance away. You possess some skill, Chiyo narrowed her eyes. More than Tsunade, she yearned to eliminate Feng Ye. For her animosity towards White Fang far surpassed that directed at Tsunade. She wished nothing more than for White Fang to experience the anguish of losing his son before meeting his own demise. Alas, White Fang was already dead. Yet even so, slaying White Fang's son would partially assuage her pin-up fury. With a fierce shout, Tsunade unleashed her monstrous strength, charging directly at Chiyo. Chiyo skillfully maneuvered one of her puppets to raise a shield, intercepting Tsunade's punch, which exploded upon impact with a thunderous roar, yet it was barely held at bay. Indeed, your condition is troubling, Chiyo chuckled sinisterly at this sight. Though uncertain whether Tsunade was injured or otherwise compromised, it was evident that she was not at her best. Even one of Chiyo and Appos' puppets could effortlessly withstand Tsunade and Appos' frontal assault. This was an opportunity for divine retribution. She had both White Fang and Appos' son and the injured Tsunade before her. Scorpion, you shall witness the suffering you have endured. I will make them all pay in kind. Chiyo's eyes glinted with cold malice as she directed her puppets to engage both Feng Ye and Tsunade. Having faced Chiyo before, Tsunade was well aware of her formidable prowess. In her current state, she would require at least 4 or 5 upper-ranking shinobi to assist her, achieving perfect coordination to contend with Chiyo. The direst aspect was that Chiyo had 2 puppets restraining her, while the remaining 8 surged towards Feng Ye, clearly intent on swiftly eliminating him. Were 7 or 8 puppets to attack her, she could withstand them using her Baiken no Jutsu, but with only 2 puppets restraining her, her current condition rendered her incapable of escape. This is bad. Tsunade gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as she struggled to harness her unstable chakra, barely managing to unleash her monstrous strength to fend off the 2 puppets. However, Chiyo's 2 puppets were primarily defensive in nature, possessing minimal lethality, yet formidable blocking capabilities. Especially given her fear of blood, she was utterly unable to break free. On the other side, Chiyo commanded 8 puppets, effectively sealing off all of Feng Ye and Appos' avenues for escape, trapping him in the center. White Fang's son, perish. Go to hell and meet your father. Chiyo and Appos' eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she unleashed chakra threads to ensnare Feng Ye and Appos' body, restricting his movements, while she directed the 2 nearest puppets to strike him down. Witnessing this, Tsunade and Appos' complexion turned ashen, the horrific memories of the past seemingly poised to repeat themselves before her eyes. Yet, in the very next moment, a brilliant silver light ignited like a star piercing the darkened heavens, expanding rapidly. This silvery radiance erupted from Feng Ye's chest, enveloping his form as a torrent of ferocious chakra surged around him, shattering the chakra threads that Chiyo had entwined about him with ease. Bathed in this silver glow, Feng Ye coldly drew the Kusanagi sword from his back, sweeping it horizontally with fluid grace. The blade, entwined in silver light, sliced through the air like a crescent moon. Clang! The silvery arc flashed as it severed the two puppets converging from either side, along with their blades, reducing them to mere splinters.